Chapter 1. The Youth, the Old Dog, and the Fairy. This book is neither a tale of time travel nor reincarnation, devoid of systems, presenting a humorous and slightly risque narrative in the realm of fantasy. On a night beset by wind and snow, in a dilapidated temple, crumbling bricks encircled a small bonfire. A handsome youth clad in a patched robe reclined on the thatched floor, idly using a straw to pick at his teeth. Beside him lay a chipped gourd, a rusted sword shedding flakes, and a large black dog gnawing on a bone. The daughter of the lame Lee, known as Lee the Mute, possesses a generous bosom and a curvaceous figure, surely a fine prospect for childbearing. The widow Wang's daughter, Chui Chui, has skin whiter than snow, her form exquisite and alluring, indeed captivating to behold. Grandma Lu's granddaughter, Ling Dang, is kind-hearted and beautiful, her voice gentle. Big Black. If Lee the Mute, Chui Chui, and Ling Dang all wish to marry me simultaneously, who should I choose? The youth let out a satisfied belch, glancing at the dog engrossed in its feast, his face a portrait of indecision. One cannot indulge excessively when hungry. Only one worry exists, but when sated, a multitude of concerns arise. Now that he was full, his thoughts turned to women. As the saying goes, when one is well fed, thoughts of desire emerge. It was hardly his fault at this vigorous age. When one rises each morning with the energy of a towering pillar, it would be unnatural not to think of women. The large black dog tilted its head, casting a glance at the youth, who was lost in thoughts of romance, its azure eyes betraying a hint of disdain. Woof woof. The dog barked softly, lifting a paw as if to convey, with your disposition, do you think you could aspire to a swan when you are but a toad? If you lack the courage, I could relieve myself here for you to contemplate. The youth appeared to grasp the dog's insinuation, hurling a handful of straw in its direction. What's with that expression, you worthless mutt? Do you dare to believe that tomorrow I won't turn your bones into broth? The youth's name was Lu Tongfeng, having just turned 16, orphaned and raised by the former temple priest of this land. 6 years prior, on a night much like this, the old priest, after feasting on 2 beggar chickens and consuming a jar of homemade liquor, met his demise, legs sprawled and eyes rolled back. In his final moments, the old priest clutched Lu Tongfeng's small hand tightly, urging him to wait for a certain individual and to pass on a box to them. Should that person not appear by the time he turned 16, he was free to decide his own fate. Now, after 6 long years, Lu Tongfeng was indeed 16, yet the person the old priest spoke of had yet to materialize. That night, having feasted alongside the large black dog, he resolved to leave the dilapidated temple the following day in search of a livelihood. The land temple was modest, consisting of a small shrine and 2 earthen houses that had collapsed during a storm 2 years prior. 3 miles north lay a town called Fuyang, where, while the old priest was alive, the temple still attracted some visitors, and townsfolk would come to pray and light incense during festivals. Through Lu Tongfeng's relentless efforts over the years, he had ultimately brought about the temple's decline. Now it stood in a state of disrepair, cloaked in cobwebs, strewn with straw, with drafty windows and doors, and 3 large holes in the roof. Last year, the offering table was split by Lu Tongfeng for firewood. Fortunately, the deities of the land are represented by clay statues had they been wooden. They would likely have suffered the same fate at the hands of this young rogue. Master, you have been gone for 6 years. For 6 years, Dehei and I have waited here. The person you spoke of has yet to arrive. I plan to leave this place at dawn tomorrow and venture into the world. You must understand, I am now 16 years old. Though I possess striking features and am considered the most handsome youth within a radius of 300 or even 500 miles, the townsfolk label me a madman and a wretched beggar. The young women flee at the sight of me. I cannot remain here, destined to a life of solitude like you. Rest assured, once I achieve success, I shall return to restore your statue and rebuild the temple. Lu Tongfeng articulated his reasons for departure to his master, making promises that seemed little more than empty words. The wind and snow intertwined, the chill biting through the air. A small flame failed to warm the dilapidated temple, where Lu Tongfeng tightened his tattered robe and sat cross-legged, commencing his meditation. This was the cultivation technique taught to him by the temple priest during his lifetime. Though he did not fully grasp the essence of the practice, he understood that by following it, A warm current could flow through his body, warding off the cold and staving off hunger. He formed a series of hand seals, quickly entering a meditative state. A faint azure glow emanated from him, while colorful streams of energy swirled above his head. Gradually, the once frigid temple began to warm. Outside, amidst the swirling snow, a group of ethereal spirits, glowing green, emerged. These spirits were phantoms of souls who had died, lingering in the mortal realm, untransformed into the afterlife. They seemed drawn to the aura radiating from Lu Tongfeng, yet they did not enter the dilapidated temple. A mysterious barrier encircled the temple, warding off all specters. Dahei, the dog, raised its head to glance through the broken window at the floating spirits, seemingly unfazed by their presence. After finishing its bone, the old dog lay down before Lu Tongfeng and fell asleep. 3 miles north of the land temple lay Fuyang Town. In the morning, the night's snowfall had transformed the world into a blanket of white. This remote little town, covered in snow, resembled a meticulously crafted ink painting. Amidst this picturesque scene, a young woman dressed in white gracefully walked in. She appeared to be around 18 or 19, with delicate features, a tall stature, fair skin, and bright, cool eyes, her raven hair flowing like thick ink. In her hand, she held a long sword, both sheath and hilt gleaming white. It seemed as if she embodied only the colors black and white. A subtle aura of coldness lingered in her gaze, exuding an ethereal quality that suggested she was untouched by the mundane world. As she traversed the streets of the town, she resembled a celestial being stepped forth from a painting, beautiful yet unaware, serene yet not aloof, transcendent yet not detached from the world. The appearance of the woman in white immediately captured the attention of numerous townsfolk. Fuyang Town is neither vast nor bustling, and it is certainly not located along any commercial routes. The nearest official road lies nearly 70 miles away, making this place seldom frequented by outsiders. Yet, amidst its simplicity, a remarkably beautiful maiden appeared, captivating the attention of the town's residents, who had seldom encountered such splendor. They could hardly believe that this woman clad in white surpassed even the fairest celestial beings. Unperturbed by the gazes of the townsfolk, the white-clad maiden seemed accustomed to being the center of attention. She approached the breakfast stall run by Granny Lu and inquired, "Dear Elder, might I ask if there's a Yu Lao temple in the vicinity?" Before Granny Lu could respond, her plump daughter-in-law interjected, "My dear, there's no Yu Lao temple around here. Are you seeking a romantic connection? 50 miles to the south lies the Guanyin Temple on Sweeping Mountain, where divine light appeared 5 years ago. Many have found their destined partners there. I plan to take my daughter there soon to seek the blessings of Guanyin." A hint of disappointment crossed the maiden's exquisite visage as she expressed her gratitude and prepared to depart. Just then, the elderly Granny Lu hesitated before speaking. "My dear, are you indeed in search of the Yu Lao temple?" The maiden nodded slightly. After a moment of contemplation, Granny Lu replied, "There is indeed a Yu Lao temple situated 3 miles south of the town." A curious young girl, dressed in a festive floral cotton coat and possessing striking features, chimed in, "Grandmother, isn't that abandoned land god temple to the south of the town? How could there be a Yu Lao temple?" "What do you know, child? The land god temple was once the Yu Lao temple. Over 60 years ago, Lord Zhang's concubine was caught in an affair there, and in a fit of rage, Lord Zhang burned it down. Later, a wandering priest came to the town, spending money to rebuild the temple on the original site. Initially, it remained the Yu Lao temple, but Lord Zhang constantly sought to cause trouble, and before long, it was converted into the land god temple. That old priest has stayed there ever since. He is the former temple keeper who loved his wine." The beautiful girl, along with her plump mother and a few young patrons at the breakfast stall, suddenly grasped the truth. Such events from over 60 years ago were likely known only to elderly residents like Granny Lu. The maiden's gaze turned southward, her clear eyes reflecting a glimmer of joy. "Thank you, dear elder," she said, expressing her gratitude before turning to leave. Behind her, Granny Lu's daughter-in-law called out, "Don't go to the land god temple, dear. There's a madman there who constantly longs for a wife. It's haunted, and there's a large black dog that frightens people. With your beauty, you mustn't fall prey to that lunatic." The maiden said nothing. Her figure suddenly became ethereal, and in mere breaths, she vanished from the street like a specter. This sight startled many onlookers, who gasped in surprise. On the street, the limping Li, pushing a cart of night flowers, stared blankly, accompanied by his daughter, Li Chuyan, a mute girl. The townsfolk often referred to her as the mute girl of Li. The father and daughter exchanged a glance, both slightly furrowing their brows. In the early hours at Lu's breakfast shop, the girl with large eyes clad in a floral cotton jacket remarked, "Mother, Lu Tongfeng is not truly bad. He has merely lived alone in the land temple for years, which has made his demeanor somewhat peculiar. Please refrain from speaking ill of him. Ling Dang, you little rascal, that madman has been frivolous with you time and again, and you still speak in his favor? Truly, a girl must not be kept too long at home. This beautiful girl with large eyes is none other than the enchanting Yu Ling Dang, the first beauty of Fuyang Town, whom Lu Tongfeng dreams of marrying." Yu Ling Dang paid no heed to her mother's reprimand. Instead, she gazed toward the southern part of the town, a hint of envy gracing her fair cheeks, which had turned slightly rosy from the cold. Murmuring to herself, she thought, "That maiden in white, resembling a celestial being, is truly beautiful. Is she the one the old temple priest instructed Brother Feng to await? How could she be such a lovely girl? I must go see her." Yu Ling Dang and Lu Tongfeng were quite familiar with one another, having grown up together as childhood companions of sorts. However, following the death of the old temple priest, Lu Tongfeng lost his support. At that tender age, he could not manage the land temple effectively, and to survive, he often resorted to petty thievery around the town. As he matured, his thoughts began to drift toward women, frequently teasing the young maidens and sneaking around the walls to catch glimpses of them. Consequently, in recent years, Lu Tongfeng had become the pariah of Fuyang Town, a target of disdain for all. As the saying goes, a golden nest or a silver nest cannot compare to one's own humble abode. If one had a good reputation, there would be no need to venture far for sustenance. It was not that Lu Tongfeng wished to wander to distant lands begging, but rather that he could no longer bear the atmosphere of this dire place. Yu Ling Dang was one of the few friends Lu Tongfeng had in Fuyang Town. He had once confided in her that he yearned to explore the world and carve out a successful life for himself. But his master had commanded him to guard the dilapidated temple until the age of 16, waiting for someone. Knowing that Lu Tongfeng would leave today for Chuyang, 100 miles to the south, Yu Ling Dang rose early, assisting her mother and grandmother in the breakfast shop while secretly stashing away a dozen buns to serve as provisions for Lu Tongfeng's journey. Seizing a moment when her mother and grandmother were distracted, she discreetly tucked the hidden buns into her floral cotton jacket. "Mother, I'm going to find Shui Shui to play." "Impudent girl, why are you gallivanting about in this heavy snow?" In recent months, many young women have gone missing from nearby towns. Return home promptly. The girls vanish at night, not during the day. It's fine. Recently, a flower thief had emerged, causing distress among families with young daughters, as numerous young women had disappeared without a trace. Despite the government's efforts to capture him, he remained elusive, leaving families within a radius of hundreds of miles in a state of anxiety. Fortunately, these abductions occurred at night, and there had been no reports of any maidens going missing during the day. Otherwise, the town's young and beautiful women would have been too fearful to venture outside. Outside the land temple, Lu Tongfeng donned a tattered robe, carrying a worn knapsack on his back, a rusted long sword hanging at his waist alongside a chipped gourd. Beside him stood a black dog, reminiscent of a calf, loyal and steadfast. The black dog, named Dahe, is an elderly canine whose age remains a mystery. Ever since Lu Tongfeng can recall, this black dog has been by his side. For over a decade, Dahe has remained unchanged, leading Lu Tongfeng to ponder on numerous occasions whether Dahe has somehow attained a higher consciousness. As Lu Tongfeng gazed up at the weathered plaque of the Earth God Temple, a wave of melancholy washed over him. Having lived here for 16 years, he often contemplated leaving, yet when the moment to depart arrived, he found himself reluctant to go. Ultimately, he slowly closed the door behind him. The dilapidated wooden door, long in disrepair, creaked painfully at the hinges, producing an unpleasant sound. Rubbing his chin, Lu Tongfeng murmured, "This crumbling temple is left with only the clay effigies of the Earth God and Goddess, and there are several large holes in the roof. Dahe, do you think we should lock up?" "Woof, woof." Dahe barked softly twice, his expression seemingly one of disdain. "Ha! It seems I truly have no key." Lu Tongfeng chuckled lightly, grasping Dahe's implied sentiment. Casting a final glance at the temple, Lu Tongfeng whispered, "Master, rest assured, I shall return." He aspired to venture to Xiang City, 100 miles to the south, to carve out a new destiny for himself and eventually marry. Fuyang Town was too small, with its meager population and poverty. Xiang, on the other hand, was a bustling city with hundreds of thousands of residents, where even begging would yield more than in Fuyang Town. Woof woof, Dahe suddenly barked again, his tone sharp and urgent, starkly contrasting with his earlier mockery. Lu Tongfeng turned to see a beam of white light approaching from the direction of Fuyang Town. In an instant, that radiant light arrived before the Earth God Temple, revealing a stunning fairy clad in white, her beauty ethereal, standing gracefully upon a celestial sword. Chapter 2. The not-so-serious cipher. The celestial maiden descended from her sword with a delicate sound, the ethereal blade radiating a luminous white aura as it slipped into its sheath. Flight upon a sword? Lu Tongfeng was profoundly astonished. He had heard his master speak of cultivators who could chase the wind and ride the sun, soaring through the sky. Living for 16 years, he had never before encountered a living cultivator. In the frigid depths of winter, amidst a blanket of pristine snow and biting winds like blades, the maiden clad in a sheer white dress presented a striking contrast. Her raven hair danced in the breeze, and an aura of otherworldly grace emanated from her, suggesting she was untouched by mundane affairs. Her piercing black and white eyes sparkled like radiant gemstones. Lu Tongfeng, a rustic fellow, had never beheld such an ethereal and breathtaking beauty. For a moment, he was utterly entranced. Could this be the legendary celestial maiden of the 9 heavens? She was indeed more exquisite than a tinkling bell. The white-clad maiden alighted roughly 6 or 7 paces from the entrance of the Earth Deity Temple. Before her stood a massive granite boulder, towering over a yard in height and crowned with a thick layer of snow. Etched into the stone were 4 peculiar characters: celestial mortal boundary. The maiden paused, her brow furrowing slightly at the sight of the inscription, a sense of familiarity washing over her as if she had encountered or heard those words before. Suddenly, a look of surprise flickered across her striking visage, for she sensed an inexplicable, lingering aura of malevolence in the air. As she surveyed her surroundings, her gaze settled upon Lu Tongfeng and his companion, a large black dog that resembled a calf. At that moment, the black dog was silent, its bright eyes fixated on the celestial maiden, baring its teeth, tail raised, radiating vigilance and wariness. The maiden observed the black dog, noting its azure eyes, gleaming like jewels. A hint of astonishment appeared on her flawless cheek. The black dog, feeling the weight of her gaze, seemed to shy away, retreating behind Lu Tongfeng as if to hide like an ostrich, believing that by concealing its head, it would go unnoticed, a rather comical sight. The maiden's attention then shifted to Lu Tongfeng, who was staring at her with an expression of utter bewilderment, drool seemingly escaping the corners of his mouth. This elicited a slight furrow of distaste in her delicate brows. She was acutely aware of her captivating beauty, which drew the gaze of many, both within the sect and in the mortal realm. Yet, she rarely encountered someone like this boy, who gawked at her while drooling, a lecherous fool, to be sure. Heaven only knew what this boy was thinking at that moment, whether he imagined her unclothed or believed her garments were torn asunder. She recalled the words of the plump woman at the breakfast stall in the nearby town, realizing that this youth was likely the little madman the woman had mentioned, who was always daydreaming of a wife. Lu Tongfeng calmly wiped away the drool at the corner of his mouth, and the lascivious expression that even the severely nearsighted and cataract-afflicted could discern swiftly vanished, transforming into that of a composed and self-assured young gentleman. This was a skill he had self-taught over many years in Fuyang Town, enabling him to retract any inappropriate expressions directed towards young ladies at will. The method was simple. By silently reciting a segment of the calming mantra imparted by his master, he could suppress his inner desires while repeatedly muttering to himself, "I am a man of virtue. I am a man of virtue." Through such self-deception, he could instantaneously metamorphose from a detestable lecher into a respectable young hero. He approached the woman clad in white. The stone inscribed with the words "separation of immortals and mortals" stood between them, with one on the eastern side and the other on the western. The western side belonged to mortals, while the eastern side was reserved for immortals. The stone tablet appeared to have never been so aptly positioned before. "Esteemed fairy, may I inquire what brings you here?" Lu Tongfeng clasped his hands and bowed gently. The white-clad woman noted that despite the boy's tattered cotton garment, which was riddled with patches, it still resembled a Taoist robe. His gesture of clasping his hands was akin to the traditional Taoist salute, although she felt displeased by the earlier lewd glance he cast her way. As a disciple of the Taoist sect, she could not afford to lose her composure, especially since she was on an important mission. "May I ask if there was once a Yulao temple here?" she inquired. Lu Tongfeng paused, a hint of surprise crossing his features. "Yulao temple? Ah, my master mentioned it, but that was decades ago. It has since been transformed into a land god temple. Today, the land god temple has officially closed its doors. If you seek a love connection, I suggest you travel southward 50 miles to Tsuaping Mountain, where there is a Guanyin temple. Villagers from the surrounding areas have been going there to burn incense and pray. It is said to be highly effective." The white-clad woman's brows furrowed again as she glanced at the Taoist yin-yang symbol on Lu Tongfeng's collar. "You are indeed one of the Taoist sect, are you not?" "Taoist? I suppose so. My master is an old Taoist priest," he replied. "Then why do you suggest I go to the Buddhist Guanyin temple to pray?" "Well, although it sounds somewhat absurd, the Guanyin temple is indeed over 100 times more effective than this land god temple, which has long ceased to receive offerings and is no longer efficacious." A hint of embarrassment colored Lu Tongfeng's cheeks. The white-clad woman was taken aback by the boy's honesty. This fellow Taoist. Lu Tongfeng's heart skipped a beat. It was the first time anyone had referred to him as such, causing his fragile heart to race. "You call me fellow Taoist? As we are both practitioners of the Taoist sect, it is only natural to address you as such." "Oh, so you are a practitioner of the Taoist sect." Lu Tongfeng's understanding dawned upon him, realizing that this remarkably beautiful young woman could fly on her sword. Simultaneously, a trace of envy flickered across his expression. He had heard of the abilities possessed by these monks and had just witnessed the enchanting white-clad fairy arriving on her sword. He mused that if he were also a cultivator, perhaps his troubles in finding a wife would vanish. The white-clad woman inquired, "My friend, may I ask if there is an old temple keeper here?" "An old temple keeper? None here. Only I, the humble temple keeper." "Wait a moment. The old temple keeper. Fairy, you wouldn't be searching for my master, would you?" "Your master?" "Indeed, my master was once the old temple keeper here." "Where is he now?" "My master has ascended to the heavens." Lu Tongfeng's expression shifted, gazing in astonishment at the beautiful white-clad fairy before him. His master had charged him with a solemn request before passing, to await the arrival of a certain individual. However, he had never been informed who this person was. Lu Tongfeng had always presumed it to be an old friend of his master. Never did he anticipate that after 6 years, the visitor would be a young and exquisite woman. He could not help but ponder whether his master, with his profound foresight, had predicted his struggles in finding a wife and thus instructed him to wait for his future bride. Yet, this maiden was exceedingly beautiful. Although he prided himself as the most handsome man within a 300-mile radius, he doubted he could truly captivate such a stunning fairy. "The old temple keeper has passed?" The white-clad woman appeared somewhat taken aback, taking a moment to process the information. "Yes, my master has been gone for 6 years." "Fairy, did you truly come to seek my master?" The white-clad woman nodded. You have finally arrived. Do you know how long I have awaited your presence?" "You were waiting for me. You knew I would come?" "I did not know who I was to await. My master instructed me to guard this dilapidated temple until I turned 16, saying that someone would come to find him. Today marks my 16th birthday, and I was preparing to leave this place to seek my fortune in the grand city. I had even shut the temple doors. Had you arrived any later, you would have missed it." Seeing the expression of relief on Lu Tongfeng's face, the white-clad woman asked, "Did the old temple keeper leave any message?" "He left no message, but he did leave something behind. To confirm that it was intended for you, let us first exchange a secret code." "A secret code?" "Certainly. If you cannot match the code, it means the item was not meant for you." Midnight knocks at the door. The white-clad woman hesitated slightly, responding with uncertainty. "Travelers on the road wish to sever their souls?" "The palace's beauties number 3,000. Even an iron pestle can be ground into a needle?" "Correct. You are indeed the one my master had me wait for. Please hold on for a moment. I shall retrieve something from my room." Chapter 3. The rock soars with the wind. Ascending to 90,000 miles, the expression of the celestial maiden in white was one of exasperation. No wonder her master had urged her to remember these particular phrases before descending the mountain. At the time, she found them peculiar, perhaps even somewhat frivolous. It turned out to be a secret signal left by the venerable elder. Simultaneously, her heart swelled with joy. After descending the mountain for over half a year, she had finally discovered this place. Lu Tongfeng, with a small bundle on his back and an old rusted sword at his side, pushed open the temple door. The large black dog, having lost the cover of Lu Tongfeng's body, once again stood exposed before the maiden in white. This imposing canine seemed to have shed its previous wariness, glancing around before baring its teeth at the white-clad woman, wagging its dark tail as if to convey its benign intentions. The maiden observed the large black dog's azure eyes and remarked, "You bear a striking resemblance to another black dog I encountered atop Tianyun Mountain, particularly your eyes. How curious." Upon hearing this, the black dog immediately shut its penetrating blue eyes, a gesture that elicited both amusement and incredulity from the maiden. She became increasingly convinced that this large black dog was indeed connected to the divine hound within her sect. Once more, the maiden surveyed her surroundings, extending her spiritual awareness in an attempt to trace the source of the lingering malevolent energy. The land deity's temple was situated at the foot of a modest hill, comprising merely a single large room. In front of the temple stood not only a massive stone inscribed with the words boundary between immortals and mortals, but also an ancient locust tree, its trunk stout and its gnarled branches sprawling, etched with the marks of time. This venerable locust tree, likely a remnant from the era of the Moon Elder Temple, stood resilient amidst the winds and snow, adorned not only with snow but also with numerous weathered red threads, remnants of past offerings. It was evident that this small temple once enjoyed a considerable amount of worship. The ancient locust tree resembled a weathered elder, standing sentinel in the tempest, exuding an aura of compassion and sorrow for the world it watched over. Not far from the locust tree, an ancient well lay partially covered in snow, revealing only a modest opening. The maiden in white, gazing at the well, perceived a flicker of unusual light in her clear eyes. She sensed that the uncomfortable aura permeating the air seemed to emanate from the depths of the ancient well. "Celestial maiden, I apologize for the wait." Just as the white-clad woman prepared to approach the well to confirm her suspicions, Lu Tongfeng's voice suddenly echoed. She looked up, expecting him to present something left behind by the old temple keeper. However, he emerged from the dilapidated temple bearing nothing more than a tattered pickaxe. The black dog, wagging its tail, scampered to Lu Tongfeng's side, once again resembling an ostrich as it tucked its head behind his posterior. "Celestial maiden, please follow me. I shall take you to retrieve what my master has left behind." The maiden felt a slight sense of relief, initially fearing that the old temple keeper had bequeathed nothing of significance beyond a mere pickaxe. The snowfall from the previous night had blanketed the ground in a thick layer of snow. Lu Tongfeng trudged through the snow, wielding a pickaxe as he made his way to the rear of the dilapidated temple. Meanwhile, Dehe frolicked joyfully in the snow, swiftly darting several paces ahead. Casting a glance back at Lu Tongfeng's silhouette, the woman in white turned her gaze once more towards the ancient locust tree and the old well, her delicate brows furrowing slightly, before proceeding in the direction Lu Tongfeng had taken. Behind the earth deity temple lay two collapsed earthen huts, now reduced to mere remnants of walls and broken stones. Further back stood a modest hill, crowned with a bamboo grove, its verdant stalks bent low under the weight of the snow. As Lu Tongfeng ascended the slope, his steps uneven in the snow, he mused, "I am Lu Tongfeng, found by my master on a snowy night 16 years ago at the temple entrance. Fair maiden, what is your name?" "Yun Fuyao." "Yun Fuyao?" Lu Tongfeng abruptly halted, turning to face her with astonishment. "What a remarkable coincidence we have." "What? A coincidence? I am Tongfeng, you are Fuyao." Just as the great rock rises with the wind, soaring to 90,000 miles, do you not think it is quite fateful? Yun Fuyao paused momentarily, feeling the weight of truth in his words. Lu Tongfeng's face radiated joy, thrilled at the thought that he shared a name derived from the same poem as the exquisite Yun Fuyao. He eagerly inquired about her origins, her age, whether she was betrothed, and her connection to his master. In the brief span of 100 paces, he envisioned a future with Yun Fuyao, imagining the children they would bear and even the names each one would carry. Yet, Yun Fuyao sensed that Lu Tongfeng's enthusiasm bordered on the peculiar. It was rather uncommon to inquire about the age of a woman he had just met, or to question her marital status with such fervor. He must be quite infatuated. Thankfully, Lu Tongfeng was a disciple of the old temple priest. Had it been anyone else, Yun Fuyao's temperament would have led her to sever their connection with a swift strike, perhaps even silencing him forever. With a calm demeanor, she replied, "I am a disciple of the Yun Tian sect, sent here by my master to seek my granduncle." "Granduncle? Yun Tian sect?" Lu Tongfeng exclaimed in surprise. "I am familiar with the Yun Tian sect, one of the 6 great sects in the Jojo world," located in the Tianyan Mountains of the southwest. They boast tens of thousands of disciples, each possessing remarkable powers and profound cultivation, with countless independent cultivators and noble families allied to them. How could my drunken master possibly know a celestial being from your sect? What do you mean by granduncle? Yun Fuyao explained. Your master is the 36th generation patriarch of our Yun Tian sect, surnamed Mei, named Yupin. With the title Xin Shi, he is the 6th granduncle of my master. Hence I address him as granduncle. What? My master is from the Yun Tian sect? His true name is Mei Yupin. Did your granduncle not inform you of this? That old trickster. Even in death, he deceives me. He claimed his name was Mei Gonkai and went by the title Xian Hui, a wandering Taoist who, over 60 years ago, found himself stranded here, suffering from severe rheumatism, unable to travel. Thus, he restored the earth deity temple and settled here. Mei Gonkai? Yun Fuyao raised an eyebrow slightly. Indeed, is that not Mei Gonkai? Lu Tongfeng pointed to a gravestone before them. As Yun Fuyao gazed upon the gravestone, although a thin layer of snow covered its surface, the inscription was still legible. The grave of the revered master Xian Hui Taoist, also known as Mei Gonkai, erected by disciple Lu Tongfeng, on the 7th day of the 12th month in the Dingxi year. Yun Fuyao initially thought that Lu Tongfeng was jesting, but was taken aback to discover that this was indeed his name. While brushing off the snow from the gravestone, Lu Tongfeng muttered indignantly, Master, so your real name is Mei Yupin? Truly, the name reflects the essence of the person. I am your disciple, yet you raised me without ever speaking a single truth. I now harbor serious doubts. Was I perhaps picked up by you 16 years ago at the temple gate? Lu Tongfeng was filled with anger and disappointment, feeling a sense of betrayal akin to that of a son treated like livestock. From the moment he could remember, he had been by his master's side. Now, it seemed that this old rascal had deceived him all along. Only today did Lu Tongfeng learn of his master's true name and background. Though he was called Mei Yupin, he had chosen to identify himself as Mei Gonkai, an outrageous inconsistency. What was even more difficult for Lu Tongfeng to accept was that his crafty master was indeed a cultivator from the Yutian sect. Although Lu Tongfeng had never ventured beyond the confines of Fuyang town, he was well aware of the Yuntian sect's reputation. It was a prominent beacon of the celestial path on earth. Had he known this sooner, he would not have languished in this desolate place for so many years. Observing Lu Tongfeng as he alternated between cursing and sighing, Yun Fuyao furrowed her brows, perplexed by why her great-uncle would conceal such matters from his only disciple. Standing before the gravestone, she respectfully saluted the tomb of her great-uncle, Mei Gonkai, and spoke. I, Yun Fuyao, the 38th disciple of the Yutian sect, come at the behest of my master, the revered Yu Qinshinren, to pay my respects to you, great-uncle. My master often speaks of you with gratitude for the teachings you imparted in the past, urging me to ensure your return to the Yuntian sect for a tranquil old age. Alas, it seems you have ascended to the celestial realm. Yun Fuyao uttered some conventional words of tribute, and then turned to Lu Tongfeng, inquiring, where are the belongings left by my great-uncle? Upon hearing her question, Lu Tongfeng glanced at her before kneeling before the gravestone, stating, Master, I have remained here since your passing. Over the years, I thought you were merely teasing me, preventing me from leaving and prompting me to inherit your dilapidated temple. I never imagined that just as I was about to venture into the world, the illustrious fairy Fuyao would arrive. Perhaps this is fate. Since you have awaited my arrival, you may now rest in peace. As for the years of deception, well, they say a teacher is like a father for life, and the deceased deserve our utmost respect. I shall not hold it against you. I will soon embark on my own journey, and I may not return to pay my respects for a while. Should you feel hunger in the afterlife, do remember to send me a dream. With that, he bowed deeply 3 times before his master's grave. Yun Fuyao silently observed, as she pondered. Although her granduncle had deceived this Lu Tongfeng, it was evident that her young master-uncle shared a profound bond with him and had already forgiven the granduncle. Just as Yun Fuyao was lost in her thoughts, she observed Lu Tongfeng rise to his feet, brushing off the snow that clung to his legs and head. In a sudden display of strength, he delivered a powerful kick, toppling the gravestone before him. Stunned, Yun Fuyao exclaimed, What are you doing? Digging, he replied. Aren't you after the relics left by the master? Lu Tongfeng then dragged the stone aside and vigorously wielded a pickaxe. Dahei, panting with his long tongue lolling out, quietly watched nearby. His piercing blue eyes, which seemed to penetrate the mundane world, held a hint of melancholy. In that moment, Dahei seemed less like a dog and more like a human. Before long, A deep pit emerged where the gravestone once stood. Suddenly, a metallic sound echoed from the soil below. Lu Tongfeng's expression brightened. I found it. Chapter 4. Am I the little uncle of the fairy? Lu Tongfeng crouched down and began to excavate with his hands. Moments later, he dragged out a square iron box from the pit. The box was not large. Approximately a foot in length and width, adorned with a rusted padlock. With a swift motion, Lu Tongfeng struck the lock, and it shattered with a resounding snap. Upon opening the iron box, he discovered a beautifully crafted wooden box inside, surprisingly intact after being buried for 6 years, showing no signs of decay. Lu Tongfeng scooped up a handful of snow, rubbed it in his hands to cleanse the dirt, and carefully lifted the wooden box from the iron container. Fairy Fuyao. His master had instructed him before passing to personally deliver this item to anyone who came seeking him and could recognize the secret sign. Yun Fuyao extended her hands to receive the wooden box, examining it curiously. What is inside? She inquired. Lu Tongfeng, taken aback, replied, Aren't you here to retrieve this item? Do you not know what lies within? Yun Fuyao gently shook her head. I was merely sent by my master to find my great-uncle. Before my departure, my master did not inform me that my great-uncle would leave behind something. Lu Tongfeng responded, I do not know either. There is a small lock on it. And my master did not provide me with the key, so I have never opened it. Fairy Fuyao, could you unlock it for me? I am quite eager to see what treasure I have guarded for 6 long years. Yun Fuyao hesitated for a moment, seemingly intrigued by the contents. She extended her delicate, porcelain-like fingers to grasp the exquisite black lock on the wooden box. With a gentle application of force, the lock suddenly emanated a mysterious azure glow, causing her fingers to recoil. Yun Fuyao expressed her surprise. This has been ensnared by a highly sophisticated barrier. I cannot unlock it. A barrier? My master possesses such abilities? Lu Tongfeng pondered, puzzled. Your great-uncle is a revered elder of the Yuntian sect. A mere barrier is trivial for him. Revered elder? Lu Tongfeng's face fell into a frown. Having followed his master for a decade, he wondered why, despite his master's formidable prowess, he had not imparted any significant skills, only a technique for enduring hunger and cold. Was he truly so lackluster in spiritual affinity that his master withheld further teachings? No, surely a figure as dashing as he could not be deemed a fool. As Lu Tongfeng's thoughts wandered, Yun Fuyao spoke. Little uncle, did your great-uncle leave anything besides this wooden box? Nothing at all, just this. Wait. Little uncle? Since you are the closed-door disciple of my great-uncle, I must naturally refer to you as little uncle. Lu Tongfeng's mouth slightly agape. He found Yun Fuyao's address to him rather fitting. However, this was quite a predicament. He had already envisioned names for the 13 children he and Yun Fuyao would have in the future. Now, having become her little uncle, did that not disrupt the lineage? Unbeknownst to Lu Tongfeng's inner turmoil, Yun Fuyao stored the wooden box into a small white pouch at her waist, which, although diminutive, barely larger than a coin purse, was capable of accommodating the sizable box. Indeed, it is the commonly used storage pouch of the monks. She understood that her master had sent her down the mountain to seek her great-uncle for the sake of this box, which undoubtedly contained something of great significance. She needed to return to the Yuntian sect promptly to report back. Junior uncle, what are your plans moving forward? Lu Tongfeng's eyes darted around before he spoke. I originally intended to take Dahe to Ziyang City to carve out a career for myself. Now that I know my master is a practitioner of the Yuntian sect, well, I was contemplating whether I could visit the Yuntian sect to see the place where my master spent his youth. This lad, despite his youth, was rife with cunning and clever schemes. His master seemed to hold a respectable status within the Yuntian sect. Even if he would not be treated as a distinguished guest, at the very least, he could aspire to become an enviable practitioner. Far better than begging in Ziyang City with Dahe. He was also aware that the Yuntian sect was a great distance away, and it would take him at least half a year to walk there. If he could catch a ride on Yun Fuyo's windsword, it would be even better. Yun Fuyo replied, You are the direct disciple of the late Master Xianqi. It is indeed time for you to return to the sect and acknowledge your roots. Lu Tongfeng was elated and said, I was thinking the same. So, Fuyo, could you use your sword to take me back? If I walk, I might not reach Tianyun Mountain until next year when the snow falls. Walk. Junior uncle, what level of cultivation do you currently possess? Level? I have no level. Lu Tongfeng replied, momentarily taken aback before understanding dawned upon him. The term level referred to the cultivation ranks of practitioners in this world. He had heard his master mention that in the present age, various sects, Taoism, Buddhism, demonology, witchcraft, ghosts, and Confucianism, coexisted harmoniously. Moreover, there were also 6 non-human intelligent beings, demons, spirits, elves, monsters, beasts, and alien races. The cultivation levels among human practitioners had been chaotic until they were unified several millennia ago, comprising 9 ranks from lowest to highest: Qi refining, foundation establishment, object control, nascent soul, harmonization, transformation, celestial being, great ascension, and transcendence. Yun Fuyo furrowed her brow, saying, "Junior uncle, you cannot fly with a sword?" Lu Tongfeng shook his head slightly. Yun Fuyo's gaze fell upon the rusted sword that was slung at Lu Tongfeng's waist. He was quite impoverished and could not afford a proper scabbard. 2 pieces of battered wood served as his sheath, with half of the sword blade exposed, revealing a thick layer of rust. This wretched sword, if discarded on the street, would likely not even prompt a beggar to bend down and pick it up. This sword you carry must also have been left behind by your great uncle, correct? Indeed. My master left me 3 items: the rusted sword, a broken gourd, and that old dog that will never die. Wang. Dahe seemed quite displeased with Lu Tongfeng referring to him as an old dog, baring his teeth and barking several times. Yun Fuyo frowned slightly and said, "Did your great-uncle not pass down to you the cultivation methods and sword techniques of the Yun Tian sect along with the sword?" Lu Tongfeng shook his head in confusion and said, "When my master passed away, I had not yet turned 10. He taught me nothing and never spoke of his past, only instructing me to wait here for someone to come." Yun Fuyao furrowed her brow slightly, seemingly taken aback by the fact that her little junior uncle knew so little. It was no wonder his sword had grown rusty. Lu Tongfeng continued, "Fairy Fuyao, I witnessed your remarkable sword flight earlier. What realm do you occupy?" Yun Fuyao replied gently, "I am at the 5th level of the harmonization realm." Lu Tongfeng was unfamiliar with the specifics of the harmonization realm, yet he knew that the entire cultivation system comprised only 9 levels. The young Yun Fuyao appeared to be merely 17 or 18, and her achievement of the 5th level was undoubtedly impressive. After a moment of contemplation, Yun Fuyao decided against taking Lu Tongfeng back to the Yuntian sect on her sword. This ancestor, Xian Qi, had surpassed 800 years of life, and if he remained within the sect, he would undoubtedly hold the highest status. However, Xian Qi had scarcely returned to the mountain gate over the years. The precise reasons for this remained unknown to Yun Fuyao, yet she could vaguely surmise that it was linked to an incident that had transpired at the Yuntian sect many years prior. For years, Xian Qi had kept his identity hidden here, never revealing his origins to Lu Tongfeng, nor had he instructed Lu Tongfeng to return this box to the Yuntian sect. He had not imparted any teachings or magical arts to Lu Tongfeng, merely instructing him to await the arrival of guests from the sect. This led Yun Fuyao to believe that her ancestor likely did not intend for Lu Tongfeng to embark on the path of cultivation. Moreover, given that Xian Qi had defeated over 700 foes in the past, he had countless enemies. If she were to recklessly bring Lu Tongfeng back to the sect, it might invite calamity upon him. Yun Fuyao resolved to return to the sect and report this matter to her master, who would then decide whether to bring her little uncle back to Tianyin Mountain. Thus, she said, "Little uncle, I can carry 1 person on my sword, but you also have this black dog by your side. I have been searching for my ancestor for over half a year, and now that I have obtained the item he left behind, I must return to Tianyin Mountain promptly to report back. I cannot afford to delay. You may wait here, and upon my return, I will inform my master of your situation. He will likely send another disciple to escort you back to the mountain at the earliest opportunity." Chapter 5. The Late Stage of Delusional Disorder. Upon hearing Yun Fuyao's words, Lu Tongfeng's expression stiffened, becoming exceedingly unnatural. He merely regarded the woman as a whimsical figure, not a simpleton devoid of sense, nor had his head ever been caught in a great iron door. Over the years, having navigated the complexities of Fuyang Town alone, he had transformed into a shrewd individual. Thus, he discerned that Yun Fuyao did not wish to take him to Yuntian sect on her sword. Lu Tongfeng felt a pang of discomfort within. Was he truly so lacking? His master had never revealed to him that he was a senior figure of Yuntian sect, nor had he imparted its cultivation techniques to him. After guarding the precious box for Yuntian sect for 6 arduous years, surely he deserved at least some acknowledgement for his toil. Was it not a breach of loyalty to sever ties so abruptly? With a hint of resignation, Lu Tongfeng remarked, "Very well, I cannot wait indefinitely. I must journey to Tuyang City with Dehe to pursue my own grand ambitions. Should fate allow, I shall revisit the places where my master once lived. Yun Fuyao recognized that Lu Tongfeng grasped her underlying intent and thus refrained from further comment. She clasped her hands in gratitude. Little Master Uncle, I thank you for safeguarding this place for 6 years. We shall part ways here. May we meet again by destiny. Lu Tongfeng returned the gesture. Yun Fuyao then ascended into the air, drawing forth her celestial sword. She hovered above, poised upon the blade. Casting one last glance at Lu Tongfeng before transforming into a streak of light, racing southward. Bah! Once Yun Fuyao had departed into the distance, Lu Tongfeng spat disdainfully. What nonsense! She possesses nothing but a beautiful visage, yet lacks any sense of chivalry. What would it matter if she flew me back on her sword? Would I, a man of virtue, dare take advantage of her? He declared, I officially remove you from my list of prospective brides. Alas! What a pity for our 13 unborn children. Dehe, crouched beside the grave, discreetly turned its dark head away, unable to bear the sight of this severely delusional fellow. In less than half an hour, this lad had already begun to fantasize about having 13 children with Yun Fuyao. Lu Tongfeng carefully reinstated his master's gravestone at the head of the grave. As he buried the earth, he muttered to himself in quiet indignation. It is said that disciples of Yutian sect are all paragons of chivalry, heroes who vanquish demons and uphold righteousness. Yet, I see it otherwise. Master, you were wise not to return. These cultivators are nothing but a band of ungrateful, treacherous knaves. I can comprehend their reluctance to take me to Yutian's sect. For I cannot fly, and Dehe's presence would be a burden. However, after 6 years of diligent guardianship over their precious box, merely receiving a thank you feels inadequate. Surely, I should be compensated with at least a few hundred silvers for my efforts, or at the very least, 30 to 50 taels would suffice. Yuntian's sect is prosperous. Do they truly quibble over such trivial sums? 6 years of labor for a mere thank you? I scoff. And yet, she calls me Little Master Uncle. Knowing my status, yet offering no remuneration for my service. How miserly. I possess dignity. Henceforth, should they seek me at Tianyan Mountain, I shall not oblige. Amidst the murmurs of discontent, the earth was once again filled around the tombstone. After re-erecting the gravestone, Lu Tongfeng unfastened the gourd of wine from his waist, squatted down, removed the wooden stopper, and poured the entire contents before the gravestone. Master, regardless of whether you deceived me in the past, I have always been raised by you. This little half-gourd of wine is all that remains, so make sure to savor it. Once I achieve success, I shall pour a jar of fine wine at your grave every day, ensuring you revel in endless intoxication in the afterlife. Rising to his feet, Lu Tongfeng hung the broken gourd back at his waist and glanced up at the sky. He smirked and muttered, "This has cost me half an hour. I could have reached the 10-mile pavilion by now. Dehe, let us go?" With a pickaxe slung over his shoulder, Lu Tongfeng called for Dehe and made his way toward the dilapidated temple. As he approached the entrance, he noticed a young girl in a floral cotton coat walking toward him from the snowy terrain to the north. Lingzhong. Lu Tongfeng rubbed his eyes and, discarding the pickaxe, strode forward. Observing the small face of Lingzhong, flushed from the cold, he exclaimed in surprise, "Lingzhong, what brings you here on such a frigid day?" Yu Lingjing glanced at the tattered bundle on Lu Tongfeng's back and produced some still-warm steam buns from her coat. "Didn't you say after the first snowfall this year, you would leave here with Dehe for Ziyang? I brought you some provisions." Lu Tongfeng stared at Yu Lingzhong, a myriad of emotions swirling within him, bittersweet and heartwarming. Having succumbed to despair, he had become the object of disdain among the residents of Fuyang Town. Although he and Yu Lingzhong had known each other for many years and were once close, they had gradually drifted apart in recent times. "Yu Lingzhong, I never imagined you would still care for me this much. You wait for me for a year, perhaps 2, but certainly no more than 5. I will return with 1,000 taels of silver to propose to Aunt Fat. I will bring you happiness." Dehe turned away, exasperated, fully aware of his young master's whimsical fantasies resurfacing. Yu Lingzhong rolled her eyes, retorting, "Lu Tongfeng, stop the nonsense. We were young and innocent back then, but now we've grown up. We must not speak so frivolously. Since you've decided to leave Fuyang Town, do not return. Furthermore, Ziyang is a grand city. Unlike our countryside, you must change your ways. Keep your tongue in check and refrain from teasing young ladies, or you may find trouble. If you earn silver in the future, be frugal and save for a wife." Lu Tongfeng's expression stiffened. On a snowy day, Yu Lingzhong had come to deliver provisions, and he had assumed the young girl harbored deep affections for him. Yet, to his dismay, She was advising him not to return. This was not the script he had envisioned. Had the girl succumbed to wickedness, employing the age-old strategy of feigned indifference? As Lu Tongfeng remained in a daze, Yu Lingzhong surveyed the surroundings and remarked, Lu Tongfeng, this morning a beautiful girl in white came here looking for you. Did you see her? Ah, yes. I did. Is she the one the old temple priest asked you to wait for? Lu Tongfeng nodded, recalling his previous conversation with Yu Lingdang, where his master instructed him to wait for someone at the Earth God Temple. Lingdang, how did you know she was coming? This morning, she inquired about the Yulao Temple in town. Grandmother mentioned that the Earth God Temple used to be the Yulao Temple, and I noticed she seemed to be heading in this direction. Oh, I see. Lingdang, you trudged through the snow to bring me food from so far away. Are you trying to keep me from leaving? Just say the word, and I shall remain by your side for eternity. Lu Tongfeng made one last plea. You speak nonsense. It's getting late. I must return. You should leave quickly. Traveling in this snow is perilous. If you don't go now, you may find it impossible to leave at all. If you depart, the girls in town will dare to venture out. Yu Lingdang turned to retrace her steps. Wait, Lingdang, what do you mean that if I leave, the girls in town will feel emboldened to go out? For the past 6 months, the young women and wives from the surrounding areas have been too frightened to step outside due to a rogue who has been prowling around, breaking in at night and abducting girls. I am not that scoundrel, Lu Tongfeng exclaimed. Yu Lingdang turned back with a smile. You may not be a rogue, but you are certainly a man driven mad by desire. As she receded into the distance, Lu Tongfeng remained unyielding in his hope. Lingdang must have feelings for me. She wouldn't want me to leave. Surely, she will turn back to stop me. He began to count. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 19, 20, 307, 308, 309. Wong, Wong, Wong. Dahe, his loyal dog, could no longer bear to watch. Yu Lingdong's figure had vanished beyond the snowy horizon, yet this young man continued to gaze northward. Murmuring his numbers, he was on the verge of becoming a fixture like the Wang Qi stone. With a heavy heart, Lu Tongfeng glanced at Dahe, feeling utterly dispirited. He knew Lingdang would not turn back to keep him. He was merely searching for an excuse to stay. Once, he had considered adhering to his masteress' advice. But now the belongings had been taken by Yin Fuyo. He had no justification to remain here any longer. He picked up the iron pickaxe that had fallen in the snow, placed it inside the Earth God Temple, closed the door, and gazed southward. Amidst the rolling mountains, he could faintly see a towering peak standing out like a crane among chickens. That was Tsuaping Mountain. Beyond Tsuaping Mountain, another 50 to 60 miles south, lay Tsuyang City. One man, one dog, a rusty sword, a cracked gourd, and a patched-up bundle slowly merged into the melancholic, silver-clad landscape. Lu Tongfeng was a quintessential optimist. Simply put, he was carefree and untroubled. Not long ago, he had wallowed in despair due to the disdain shown by both Yun Fuyo and Yu Lingdang. Yet, in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, he seemed to have cast all his worries to the winds. He frolicked in the snow with Dahe, laughing and shouting, reminiscent of a fledgling bird discovering its wings. Yet, this bird was only drifting further from its nest. Chapter 6. Yun Fuyo under attack. Lu Tongfeng encounters a dilemma as Lu Tongfeng departed from the Land Temple, a place he had called home for 16 years. Heading towards Tsuyang City, Yun Fuyao, who had left a moment earlier on her sword, found herself in a precarious situation. High above in the heavens, clad in flowing white garments, Yun Fuyao stood upon a celestial sword radiating with a brilliant white light, resembling a comet as she soared through the clouds and mist, traversing the vast sky. Suddenly, from within a dense layer of snow clouds ahead, a flash of crimson light, as fierce as fire, shot forth. The light approached with alarming speed, reaching Yun Fuyao in the blink of an eye. Caught off guard by this ambush while flying, she reacted swiftly, twisting her body just in time for the red light to whiz past her. In that brief moment, she clearly discerned that it was a fiery red celestial sword. Fortunately, her quick reflexes allowed her to evade the attack. Otherwise, she would have surely felt the chilling sting of that blade. The crimson sword, missing its target, immediately altered its course in midair, continuing its assault on Yun Fuyao. With her white celestial sword firmly grasped, Yun Fuyao sensed the red sword's renewed approach. With a cold snort, she infused her sword with her true essence. In an instant, a radiant white light burst forth from the blade. With a fierce thrust, she unleashed a blinding glare, akin to a ferocious beast, which sent the oncoming red sword careening away. The crimson sword retreated once more into the thick, cotton candy-like snow clouds. Yun Fuyao's face was as frosty as her demeanor. Her gaze was icy as she held her sword aloft against the sky, pointing her blade towards the cloud. She commanded coldly, in broad daylight, "Cease your hiding. Come forth." A wave of energy erupted from the cloud, scattering the dense snow cover. Emerging from the dispersing mist was a woman clad in black, adorned with a wide-brimmed hat and veiled, wielding a crimson celestial sword, equally suspended in the air. Her features remained obscured, yet it was evident from her form that she possessed a more voluptuous physique compared to Yun Fuyao, with her ample curves clearly more pronounced. "Who are you, and why have you attacked me?" Yun Fuyao inquired coldly. "Fairy Fuyao, I have no desire for conflict with you. I merely seek the item you took from the land temple," the woman replied, her voice clear and melodious, reminiscent of a songbird. Yun Fuyao's expression hardened. This veiled woman not only knew her identity, but also mentioned the box left by her ancestral master. Glancing at the sword in her hand, she questioned, "Who exactly are you?" "My identity is of little consequence. I only wish to retrieve the item entrusted to you by Lu Tongfeng," the woman stated. "Oh, the item is in my possession, and I doubt you possess the capability to claim it," Yun Fuyao retorted. The veil of the woman fluttered as she continued. "I am aware that in a one-on-one confrontation, I may not be your match, but in a two-on-one scenario, your defeat is inevitable." A sense of foreboding washed over Yun Fuyao as she extended her senses, only to detect another presence lurking behind her. With a slight turn, she glanced back, discovering a figure suspended in midair, a man clad in black, his face concealed beneath a layer of dark fabric. His hands grasped two 3-foot-long bones, resembling the femur of an adult male, exuding an ominous aura even in broad daylight. Members of the demonic sect? Yun Fuyao's expression darkened. It was unequivocal that righteous cultivators would never employ such bone artifacts. Only the aberrations of the demonic sect would resort to them. The man behind her spoke coolly. "Fairy Fuyao, surrender your belongings, or you shall not leave today. Dream on." Before Yun Fuyao's words could fully escape her lips, she surged forward towards the woman in the conical hat, her wrist flicking as dozens of sword energies emitted a piercing shriek, hurtling towards the hat-clad figure. The woman scoffed disdainfully, unappreciative, "And you dare to strike?" Suddenly, the crimson celestial sword in her hand erupted into fierce flames, engulfing her entirely. Strangely, despite the ferocity of the flames, they inflicted no harm upon her. It was as if she were one with the fire itself. With swift motions, she wielded the fiery sword, conjuring an immediate wall of flames before her. The sword energies propelled by Yun Fuyao were wholly obstructed by this infernal barrier. Behind her, the man in black let out a piercing howl, launching the two bone artifacts, which emitted a wailing sound akin to tormented spirits, capable of unsettling one's mind. Yun Fuyao did not look back. In the midst of her flight, she slashed backward with her sword, sending one of the bone artifacts hurtling away, while deftly evading the attack of the other. Thus commenced a fierce battle in the heavens. Lu Tongfeng remained oblivious to Yun Fuyao's plight under siege. Even if he were aware, he would be powerless to intervene. The conflicts of cultivators were beyond the realm of a mere mortal like him. Accompanied by his loyal black dog, he journeyed southward for an hour, feeling no fatigue. An ordinary person would have long since collapsed. Yet, Lu Tongfeng moved with the tirelessness of a machine. Even after enduring a lengthy sprint through the snow, his steps remained light. This may be attributed to the heart method passed down by his master, which he had practiced diligently for years. After traversing over 10 miles, a group of 6 nuns suddenly appeared on the snowy horizon. As he drew closer, Lu Tongfeng furrowed his brows. This group consisted of 6 nuns, 5 clad in gray robes and wearing nuns' caps, while the leader was adorned in a moon-white robe, except for the head nun, who appeared to be in her 40s. The others seemed to be merely in their early 20s. They rotated their prayer beads with their left hands, supported themselves with staffs in their right hands, and carried large cloth bags over their shoulders, forming a straight line as they marched northward through the snow. Upon sighting these nuns, Lu Tongfeng rolled his eyes and muttered a few curses under his breath. He recognized them as the nuns from the Guanyin Temple on Suaping Mountain to the south. Every year, with the first snowfall, this group would descend en masse to beg for alms in towns and villages within a radius of 1 to 200 miles. Lu Tongfeng's disdain for these nuns did not stem from any ideological conflict between his Taoist beliefs and Buddhism. It was not merely a matter of circumstance. This group of nuns had usurped his livelihood. In the past, the land temple thrived, with the good people of Fuyang Town visiting during festivals, weddings, and memorials to offer incense and prayers, ensuring that Lu Tongfeng could marry, raise a family, and enjoy a modestly prosperous life. However, all of this was obliterated by the nuns. To understand the situation, one must go back 5 years. Suaping Mountain lies between Fuyang Town and Xuyang City, approximately 50 to 60 miles apart. Atop the mountain stood an ancient Guanyin temple, existing for centuries, though its incense offerings had always been meager. Maintained by a mere 7 or 8 nuns devoted to their practices. Occasionally, local villagers would ascend the mountain to pray for love or children. 5 years ago, a devastating fire nearly reduced the Guanyin temple to ashes, claiming the lives of the nuns within. Yet, just days later, a radiant aura of Buddhist light enveloped Suaping Mountain. Visible for miles, lingering for a full week. This phenomenon created quite a stir, prompting even young Lu Tongfeng and his companion, Yuling Dang, to venture close to witness the divine light. Once the glow dissipated, a mysterious benefactor invested 100,000 coins to reconstruct the temple, which was completed 3 years ago and renamed Fo Linen. Shortly thereafter, an elder nun named Chun became the abbess. However, the locals, accustomed to referring to the previous small temple as Guanyin Temple, continued to do so, and few called it Fo Linen. Since the arrival of the Buddhist light and the temple's renovation, Fo Linen appeared to possess remarkable efficacy. Those seeking children found success, and those seeking love found their matches. The accumulated aura of the 7-day Buddhist light propelled Fo Linen into prominence, attracting not only local worshippers, but also pilgrims from hundreds of miles away. The newly appointed abbess, Chun, adeptly capitalized on the influx of visitors, conducting daily rituals and offering blessings, while frequently providing remedies to the needy, thereby earning an excellent reputation. The surge of devotees brought an abundance of donations, transforming Fo Lin and from a humble establishment with just the abbess and a few nuns into a grand temple housing over 100 residents in the span of 2 to 3 years. As Fo Lin flourished, the other temples in the vicinity, including the land temple that Lu Tongfeng clung to, gradually lost their followers. Lu Tongfeng crossed paths with the 6 nuns, and the leader among them, a nun clad in white, cast a fleeting glance at Lu Tongfeng and his robust black dog. Her expression momentarily tightened, particularly upon seeing the dog, as if an instinctive wariness stirred within her. She glanced at the burden Lu Tongfeng carried, pressed her palms together, and nodded slightly in his direction, yet he offered no response. Once the nuns had distanced themselves, Lu Tongfeng spat contemptuously at their retreating figures. Bah! Shameless! They say the Buddhist path is one of purity and emptiness. Purity, indeed. Each of those nuns is more comely than a courtesan. The notion of complete emptiness is nothing more than a fantastical tale. The offerings collected by the Guanyin Temple each year amount to no less than 100,000 coins. Yet, they shamelessly descend the mountain to beg for alms. Were it not for you nuns, could my land deity temple possibly face closure? With a heart full of indignation, Lu Tongfeng muttered curses under his breath before continuing southward. Dahe paused and cast a glance back at the group of nuns heading towards Fuyang Town, its deep blue eyes flickering slowly, reminiscent of a human deep in contemplation. Dahe, let us go? What is there to see with that bunch of nuns stealing our livelihoods? Lu Tongfeng called out, noticing Dahe lagging behind. Wong! Dahe barked in response, then turned and hurried after its young master. Chapter 7. The midnight encounter with the celestial fairy. Half an hour later, a group of nuns from the Buddhist Lin Temple descended into the town of Fuyang. They knocked on doors one by one, uttering the phrase Umitba, prompting the townsfolk to offer some steamed buns or food as a gesture of goodwill. The more affluent households would present a few pieces of silver, claiming it was for the repair of the Guanyin Temple. They seemed indifferent to the quantity of the offerings. A single bun was not deemed too little, nor a handful of silver too much. Each time, they joined their hands in prayer, reciting scriptures to express their gratitude. Their journey led them to the breakfast shop of old Granny Lu. The shop had already closed for the day, and the elderly Granny Lu sat by the stove, warming herself. Her plump daughter-in-law and the lovely Yueling were busy tidying up the steamer. Upon seeing the approaching nuns, Yueling's mother greeted them warmly, instructing Yueling to wrap up the remaining buns and vegetarian buns. She then retrieved 3 or 4 coins of loose silver from a silver box. The leading nun, a young woman clad in white, clasped her hands together and smiled in appreciation. However, her gaze frequently wandered over Yueling. Despite Yueling's somewhat bulky floral cotton jacket, it could not conceal her well-developed and graceful figure. Her fair skin resembled fine jade. Her features were exquisite, and particularly her eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky. Noticing the nun's interest in her daughter, the plump woman could not help but beam with pride. Though she was unattractive, she had given birth to the town's most beautiful girl, her lifelong pride. "Little master, this is my daughter, Yueling. She has reached the age for marriage but has yet to find a suitable match. I plan to take her to the Guanyin Temple after spring to seek a good fortune in love. Could you take a look at her first?" The young nun examined Yueling for a moment, then clasped her hands together and said, "Amitabha, this young lady possesses an enchanting spirit and remarkable beauty. She is kind-hearted and generous, with profound virtues. In the near future, she shall surely find a worthy partner and bear many offspring." "Really? That is wonderful," Yueling's mother exclaimed with delight, urging Yueling to express her gratitude to the nun. Yueling's cheeks flushed crimson. She had lost the vivacity of her youth and had gained a hint of shyness typical of blossoming young women. The nun cautioned, "I have heard that there are nefarious individuals in the Yuzhou area who frequently abduct beautiful maidens at night. Given your striking appearance, you should exercise caution." "Thank you, little master. I will be careful," Yueling replied. After receiving their offerings, the nuns soon departed from Granny Lu's shop, continuing their quest for alms. Visiting each household along the street. At the entrance of an alley stood a middle-aged man with a limp, accompanied by a young woman of pleasing stature, dressed in simple cotton clothing. They were Li, the town's lamplighter, and his daughter, the mute girl. They had fled to this town 3 years prior. At that time, the town's former lamplighter had just passed away, and none of the residents were willing to take on such a dirty job, so Li stayed behind to assume the role. Although the pay was modest, it was more than sufficient to support both him and his daughter. The daughter of the limping Li is certainly not called Li the Mute. Her name is quite melodious, Li Chuyan. However, due to her muteness, the townsfolk generally refer to her as Li the Mute. Li the Mute possesses a beauty that rivals that of Yu Ling Dang, with an admirable figure, particularly her well-rounded bosom, though her skin is somewhat dark. As a mute, she seldom engages with the townspeople, except for the kind-hearted Yu Ling Dang and the longing Lu Tongfeng, who occasionally converse with her. As they watched the group of nuns gradually disappear, the father and daughter exchanged a glance before turning their attention to the nearby stall run by Granny Lu. Alas, the black dog had departed. Limping Li softly uttered an unintelligible phrase, causing Li the Mute's eyes to flicker with concern. Since encountering the group of nuns descending the mountain for alms, Lu Tongfeng's spirits had been slightly dampened, and he had been grumbling throughout their journey. By dusk, Lu Tongfeng arrived at the foot of Tsuaping Mountain's western slope. He had frequented this area previously, driven by his lack of funds, to hunt wild rabbits and pheasants to satiate his hunger. He was aware of an abandoned cave ahead, beyond Tsuaping Mountain. Traveling south for over 50 miles would lead him to his destination, Xuyang City. He planned to spend the night in that cave and resume his journey at dawn, estimating that with his remarkable speed, he would reach Xuyang by noon. Soon, Lu Tongfeng traversed a thicket and located the small cave. This cave, nestled in a shadowy area shielded from sunlight year-round, was exceptionally secluded. He gathered some twigs and took out a fire stick to ignite a flame. However, the twigs were dampened by the wind and snow, and he was quickly driven out of the smoke-filled cave. Meanwhile, Dahei, his faithful dog, was energetically pursuing a wild rabbit in the snow. Seeing this, Lu Tongfeng was overjoyed. While rubbing his smoke-stung eyes, he directed Dahei to chase the rabbit. The snow was thick, and the rabbit did not run fast. Soon, Dahei returned with the lifeless gray rabbit in his mouth. "Good dog. Truly a wonderful dog," Lu Tongfeng exclaimed. He had intended to roast some buns gifted by Ling Dang, but now he could indulge in a more substantial meal. After receiving his master's praise, Dahei proudly raised his head, brimming with satisfaction. Lu Tongfeng said, "Dahei, the rabbit meat is too scant. One is not enough. Go fetch some more game. Ideally, return with 2 plump pheasants." Dahei, feeling that the rabbit alone would not suffice, turned and dashed back into the dense forest to continue his hunt. Meanwhile, Lu Tongfeng took out a sharp dagger from his pocket and began to prepare the gray rabbit. After nightfall, Dahei returned with 2 fat rabbits. As for the pheasants, due to their ability to fly, Dahei could not catch any. Nonetheless, this was sufficient for a hearty meal for both man and dog. Lu Tongfeng skewered the cleaned rabbits on a stick and roasted them over the fire, ensuring that he wasted nothing, even meticulously preparing the 3 rabbit skins to sell in Xuyang City the next day, thus securing his first earnings. Not long after darkness descended, The howling wind outside the cave echoed like the wails of lost souls, while snowflakes, entwined with the frigid gusts, gently descended. Lu Tongfeng sat within the confines of the small cave, gazing at the swirling snow and the bitterly cold world beyond. He fell into a moment of contemplation, pondering whether embarking on this venture was indeed the right choice. Should he have waited until spring to pursue his ambitions? Although his reputation in Fuyang town was less than favorable, he was certain he wouldn't perish from hunger in the winter. The townsfolk would surely spare him some meager remnants of their meals. Alas, what use was it to dwell on such thoughts now that he had ventured out? Returning now would only invite ridicule from Lingdang. Regardless, with Xuyang not far from the town, he could always return if his situation became untenable. Thus, Lu Tongfeng sought solace in these self-reassurances. Amidst the storm, the light from the cave resembled a beacon in the tempest, casting its glow not too far, yet sufficient to guide any lost souls wandering through the blizzard. Lu Tongfeng gnawed on the meager rabbit meat, occasionally savoring a bite or two of the roasted, golden buns. He regretted having poured out the wine from his gourd at the grave of the old conman master that morning. Now, the thought of warming himself with a drink felt like a distant luxury. Dahe lay beside him, its sharp fangs capable of effortlessly crushing the bones of the rabbit. Before long, one roasted rabbit had vanished into Dahe's belly. Just as it was about to pounce on the second rabbit, suddenly, Dahe's ears perked up, turning towards the snow-laden world outside the cave. Its mesmerizing azure eyes, illuminated by the firelight, appeared almost otherworldly. Dahe slowly rose, its tail erect, and approached the cave entrance. Unleashing a series of piercing barks into the tempestuous night, Lu Tongfeng swatted at Dahe's tail, exclaiming irritably, "Dahe, what are you barking at? Is there some ferocious beast lurking about?" Dahe disregarded his words, abruptly transforming into a streak of black lightning as it dashed outside. Lu Tongfeng was taken aback, calling out, "Dahe, where are you going?" "Dahe, woof, woof." In the midst of the blizzard, faint echoes of Dahe's barks reached his ears. Lu Tongfeng was momentarily stunned. He comprehended Dahe's warning. It signified danger. Grasping his rusty sword, which had never before seen battle, he ventured towards the source of Dahe's calls. After traversing a mere distance of 10 paces, Lu Tongfeng found Dahe. Before the dog lay a woman, her body drenched in blood, clutching a sword in her hand. Yet, this woman exhibited a peculiar quality. Her form flickered in and out of existence, as if she were a mere figment of Lu Tongfeng's imagination, appearing and vanishing like a fleeting shadow. Never before had he encountered such an extraordinary spectacle. His heart raced, fearing he had stumbled upon the legendary snow maiden who preyed upon men. Summoning his courage, he approached the elusive figure, gently reaching out to touch her. Yes, there was substance. She was no mere illusion. He cautiously turned her over, and the familiar, beautiful visage of Yun Fuyao, who had left the Earth Deity Temple with a treasure box that very morning, emerged before him. Lu Tongfeng's expression froze in disbelief. In stark contrast, several hours prior, Yun Fuyao, adorned in a flowing white garment, appeared untouched by the mortal realm, reminiscent of an ethereal, celestial being. Yet at this moment, her form is marred by congealed blood and dirt, both upon her body and face. Indeed, amidst this frigid weather with snow accumulating to a foot, she bears an abundance of soil. Furthermore, it is evident that she has sustained considerable injuries. Most peculiarly, her figure intermittently flickers between visibility and transparency. Fuyao, the Celestial Maiden? Chapter 8. The Fairy's Grave Injury. When Lu Tongfeng discerned the visage of the woman, he was taken aback, hastily patting the bloodied face of Yun Fuyao, exclaiming, "Fairy Fuyao! Fairy Fuyao! Miss Yun, little disciple, little fairy." Despite his frantic calls, Yun Fuyao remained unresponsive. Lu Tongfeng quickly reached for her wrist to check her pulse. Her body was icy, yet a faint pulse could still be felt. Realizing that she was still alive, he had no time to ponder how her form fluctuated between corporeal and ethereal, nor to contemplate the identity of her assailant. He swiftly lifted her and sprinted towards a nearby cave. Dahe, resembling a dark wolf king amid the snowstorm, slowly turned its head, surveying the surroundings with an air of sovereign authority. Once it ascertained that no danger lurked nearby, it opened its mouth and retrieved the rusted sword and the white celestial sword that lay abandoned in the snow, pursuing Lu Tongfeng. Before long, Lu Tongfeng had carried Yun Fuyao into the cave. He extracted a tattered blanket from his pack, spreading it upon the ground, while also adding some dried wood to the fire. Under the flickering flames, Yun Fuyao's appearance became starkly evident. At that moment, Her state could scarcely be described as tragic. Her back, shoulders, legs, and abdomen bore over a dozen wounds inflicted by sharp blades, some deep enough to expose bone. Blood flowed from the gashes, congealing into clots in the frigid air, darkening ominously. Fortunately, these frozen clots had, to some extent, stemmed the bleeding. Otherwise, she would likely have succumbed to her injuries. Based on Lu Tongfeng's experience, he surmised that Yun Fuyao's wounds were not inflicted recently, but rather had been sustained over the course of at least 3 hours. Although he was unaware of who had harmed her, the color of the coagulated blood hinted that she had been attacked shortly after departing from the land temple. Kneeling beside Yun Fuyao, Lu Tongfeng reached out to touch her forehead, finding it chillingly cold. He conducted a cursory examination of her injuries and discovered that they were far more severe than they appeared. In addition to the numerous deep gashes, her left leg was fractured, her ankle broken, leaving her left foot dangling in a painful manner. Strangely, despite her multitude of injuries, all were perfectly situated away from vital areas, concentrated instead on her back, legs, and arms. What should I do? What should I do? Hey, are you a foolish dog? Don't just stand there. Hurry and help her. This was Lu Tongfeng's first encounter with such a dire situation, leaving him flustered and at a loss. Hey, looking bewildered, seemed to express through its canine features, am I to save her? You are more of a fool than I. How am I to assist? Shall I use my sharp fangs to mend her bones? Or perhaps bite her throat to grant her release? Woof, woof. He barked in dissatisfaction. Gradually, amidst the canine commotion, Lu Tongfeng began to regain his composure. Yun Fuyao was unaware of the amount of blood she had lost. Her once pristine white garments now appeared as though they had been steeped in blood and mud, transformed into a deep, inky hue and besmirched with dirt. The wounds on her body, which had initially been sealed by congealed blood, began to thaw in the warmth of the cave, allowing a faint crimson liquid to seep once more from her injuries. The resilience of a cultivator was remarkable. Despite having lost at least 8 pounds of blood, there still remained vitality within her. Lu Tongfeng could not help but reflect on this fact. For now, his priority was to staunch the flow of blood from Yun Fuyao. He rummaged through his tattered bundle, discovering an assortment of useless knickknacks, yet nothing that could aid in halting the bleeding or healing her wounds. Suddenly, He barked a few times and began to nudge a filthy little pouch at Yun Fuyao's waist with his nose. Lu Tongfeng paused, then recalled that earlier that morning, Yun Fuyao had stuffed a mysterious treasure box into this very small bag. This item was likely a storage pouch used by cultivators. Lacking any elixirs himself, he surmised that as a disciple of the Yun Tian sect, Yun Fuyao must possess some healing supplies. Quickly, he unfastened the small pouch from her waist. The once exquisitely crafted storage bag was now marred with blood and dirt, giving the impression that Yun Fuyao had not merely descended from the heavens, but rather emerged from the depths of the earth. He pried open the bag's mouth and peered inside, but it was shrouded in darkness, rendering it impossible to discern its contents. Although Lu Tongfeng had only heard tales of the Qinquan storage pouch, he had never seen one and was unaware that it contained its own spatial realm. Typically, cultivators retrieve items from their storage pouches using their spiritual awareness. Yet even if he had known, he lacked the understanding of such abilities. Thus, Lu Tongfeng resorted to the most primitive of methods. He turned the pouch upside down and shook it vigorously. To his surprise, this rudimentary approach proved effective. A plethora of items cascaded out, creating a chaotic display. There were books, writing instruments, hairpins, garments, shoes, undergarments, pots, bowls, an array of snacks, grains and oils, several jars of wine, water bags, some gold ingots and silver coins, various jars and bottles, a few talismans, a splendid feather cloak, and even splitwood. A veritable jumble of goods spilled forth. Lu Tongfeng stared in disbelief, murmuring, "This little thing can hold so much." It was astonishing to see that something no larger than the palm of his hand contained a veritable emporium. He began to sift through the heap, soon realizing that Yun Fuyao resembled a cloud in the sky, her garments all white, even her undergarments. However, this was not the time to ponder the scent of her undergarments. Quickly, he uncovered a dozen or so small white porcelain vials among the clutter. Each vial bore inscriptions: recovery pills, dietary pills, 9-turn resurrection pills, spirit-gathering pills, beauty pills, and blood-stanching powder. Spotting a vial labeled blood-stanching powder, Lu Tongfeng's eyes brightened. Hastily, he uncorked the soft cork from the porcelain bottle and poured out a small amount of a yellowish-brown powder. "It is you." Lu Tongfeng rushed to Yun Fuyo's side, preparing to staunch her bleeding and mend her wounds. Suddenly, he hesitated. The injuries on Yun Fuyo's body were far too numerous, with over a dozen wounds ranging from her ankles to her shoulders. Additionally, her body was mired in dirt and congealed blood, making it evident that tending to her wounds would necessitate removing her clothing. Although he had sneaked past the walls of young maidens and climbed over the fences of charming widows, those were mere mortals. Before him stood a celestial being from the heavens, a formidable cultivator at that. If he were to unfasten Yun Fuyo's garments to heal her and succeeded in saving her, would she not retaliate with a deadly strike? Wang. Noticing Lu Tongfeng's lack of action, the large black dog began to whine again. Please don't urge me. I'm wrestling with my thoughts. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lu Tongfeng resolved to prioritize saving her life. He harbored no lecherous intentions toward Yun Fuyo, at least not at this moment. Swiftly, he removed her clothing. Instead of revealing pristine skin, he was met with the sight of blood staining nearly every inch of her body, making her appear as if she were a specter of blood. Of course, Lu Tongfeng lacked the courage to strip her entirely, leaving only her white undergarments and shorts. Though he was a man driven to madness by his longing for a wife among the townsfolk of Fuyang, he was not devoid of decency. He still held on to the fundamental principles of humanity. At the very least, the sight of Yun Fuyo's ample bosom did not awaken any untoward thoughts within him. Chapter 9. The cave heals the woman. He retrieved a piece of cloth, dampened it, and began to cleanse Yun Fuyo's body. As the soiled blood was washed away from her skin, Lu Tongfeng realized that his earlier optimism had been misplaced. This was far beyond a mere matter of staunching blood. Yun Fuyao bore numerous dark purple bruises, the aftermath of blunt force trauma. She was not only externally injured, but likely also suffered grave internal wounds. While Lu Tongfeng could manage the external injuries with simple bandaging and hemostatic powder, the internal damage was beyond his capabilities. He meticulously examined all visible wounds on Yun Fuyao. These injuries were evidently inflicted by sharp weapons. The longest gash, shockingly, extended a foot along her back, flesh torn and nearly exposing bone. A deep cut on her left shoulder was also alarming. Had it been positioned slightly differently, she might have been left a one-armed warrior. For the smaller wounds, Lu Tongfeng applied hemostatic powder and wrapped them in white cloth. However, the larger wounds necessitated a search through Yun Fuyao's belongings, ultimately yielding needles and thread for suturing, followed by the application of the hemostatic powder. Indeed, the Yun Tian sect proved its reputation as a formidable sect of the immortal path. As the efficacy of their medicinal concoctions was remarkable, the hemostatic powder worked wonders. After a half-hour of diligent work, Lu Tongfeng had tended to all visible external injuries on Yun Fuyao, who was now swathed like a mummy. Throughout the treatment, he periodically checked her pulse to ensure she had not succumbed. Though she remained alive, her pulse seemed to weaken with each passing moment, as if she could slip away at any instant. In a sudden burst of determination, Lu Tongfeng slapped his forehead and rummaged through the array of bottles and jars. He hastily poured out various elixirs, 9 transformations revitalizing pill, returning essence pill, spirit gathering pill, and stuffed them into Yun Fuyao's mouth. Initially, Lu Tongfeng contemplated that if she was unable to swallow while unconscious, he could resort to mouth-to-mouth administration. However, the miraculous potency of the sect's elixirs was astonishing. They melted upon contact. After prying open Yun Fuyao's mouth and observing for a while, he confirmed that she had indeed swallowed the pills. Uncertain whether it was the overconsumption of these elixirs or an incorrect dosage, Lu Tongfeng was taken aback when, in less than the time it would take to burn half an incense stick, Yun Fuyao's pallid cheeks blossomed with color. Her pulse gradually strengthened, accompanied by the faint sound of her breathing. While elation surged within him, Lu Tongfeng was also greatly concerned, fearing that he might have inadvertently overdosed her or administered the wrong remedy, leading to her untimely demise. Fortunately, his worries proved unfounded. As Yun Fuyao's complexion steadily improved under the nourishing effects of the elixirs, he began to relax. Simultaneously, he noticed a curious development. At some point, Yun Fuyao's body no longer flickered in and out of visibility. After a moment of waiting, and confirming that his rudimentary medical skills had not led to her poisoning, Lu Tongfeng shifted his focus to her fractured ankle. The broken bone appeared swollen, as if it might pierce the skin. He found it difficult to fathom the force required to shatter the bones of a cultivator, renowned for their resilience. Lu Tongfeng, however, lacked experience in setting bones. One can only continue to seek miraculous remedies within the myriad of bottles and jars belonging to Yun Fuyao. It must be said that the equipment Yun Fuyao carried when venturing out was remarkably comprehensive, and indeed, he found a healing elixir for his fractured bone, the Xiantian bone-setting ointment. Lu Tongfeng cautiously aligned Yun Fuyao's fractured ankle, his movements exceedingly gentle, mindful of causing further pain. Yet, regardless of his meticulous care, the excruciating agony still caused Yun Fuyao, in his unconscious state, to flutter his eyelashes, as if on the brink of awakening from the torment. Observing this, Lu Tongfeng could only silently pray within himself. What would happen if Yun Fuyao were to awaken at this moment? Would he not be overwhelmed by the pain? After a series of careful maneuvers, Lu Tongfeng finally succeeded in repositioning Yun Fuyao's fractured bone. He then applied the Xiantian bone-setting ointment, a viscous substance of pale white hue that bore no hint of herbal scent, instead exuding a subtle floral aroma. Once applied, the viscous substance gradually solidified, forming a protective layer akin to rock. Lu Tongfeng marveled at the efficacy of such miraculous elixirs. No wonder so many aspire to cultivate immortality. The remedies of the cultivation world are undoubtedly far superior to those found in mere mortal apothecaries. Lu Tongfeng had done all that he could. The rest was now in the hands of time. He retrieved a pure white feather cloak from Yun Fuyao's spatial storage bag and draped it over her. Gazing upon her exquisitely delicate features illuminated by the flickering flames, he sighed and remarked, "It seems we are truly fated. It is fortunate you encountered me tonight, otherwise, you would surely have perished in this snow-laden wilderness. Such a beautiful woman like you, succumbing to the icy desolation, would indeed be a tragic loss." After speaking to himself for a while, he noticed the small cave was cluttered with debris. Thus, Lu Tongfeng began to organize Yun Fuyao's belongings. Strangely, he could effortlessly retrieve items from the spatial storage bag, yet he could not seem to return them regardless of how he tried. He had no choice but to neatly arrange everything and pile it in a corner of the cave. Once he completed the task, Lu Tongfeng suddenly sensed something amiss. Upon closer reflection, he realized that the exquisite wooden box Yun Fuyao had taken that morning was missing. Assuming it remained in the storage bag, he turned it upside down and emptied its contents, but nothing fell out. It appeared to be empty. Had the box been seized by the assailants? Was her attack motivated by the box? Lu Tongfeng furrowed his brow. He had witnessed Yun Fuyao place that very box into the storage bag that morning. Yet now it was nowhere to be found. Lu Tongfeng was no fool. He quickly deduced that Yun Fuyao's predicament was linked to that box. This realization filled him with both concern and curiosity. He was troubled that the precious box entrusted to him by his master for 6 years had fallen into the hands of nefarious individuals. His curiosity, however, was piqued by the nature of the extraordinary treasure contained within that box. What could be so invaluable that it compelled adversaries to resort to such extreme measures against a young disciple of the Yuntian sect? Did they not fear retribution from the sect? Lu Tongfeng pondered over the matter of the treasure box, his heart filled with a complex array of emotions. He felt a deep sense of guilt for having entrusted the treasure box to Yun Fuyao, which ultimately led to her peril. Additionally, he was remorseful for failing to fulfill his master's final wishes. The treasure box, meant for the one who possessed the correct signal, had been snatched away instead. Surely, his master, even in the afterlife, would find no peace. In a state of melancholy, he noticed several unopened jars of wine and decided to uncork one, indulging in a few hearty sips. To his astonishment, Lu Tongfeng gazed at the jar in his hand, savoring the taste as if in deep reflection. What exquisite wine! Rich and full-bodied, its fragrance permeated his very being. Was this truly the beverage consumed by cultivators? His master, a notorious lover of wine, had seldom been seen without a drink in hand, and Lu Tongfeng had consumed more wine in his childhood than milk. Ever since his master's passing, he had inherited the old wine gourd, visiting the local tavern daily to procure 2 pounds. When funds were scarce and the craving struck, he would resort to pilfering wine. He fancied himself a connoisseur, yet he had never encountered such exceptional wine before, his eyes now gleaming with delight as his previous worries vanished. This time, he refrained from guzzling the wine. As an aficionado, he understood that to indulge in excess would be a disservice to such exquisite nectar. He unfastened his tattered gourd from his waist and retrieved a small funnel from his pack, pouring the wine into the gourd with care. Leaning against the rocky wall of the cave, he sipped slowly, savoring each mouthful, occasionally nibbling on the pastries and snacks from Yun Fuyao's spatial storage bag. As for Dehei, it showed little interest in the wine, lying at the cave entrance with its gaze fixed on the swirling snow outside, seemingly on guard against some unseen threat. Chapter 10. The Divine Sword and the Rusty Blade. As Lu Tongfeng warmed himself with a drink, he vigilantly attended to Yun Fuyo. He harbored concerns that the assailants might return to silence her, and he was equally anxious that her injuries might worsen in the night. Almost every half hour, he would check her pulse, placing his hand on her forehead to ascertain if she had developed a fever. Fortunately, after consuming a plethora of chaotic medicinal pills, Yun Fuyo's condition was rapidly improving. Her injuries did not appear to be deteriorating. As dawn approached, fatigue weighed heavily upon Lu Tongfeng. He added a few more logs to the fire, then settled into a cross-legged position to meditate and cultivate his energy. Although the set of techniques imparted by his master lacked substantial efficacy, meditating for several cycles could effectively alleviate his exhaustion, leaving his mind clear and his meridians unblocked. Akin to having enjoyed 5 or 6 hours of deep slumber. Outside the cave, the cold wind howled, and snowflakes danced in the air. Yet within the cave, it was as warm as spring. Dehei, like the most loyal of companions, stood vigil at the entrance, safeguarding the tranquility of their small sanctuary. When Lu Tongfeng awoke from his meditation, the sky outside the cave had brightened considerably, and the fire inside had nearly extinguished, leaving the cave somewhat chilly. He promptly rose to check on Yun Fuyo's condition. Her pulse had returned to normal, her breathing was steady, and her cheeks had taken on a rosy hue. At that moment, she resembled a slumbering fairy. It was difficult to fathom that just a few hours prior, she had been in such a dire state. It seems she will not perish after all. Lu Tongfeng exhaled a sigh of relief. He stepped out of the cave, which had a low entrance that required him to bow his head to exit. The storm had ceased, and the night's fury had blanketed the ground with nearly a foot of snow, reaching up to his knees with each step. Although the snowfall had stopped, the wind still howled. The moment Lu Tongfeng emerged from the cave, he could not suppress a shiver. Not far from the cave, he unbuckled his belt and relieved himself. While fastening his belt again, he looked up at the sky, noting the thick clouds that suggested snowfall would soon return. Initially, he had intended to resume their journey at dawn, but now it was clear that such plans were thwarted. Even if Yun Fuyo were to awaken, her severe leg injury would make it exceedingly difficult for her to depart. He contemplated the possibility of constructing a sled to transport Yun Fuyo back to the Earth God Temple, seeking medical assistance from a doctor in town. However, this notion was swiftly dismissed. The precious box was not on Yun Fuyo's person. It was uncertain whether she had hidden it away or if it had been taken by her assailants. Should it have been stolen, that would be one matter, as it was likely the perpetrators had already fled. However, if she had concealed it, the situation would be grave. Since the attackers had come for the box, they would surely not leave empty-handed. They might very well be lying in wait at the Earth God Temple. To return with Yun Fuyo now would be akin to walking into a trap. After much deliberation, Lu Tongfeng resolved to remain hidden in the cave until Yun Fuyo regained consciousness, at which point he could inquire about her situation. To shield against the biting wind and enhance the cave's concealment, he gathered branches to construct a rudimentary wooden door. Once again, enveloped in the ethereal white garments of Yun Fuyo, which provided excellent protection against the wind. After finishing the wooden door, Lu Tongfeng tossed the remaining roasted rabbit from the previous night to Dehei, while he himself skewered 2 buns with a stick to roast. As time passed, the day gradually darkened, with over an hour until dusk, and snowflakes began to drift from the sky. Dehei remained sprawled at the cave entrance, its canine head still directed towards the outside through the simple wooden door. During this time, Yun Fuyo showed no signs of awakening. Bored, Lu Tongfeng began to examine the sword belonging to Yun Fuyo. The sword was truly exquisite. Its white blade was adorned with intricate and ancient patterns, resembling some form of inscription or an ancient totem from a bygone era. The 3-foot blade emitted a faint, soft white glow, exuding an aura of chilling coldness. Near the hilt, 2 archaic characters were inscribed. Hans Huang. So, the name of the sword wielded by the celestial maiden Fuyao is indeed Hans Huang. It is quite frigid. Lu Tongfeng plucked a strand of hair and tossed it, which the edge of the Hans Huang sword effortlessly severed upon contact. What a sharp sword. Is this truly the celestial sword used by cultivators? Lu Tongfeng marveled at its brilliance. He glanced at his own rusty sword, awkwardly clamped together by 2 broken wooden pieces. It was a poignant reminder of the saying, in comparing people, one may perish. In comparing goods, one may discard. Drawing his rusty sword, he held both swords aloft and muttered to himself, "Master, this sword you bequeathed to me is rather disgusting, and you boasted it was an unparalleled divine weapon. What kind of divine weapon rusts? And it cannot even be sharpened." The Hans Huang sword of the celestial maiden Fuyao is the true, unparalleled divine weapon. Lu Tongfeng reflected quietly on this. Thus, several more hours passed. Yun Fuyao's breath remained steady, but when she would awaken was uncertain. In a moment of boredom, Lu Tongfeng recalled that among Yun Fuyao's belongings were a few books. After some searching, he unearthed the tomes. One was titled The Record of Yin, Yang, and the Five Elements, which upon opening, contained discussions of the interplay of Yin and Yang and the relationships of the five elements. Another was a cartography of the 9 provinces, a map of the 9 provinces' world, documenting its renowned mountains and rivers, as well as its geographical features. A third was the Compendium of Beasts and Demons, detailing various monsters, colossal beasts of the wild, and otherworldly entities. The remaining volumes comprised titles such as The Sword Goddess Exorcism, Tales of Young Heroes, The Heroic Ouyang Ming, and The Chronicles of the 9 Provinces, all of which were tales of chivalry. It seemed that Yun Fuyao had quite the penchant for heroic novels. Lu Tongfeng felt a twinge of disappointment, as he had hoped to discover 1 or 2 books on the cultivation techniques of Yuntian's sect. Strictly speaking, he was also a disciple of Yuntian's sect and held a rank not inferior to that of Yun Fuyao's master. Even if he were to peruse the sect's techniques, it would hardly be considered theft. Alas, there were no cultivation methods to be found in Yun Fuyao's storage pouch. To pass the time, Lu Tongfeng picked up the volume Chronicles of the 9 Provinces and began to leaf through it. He had heard of this book before. What is referred to as a book is, in truth, more akin to a periodical publication akin to a local gazette. It is produced by the enigmatic Tianji Pavilion. Every 60 years, the Tianji Pavilion unveils the latest edition of the illustrious Jiuzhou Fengyun list, comprising 6 principal rankings: the Fengyun list, the Tianlin list, the Tianren list, the Divine Artifact list, the Beast and Demon list, and the Tianzong list. Lu Tongfeng turned to the first page, which narrated the background of the Jiuzhou world. Following this, there was an exposition on the 9 tiers of cultivation within the current realm of immortality. In the Qi refinement stage, one perceives the essence of heaven and earth, traverses through myriad meridians, purges the marrow, and refines the sinews. With each breath, the pure is drawn in while the turbid is expelled, leading to a clear and illuminated spirit platform. In the foundation establishment stage, the Dantian forms a profound abyss, connecting the 100 meridians, transforming the spirit platform into an ocean, mastering the divine consciousness, and extending one's lifespan. In the object control stage, the will manifests. One can control objects across space, allowing for flight, distinguishing oneself from the mundane, and entering the ranks of cultivators. In the nascent soul stage, one traverses the sea of spirit and soul, cultivating a nascent soul that stands apart from the 3 souls and 7 spirits, thus extending one's lifespan by an entire generation, 30 years being a generation. In the harmonization stage, body and artifact unite, intention merges with thought, heart aligns with spirit, and spirit harmonizes with essence, culminating in the integration of body, artifact, intention, heart, spirit, and essence. This fusion can extend one's lifespan by a full cycle of 60 years. Lu Tongfeng recognized that Yun Fuyao had achieved the harmonization stage. Gazing at the description above, he felt a mix of envy and admiration. Yun Fuyao was undoubtedly youthful during his treatment of her wounds the previous night. Though he refrained from unveiling her garments, his seasoned eye discerned that the 2 peaks, akin to snow-capped mountains, displayed no signs of sagging. At such a tender age, she had already unified the 6 meridians and sought the pinnacle of harmonization, promising an extraordinarily bright future. As Lu Tongfeng prepared to delve into the descriptions of the transformation of spirit, Tianren, Great Ascension, and transformation of void stages, he was suddenly interrupted by a soft cough. Startled, Lu Tongfeng turned to find the source of the cough was none other than Yun Fuyao. He quickly set aside the book and approached her side, with the large black dog also inching closer, tongue lolling in anticipation. Fairy Fuyao, Fairy Fuyao, Lu Tongfeng called out gently. Chapter 11. The Awakening of the Fairy and the Misunderstanding with her benefactor. At this moment, Yun Fuyao's consciousness seemed to begin to return. Her eyelashes fluttered gently, and her lips stirred. Water, water. Lu Tongfeng clearly heard Yun Fuyao's murmurs. You wish to drink water, do you? Just a moment. Flustered, Lu Tongfeng rummaged around and quickly found a water pouch, pouring some clear water into a bowl and slowly feeding it to Yun Fuyao. After consuming 2 large bowls of water, Yun Fuyao's eyes gradually opened. Her once clear gaze now appeared utterly bewildered and unfocused. Lu Tongfeng exclaimed joyfully, Fairy Fuyao, you have finally awakened. Gradually, the spark of life returned to Yun Fuyao's eyes. She clearly recognized the cheerful young boy before her. Displaying a broad smile with 2 rows of bright white teeth, alongside a rather intimidating old black dog. In an instant, memories flooded her mind. She struggled to move. But the pain from her wounds caused her brow to furrow slightly, and a soft groan of agony escaped her lips. Please, don't move around. Your injuries are quite severe. Junior Master, where is this? This is a cave at the foot of Tsuaping Mountain. I found you in the snow last night. Fairy Fuyao, did you not return to Yuntian's sect with the treasure box left by my master? How did you end up here? Who has harmed you? Yun Fuyao gently shook her head, replying, I don't know. Don't know? That cannot be. You are a master at the harmonization realm. Surely you saw what your assailants looked like. Or did they ambush you from the shadows? Yun Fuyao softly recounted, there was a man and a woman, both masked. I could not see their faces. From Yun Fuyao's account, Lu Tongfeng began to piece together the events that had transpired. His suspicions were confirmed. The attackers had targeted the box he had guarded for 6 years, appearing shortly after Yun Fuyao had departed to seize it. With a bitter smile, Lu Tongfeng admitted, It is my fault that you were harmed. If it were not for that box, you would not be in such a state. Last night, I feared you would not survive. Only then did Yun Fuyao become aware of her own condition. She glanced down, noticing that she was wrapped in her pure white feather cloak. Attempting to stretch her hand, she discovered she seemed unable to move. What else could be expected from Lu Tongfeng, who had no experience in rescuing others, wrapping her up like a dumpling? Did you tend to my wounds? Indeed. Fortunately, your Qiankuan storage bag contained the elixirs from the Yuntian sect, and thankfully, they had not expired. Otherwise, you would have been in grave danger. However, I was unsure how to open the storage bag, so I emptied its contents. You wouldn't mind, would you? Of course, Yun Fuyao cared. The storage bag held many of her personal items. However, considering that Lu Tongfeng had acted to save her, she could not express her displeasure and merely shook her head gently. Lu Tongfeng refrained from mentioning that he had unwrapped her clothing to treat her injuries. Assuming that Yun Fuyao had yet to realize this fact, he then shifted the topic and said, Fairy Fuyao, when I discovered you last night, your form appeared quite peculiar, at times manifesting and at other times becoming transparent, and you were covered in much dirt. What is the explanation for this? Yun Fuyao replied, I was no match for those 2 individuals. I resorted to the use of an invisibility talisman and a burrowing charm, which allowed me to escape by mere chance. Later, I recalled that there is a Guanyin temple on Tsuaping Mountain, where I hope to seek refuge from a practitioner of the Buddhist path. Unfortunately, I ultimately succumbed to exhaustion and collapsed at the foot of Tsuaping Mountain. Little Master Uncle, I am grateful for your rescue. So that was the invisibility talisman. I had thought it to be some wondrous spell. Although I find your lack of social acumen somewhat off-putting, you have referred to me as your little master uncle. So please do not be excessively formal. Furthermore, I believe that gratitude is best expressed through tangible actions rather than mere words, which can often feel somewhat disappointing. Noticing a peculiar smile curling at the corners of Lu Tongfeng's mouth, Yun Fuyao's eyes immediately filled with caution. Given her serious injuries, should this young man harbor ulterior motives? She lacked the strength to resist. Observing her change in expression, Lu Tongfeng scratched his head and turned to his companion. Dehei, do I really resemble a lecher? Why do all the young women gaze at me with such suspicion? Dehei, perched at the entrance of the cave, let out a low sound and then bestowed a dismissive roll of its eyes upon its young master. Lu Tongfeng offered a wry smile, saying, Fairy Fuyao, you surely do not believe I wish for you to offer yourself to me, do you? You are overthinking. I merely seek some silver to spend. Moreover, my willingness to endure 6 years of hardship at that dilapidated temple for a promise, along with my unhesitating return of the treasure box left by my master, should indicate the nobility of my character. Your suspicious gaze towards me weighs heavily on my heart. Gradually, Yun Fuyao began to relax. After all, if Lu Tongfeng were truly a hypocrite, he would not have readily handed over the treasure box left by her ancestor. Since her ancestor had chosen Lu Tongfeng, she ought to place her trust in him. With a hint of apology, she said, I apologize. I had thought you intended. Never mind. I do not hold it against you, considering our unfamiliarity. Are you hungry? I can prepare something for you. No need to trouble yourself. I have some fasting pills in my storage bag. I have heard of fasting pills from my master during my childhood. They taste like chewing wax and lack nutrition, merely serving to stave off hunger. Please rest. I shall prepare something for you. Yun Fuyao's storage bag contained several ingredients, but they were all dry rations. Given her current weakness, she required some meat to restore her strength. Thus, Lu Tongfeng addressed Dehei, "Dehei, go out and catch some game." Dehei glanced at Yun Fuyao and then quietly slipped out of the cave. Before long, Dehei returned, carrying 2 plump wild rabbits in its mouth. Lu Tongfeng skillfully skinned and cleaned the rabbits outside the cave. Among Yun Fuyao's supplies were some rice and flour, and Lu Tongfeng washed some millet, intending to prepare a pot of millet porridge for her. During Lu Tongfeng's labors, Yun Fuyao fell into a deep slumber once more. Approximately an hour later, Yun Fuyao awoke once more, roused by the enticing aroma of roasted hare and millet porridge. As she opened her eyes, she beheld her young master, clad in worn Taoist robes, seated by the campfire, diligently stirring the porridge in the pot. The porridge had been simmering for quite some time, and with each stir, its delightful scent wafted through the cave, filling every nook and cranny. Lu Tongfeng, noticing that Yun Fuyao had awakened, smiled and said, "Fairy Fuyao, you have awakened just in time. Your meal is nearly ready." Yun Fuyao remained silent, gazing at the industrious young man. Before long, Lu Tongfeng ladled a bowl of porridge. "It's too hot at the moment. Let it cool before you partake," he advised. Yun Fuyao replied softly. Outside, the wind and snow began anew. Though the evening's chill was not particularly fierce, one could faintly hear the soft sound of snowflakes landing upon the ground. After allowing the porridge to cool for a while, Lu Tongfeng offered it to Yun Fuyao. However, due to her severe injuries, particularly several wounds on her arms and shoulders, she was unable to feed herself. Thus, Lu Tongfeng, embodying kindness, propped her head with some of her clothing and began to feed her with a spoon. Initially, Yun Fuyao was somewhat resistant, having never been fed by a man in her life. Yet, feeling the gnawing hunger, she reluctantly accepted Lu Tongfeng's kindness. His culinary skills were commendable, the porridge was fragrant, and the hare was perfectly roasted, crisp on the outside and tender within. Yun Fuyao consumed 2 full bowls of porridge and an entire roasted hare, and after satiating her hunger, she felt her strength returning somewhat. "Young master, is this place safe? I worry that the 2 who attacked me might come searching," she inquired. While enjoying a roasted bun, Lu Tongfeng replied, "This small cave is situated in the shadow of Tsuaping Mountain, known to few. Moreover, it has been 2 days. If those 2 truly pursued you, they would have found this place by now. Since they took the treasure box from you, they likely left with it. In another couple of days, when your injuries have healed enough for you to fly with your sword, you may depart." Yun Fuyao's expression suddenly shifted to one of peculiar unease, as if she were concealing something from Lu Tongfeng. Chapter 12. The Secret Technique of Cultivating Wind and the Abduction of a Beauty Before Long. The well-fed Yun Fuyao fell into a deep slumber once more. Meanwhile, Lu Tongfeng, feeling rather monotonous in solitude, settled cross-legged beside the campfire and commenced the cultivation of the heart method imparted to him by his master, a technique meant to withstand the cold and endure hunger. Lu Tongfeng had been practicing this method since he could remember, which amounted to over a decade. The name of this heart method eluded him, yet each time he practiced, it felt as if a flame coursed through his meridians, traversing his body's acupoints and ultimately converging in his dantian, effectively warding off the chill and achieving a notable effect of hunger suppression. In preparation for his ventures into the world and to avoid succumbing to starvation, Lu Tongfeng had conducted an experiment a year prior, where he subsisted solely on water while employing this hunger-resistant heart method, managing to endure for 13 days. The effectiveness of its hunger suppression rivaled that of the hunger-reducing pills essential for cultivators during their travels. Over the past year, Lu Tongfeng had significantly advanced in his mastery of this heart method, and he estimated that his record for enduring hunger would once again be surpassed. It was precisely this capability to stave off hunger and resist the cold that bestowed upon him the confidence to venture into Tuyang City. Situated merely 100 miles from Fuyang town, if he found himself unable to secure a suitable job, he could always return to the land temple with Dehei, enduring hunger along the way. As Lu Tongfeng completed a full cycle of his cultivation, he felt not a trace of coldness in his body. Instead, he radiated warmth. This heat emanating from within began to elevate the temperature of the small cave. Time slipped by, and eventually, the sleeping Yun Fuyao seemed to sense something. Slowly opening her eyes, upon seeing Lu Tongfeng, a flicker of surprise crossed her bright gaze, and her beautiful cheeks tinged with a hint of confusion. Lu Tongfeng sat cross-legged, fingers forming a seal, as a swirling vortex of potent spiritual energy spiraled above his head, while colorful streams of light coiled around him. To her astonishment, his skin had taken on a dark golden hue. Such formidable spiritual power. Was he channeling the 3 flowers gathering at the crown, or the 5 chi returning to origin? How curious. Hadn't her junior uncle claimed that he had not been taught any cultivation techniques by his master? Why then did he possess such overwhelming spiritual strength? Yun Fuyao's keen perception allowed her to distinctly feel the waves of heat radiating from Lu Tongfeng, an intense, pure yang energy that felt unlike anything cultivated by disciples of the Yun Tian sect, bearing some resemblance to Buddhist practices, yet only in similarity. She was certain that what Lu Tongfeng was practicing at that moment was not a Buddhist technique. Yun Fuyao found herself puzzled, despite Lu Tongfeng's evident high level of cultivation. Why had he chosen to deceive her upon their first meeting? If he had opted for deception and concealment, why was he openly meditating before her? Such an act surely risked revealing his true nature. At the cave entrance, Dahei, with his striking azure eyes, gazed intently at Yun Fuyao, seemingly pondering something. Sensing his gaze upon her, she turned her head to look. As Dahei glimpsed at Yun Fuyao, he promptly turned his head away, seemingly fearful of locking eyes with her. This was true in the dilapidated temple as well as in this moment. Yun Fuyao slowly furrowed her brows, suddenly realizing that both Lu Tongfeng and this large black dog seemed to harbor many unspoken secrets. In the deep of night, in Fuyang town, the air was frigid, and heavy snow had sealed the roads. During this cold season, as dusk fell, the town was nearly devoid of human presence. It appeared as though the entire small town had been devoured by the ferocious beast of ice and snow, leaving behind only the chilling winds and scattered glimmers of light. Yu Lingdang, clad in a floral cotton jacket, sat by the hearth, embroidering plum blossoms onto a piece of white satin with needle and thread. Earlier that day, a young nun who had come to the town for alms had mentioned that her fateful encounter was near, which filled her with a shy delight. What maiden does not harbor dreams of love? She envisioned a handsome young man clad in brocade, riding a white steed, appearing before her, and she, bashfully extending a hand-stitched silk handkerchief as a token of eternal affection. Certainly, not that fellow Lu Tongfeng, perhaps due to her proximity to the fire. She felt a bit warm, the buttons of her cotton jacket loosened, revealing the gentle curves beneath her undergarment, adding a hint of intoxicating spring allure to the cold winter's night. Suddenly, a faint, ethereal fragrance wafted through the air, as if the embroidered plum blossoms had come to life. At first, Yu Lingdang dismissed it, but gradually, she became aware of its source. She certainly did not harbor the delusion that she possessed the exquisite skill of the weaver made to imbue the blossoms with fragrance. Rising to investigate the origin of the scent, Yu Lingdang was suddenly struck by a dizzying sensation, collapsing to the ground. She felt her consciousness rapidly fading, an unprecedented wave of drowsiness sweeping over her. In that moment, she recalled the notorious scoundrel who had instilled fear in the hearts of many over the past several months. A surge of unparalleled terror gripped her. She wished to scream, yet her throat could only produce a faint rasping sound. As her awareness began to fade, she summoned her last ounce of strength to attempt to topple the stove before her. Perhaps this would attract her mother and grandmother's attention. Perhaps it would lead to her own demise, sparing her from the scoundrel's violation of her purity. However, her strength was nearly depleted, and lying on the ground, she found it impossible to overturn the heavy stove. In her desperation, she grasped the kettle boiling atop the stove. The intense heat radiating from it momentarily restored some clarity to her senses. With her final strength, she yanked the kettle from the stove, producing a resounding crash in the stillness of the night. Yu Lingdang's family was relatively well off in the town, despite her father's demise on the battlefield years prior. For the court had granted them a pension. Together with her mother and grandmother, who managed a breakfast shop, they earned a modest income each month. Many families in the town could hardly afford to light oil lamps at night, let alone use charcoal fires, and even during the new year. It was challenging to provide new garments for their loved ones. Yet, Yu Lingdang not only possessed her own private chamber but also lit an oil lamp at night. With more than a month until the new year, she had already donned her new cotton coat for the year. The 3 generations of women resided in the courtyard behind their shop when a sudden noise startled the already slumbering Aunt Fat and old Madame Lu. Aunt Fat, donning her clothes, stepped out of her room only to behold several shadowy figures before her daughter's door. Upon closer inspection, she was taken aback to discover 3 figures clad in white, their faces obscured by white cloth. Aunt Fat, struck with alarm, swiftly grasped a broken gong from before her door and began to strike it with fervor, shouting, "Help! There are intruders!" The clamor of the gong shattered the tranquility of the small town in the dead of night. This was a precautionary measure employed by families with young daughters to ward off flower-picking thieves, meant to be sounded in times of peril. "Break the door and flee," one of the masked figures commanded upon realizing their cover was blown. Simultaneously, this individual waved a hand, and a glint of cold light shot towards Aunt Fat like a bolt of lightning. The kind-hearted Aunt Fat, who had warned Yun Fuyao the previous day, felt a sharp pain in her chest. Looking down, she was horrified to see a long blade piercing through her heart. With a swift motion, the cloaked figure retracted the knife embedded in Aunt Fat's chest. Her anguished scream erupted alongside a spray of crimson blood as she fell heavily to the ground, still crying out, "Thief! Lingdang, run!" At that moment, old Madame Lu, in the adjacent room, also pushed the door open. Upon witnessing her daughter sprawled in a pool of blood, the elderly woman let out a heart-wrenching wail. Just then, another flash of cold light surged forth, striking with incredible speed. The frail old Madame Lu could hardly evade it. The bloody blade did not pierce her chest, but rather grazed her neck. Her body trembled before slowly collapsing, her aged head slipping from her neck. Blood gushed forth between her shoulders like a crimson fountain, staining the ground, reminiscent of plum blossoms blooming in the harsh winter. At this moment, Yu Lingdang was seized and carried out by one of the masked figures in white. The intense heat from the scalding kettle she had previously knocked over kept her consciousness from fading entirely, allowing her to glimpse her mother lying in a pool of blood and her grandmother's severed head. "Ah! Ah!" She let out a desperate cry, but her voice was barely audible. Soon after, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. "Quickly, let's go." The masked figure who had just slain the two women, hearing the commotion from the townsfolk awakened by the gong, dared not linger. He beckoned his companions to depart. Just then, a bright crimson light suddenly shot forth. The masked figure's gaze flickered, and he raised his blade to intercept it. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as the masked figure was knocked back several steps. The crimson light transformed into a celestial sword enveloped in flames. "A cultivator?" the masked figure exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 13. The Mute Maiden Strikes. The sword technique of Yun Tian's sect. Amidst the swirling snow, a woman clad in black, her figure exquisitely graceful and adorned with a wide-brimmed hat, descended from the heavens like a dark flake amidst the multitude of white. With a deliberate motion, she grasped the fiery celestial sword. In that instant, a fierce blaze erupted from the 3-foot blade, illuminating the entire town. The snowflakes that drifted around her were instantly vaporized by the intense flames. This enigmatic woman was none other than the one who had assaulted Yun Fuyao the previous morning, suspended 2 zhang above the ground. The woman peered down at the bodies of Aunt Fat and Old Lady Lu in the courtyard. The gushing blood had nearly stained half of the yard crimson. The gaze behind her veil was colder than the wind and snow of that night. "You are all cultivators. Why do you slaughter the innocent?" Her voice bore an uncontainable fury. The 3 masked figures in white had not anticipated that, despite the departure of the large black dog, a cultivator remained. The masked man who had just engaged the woman in battle felt a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. He realized that this sudden appearance of the woman in the hat possessed formidable strength, and even their combined efforts might not suffice to match her prowess. Furthermore, she wielded a celestial sword imbued with potent fire energy. Typically, only disciples of the Taoist sect employed such enchanted blades. In contrast, Buddhist disciples often relied on ritual staffs, ceremonial knives, wooden fish, or alms bowls as their tools, while those of the demonic sect favored ghostly blades and bone artifacts. Thus, he surmised that this woman, who had disrupted their schemes, was likely a righteous cultivator from the Taoist sect. Their actions could not be exposed if they attracted the attention of righteous cultivators. The consequences would be dire. At that moment, an increasing number of townsfolk emerged from their homes, armed with firewood and knives, converging towards the scene. Shouts of alarm echoed, declaring that something had happened at Old Lady Lu's house, and that the vile scoundrels were attempting to abduct Lingdang. "Everyone, hurry to help. Abandon the furnace. Do not linger in battle. Disperse and flee," the leading masked man decisively ordered. The man carrying Yu Lingdang promptly discarded her unconscious form onto the ground. The 3 exchanged knowing glances and, in unison, soared into the air, each heading in a different direction. The woman in the hat quickly discerned that among the 3, only the leader possessed a higher cultivation level, likely at the 4th layer of the primordial spirit realm. while the other two were mere low-level cultivators who had just reached the third layer of object control. She paid little heed to the lower-tier cultivators and pursued the leading figure, her own cultivation one level above his, also at the fifth layer of the harmonized path realm. This fifth layer stood at the midpoint of the 9 layers, a crucial juncture that bridged the past and the future. Many cultivators would spend their entire lives striving for the elusive sixth pulse unity and the pinnacle of the harmonized path. Thus, a saying in the cultivation world echoes, half a step to immortality, the unity of 6 pulses. Having pursued for merely several dozen zhang, she caught up with the masked man in white. Consumed by rage, she struck without mercy, forming a sword technique with her hands, and the celestial sword lunged forth with ferocity. Suddenly, dozens of fiery swords of energy shot towards the man's back with a swift whoosh. The white-clad rogue, sensing the surge of intense heat behind him, was taken aback. His speed in flight was no match for that of the woman in the conical hat, making it impossible for him to evade the lightning-fast fiery swords. The only option left was to channel his energy into his blade and roar as he turned to strike back. A shadow of the blade erupted from his long sword, rapidly expanding as it met the barrage of energy swords in mid-air, producing a deafening crash. The blade shadow shattered the incoming fiery swords but did not dissipate. Instead, it forcefully struck the building below. With a thunderous roar, the structure collapsed. "Someone is in the sky. A cultivator," the townsfolk exclaimed in shock, having noticed the 2 figures above. The woman in the conical hat smirked, the infinite blade intent, quite intriguing. As she spun upwards, a multitude of fiery swords began to swirl around her, resembling a fiery tornado in the air. Hundreds, if not thousands, of fiery swords formed by her spiritual energy whirled around her, each appearing as a true blade. The fiery swords shot through the air at an astonishing speed, their piercing sounds merging into a thunderous roar. The rogue's eyes reflected these fiery swords, filled with profound dread. "The whirlwind sword technique? You are a disciple of the Cloud Sky sect," he exclaimed, recognizing one of the 9 great sword techniques of the sect. The woman did not respond. Instead, she shouted fiercely, summoning over 1,000 fiery swords under her command, raining down upon the white-clad rogue like a meteor shower of flames. The dark sky was illuminated as if ablaze with fiery meteors. The rogue understood he could not withstand this assault. Yet he also realized that he could not evade the onslaught of fiery swords, which came at him like a swarm of locusts or a torrential downpour. Gritting his teeth, he braced himself for a desperate stand, hoping for a glimmer of survival. He infused his true essence into his longsword, spinning it fiercely to shield himself, rendering him impervious. The fiery swords surged from all directions, crashing against him with resounding echoes, as these swords were mere manifestations of the woman's energy and not true swords. They shattered upon impact with his blade. However, the sound of their collision was strikingly real. For a moment, the rogue's defensive circle held against the relentless assault. Seeing the rogue's final struggle, the woman chuckled coldly, leaping forward with both sword and body. With a swift thrust, she executed a strike that appeared simple yet bore an urgency, as if time itself had slowed. A slender, crimson beam of light emerged from her fiery sword, seemingly inconspicuous, akin to a red filament being drawn taut in the air. The once indomitable circle of blades surrounding the white-clad rogue crumbled instantaneously under the faint glimmer of the sword, causing the long blade in his grasp to be forcefully dislodged and sent flying. A single strike piercing the heavens? Indeed, you are a disciple of the Cloud Sky sect. This marked the final utterance of the white-clad rogue, steeped in despair and resentment. The Cloud Sky sect stands as the vanguard of righteousness across the realm, its profound heritage spanning millennia, far beyond the reach of a mere wretch like him. Even the sect that sheltered him would find itself but a feeble insect attempting to shake a mighty tree when faced with the Cloud Sky sect. The woman in the conical hat remained silent, her flame-enchanted sword gently swirling in her grasp. In the heavens above, hundreds of fiery energy swords lingered, resembling a multitude of ferocious beasts, hurtling towards the white-clad rogue. Amidst his wails of despair, his body was pierced repeatedly by the onslaught of the fiery blades, swiftly transforming into mere shreds of flesh. Subsequently, he was reduced to ashes by the consuming flames. Casting a glance at the chaotic little town, the woman in the conical hat let out a soft sigh. She then sheathed her celestial sword and descended into the sky, vanishing swiftly into the swirling snow of the night. Before long, her figure reappeared silently in a dark alleyway within the town, directly opposite Old Lady Lu's breakfast stall. At the alley's end stood a dilapidated courtyard, housing 3 earthen dwellings. The woman in the conical hat glided across the snowy ground, her toes occasionally touching the surface without leaving a single footprint. With a few leaps, she entered the courtyard. The rooms were shrouded in darkness, devoid of light. In the courtyard rested a sizable wooden cart, laden with several large barrels, the cart of night fragrance. Lamely stood in the yard, where the snow bore witness to the 2 corpses of masked, white-clad figures, the companions of the man whom the woman had slain. As she removed her conical hat, it was revealed that she was none other than Lane Li's daughter, Li Qiuyan. She was not mute. She was capable of speech. Chapter 14. The disturbance in the town. Li Qiuyan glanced at the 2 lifeless bodies on the ground, then turned her gaze to the impassive figure of the limping Li. Swiftly, she shed her black attire, enclosing her garments, hat, and the celestial sword into her storage bag. The limping Li spoke in a subdued tone. I warned you against attracting trouble. Yet, even before acquiring what we seek, we have already drawn attention to this place. Li Qiuyan replied, I have a friend here, Ling Zhang, a good girl. I cannot stand by and watch her be abducted and violated by those thugs, only to become their sacrificial vessel. Li let out a sigh, fully aware that the situation was not entirely Li Qiuyan's fault. As cultivators, they could not simply turn a blind eye to the suffering of mortals, especially when they were acquainted with them. Qiuyan, how is Ling Zhang faring? She should be unharmed. However, Granny Lu and Aunt Fat have fallen victim to their hands, Li Qiuyan said. Li frowned slightly, uttering, these vile scoundrels truly deserve their fate. Were it not to conceal the secrets of the Earth Temple from other practitioners, I would have already summoned the righteous cultivators to eradicate these monsters. You engaged in battle in the skies, many townsfolk witnessed it, and this matter cannot remain concealed. With the appearance of cultivators clashing, it is certain that numerous righteous practitioners will come to investigate soon. While ordinary disciples may not discern anything amiss, skilled experts will sense our presence and might even detect the peculiarities surrounding the Earth Temple. The celestial mortal boundary stone suppresses something that may not escape the notice of those above the celestial realm. It is unwise for us to linger here. We must depart. Li Qiuyan gently shook her head, stating, I will not leave. The box taken by Yun Fuyo may not be the genuine artifact left by Master Xuanji. Perhaps the secret still resides within the Earth Temple. Now that Dehei has vacated the premises, we can occupy the Earth Temple openly and search at our leisure. If we find nothing, or if our identities are exposed, we can leave then. In the modest village of Fuyang, with just over 100 households, chaos erupted that night. Torches illuminated the small, remote town. The aged village head, Lin Deming, arrived at Yuling Zhang's home and was met with the sight of Aunt Fat lying in a pool of blood and Granny Lu's decapitated form. His cane struck the ground with a heavy thud. Who did this? Who is responsible? Beasts! Beasts! The elderly village head roared in rage, his body trembling uncontrollably. A gaunt middle-aged man supported him, saying, Uncle Ming, you are advanced in years. Take care of your health. The elder managed to calm his agitated spirit somewhat and asked, Where's Ling Zhang? That girl has not been taken by the villains, has she? The middle-aged man replied, Do not worry, Uncle Ming. Ling Zhang is safe. She has merely been rendered unconscious by the evildoers and is resting in her room. That is a relief. That is a relief, Uncle Ming sighed deeply. Yu Qing. Hurry and take a few strong young men to Ziyang tonight. Inform the county magistrate of what has transpired here and request that the court send someone. Understood. I shall go at once. The middle-aged man nodded and turned to leave. Uncle Ming cast another glance at the 2 lifeless bodies on the ground. His eyes brimming with tears, his face etched with sorrow. He called upon the residents of the courtyard to tend to the remains of Granny Lu and Aunt Fat, while instructing Carpenter Zhang to bring over 2 coffins. The town, characterized by its simple and unpretentious folk, saw every household intimately acquainted with one another, often related by blood. The Yu family had already been a matriarchal household, devoid of male heirs, and now only Yu Lingdang remained. How could a young girl endure such a calamity? Naturally, the arrangements for Granny Lu and Aunt Fat's funerals fell to the village leader and the townsfolk. At last, the blizzard ceased. However, the chaotic town did not quiet down as a result. The residents had already learned of the tragedy that befell Yu Lingdang's family, many of whom had known her for years and were often kin. The tragic demise of Granny Lu and Aunt Fat moved countless hearts to tears. When the first ray of sunlight graced the town, Yulingyang, who had been unconscious throughout the night, slowly awakened. A heart-wrenching wail erupted, resonating throughout the entire town. Her father had perished in the army years prior, leaving her to rely on her grandmother and mother, now with both lost to such a cruel fate. Yu Lingdang was utterly devastated, fainting several times from her anguish. 50 miles away, at Suaping Mountain, Lu Tongfeng awoke from his meditation, realizing it was nearly noon. Noticing that Yun Fuyo was still in slumber, he tiptoed out of the cave, addressing his bodily needs before returning to prepare breakfast for her. Having lived alone for years, he had not mastered much, but he had become quite adept at handling a spoon, his culinary skills nearly rivaling those of the portly chef at the local tavern. Observing Yun Fuyao's fondness for rice porridge the previous night, he had prepared another pot. It was not until midday that Yun Fuyao stirred from her slumber, consuming 2 generous bowls of porridge. She refrained from inquiring why Lu Tongfeng had deceived her regarding his cultivation, since he chose to conceal the truth. There must be a rationale behind it. Yun Fuyao's character was not only proud but also aloof. She had no desire to pry into other secrets. Her only wish was for her injuries to heal swiftly, to reclaim the hidden treasure box, and to return to Yution's sect to report. After finishing her porridge, Lu Tongfeng spoke. Fairy Fuyao, the firewood in this cave is nearly depleted. Since we may need to remain here for a while longer, I shall venture outside to gather some timber. You may rest here. Do not worry. I shall not stray far. Yun Fuyao nodded gently in response. Lu Tongfeng grasped his rusty, dilapidated sword, leading the large black dog out of the cave before securing the wooden door once more. The dry wood near the cave had already been gathered by Lu Tongfeng the previous day, compelling him to venture further afield. Fortunately, the woods were abundant with dead trees. After traversing a mere 100 paces, he discovered a withered old tree. Hey, go catch some game. Don't just chase rabbits each time. There is hardly any meat on those. Mountain chickens can fly, so I won't blame you if you can't catch them. But wild boars run on the ground, so you should be able to catch one. If you don't bring back a little wild boar today, I'll boil your bones to make soup for Fairy Fuyao to restore her strength. Woof. Dehe barked disdainfully a few times. It seems to suggest that I am the black dog, and you are the devoted follower. We are both canines. Why should one dog trouble another? Although the actions of the large black dog and its small master as a devoted follower are quite unsatisfactory, it still wags its tail and ventures into the woods to hunt. After the large black dog departed, Lu Tongfeng unsheathed his rusted sword and struck fiercely at the dry wood. Despite its corroded appearance, the sword felt substantial in hand and was notably sharp. Sections of the dead branches fell in response to his efforts. Before long, Lu Tongfeng had amassed a substantial bundle of wood, sufficient for a day or two. Just as he prepared to pack the collected wood and carry it back, he suddenly heard the barking of the large black dog. Having lived alongside the black dog for many years, Lu Tongfeng was well acquainted with it. This barking was not the sound of having discovered prey. Without hesitation, Lu Tongfeng grasped the rusted sword and rushed toward the direction of the dog's calls. Chapter 15. The tragic news. Tongfeng's sorrow soon. Lu Tongfeng found Dahe. In front of Dahe stood 3 individuals, dressed in bulky clothing, wrapped up tightly. One wore a cloth cap, and the footprints indicated they had paused here for a rest. Lu Tongfeng was aware that Dahe, this seemingly immortal canine, was exceedingly clever and would never allow strangers to touch him. Yet, at this moment, one person was stroking Dahe's head, and Dahe did not flinch, suggesting that these 3 were most likely residents of the town and familiar with Dahe. Dahe, Lu Tongfeng called from a distance. Upon hearing the voice, the 3 turned their gaze towards him. One of them adjusted the cloth cap atop his head. At that moment, Lu Tongfeng recognized him as Lin Yuqing, the town's constable. Apart from the village chief, Lin Deming, Lin Yuqing held the highest authority in Fuyang town, accompanied by 2 subordinates, Sanhua and Ergu, who were responsible for maintaining order in the town. Over the years, Lu Tongfeng had frequently engaged in petty theft and had often taken advantage of the opportunity to flirt with the village girls. He had been caught by Lin Yuqing on numerous occasions. However, Lin Yuqing was not a tyrant. He had always shown leniency towards Lu Tongfeng, the harshest punishment being 5 slaps. Uncle Lin, Sanhua, Ergu, what brings you here? Upon seeing familiar faces, Lu Tongfeng relaxed his guard, filled with joy, and approached them. The 3 individuals who appeared at the foot of Tsuping Mountain had been hastily dispatched by village chief Lin Deming to report to the county magistrate in Xuyang City. With heavy snow blocking the roads, they had no choice but to travel on foot. After a night of travel, they had only just arrived at the mountain's base close to noon, intending to rest and eat a bite before continuing their journey, only to encounter Lu Tongfeng and Dahe. Little madman, what are you and Dahe doing here? Lin Yuqing inquired with surprise. A dark-skinned youth behind him remarked, surely the temple has run out of provisions, and he has brought his big black dog to Tsuaping Mountain to hunt for wild game. Ergu, who do you look down upon? When have I, Lu Tongfeng, ever run out of food? I intended to head to Tuyang City to embark on a grand venture. But the incessant snowfall these past days has led me to temporarily reside in a cave within the mountains, waiting for the snow to cease before continuing my journey to Tuyang City. Uncle Lin, why are you three not at home keeping warm during this bitter cold? Lin Yuqing sighed and replied, there was an incident in the town last night, and Uncle Ming sent us to report to the county magistrate in Tuyang. An incident in the town? What happened? Lu Tongfeng's heart sank. Matters such as his petty thievery or brawls could easily be managed by Lin Yuqing, the town constable. The distance from here to the town was over 50 miles, and with the snow so deep, travel would be slow. It appeared that Lin Yuqing and the others had set out from the town the previous night, despite the snow blocking the roads. They were determined to rush to the magistrate over 100 miles away. This must be a significant matter, Lin Yuqing stated gravely last night. A burglar broke into Old Lady Lu's home, intending to abduct Ling Dang. Both Old Lady Lu and Aunt Pang were killed. What? What did you say? Hearing this, Lu Tongfeng's expression changed dramatically. How could this be possible? I only left the town 2 days ago. How could such a thing happen? Uncle Lin, you must be joking. Little madman, do you think I would jest about such matters? Lu Tongfeng glanced at Ergu and Sanhua. The somewhat slender Sanhua nodded and said, it's true. Aunt Fat was stabbed through the heart, and Grandma Lu was beheaded. It was a gruesome death. Lu Tongfeng's body swayed slightly, nearly losing his balance and collapsing to the ground. Since his master's death, the ones who had supported him the most were Ling Dang and Grandma Lu. Although Aunt Fat often scolded him whenever they met, when he had gone several days without food, she would, amidst her incessant nagging, toss him a few steaming buns from the steamer. How could this happen? How could this happen? They were all good people. How could this be? Finally, Lu Tongfeng could no longer hold on and slumped down into the snow. Dahe also lowered its head in silence. It had enjoyed many of Grandma Lu's buns as well. Seeing Lu Tongfeng so sorrowful, Lin Yuqing sighed inwardly. He had caught Lu Tongfeng several times, yet each time he refrained from imposing severe punishment, knowing that Lu Tongfeng was not a wicked person. After a long while, Lu Tongfeng hoarsely asked, is Ling Dang all right? Was she taken by the scoundrels? Lin Yuqing shook his head, replying, no, Aunt Fat rang the gong before she died, and the scoundrels did not take Ling Dang. Upon hearing this, Lu Tongfeng felt slightly reassured. He raised his head and inquired, did they catch the scoundrels? Ergu interjected, one was killed last night, but 2 scoundrels escaped. With so many people in the town and the heavy snow blocking the mountains, how could they possibly escape? Ergu continued, they are not ordinary people, they are cultivators, capable of flying in the sky. How could we catch them? Cultivators? At this, Lu Tongfeng immediately stood up. Lin Yuqing nodded, saying, indeed, many saw it. 3 masked figures in white flew out from Grandma Lu's home. If those 3 were cultivators, how could you have killed one? Uncle Lin, are you also a cultivator? How could I be a cultivator? Last night, a girl dressed in black and wearing a straw hat suddenly appeared. She is also a cultivator. And she was the one who killed that person. Dressed in black? Wearing a straw hat? A girl? Lu Tongfeng frowned slightly. He suddenly realized how unfamiliar the town he had lived in for 16 years had become. This small mountain town, which used to be so quiet that even stray dogs would not come, was now being visited by lofty cultivators. Yet, in the past 2 days, first there was Yun Fuyao, followed by the attack from a man and a woman against her. Then came 3 scoundrel cultivators and a straw hat cultivator. If it were true that the man and woman who attacked Yun Fuyao were following her to seize treasures, then the 3 scoundrel cultivators must be the ones who have been wreaking havoc in Yuzhou for the past 6 months. But how could one explain the sudden appearance of the straw hat girl in the town last night, who also took action to kill a scoundrel? Did the woman in the conical hat anticipate that a band of lewd brigands intended to abduct Ling Dang, thus choosing to lie in wait outside her abode? He inquired about the woman from the 3, seeking to ascertain her presence in the town. Lin Yuqing shook his head, stating, last night. After she dispatched a man in the town, she swiftly took flight, without ever crossing paths with us. Oh, if she was there to rescue, why did she leave so promptly? Lu Tongfeng queried, a look of confusion adorning his face. Could it be that the woman in the conical hat was in pursuit of the other 2 fleeing ruffians? Suddenly, Ergo interjected. That maiden must be a celestial from the Yuntian sect. What? The Yuntian sect? Lu Tongfeng's expression shifted slightly as he asked, Ergo, how do you know this? Ergo replied, last night, while she was battling the brigands in the skies, I happened to be nearby. I distinctly heard the ruffian utter something about a sword piercing the heavens, proclaiming her to be a disciple of the Yuntian sect. That maiden is formidable, wielding a flaming divine sword, and she dispatched that ruffian in mere moments. Ergo, did you hear correctly? Of course. From a young age, my hearing has been keen. I could not have misheard. Lu Tongfeng felt a surge of joy within. He believed that it was a companion of Yun Fuyao who had come seeking her. After a brief exchange, Lin Yuqing remarked, Xiao Fengzi, we must continue our journey to reach Cuyang as swiftly as possible. Will you accompany us? Or will you venture on your own? Lu Tongfeng shook his head, stating, Lingdang is my friend, and Aunt Fat and Granny Lu have treated me exceedingly well. In light of such grave events, how could I possibly proceed to Cuyang? I shall return to the land temple first, to see if there is any assistance I can offer. Lin Yuqing conceded, Very well then. After bidding farewell, Lin Yuqing and his companions shouldered their bundles and staffs, resuming their trek southward with uneven steps. Once they had distanced themselves, Lu Tongfeng made his way towards the cave with Dehei in tow. As he walked, he reflected on the kindness bestowed upon him by Granny Lu and Aunt Fat, tears involuntarily streaming down his cheeks. Upon returning to the cave, he found it remarkably tidy, a stark contrast to its previous disarray. The belongings of Yun Fuyao, which had been piled in one corner, had vanished, likely returned to her storage pouch. At that moment, Yun Fuyao was not reclining, but rather propped against the rocky wall, draped in a feathered cloak. Just as Lu Tongfeng was about to inform her of the Yuntian sect disciple's appearance in the town, he was suddenly met with a gaze from Yun Fuyao, one imbued with a mixture of indignation and embarrassment, as if she intended to consume him whole. Chapter 16. Return to the land temple. The look of indignation and shame in Yun Fuyao's eyes was all too familiar to Lu Tongfeng. Whenever he playfully teased the young ladies of the town, he would often receive such a gaze in return. Lu Tongfeng was acutely aware that during his absence, Yun Fuyao had taken the opportunity to inspect her injuries and had discovered that he had undressed her in order to tend to her wounds. However, he did not flee. After a brief moment of silence, he began to quietly gather his belongings. Noticing the subtle shift in Lu Tongfeng's demeanor, his despondency, sadness, and the redness around his eyes that suggested he had recently wept, Yun Fuyao coldly inquired, Lu Tongfeng, do you have nothing to say to me? Shaking his head as he continued to pack, Lu Tongfeng replied, No. You, how did you treat my injuries? Fairy Fuyao, I understand what you are implying. At that moment, your injuries were severe, and saving you was paramount. I had no choice but to remove your clothing. Besides, I did not fully undress you, as I left you with a modesty cloth and a pair of shorts, did I not? You, lecherous scoundrel, I will kill you. Yun Fuyao seethed, her teeth clenched. As a disciple of the head of the Yuntian sect, she had always maintained her purity, having never even held a man's hand. To think that the innocent little piglet she had nurtured for years had fallen victim to the vile hands of Lu Tongfeng. In her state of unconsciousness, who knew what he had done to her? Under normal circumstances, Lu Tongfeng would have offered countless excuses. Yet, overwhelmed by the tragic news of his friend Lingdong's plight, he was engulfed in despair. When Yun Fuyao uttered the word lecher, he suddenly lost control, slamming his small bundle onto the ground and shouting, If you wish to kill me, then do it. Do not label me as a lecher. With that, he bent down to retrieve his belongings. Tears once again streaming down his face, splattering onto the ground. Yun Fuyao was momentarily taken aback. Although she was furious that Lu Tongfeng had undressed her for her treatment, she could never bring herself to kill him. After all, he had saved her life and was, in fact, her junior uncle. Her earlier threat to kill him had merely been a moment of anger upon realizing she had been compromised. Seeing the tears glisten on Lu Tongfeng's cheeks, she recalled his expression of sorrow and disappointment when he first entered the cave. What has happened? She asked softly. Wiping away his tears, Lu Tongfeng responded, I just encountered 3 friends from the town, and from them, I learned that last night, 3 scoundrels attempted to abduct Lingdang. When discovered, they brutally murdered Granny Lu and Aunt Fat. Lingdang is my closest friend. Just the day before yesterday, when I left, she worried about my hunger on the road and specially went to the land temple to bring me provisions. Granny Lu and Aunt Fat have always treated me well. After such a calamity has befallen them, I must return immediately. Yun Fuyao stood in a daze, her mind drifting back to the morning 2 days prior, when she had sought information in front of Granny Lu's stall in Fuyang Town, recalling the plump woman, the lovely girl in the floral cotton jacket, and the elderly man who had directed her to the location of the matchmaking temple. In just a brief span of 2 days, a momentous upheaval has occurred. Lu Tongfeng swiftly gathered his belongings and said, "Fairy Fuyao, I regret not informing you earlier that individuals from the Yuntian sect appeared in the town last night. Thankfully, due to her intervention, Lingdang was not abducted by the vile brigands, and she even vanquished one of them. It appears that your companion has come in search of you." Cloud Fuyao's delicate features darkened as she inquired, What? What is the name of the maiden?" Lu Tongfeng shook his head, replying, "I do not know her name. But I have heard she is a young woman clad in black, wearing a wide-brimmed hat, wielding a divine sword of flames." Cloud Fuyao's expression shifted once more. She recognized that the maiden described by Lu Tongfeng was most likely the very woman who had assaulted her 2 days prior. "Fairy Fuyao, your fellow disciple should be nearby in the town. I shall escort you back. Once you reunite with her, you will be safe," he urged. Cloud Fuyao responded, "She is my fellow disciple, yet my safety is not guaranteed." "What do you mean?" he asked, puzzled. "This is a struggle within the Yuntian sect. You would not comprehend." Strangely, Cloud Fuyao chose not to disclose to Lu Tongfeng that the enigmatic woman in black was highly likely the assailant she had encountered. In truth, during the duel, she had discerned the identities of her attackers. Both were members of the Yuntian sect. The male assailant wielded 2 skeletal artifacts, merely a guise to mislead her into believing he was a practitioner from the demonic sect. Had they not concealed their identities and refrained from employing the true techniques of the Yuntian sect, Cloud Fuyao, even with the aid of her invisibility talisman and earth escape talisman, might not have escaped their clutches. While she was uncertain of their exact identities within the sect, she was certain that the matter was entangled in the current internal strife of the Yuntian sect, which, despite boasting tens of thousands of cultivators, was far from unified, with turbulent currents flowing beneath the surface. In particular, over the past decade, as the sect leader, Yu Chunjinren, aged, the conflicts within the sect had become increasingly pronounced. Otherwise, Cloud Fuyao would not have covertly received her master's orders to descend the mountain under the pretext of training, secretly searching for her granduncle. "Fairy Fuyao, is that black-clad maiden not in search of you?" Lu Tongfeng inquired, perplexed. "In a manner, yes," Cloud Fuyao replied softly. Lu Tongfeng furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that Cloud Fuyao and the woman in black seemed to be on divergent paths. He now found himself in a dilemma. Given the gravity of the situation concerning Lingdang, he knew he must return. He had initially intended to take Cloud Fuyao back to the dilapidated temple with him, but the circumstances were evidently more complex. However, leaving Cloud Fuyao alone in the cave did not sit well with him either. Cloud Fuyao appeared to perceive Lu Tongfeng's inner turmoil. "I shall return with you," she offered. Lu Tongfeng hesitated. "I have compelling reasons to go," Cloud Fuyao stated calmly. She was not unduly concerned about encountering her adversaries again, as her left leg was fractured, and she bore numerous sword wounds, yet none were life-threatening. The 2 assailants had no intention of killing her. They solely sought the box left behind by her granduncle. 2 days have elapsed since the events transpired, and under ordinary circumstances, such a duration would be considerable for a cultivator, ample enough to traverse thousands of miles. Yet, the adversaries remain loitering near the small town. Furthermore, during their initial assault, they distinctly demanded the box bestowed upon her by Lu Tongfeng. Upon hearing of the local deity temple, Yun Fuyao promptly ascended into the air and made her way there, only to discover subsequently that her master's grandnephew was named Lu Tongfeng. Strikingly, her pursuers were also aware of his name. This revelation cast doubt upon Yun Fuyao's mind. Perhaps these individuals did not trail her from Tianyun Mountain, but had arrived here ahead of her. Their lack of familiarity with the 2 rather irreverent codes left by her master restrained them from acting recklessly, as they feared alarming their quarry. Moreover, there was another crucial reason compelling Yun Fuyao to return to Fuyang Town. She had concealed the box within the deity temple. After employing her earth evasion technique to elude her 2 pursuers, she realized her injuries would prevent her from traveling far. Concerned about being tracked, she daringly returned to the temple that very afternoon, only to find that Lu Tongfeng had already departed. She thus rehid the box in the temple, and then contemplated seeking refuge at a Buddhist nunnery upon Tsuaping Mountain for recuperation. Notably, Yun Fuyao had not divulged the location of the box to Lu Tongfeng. Had she not accompanied him back, he might have discovered it. Additionally, given that their adversaries still lingered nearby, they could potentially uncover the box as well. Hence, Yun Fuyao felt compelled to take the risk of returning. Lu Tongfeng, unsuspecting of the underlying complexities, inquired, Fairy Fuyao, are you able to fly with your sword despite your injuries? Yun Fuyao gently shook her head. Lu Tongfeng reassured her, fear not, I shall fashion a snowplow. Please wait a moment. Chapter 17. The misdeeds of Lu Tongfeng. In less than half an hour, Lu Tongfeng emerged from the cave, dragging a snow plow crafted from bamboo. Years of solitary existence had endowed him with a myriad of survival skills. His proficiency in craftsmanship, particularly in the art of cooking, was remarkable, and his manual dexterity was commendable. The snow plow was substantial, its base elevated to accommodate the accumulation of snow, resembling a cart devoid of wheels. Upon returning to the cave, Lu Tongfeng was ready to embark on a journey with Yun Fuyao, but he suddenly realized a pressing issue. Fairy Fuyao, this won't do, he remarked. Why not? Yun Fuyao inquired, puzzled. Lu Tongfeng shook his head. You must change into a different outfit, preferably one that is tattered and worn. Why? She asked, confused. Although I suspect that the two individuals who attacked you that day have departed, what if I am mistaken? Your feathered cloak is far too conspicuous. A disguise would be far safer. Yun Fuyao deemed Lu Tongfeng's words to hold merit. With that, she delved into her storage pouch and retrieved a white cotton jacket. The fabric was of superior quality, and that modest garment was worth at least several dozen taels of silver. Do you not possess something older? Lu Tongfeng inquired. Yun Fuyao shook her head. Casting a glance at the extinguished bonfire, Lu Tongfeng's mind began to devise a plan. He seized the valuable white cotton jacket and, taking a handful of ash from the ground, began to smear it over the fabric. After a brief struggle, the pristine jacket transformed into a sooty mess. Now this will suffice. Lu Tongfeng expressed his satisfaction with his handiwork. Fuyang town was too small and impoverished. Yun Fuyao's garments were overly exquisite, and wearing them would make it difficult to avoid attention. Although she was displeased with Lu Tongfeng's defilement of her clothing, she begrudgingly acquiesced for the sake of safety. With Lu Tongfeng's assistance, Yun Fuyao donned the filthy cotton jacket. However, Lu Tongfeng began to scrutinize her, stroking his chin. Fairy Fuyao, your face? What of my face? She retorted. Nothing much, it's simply too beautiful. Just a moment he approached the fire once more, scooping up a handful of wood ash, which he mixed with his saliva. Rubbing it together. What are you doing? A sense of foreboding washed over Yun Fuyao. I'm applying some ash to your face. Are you unaware of how lovely you are? For safety's sake, it's best to darken your visage as well. Lu Tongfeng, you will not smear that filthy substance on my face. Stay back. I shall kill you. Ignoring the protests and threats of his beautiful disciple, Lu Tongfeng began to haphazardly apply the spittle-laden ash onto her fair skin amidst her cries of alarm. It must be said, Yun Fuyao's complexion was smooth and supple. Her skin as delicate as that of the most exquisite maiden. After transforming her into a painted visage, Lu Tongfeng noted that her lustrous black hair was equally conspicuous. Thus, Lu Tongfeng proceeded with his plan, disheveling Yun Fuyao's elegant hair and smearing her with ample wood ash. After his mischievous handiwork, the originally exquisite and fair-skinned beauty, the renowned Fairy Fuyao, was instantly transformed into a grimy, disheveled little beggar. Lu Tongfeng, stroking his chin and surveying his handiwork, felt that something was still amiss. He rummaged through his tattered satchel and produced a decades-old cloth cap, placing it atop Yun Fuyao's head, and then wrapped a frayed scarf around the majority of her face. It was now impossible to discern that this ragged, filthy little beggar was indeed the illustrious Fairy Fuyao. Even if her own mother were to see her at this moment, she would likely hesitate for half an hour before daring to approach for recognition. Yun Fuyao's injuries had yet to heal, rendering her powerless to resist this scoundrel's assault on her beautiful visage. What woman does not cherish her beauty, especially one as fastidious as Yun Fuyao, whose threshold for dirted clothing was already stretched to its limit? Now her face was tainted as well, compounded by the fact that the ash used was sullied with Lu Tongfeng's saliva. How could she possibly endure such indignity? Once Lu Tongfeng completed her transformation, she no longer referred to him as little master uncle, but rather glared at him. Seething with anger, Lu Tongfeng, just you wait. I will remember this, and I will not let you off the hook. Your teeth appear remarkably white, Lu Tongfeng. Enough is enough. Noticing Yun Fuyao's genuine fury, Lu Tongfeng offered a sheepish smile and replied, all right, if we encounter anyone, try your best not to speak. That way, no one will notice your teeth whiter than snow. A series of strange sounds interrupted them, and they turned to find Dahei lying on the ground, one paw resting on its face while the other was patting the earth. Even a blind person could tell that Dahei was mocking Yun Fuyao's current appearance. Lu Tongfeng kicked the old dog lightly, saying, "Ignore this old mutt. It's just suffering from a bout of canine madness, not mocking you. By the way, Fairy Fuyao, I recall that your storage bag contains some bedding. Could you fetch a couple of pieces?" "I do not," she retorted. "You must be mistaken. If not, then it matters not. After all, it is not I who will be lying on the plow." With gritted teeth, Yun Fuyao reluctantly retrieved blankets from her storage bag. Lu Tongfeng then began to further tarnish these valuable blankets. "Lu Tongfeng, why are you ruining my bedding? Your items are far too new and extravagant. A mere glance would give you away. They must be aged to blend in." Yun Fuyao was at a loss for words. As the proud daughter of the Yun Tian sect, she had never been subjected to such disrespect in over 20 years. She silently noted Lu Tongfeng's insolence in her mind, vowing that once her injuries healed, she would break his legs and then smear him with wood ash herself. Moments later, Lu Tongfeng took the soiled blankets outside, first laying a thick layer of straw on the plow, and then placing the blankets atop that. Having completed his task, he returned to the cave. Before Yun Fuyao, he reached out with the intention of embracing her. Instinctively, she recoiled. "What are you doing? I'm helping you into the carriage. Your leg is broken. Do you intend to crawl up there by yourself?" The ever-proud Yun Fuyao shifted her body, inadvertently aggravating her wound, and her dark brows furrowed slightly. "Stop being stubborn." Lu Tongfeng bent down and lifted Yun Fuyao into his arms. She attempted to struggle, but her body betrayed her, leaving her no choice but to be carried by him. Yun Fuyao felt that this man was her nemesis. Throughout her life, she had never been so intimately close to a young man. Since encountering him, he had seen her in her vulnerable state and had even touched her face with his saliva-soaked hands. Now, he was carrying her once more. In her little notebook, she noted yet another transgression committed by Lu Tongfeng. As she contemplated how to exact revenge on this man who had taken advantage of her, a sudden wave of bone-chilling cold enveloped her. Yet, Lu Tongfeng's body radiated warmth amidst this chill, prompting Yun Fuyao to instinctively nestle closer into his embrace. Unbeknownst to him, he was unaware of her subtle movement. His only desire was to hasten back to Fuyang town, with no inclination to tease the beauty in his arms. He gently placed Yun Fuyao onto a sled adorned with straw and blankets, then covered her with a quilt. After ensuring that nothing was left behind in the cave, he picked up his pack and beckoned Dahei to depart. The sled, crafted from bamboo, was sizable and designed to prevent sinking into the deep snow, featuring a bamboo raft-like structure beneath. Two extended bamboo poles at the front facilitated dragging, accompanied by a rope. Lu Tongfeng slung the rope over his shoulder, grasped the handles, and trudged forward through the snow, declaring, "Yun Fuyao, bear with me. It's over 50 miles. I'll reach the Earth Temple before nightfall." "Are you certain?" "Absolutely. I am a master of swift travel. These legs of mine are no trifling matter. You should rest on the sled for a while, and by the time you awaken, we will have arrived at the Earth Temple." Lu Tongfeng spoke with unwavering conviction. It was now early evening, with darkness looming. He believed that covering over 50 miles in 2 hours was quite feasible. However, he seemed to have overlooked 3 crucial factors. Firstly, the snow had accumulated to nearly 2 feet in depth. Secondly, he was dragging a sled weighing over 100 pounds, upon which lay a 100-pound beauty. Thirdly, the clouds above were heavily laden, indicating that the current storm had not yet abated, and it was likely that another heavy snowfall would soon commence. Chapter 18. Can thieves even enter this dilapidated temple? The wind and snow blurred the boundary between heaven and earth, while the mist enveloped the mountain ridges and valleys. Lu Tongfeng trudged through the snow, laboriously dragging a sled. With every step, the snow nearly engulfed him up to his knees. Upon emerging from the woods, he found himself on the narrow, winding path leading to Fuyang town. The path had been completely buried under the snow, yet the footprints of Uncle Lin, ergo, and Sanhua remained distinct against the white canvas, fading into the horizon. Lu Tongfeng's expression was grim. He glanced back at the sled, where Yun Fuyao was wrapped in blankets, her head adorned with a tattered windproof hat. Her small, soot-darkened face was framed by a pair of bright, piercing eyes, glinting with a hint of mockery and derision. She was still nursing a grudge against Lu Tongfeng, but at that moment, she was more eager to witness the folly of this boastful little master-uncle. Observing the thickening snow clouds above, Yun Fuyao remarked, "It seems it will snow soon. I doubt you will cover even half the distance before nightfall. We shall be camping in the wilderness amidst the storm tonight. Impossible. Care for a wager? Lu Tongfeng grinned. All right, if you lose, you must let me steal a kiss. Shameless. How can that be shameless? This is how I bet with the girls in town. And if you lose? Then I shall let you kiss me. Yun Fuyao closed her eyes, deciding to cease conversing with this irreverent young uncle. Lu Tongfeng chuckled sheepishly, uncertain whether their wager had any weight. Taking a deep breath, he resumed his arduous journey, dragging the sled through the snow, leaving deep furrows behind. Initially, the journey progressed smoothly. Though not swift, it was certainly not slow. Despite the burden of over 200 pounds, he advanced steadily, thanks to the secret cultivation of his inner technique. In terms of speed, strength, and endurance, Lu Tongfeng far surpassed the average man. After an hour of travel, he had covered nearly 20 miles, about a third of the journey. At this point, Lu Tongfeng began to feel the strain on his stamina. Yet his extraordinary physique allowed him to maintain his pace. However, given the current circumstances, it was clear he would not reach the dilapidated temple before the hour of Yu. If he continued at this rate, he should arrive around the hour of Su that evening. Yet, around the hour of Shin, snowflakes began to descend from the sky, accompanied by a piercing, cutting wind. Lu Tongfeng was taken aback, cursing the heavens. Amidst the blizzard, he resembled a snail, dragging his sled, battling the elements with great difficulty. In contrast, Dehei and Yun Fuyao appeared remarkably at ease. Despite the 2-foot-deep snow, it did not hinder Dehei from frolicking playfully. Yun Fuyao lay atop the sled, cushioned by thick straw and blankets, bundled up with only her eyes visible beneath a tattered hat that covered her ears. As the wind and snow intensified, Lu Tongfeng's pace dwindled further. Yun Fuyao gazed at the forlorn figure of Lu Tongfeng, who was struggling to pull the plow, snowflakes settling upon him, gradually cloaking him in a delicate layer. Yet, the young man did not falter in his steps. He resembled a steadfast old bull, bound by ropes, laboriously advancing with a stooped posture. Yun Fuyao remarked, "Nightfall approaches swiftly. The winds and snow are fierce. We ought to seek shelter." Lu Tongfeng halted, turning to face the plow. At that moment, Yun Fuyao felt a slight shock as she noticed the frost adorning Lu Tongfeng's youthful cheeks. He adjusted the bedding around her to shield her from the biting wind. Perhaps the howling wind was too overpowering, for he called out with considerable volume, "Are you cold?" Yun Fuyao gently shook her head. He pointed towards the northern town, exclaiming, "Endure just a little longer. We shall arrive soon." Observing Lu Tongfeng, who appeared frozen like a stray dog, Yun Fuyao mused internally about her own comfort on the warm, cozy plow. What did she truly have to endure? It was he who deserved the patience. This thought flitted through her mind, but remained unspoken. Perhaps noticing Lu Tongfeng's exhaustion, the large black dog wagged its tail in front of the snow-laden plow. Lu Tongfeng understood its intent and secured a rope around the dog's body. Together, man and dog braved the storm, setting forth once more. Yun Fuyao tilted her head, once again watching Lu Tongfeng's retreating silhouette. She suddenly felt that within his slender frame lay a reservoir of formidable strength. With the black dog's assistance, Lu Tongfeng exerted considerably less effort. The dog, resembling a young calf, possessed remarkable strength and galloped through the snow with surprising agility. Lu Tongfeng, as if discovering a new world, exclaimed, "Dehei, all these years I never knew you could pull. Have you truly become magical?" Night descended rapidly, and the storm intensified rather than relented. The biting wind whipped the snowflakes, which, in the frigid air, felt as if they had crystallized into ice, stinging painfully against their faces. With Dehei's help, Lu Tongfeng noticeably exerted less effort. Together, they raced through the snowy expanse, dragging the plow behind them. The black dog seemed tireless, pulling the plow with remarkable speed, while Lu Tongfeng gasped for breath, his tongue lolling out. In that moment, it was difficult to discern who was truly the dog. After more than an hour, Lu Tongfeng and Dehei finally reached the entrance of the Earth God Temple. Suddenly, Dehei appeared to sense something amiss, his deep blue eyes emanating a faint glow. "Woof woof. Dehei, please refrain from barking right at the doorstep. Let us hurry." "Woof, woof." Dehei remained undeterred, barking fiercely. Lu Tongfeng also sensed something was wrong. He suddenly noticed footprints in the snow before the temple. Could it be? I've only been gone for 2 days, and someone has invaded my domain. Lu Tongfeng was taken aback. Fuyang town was quite remote, devoid of beggars or vagrants, and no outsiders would venture into this secluded town amidst the heavy snowfall. How could someone have taken over his land temple? At this moment, within the temple, The limping Li and the mute Li were in the process of moving the clay statues of the Earth God and Earth Goddess. Suddenly, they were startled by the resounding barks of a dog from outside. Their expressions changed drastically. The limping Li whispered, "This is not good. It's Dahe. We must flee." Li Qiuyan was well aware of the formidable nature of Dahe. Had it not been for Dahe's constant presence by Lu Tongfeng's side, they would not have had to lie low in the small town for 3 years. Fortunately, there was a modest back door behind the temple. Without taking the time to return the statues of the earth deities to their rightful place, they swiftly exited through the small door, moving silently. Dahe, sensing something amiss, broke free from its tether and raced towards the back of the temple with astonishing speed, akin to a streak of black lightning that Lu Tongfeng had never witnessed before. Stunned, Lu Tongfeng exclaimed, "Dahe, why are you running so fast? Are you going to relieve yourself?" He dragged his snow plow to the temple entrance, rousing the slumbering Yun Fuyao. "Fairy Fuyao, we have arrived." Yun Fuyao gazed at the dilapidated land temple and softly acknowledged with a sound. Lu Tongfeng pushed open the temple door and entered, sword at his side. Noticing some distinct footprints in the snow at the entrance, he initially assumed someone had taken shelter in the temple that night. However, upon entering and lighting a match to investigate, he discovered no one had stayed there. Instead, he found the clay statues of the Earth God and Goddess had been moved aside on the altar. Lu Tongfeng was greatly astonished. This was not merely someone seeking shelter. A thief had intruded. Damn it! How could this rundown temple be a target for thieves? Lu Tongfeng was utterly speechless. Each of the clay statues weighed several hundred pounds. What was there to steal? Even if one were to carry the statues away, who would buy them? He speculated that perhaps some mischievous children from the town, knowing he had left, had come to the temple to play havoc. Seeing the small back door ajar, he walked over to close it, muttering to himself as he exited. Chapter 19. Midnight Cultivation. The spirit of the ruined temple upon the snow-covered plow. Yun Fuyao lay gazing at the ancient locust tree amidst the swirling wind and snow. Lu Tongfeng approached her, seemingly unnoticed. It was only when his head appeared before her, blocking her line of sight, that she acknowledged his presence. Lu Tongfeng tilted his head, following her gaze. "Fairy Fuyao, it is merely an old tree. What is so extraordinary about it that it captivates you so?" Yun Fuyao gently shook her head, replying, "I simply find this tree to be beautiful amidst the storm." "Beautiful?" Lu Tongfeng glanced at the decrepit locust tree again and scoffed. "What beauty lies in a half-dead old tree? I truly cannot comprehend you celestial beings." He proceeded to pull the entire plow into the dilapidated temple. Inside the temple, there were some rudimentary supplies for survival, predominantly firewood. Lu Tongfeng gathered a pile of chopped wood from the corner and ignited it. Once the flickering flames of the campfire illuminated the interior, Yun Fuyao took stock of the temple's condition. Previously, she had only waited outside and had not ventured in. The temple appeared even more decrepit than it did from the outside. The roof bore 3 large holes, and the interior was a chaotic mess. To the north lay a heap of timber, likely a storeroom, while the south served as Lu Tongfeng's sleeping quarters. Devoid of a proper bed and instead cluttered with straw and various rags, tattered shoes, and broken pottery. This is where you have resided for 6 years? Yun Fuyao, known for her fastidiousness, frowned slightly. Lu Tongfeng chuckled awkwardly. "I assure you, I am not at all untidy. I usually keep this place spotless. It seems those mischievous boys from town have turned it upside down knowing I was away." "Upside down?" Yun Fuyao was left speechless. Yet, she felt a twinge of sympathy. A young man, for the sake of a promise, had lived alone in this forsaken place for 6 years. How was this any different from a beggar's existence? At that moment, the dilapidated wooden door creaked open, and Dahe squeezed his way in. This black dog seemed almost enchanted. Upon entering, it nudged the door shut with its head, shaking off the accumulated snow. It nonchalantly made its way to Lu Tongfeng's bedroom and soon retrieved a large bone from the straw. With the bone clamped in its mouth, Dahe lay down before the fire. Lu Tongfeng was taken aback, having just explained to Yun Fuyao that he was a clean and tidy young man. Dahe's actions directly contradicted his claims. "Curse you, old dog. How many times have I told you? Do not hide your treats in my bed. Do you want me to steal you today?" Dahe shot him a disdainful glance. In the depths of the night in Fuyang town, at the end of a narrow alley, stood a dilapidated courtyard. The flickering candlelight illuminated the bare walls of the room. The limping man, Li, unwrapped the black cloth from his face, revealing a visage marked by lingering fear. What had prompted Dahe's sudden return? Hadn't Lu Tongfeng taken it to Ziyang City? Li and Li Qiuyan had arrived in the small town 3 years prior and uncovered the secret of the land temple. Yet, they dared not lay a hand on the defenseless Lu Tongfeng. The principal reason lies in the large black dog that the enigmatic Taoist Xianxu left behind before his demise, which has been inseparable from Lu Tongfeng ever since. This formidable creature is no ordinary wolfhound. Together, they possess the power to easily vanquish Yun Fuyo. However, when faced with the black dog, they stand no chance whatsoever. Hence, they have chosen to conceal their identities and engage in nighttime activities in the small town, seeking opportunities to exploit. Failing to acquire the precious box taken by Yun Fuyo, they speculate that the Earth God Temple might harbor further secrets. Situated 3 miles south of the town, the temple remains undiscovered even in the midst of the current snowstorm. They could dig to the very depths without drawing any attention. Yet, upon their arrival at the Earth God Temple that night, before they could even begin their excavation, Lu Tongfeng unexpectedly returned with the black dog. Fortunately, the temple has a back entrance. Otherwise, they would have been cornered by the dog. Li Qiuyan scoffed, remarking, "That rascal Lu Tongfeng, in town, only knows how to deceive and tease innocent maidens. How could he possibly survive in Xuyang? I thought he might manage to linger in Xuyang City for at least 10 days to half a month, but he returned after merely 3 days. Truly a disgrace to our master's reputation." Lamely replied, "One cannot be so harsh. Although Lu Tongfeng is somewhat mischievous and lecherous, he is not of ill character. With such heavy snowfall tonight, his return must be related to Lingdang. Didn't Timing Uncle send someone to Xuyang to inform the county magistrate? It's likely he encountered Lu Tongfeng and shared the matter concerning Lingdang with him. Given their close relationship, it is only natural for him to rush back upon hearing the news." Li Qiuyan remained silent, internally conceding to Lame Li's deduction. Among the townsfolk, her closest acquaintances were Lingdang and Lu Tongfeng. Despite Lu Tongfeng's flaws, he was not entirely unworthy. Observing her silence, Lame Li inquired, "Qiuyan, since Lu Tongfeng and the black dog have returned, what shall we do next? Should we depart?" Their dialogue revealed Lame Li's inclination to heed her judgment on this significant decision. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qiuyan replied, "Let us wait a while longer. I still sense that the true secrets of the Earth God Temple have not been taken away by Yun Fuyo." Lame Li frowned slightly, appearing reluctant to remain in the vicinity. Nevertheless, he ultimately refrained from voicing any objections, nodding in agreement. "The person Ming Uncle dispatched to Xuyang will return in 2 or 3 days. I anticipate that righteous cultivators will arrive to investigate. Since Lu Tongfeng and the black dog are back, we should refrain from any actions in the next couple of days to avoid raising suspicion." Within the Earth God Temple, Lu Tongfeng prepared a bed for Yun Fuyo. Although he termed it making a bed, it merely entailed gathering the scattered straw and laying down Yun Fuyo's mattress. After a considerable effort, he finally managed to lift her from the plow and began preparing dinner. The buns and steamed buns that Ling Yang had given her had been consumed in the preceding days. Fortunately, there were still some provisions in Yun Fuyo's storage bag. Lu Tongfeng simply cooked a pot of millet porridge. After a modest meal shared among the three, dawn was approaching. The place was permeated with drafts, its warmth inferior even to that of a modest cave at the foot of Tsuaping Mountain. Upon witnessing Yun Fuyo succumb to slumber, Lu Tongfeng resumed his meditative posture, striving to dispel the chill that enveloped him. Once Lu Tongfeng entered a state of deep concentration, Yun Fuyo gradually opened her eyes, her gaze falling upon him as he sat in quietude. For practitioners, meditation is an intensely private endeavor, even among fellow disciples. It is rare to engage in cultivation in the presence of others. This is primarily due to the fact that once one enters a meditative state, their awareness of the external world diminishes significantly, rendering them nearly defenseless. The undercurrents of rivalry among cultivators can be far more fierce than those of ordinary mortals, and one must remain ever vigilant, harboring no trust in others during such vulnerable moments. Yet, Lu Tongfeng appeared utterly oblivious to the potential malice of others. Just the previous night, he had meditated openly before Yun Fuyo, and this night was no different. He seemed unconcerned that she might harbor ill intentions. As Yun Fuyo observed Lu Tongfeng, she noted how his skin gradually flushed and colorful streams of energy swirled above his head. Her sensations mirrored those of the previous night. Though she could not discern the specific heart method he practiced, she was certain it was an exceptionally powerful and enigmatic form of pure yang cultivation. The once frigid and drafty ruin began to warm rapidly as Lu Tongfeng entered his meditative state, the heat emanating from him surpassing that of the nearby bonfire. Yun Fuyao's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The sheer intensity of the heat radiating from him during meditation spoke volumes of his high level of cultivation, perhaps even surpassing her own. Yet, why was it that Lu Tongfeng could not fly? Initially, Yin Fuyao had speculated that he might be deliberately concealing his abilities. However, after traversing through the wind and snow that evening, she became certain that he was not hiding anything. Lu Tongfeng truly lacked the ability to soar through the skies. The paradox of possessing such formidable pure yang strength, yet being unable to fly, left her perplexed. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, an ethereal blue shadow suddenly appeared outside the dwelling. Peering through the broken window, Yun Fuyao's focus sharpened. She beheld a floating specter, gliding slowly outside. Soon after, a second, then a third. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 phantoms materialized beyond the threshold. Chapter 20. The Temple's Barrier in Spirits. The manifestations of souls after death typically transition swiftly into the realm of the afterlife for reincarnation. However, 2 categories of these spirits may linger in the mortal realm, unable to ascend. The first category consists of incomplete souls. A soul is composed of 3 primary spirits and 7 corporeal souls. The absence of even one spirit or soul renders it incomplete. Such incomplete souls cannot reincarnate and find it exceedingly difficult to enter the afterlife. These spirits, transformed into Yin spirits, wander the earth, most of them dispersed by thunderous storms, while others may be devoured by malevolent spirits or shattered by human practitioners. The second category is those burdened by profound obsessions. These attachments typically fall into 2 types: an inability to let go of loved ones, and those who meet untimely fates, unwilling to reincarnate, thus roaming the human realm. Some of these spirits, consumed by deep resentment, may transform into malevolent entities. Generally, ordinary Yin spirits pose no threat to the living. However, malevolent spirits do. Haunted houses and instances of possession are often the work of these malevolent entities. Yun Fuyao, a practitioner of Taoist mysticism, frequently engages with Yin spirits. Having descended from the mountains for over half a year, she has vanquished no fewer than 80 such spirits and malevolent entities. Yet, she finds it peculiar that so many unclaimed Yin spirits congregate within this earth deity temple. One must recognize that Yin spirits favor cold, damp locations. Even in the absence of offerings, it is unlikely that such a multitude would gather here. Furthermore, the pure yang heart method practiced by Lu Tongfeng is a natural nemesis to Yin spirits, and Dehei, the black dog, also serves as a bane to them. Under ordinary circumstances, no malevolent spirit would dare approach within 10 paces of Lu Tongfeng and Dehei. Could it be related to that ominous aura? A flicker of realization crossed Yun Fuyao's mind as she recalled the faint, chilling energy she sensed at the temple entrance 3 days prior. She also remembered a chubby woman at Lu Apo's breakfast stall mentioning the temple's haunting. At the time, she dismissed it as mere jest, not anticipating the truth behind it. Suddenly, she recalled the 4 characters Xian Fan Fenjia inscribed on the boulder at the temple entrance, which had struck her as oddly familiar, as if she had seen or heard them somewhere before. Now, witnessing the congregation of so many Yin spirits around the temple, she began to understand. Concerned that these spirits might enter the temple, she prepared to summon her celestial sword with her mind to vanquish them. As the sword beneath her bedding quivered ever so slightly, Dehei abruptly lifted its head. Rather than gazing at the Yin spirits lurking outside, it turned its attention to Yun Fuyao, emitting a low growl and gently shaking its head. Yun Fuyao was taken aback, her expression one of surprise. She comprehended Dehei's message. The ebony dog with azure eyes was imploring her not to harm the Yin spirits. Yun Fuyao had long suspected a connection between Dehei and the divine hound of the Yun Tian sect. Consequently, she abandoned her intention to wield the celestial sword. Looking out the window once more, she observed a most peculiar phenomenon. Outside the window, a multitude of spectral apparitions lingered, with at least 7 or 8 visible from this vantage point. Undoubtedly, more resided in the blind spots of perception. Strangely, these phantoms merely circled the dilapidated temple, refraining from entering its confines. As Yun Fuyao pondered this anomaly, she discerned another curious phenomenon. Each time a spirit approached within a certain proximity to the temple, an almost imperceptible azure glow would emanate from the temple walls, effectively repelling the spirits from crossing the threshold. A protective barrier? The well-informed Yun Fuyao swiftly grasped the situation. This forsaken temple had been fortified with a formidable protective enchantment by her grandmaster. Though this barrier could not vanquish the spirits, it adeptly kept them at bay. The specters did not attempt to assault the barrier. Instead, they congregated around the small temple, seemingly drawing upon some unseen power. This bizarre scene persisted for the duration of a single incense stick's burn, after which the suddenly manifested spirits slowly receded. Furrowing her brow, Yun Fuyao regarded the forsaken temple before her, abruptly realizing that she had perhaps underestimated the situation. During her descent from the mountain, her master had instructed her to seek a temple dedicated to the deity of marriage, claiming that her grandmaster resided there. Before her departure, her master, Yuchenzi, had imparted only 2 cryptic phrases as guidance, neglecting to provide a precise location, merely stating it lay within Yuzhou. Thus, Yun Fuyao had wandered within Yuzhou for over half a year. Upon arriving in Fuyang town, she discovered that the crucial clue regarding the temple of the deity of marriage had been erroneous. That temple had been consumed by flames 60 years prior, only to be reconstructed later by her grandmaster and transformed into a land deity temple. Yuchenzi had failed to inform Yun Fuyao about the need to retrieve a treasure box. It was only upon her arrival that she learned from her junior, Lu Tongfeng, about the box left behind by her grandmaster. In that moment, Yun Fuyu felt as though she had underestimated her grandmaster and the significance of this land deity temple. It appeared to conceal other secrets as well. When Lu Tongfeng awoke from his meditative state, daylight had already broken. He glanced at Yun Fuyao, who remained in slumber. Approaching her, he reached out to touch her forehead. Everything seemed normal. She had no fever. Yun Fuyao stirred, startled to find his hand resting upon her brow. "What are you doing? Remove your hand from my face at once. Do not misconstrue my intentions. I merely wish to assess your condition. I must admit, your physique as a cultivator surpasses my expectations. I was concerned that after traveling through the storm last night, you might succumb to chills and fever," Lu Tongfeng replied, naturally withdrawing his hand. In front of Yun Fuyao, he even sniffed his palm, seemingly reveling in the moment. This display incited Yun Fuyao's ire. Yet she found herself unable to retaliate against Lu Tongfeng. Instead, she resolved to note yet another transgression of his in her mental ledger. "Fuyao, I intend to visit the town to check on the bell. Will you rest here or accompany me?" Lu Tongfeng inquired. "I will not go," Yun Fuyao retorted through gritted teeth. "Very well, you may rest here. I shall instruct Dehei to guard you in the temple while I discreetly inquire about the female disciple of the Yun Tian sect who vanquished the vile scoundrel that night, to ascertain whether she still resides in the town." Lu Tongfeng had never intended to take Yun Fuyao to Fuyang town. He estimated he could return within half a day, and bringing along this burdensome companion would only complicate matters. Moreover, given the dreadful weather and the heavy snowfall sealing the mountains, it was nearly impossible for outsiders to venture into this desolate place. As for the 2 cultivators who had attacked Yun Fuyao, Lu Tongfeng firmly believed they had long since departed with the treasure box. With Dehei in the temple, Yun Fuyao should be safe. He intended to pay his respects to Grandma Lu and Aunt Fat while seeking information about the whereabouts of that Yun Tian sect disciple. After preparing some rice porridge for Yun Fuyao and instructing Dehei not to leave her side, Lu Tongfeng slung his rusted sword over his shoulder and departed the dilapidated temple, making his way towards the northern town. Not long after Lu Tongfeng's departure, Yun Fuyao, who had been reclining, slowly lifted the covers and rose to her feet. She limped to the temple entrance, where the numerous sword wounds on her body had begun to heal under the influence of the Yun Tian sect's spiritual medicine, and her internal injuries had nearly mended as her true essence circulated within. However, the injury to her left leg was severe and would take several more days to fully recover. Upon reaching the temple door, she peered outside and, upon confirming that Lu Tongfeng had indeed gone far away, let out a quiet sigh of relief. Turning around, she noticed Dehei staring at her with its striking azure eyes. "What are you looking at, you wretched black dog? Lu Tongfeng is no good man, and you are no virtuous dog. Dare to gaze at me again, and I shall poke your eyes out." Though Yun Fuyao was certain that Dehei was no ordinary dog, her past grievances against Lu Tongfeng had tarnished her perception of the creature as well. Dehei rolled its eyes in disdain, then turned away to resume licking its large bone by the fire. Lu Tongfeng may have been a sycophant, but so too was Dehei. The only difference lay in their respective objects of adoration. Chapter 21. The Abyss. Lu Tongfeng arrived at Grandma Lu's breakfast shop, only to find it closed, an unprecedented occurrence after many years. In Lu Tongfeng's memory, the diligent Grandma Lu and Aunt Fat would open the shop before dawn, come rain or shine. Though the modest eatery earned little, it sufficed to support the 2 of them, a widow and an orphan. Now, witnessing the shop's shuttered doors, Lu Tongfeng felt a pang of sorrow. Beside the shop lay a narrow alley that led to Grandma Lu's backyard. A white cloth hung on the courtyard gate, flanked by 2 white lanterns. Within the yard, several individuals gathered, including the neighborhood leader, Lin Deming. The Yu family was now left with only Yu Lingdang, as Lin Deming had taken it upon himself to manage the affairs following the passing of Grandma Lu and Aunt Fat. Noticing Lu Tongfeng standing at the entrance, Lin Deming approached with his cane. "Tongfeng, I heard you went to Tuyang. What brings you back?" Lu Tongfeng wiped away a tear and replied, "Grandpa Ming, I encountered Uncle Lin on the road yesterday and learned of this tragedy, so I returned overnight." The elderly Lin Deming patted Lu Tongfeng's shoulder. "Your filial piety is commendable. You must pay your respects to Grandma Lu and Aunt Fat." With a nod, Lu Tongfeng entered, only to behold 2 coffins side by side in the mourning hall. Kneeling beside one was Yu Lingdang, adorned in deep mourning attire. Once the belle of the town, she now appeared remarkably haggard, like a lost fawn, her expression vacant. It seemed she had wept dry of tears over the past few days. Next to Yu Lingdang was a girl of about 16 or 17, Cui Cui, the daughter of Widow Wang. Cui Cui, too, seemed weary from lack of rest, having likely remained by Yu Lingdang's side throughout this ordeal. Upon seeing Lu Tongfeng enter, Cui Cui exclaimed, "Little madman?" Lu Tongfeng offered a slight nod in response. His gaze fell upon the 2 coffins, and then back to the dazed Lingdang, and his heart ached anew. He knelt before the coffins, choking back his emotions. "Grandma Lu, Aunt Fat, I have come to see you." He bowed deeply several times. Lu Tongfeng lit 2 incense sticks for the departed and burned some paper money in the brazier. Observing Yu Lingdang's condition filled him with sorrow. In a hoarse voice, he vowed, "Lingdang, do not worry. I will avenge Grandma Lu and Aunt Fat, I swear." At this moment, Yu Lingdang slowly lifted her head. A flicker of color returned to her dulled eyes. She gently bit her lip, but remained silent, soon lowering her gaze once more. Cui Cui tugged Lu Tongfeng out to the courtyard. "Little madman, I thought you had left? Why have you returned?" Though Cui Cui's features were not as striking as Lingdang's, her skin was exceptionally fair, as if one could draw water from it. She was among Lu Tongfeng's few friends in town. In their youth, they often played together, though their interactions had waned over the past few years. Lu Tongfeng replied, "With such a significant upheaval in Lingdang's life, I had no choice but to return." "Cui Cui, how is Lingdang holding up?" Cui Cui gently shook her head, her expression laden with concern. "It has been 2 days, and she has hardly consumed a drop of water, fainting several times. Alas, at this rate, Lingdang's fragile constitution may not endure. This cannot continue. The deceased have departed, but the living must persist. I must enter and persuade Lingyang. No matter how profound the sorrow, she must not torment her own body." Do not, Lu Tongfeng interjected. "If we could have persuaded her, we would have done so long ago. This morning, I managed to coax her into consuming a small bowl of rice porridge, only for her to expel it shortly after." Lu Tongfeng furrowed his brow. Lingdang's health was already precarious, and with such a heavy blow, it was likely that before the coffins of Grandmother Lu and Aunt Pang were laid to rest, she would succumb as well. Suddenly, Lu Tongfeng recalled Yun Fuyao. Within her storage pouch lay a vial of fasting pills. Though unpalatable, they were quite effective in staving off hunger. He resolved to ask Yun Fuyao for one upon his return. Otherwise, in Lingdang's current state, if she continued to abstain from food and drink, another coffin would soon grace the mourning hall. He instructed Cui Cui to tend to Lingyang with utmost care, and then proceeded to the adjacent dwelling to seek out the village chief, Lin Deming. "Grandfather Lin, how will we handle the arrangements for Grandmother Lu and Aunt Pang? If assistance is needed, I possess ample strength." Lin Deming shook his head. "Yu Qing should have already arrived in Tuyang. We must await the governor to send someone for the burial. When the time comes, I will call upon you for help." "Understood." Lu Tongfeng inquired further about the young woman in black who had vanquished the bandit that night, wondering if she still lingered in the town. Lin Deming gently shook his head. "That heroine has not made an appearance since that evening." Lu Tongfeng's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of disappointment in his heart. Despite Yun Fuyao's assertion that the suddenly appearing woman was not of her ilk, they were all disciples of the Yu Tian sect, and even if they were not comrades, they ought not to be enemies. He wished to gather more information about her whereabouts, but his efforts yielded naught. After exchanging a few simple pleasantries with Lin Deming, Lu Tongfeng took his leave, intending to return to the land temple to request a fasting pill from Yun Fuyao. Meanwhile, in a secluded and profound cave, several pots of flames roared vigorously, illuminating every corner of the cavern and warming the atmosphere as if it were spring. A licentious aroma permeated the air. A dozen beautiful young maidens danced gracefully to the accompaniment of orchestral music, with some even having shaved their heads as nuns. At this moment, they reveled in drink and merriment, their attire disheveled, a stark contrast to the solemnity typically associated with the Buddhist faith. At the center of the cave, on a stone platform, sat a man in his 40s, his hair completely white, gaunt with prominent cheekbones and pallid skin. He held a beautiful young woman in each arm. Surrounding him were several other men, similarly indulging in the company of women. Yet, in one corner of the cave, a stone chamber sealed by an iron door held a dismal sight. Dozens of young women, their garments tattered, huddled in the shadows, trembling with fear etched upon their faces. As a multitude indulged in revelry, a middle-aged nun clad in moon-white robes entered, gracefully wielding a whisk. Despite the faint lines etched upon her visage, it was evident that in her youth, she must have been an unparalleled beauty. A small red mole adorned her brow, lending her an air of dignified serenity. This was none other than Liao Chun, the abbess of the Fo Lin Monastery on Shui Ping Mountain. Liao Chun appeared unfazed by the debauchery that pervaded the cave. Showing no sign of disapproval, she approached an elderly man with silver hair. "Esteemed one," she began, "I have just received word that Yu Hai and his companions, who have yet to return, have been murdered." At this revelation, the old man's eyes narrowed, and he forcefully pushed aside the beautiful maiden in his embrace. "Who possesses such audacity to slay the disciples of my esteemed Yin Yang sect?" His voice was sharp and high-pitched, reminiscent of a castrato. The once raucous cave fell into an abrupt silence, an oppressive chill swiftly enveloping the space, causing the temperature to plummet. The young women within the cave, either scantily clad or entirely bare, shivered involuntarily in response to the sudden drop in warmth. Liao Chun spoke slowly. "It appears to be a cultivator from the Yun Tian sect." Yun Tian sect? The silver-haired man's expression grew slightly tense. Chapter 22. The Yin Yang Sovereign and the Elimination of Witnesses. The Buddhist temple, Fu Lin Nunnery, perched upon Shui Ping Mountain, has long since devolved into a den of debauchery under the auspices of the extreme Yin sect. The white-haired man, the master of this nefarious sect, is none other than the Yin Yang Sovereign. To comprehend the current predicament, one must hark back 5 years. At that time, the Guanyin Temple was set ablaze by the Yin Yang Sovereign himself. The emergence of the 7-day Buddhist light upon Shui Ping Mountain was also orchestrated by him in secrecy. Subsequently, the Yin Yang Sovereign covertly funded the reconstruction of the temple, with the abbot, Liao Chun, being his disciple. This faction belongs to the heterodox sect's branch, which, 3 centuries ago, saw the Yin Yang Sovereign acquire certain esoteric Buddhist practices, merging them with the dark arts of his sect to forge the Yin Yang Joyful Zen technique. He subsequently founded the Extreme Yin sect, arrogantly proclaiming himself the Yin Yang Sovereign. Though the Extreme Yin sect has existed for a mere 2 centuries, its reputation is infamously tarnished. The disciples within the sect neglect genuine cultivation, preoccupied instead with licentious pursuits. Their brutal methods have left countless lives extinguished, and they frequently abduct virtuous maidens under the guise of dual cultivation, which is, in truth, a sinister act of siphoning the essence of women to enhance their own powers. Pursued relentlessly by righteous cultivators, the sect has gradually faded into obscurity over the last several decades. No one anticipated that the Yin Yang Sovereign, in an effort to evade the onslaught of righteous practitioners, would disguise himself within the Buddhist community, masquerading as a nun while clandestinely continuing his vile practices. Recently, there have been reports of a band of marauders in the Yuzhou region, who, under the cover of night, have been abducting respectable young women, an operation orchestrated by them. Given that Fu Lin Nunnery is comprised solely of women, and the assailants are all men, neither the righteous practitioners nor the authorities have been able to uncover the sinister activities taking place within. The nuns' identities provide an advantageous veil, facilitating the heinous acts of these scoundrels. Firstly, the nuns frequently descend the mountain to solicit alms. When they encounter attractive women, they discreetly note their addresses, only to send individuals to abduct them under the cover of darkness for their own depraved pleasures. Secondly, in the past 2 years, Fu Lin Nunnery's reputation has surged, particularly in matters of marriage and fertility, being lauded to an almost divine degree. Consequently, women from hundreds of miles around flock to the nunnery to beseech Guanyin for blessings in love and progeny. Should any comely maidens or young ladies arrive seeking fortune, the nuns would subtly inquire about their backgrounds and, after some time, would dispatch individuals to abduct them. The extreme sect, having emerged from the heterodox sect, possesses numerous aphrodisiacs and dual cultivation secrets. Regardless of how strong-willed a woman may be, under the influence of their potions, she would inevitably devolve into a wanton creature. On this occasion, the Yin-Yang sovereign dispatched 12 groups of disciples to descend the mountain for their nefarious pursuits. 11 groups have since returned, bringing with them over 30 beautiful young women. However, one group has yet to make an appearance. To everyone's astonishment, the 3 disciples from that group have met their demise. Upon learning that the perpetrators were disciples of the Yun-Tian sect, the Yin-Yang sovereign's countenance darkened. Their diminutive extreme Yin sect holds no standing within the realm of the demonic sects and is merely a minor faction. Faced with a formidable righteous sect like the Yun-Tian sect, they possess no capacity for resistance. The Yin-Yang sovereign rasped, "Yun-Tian sect? How many are there?" Liao Chen replied, "It is said there is only one female disciple from the Yun-Tian sect." "One person?" The Yin-Yang sovereign furrowed his brow once more. Yuhai, a disciple of considerable distinction with his Yuan Shun realm cultivation, alongside 2 other disciples who had also reached the level of manipulating objects in midair, had been slain by a young female disciple of the Yun-Tian sect? It was inconceivable that such a feat could be accomplished by a mere practitioner of the Tao harmonization realm. Liao Chen, can you ascertain that Yuhai and the others have indeed been killed? The loss of a few disciples was trivial to this old libertine. Yet he held the current den of vice in high regard. Should any of the 3 still draw breath and fall into the hands of the Yun-Tian sect, the meticulously crafted operations of his lecherous establishment on Ping Mountain would be at risk of exposure. He knew the character of his disciples all too well. When indulged with beautiful women, they were full of vigor, yet when faced with severe interrogation, they would turn into spineless wretches. If any were to be captured by the disciples of the Yun-Tian sect, it was likely that they would divulge everything with merely a sword poised at their throats. Without the need for torture, Liao Chen slowly replied, "According to the information relayed by our infiltrators within the prefectural governor's office, this morning, the 3 individuals from Fuyang town went to report the matter to the governor. According to their account, Yuhai engaged in a duel with that woman above Fuyang town and was ultimately slain, while the other 2 fled in different directions. However, they have yet to return, and it is presumed that their fate is dire." The Yin-Yang sovereign's expression darkened further. This implies that the 2 others may very well have been killed, or perhaps they have escaped. Liao Chen nodded in agreement. The Yin-Yang sovereign fell into a deep contemplation. The cave was enveloped in profound silence, no one daring to utter a word for fear of incurring unwarranted misfortune. After a brief moment, the Yin-Yang sovereign spoke. "Liao Chen, did you just mention that Yuhai and his companions fell in Fuyang town?" "Indeed, Fuyang town lies approximately 50 to 60 miles north of Ping Mountain, and it is a remote settlement with less than 200 households. How could a female disciple of the Yun-Tian sect appear in such a secluded place? She must be a disciple on an excursion from the sect, fortuitously passing through Fuyang town. Sovereign, are you concerned that our location has already been compromised?" The Yin-Yang sovereign slowly shook his head. "It should still be concealed. Otherwise, righteous cultivators would have already come to eradicate us. However, we cannot afford to be careless. We must ascertain the whereabouts of those 2. If they are alive, we must see them. If they are deceased, we must see their remains. As for Fuyang town, to lose 3 disciples there, those wretches deserve to perish." Liao Chen's brow furrowed slightly. "Sovereign, the prefectural governor of Chuyang has reported the incident involving the abduction of women by cultivators. In the coming days, royal and righteous cultivators are likely to head to Fuyang town for investigation. If the commotion escalates, it may attract unnecessary trouble. The very fact that it had caught the attention of righteous cultivators necessitated that we resolve this matter before their arrival." After a moment of reflection, Liao Chen ultimately nodded. "Understood. Eliminating witnesses is indeed the customary practice of the extreme sect. A mere remote town with only 100 households would hardly warrant the attention of the Yin-Yang sovereign." With a flick of his hand, Liao Chen waved his talisman and turned to exit the cave. After Chen left, the Yin-Yang sovereign turned to gaze at a young man beside him, bare-chested and possessing a sinister expression. "Third brother, you shall personally lead a group to that Fuyang town tonight. No matter the effort required. You must unearth the corpses of Yuhai and his companions. Furthermore, if that female disciple of Yunshinzong has departed, it is of no consequence. However, should she still be present, you know what must be done." The sinister young man smirked wickedly and replied, "Disciples understand. The sound of silk and bamboo music once again filled the cave, restoring the previous atmosphere of decadence. Yet, the Inyang sovereign seemed less inclined to indulge than before. Grasping the chest of the two women in his embrace, his expression remained frigid. The two beautiful, naked women winced in pain from his grip, but dared not utter a sound, silently enduring their plight. Chapter 23. The Boundary Between Immortals and Mortals in Fuyang Town. Lu Tongfeng departed from the Bell family and wandered alone along the chilly streets. The once vibrant town had long lost its former liveliness. Every household had tightly closed its doors, and even the mischievous children who usually filled the streets had vanished. Passing by the only tavern in the town, Lu Tongfeng retrieved his purse, which contained several dozen copper coins and approximately 3 taels of loose silver. This constituted his years of savings, intended as the initial capital for his entrepreneurial venture in Xiyang City. With all his money, he purchased 5 jin of soy sauce beef, 2 jin of fried peanuts, a dozen steamed buns, and an old hen that laid eggs, kept in the courtyard behind the tavern. Carrying these items, Lu Tongfeng headed southward out of the town. As he was nearing the town's exit, he encountered the hobbled Li and his mute daughter, who were gathering night-scented flowers. In the past, whenever Lu Tongfeng saw the remarkably attractive mute girl, he would often tease her. It seemed she did not take offense, as he would inevitably take liberties with her. Approaching the pair, Lu Tongfeng said, "Uncle Li, it's almost noon, and you're still collecting night-scented flowers. Why is the mute sister with you today?" The hobbled Li replied, "The snow is too thick, making it difficult for the night-scented flower cart to be pushed, so I asked her to help." He continued, "Little madman, I heard you went to Xuyang the other day. Was it because of the matter with the Bell family?" Lu Tongfeng nodded silently and said, "On my way to Xuyang, I encountered Uncle Lin, who was reporting to the county magistrate. Upon learning of this, I returned." He added, "Uncle Li, the mute sister is quite charming. You must be cautious tonight. Ensure the doors and windows are secured to keep ill-intentioned people out." Hobbled Li nodded, "Yes, I will." "Well then, goodbye, Uncle Li." And mute sister, Lu Tongfeng waved to them before exiting the town. Observing his solitary and desolate figure, both hobbled Li and Li Qiuyin felt a sense of unease. It was unusual that today he refrained from making advances towards Li Qiuyin. Had he truly turned over a new leaf and forsaken his mischief? After Lu Tongfeng had departed, Li Qiuyin suddenly remarked, "Where's Dahe?" Hobbled Li paused. "Indeed, where's Dahe?" For so many years, Dahe has never strayed from Lu Tongfeng's sight. Why has he come to the town alone today? At the Earth Deity Temple, Yunfuyo leaned on a bamboo staff, limping as she exited the dilapidated shrine. The weather was exceptionally pleasant, with only a gentle breeze and warm sunlight illuminating the snow-covered ground, seemingly radiating a soft silver glow. Yunfuyu surveyed her surroundings and extended her senses, finding no signs of humans nearby. She then, with her bamboo staff, stepped onto the snow and made her way toward a distant ancient well. The recent winds and snows had left a thick layer of snow accumulated at the well's mouth, revealing only a hole slightly larger than a bowl. There were no traces of animals or humans in the surrounding snow. Seeing this, Yun Fuyao breathed a quiet sigh of relief. She leaned over to peer into the well, but saw nothing. As she contemplated her next move, the large black dog stood before the temple gate, seemingly regarding her with a mockingly amused expression. Yun Fuyao frowned slightly, often feeling as though this black dog could see into the depths of one's heart. Upon noticing her gaze, the dog immediately wagged its tail and licked its lips, adopting a demeanor of submission and eagerness to please. Realizing that Dahe's attention was fixed upon her, Yun Fuyao chose to step away from the well's edge, not returning to the dilapidated temple for rest, but instead making her way toward a massive stone a few paces to the east, inscribed with the words "Boundary Between Immortals and Mortals." Last night, when she observed the gathering of spectral entities outside the temple, Yun Fuyao had discerned the significance of the inscription. According to the records of Taoist scriptures, the 3 talents represent heaven, earth, and humanity. The path of heaven is defined as yin and yang, the path of earth as soft and hard, and the path of humanity as benevolence and righteousness. Heaven embodies the immortals, humanity the mortals, and earth the veins of energy. The so-called boundary between immortals and mortals is the demarcation line that exists between heaven and humanity, which is, in essence, the earth itself. This location undoubtedly serves as a convergence point for the earth's spiritual veins, explaining the multitude of spirits drawn to this site. It appeared that her master's granduncle was not the first to uncover the secrets of this place. Once, it had been a temple dedicated to the god of marriage. built by a master who likely recognized its significance as a nexus of spiritual energy, thus constructing the temple far from the town. However, the question lingered, was this great stone erected by her granduncle or by the one who originally established the temple? Yun Fuyao had unraveled the mystery of this place, but regarded it with indifference. After all, a throng of unanchored spirits posed no threat to her. Just as she prepared to turn away, a sudden realization struck her. If her assumptions were accurate, and there existed a spiritual vein beneath the ground, then the spirits should be lurking underground. How, then, had they ascended to the surface? Abruptly, she spun around to gaze at the ancient well, nearly buried under the snow. Indeed, only that well could provide access to the subterranean realm. Could it truly be so fortuitous? Her expression tightened momentarily as she contemplated this revelation. At that moment, Dahei darted past her. She turned to see Lu Tongfeng approaching from the direction of the northern town, carrying a package and a hen. From a distance, his voice reached her. "Why are you out here? Is your leg healed? Were you waiting here specifically for me? I knew my charm was irresistible. If I were not your little master, I would have married you." Yun Fuyu felt a bit dazed. Where she had once harbored doubts, she was now entirely convinced that the young man's mind was indeed troubled. "I brought you some food, including an old hen. Later, I'll make you some hen soup to nourish your body. Can you walk? Should I carry you back to the temple?" "No need. I can walk," she replied, supporting herself with a bamboo stick as she made her way toward the crumbling temple. Lu Tongfeng followed closely behind, saying, "It's quite a distance. Why don't I carry you? I have plenty of strength." Yun Fuyao chose to ignore the lecherous young man. Undeterred by her disregard, Lu Tongfeng remained unperturbed and undiscouraged. Upon entering the shrine, Lu Tongfeng utilized a battered pot to boil some hot water. Subsequently, he deftly severed the neck of a hen. Observing his adept technique in plucking the bird, it was evident that he was no stranger to such nefarious undertakings. After preparing the hen, Lu Tongfeng began rummaging through the temple. Ultimately, beneath a pile of straw, he unearthed a dilapidated clay pot, its interior cloaked in dust and dirt. Yun Fuyao, nestled comfortably within her warm bedding, had initially intended to ignore this lecherous individual. However, when she witnessed him stuffing the freshly cleaned hen into that questionable old pot, she could no longer contain herself. "Lu Tongfeng, what on earth are you doing?" Since the previous day, after Lu Tongfeng had smeared her face with a concoction of his saliva and wood ash, Yun Fuyao had ceased to refer to him as Little Master Uncle, opting instead to call him by his name. Lu Tongfeng replied, "I'm making you chicken soup. You are recovering from your injuries and need nourishment. You're using that filthy thing to make me soup?" She retorted, "Indeed. Rest assured, I just rinsed it." Yun Fuyao couldn't help but pinch her forehead in exasperation. Yes, Lu Tongfeng had indeed washed it. However, this rascal had merely scooped some snow from outside and carelessly stirred it around in the pot. She had witnessed the entire process unfold before her eyes. Yun Fuyao was utterly convinced that he had only used snow to stir in the decrepit pot. Without any further actions, "Let us use my pot instead." With that, she retrieved her storage bag, and under her mental command, an array of pots and pans emerged from within, enveloped in a gentle glow. Chapter 24. Is the ancient well a latrine? Within the cavern of Tsuaping Mountain, Lu Tongfeng discerned that Yun Fuyu was not a girl fond of culinary endeavors. The pots and pans in her storage bag appeared nearly pristine, devoid of any signs of usage. Upon observing Yun Fuyao retrieve her own utensils, Lu Tongfeng slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "How could I forget you possess a complete set of kitchenware?" He seized a large black clay pot, placing an entire hen within, filling it with water, covering it, and setting it on a rudimentary stove to simmer. Dahei, the dog, stood nearby, its long tongue lolling and drool dripping. This hen, aged 5 years, required at least 1 or 2 hours of stewing. As the afternoon had just passed, it was anticipated that by dusk, the dish would be ready. I procured some braised beef and steamed buns. Lu Tongfeng extracted items from his small pack. With no tables or chairs in the dilapidated temple, he simply found a wooden plank to use. He then took several of Yun Fuyao's clean plates, pouring the braised beef and peanuts onto them from their oily paper wrapping. The lad then regarded Yun Fuyao with an innocent expression. "What are you staring at me for?" she inquired. "Well, I recall that your bag contains several jars of fine wine. My gourd is empty, and I intended to procure some at the tavern in town, but all my silver went towards this hen." He added, "On such a frigid day, a little wine would surely warm us up." Yun Fuyao grasped Lu Tongfeng's implication. After a moment's thought, she retrieved an unopened jar of wine from her storage bag. The color of the sealing clay indicated the wine's age was considerable. Yun Fuyao was a person who valued debts of gratitude and vengeance alike. She kept mental accounts. Kindness repaid with kindness, revenge with revenge. Lu Tongfeng had bought her a hen for soup today. It was only natural for her to reciprocate with some fine wine. Lu Tongfeng, a little wine enthusiast, had previously indulged in a jar of Yun Fuyao's wine in secret, deeming it exquisite. The sight of this jar now made his mouth water as he swallowed hard. He took the wine jar and carefully removed the seal, peeling it away layer by layer. The jar, once full, now contained less than half, a hallmark of aged wine. Just as Yun Fuyao retrieved her jade cup for drinking, she looked up to see Lu Tongfeng with a funnel, pouring the wine from the jar into his chipped gourd. "What are you doing?" she asked. "Pouring wine, of course. I prefer to drink from my gourd. What do you need that jade cup for?" Yun Fuyao glared at him. "What do you think? You want to drink as well? That's not permissible. Your injury has yet to heal. My injury does not hinder my ability to drink, and besides, this wine is mine." Today, Yun Fuyao firmly concluded that Lu Tongfeng was a rather eccentric individual, while Lu Tongfeng determined that Yun Fuyao was a lady with a penchant for wine. After all, which young and beautiful woman would store such a plethora of century-old fine wine in her storage bag? Reluctantly, Lu Tongfeng ceased pouring the wine into his gourd. Then he poured a bowl for Yun Fuyao. True to her status as the esteemed disciple of the Yun Tian sect's leader, the bowl for drinking was not made of porcelain, but rather exquisitely carved and polished from a solid piece of white jade, exhibiting a translucent quality. It aptly echoed the poetic line, "The fine wine of Lanling, fragrant like the golden chrysanthemum, shines amber in the jade bowl." This single jade bowl alone could sustain Lu Tongfeng's aspirations for a lifetime. The two sat on the ground, sipping wine while savoring braised beef. Occasionally, Lu Tongfeng would toss a piece of the beef to Dehei. After a few rounds of drinks, Yun Fuyao inquired, "Lu Tongfeng, I heard in the town a few days ago that this earth temple is haunted. Is it true?" "Haunted? Nonsense. Such tales are mere fabrications. You must not believe them." Lu Tongfeng immediately shook his head in denial. "Oh, is it just a rumor? Of course. The earth deity and his consort reside here. How could it possibly be haunted? Do not trust the fanciful stories spun by the townsfolk. They are malicious slanders." Lu Tongfeng appeared quite indignant. It was precisely because of these persistent rumors that the young maidens and married women in the town avoided him. It was simply outrageous. Yun Fuyao observed Lu Tongfeng, whose earnestness was tinged with indignation. It seemed this lad had lived here for 16 years, yet remained oblivious to the gathering of numerous specters in the vicinity. She cast a questioning glance at Dehei. The previous night, Yun Fuyao had witnessed the earth temple encircled by at least a dozen spirits. Dehei had seen it too, yet it was Dehei who had restrained her from confronting the spirits. She sought answers from Dehei, but the astute canine, noticing her gaze, promptly turned its head away, seemingly conveying, "Do not look to me, for I shall not answer your queries." Yun Fuyao's heart brimmed with confusion. She suddenly sensed that Lu Tongfeng and this abandoned earth temple concealed many secrets yet to be unveiled. Lu Tongfeng was no fool, having lived here for so long. It was impossible he had never encountered those spirits. Yet, judging by his expression at this moment, he did not appear to be lying. Could it be that those spirits did not often manifest? Was it merely a coincidence that she had stumbled upon them last night? After a brief silence, Yun Fuyao asked again, "Lu Tongfeng, I noticed an ancient well beneath the large locust tree at the temple entrance. I find it curious. Why is the well situated beneath the tree? Are you not concerned about falling leaves?" Lu Tongfeng took a sip of the fine wine, then tossed a peanut into the air, catching it deftly with his mouth. Chewing thoughtfully, he replied, "That well? It is not an ordinary water well, but a wishing well." "A wishing well?" "Indeed. When I was young, I heard my master speak of it. This wishing well is approximately 2 zhang deep, with about 2 chi of water within. At the bottom of the well lies a tiny clay jar. When devotees toss coins into the water, if the coins glide across the surface and sink to the bottom, landing in the jar, their wishes will come true. In the years following my master's passing, when I had no money to spend, I even ventured down to search for coins myself." Yun Fuyao's expression tightened as she inquired, "Have you visited that ancient well?" Lu Tongfeng nodded affirmatively, saying, "Indeed. The ancient well has existed alongside the large locust tree for an exceedingly long time. It was already here when this place was still the temple of the matchmaker. Over the centuries, I accumulated a considerable amount of copper coins from its depths. I spent several days excavating it, ultimately retrieving over 20,000 coins. which sustained me for more than a year. Without those coins, I would have likely perished from hunger 4 years ago. Yun Fuyo fell into a contemplative silence once more. Based on her conjecture, this location was a convergence of spiritual veins, and the malevolent spirits she encountered last night had been drawn here by the potent spiritual energy. These spirits should be lurking beneath the ancient well. Logically, a living person like Lu Tongfeng entering the well should have been devoured by those malevolent beings. Yet, despite spending 2 days below, why had the spirits not emerged to drain his flesh and blood? Were these spirits only congregating here in the past 2 years? Or had she misjudged the situation entirely? Could it be that the boundary between the mortal and the divine did not signify a convergence of spiritual energy at this site, but merely referred to the temple itself? Were those malevolent spirits not concealed beneath the ancient well? Yun Fuyao asked, "Is there anything peculiar about the bottom of the well?" Lu Tongfeng chuckled, replying, "Peculiar? It reeks, to be honest." "Reeks?" she echoed. Indeed, 2 years ago, a storm collapsed the 2 earthen houses behind the temple, and it also swept away the outhouse. Consequently, for the past 2 years, I have treated that dry wishing well as an open-air latrine and a garbage disposal pit. Hiki. Upon witnessing Lu Tongfeng's mischievous grin, Yun Fuyao was left dumbfounded. The ancient well had become a cesspool? What could be done about this? Chapter 25. Borrowing the Dan 3 days prior, Yun Fuyao, despite her grievous injuries, had ingeniously utilized an Earth Escape talisman to return to the Temple of the Land. At that time, Lu Tongfeng had already departed, to prevent the 2 adversaries from acquiring the box left by her esteemed master. She cast the box into the ancient well at the temple's entrance, intending to retrieve it at a later time. This time, she had proactively requested to accompany Lu Tongfeng back to the dilapidated temple instead of remaining in the cave on Sweeping Mountain to recuperate, solely to reclaim the box. She had contemplated leaping into the ancient well that morning to search for the box. However, the wretched dog, Dahe, had been persistently watching her, forcing her to seek another opportunity. Unexpectedly, Lu Tongfeng had just remarked that the well had transformed into his open-air latrine, filled with 2 years' worth of refuse. Heaven knows how thick the accumulation of filth must be at the bottom of that well. It was likely enough to suffocate a person. Smearing her face with a handful of what ash had already rendered her miserable. The mere thought of descending into a cesspool to search for the treasure box drained the color from her face. She would rather meet her demise than plunge her untainted body into such a foul pit. Just then, Lu Tongfeng's voice reached her ears. "Fairy Fuyao, let us not dwell on such sordid matters. I have a favor to ask of you." Lu Tongfeng rubbed his hands together, wearing an expression of hesitation, seemingly embarrassed. Yun Fuyao gradually regained her composure and tilted her head to regard Lu Tongfeng. This shameless fellow, who casually defecated into the well with no cover, felt embarrassed. "What do you wish to ask of me?" "Well, I would like to borrow a few pills of the fasting elixir. I assure you, I will repay you once I earn some silver," Lu Tongfeng said with a cheerful grin. "The fasting elixir? What do you need it for?" "To eat." Lu Tongfeng replied candidly. Yun Fuyao felt as if she had posed a foolish question. Aside from consumption, what else could one do with the fasting elixir? Did you not previously claim that it was tasteless while in the cave? Why the sudden desire to consume it now? Lu Tongfeng shook his head and sighed. "It is not for me. I intend to give it to Lingjun. The deaths of Grandma Lu and Aunt Pang have profoundly affected her. She has scarcely eaten or drunk anything these past 2 days and is looking terribly frail. I fear that if this continues, her health will deteriorate further. Thus, I wish to borrow some fasting elixir to at least preserve her life." Yun Fuyao regarded Lu Tongfeng with a deep gaze, a flicker of mischief appearing at the corners of her stern mouth. "Oh, since it is for the sake of saving your friend, I shall lend you a few pills." "Splendid. I knew you, Fairy Fuyao, were a benevolent savior." Yun Fuyao took a delicate sip of fine wine and replied nonchalantly, "Lu Tongfeng, do not rejoice too soon. I can provide you with the fasting elixir without requiring repayment, but you must perform a task for me in return." "Absolutely, just name it," he eagerly responded. Yun Fuyao declared, "I need you to descend to the bottom of that ancient well." "What?" Lu Tongfeng was taken aback. "Descend to the bottom of the well? You mean the one at the entrance?" "Indeed, that is correct. What purpose do you have in descending into the depths of the well?" "I was initially curious, and, while peering into the ancient well, accidentally dropped a cherished item of mine. I had intended to retrieve it myself, but upon glimpsing the filth that resides below, my aversion to dirt compelled me to seek your assistance in fetching it." Lu Tongfeng's expression froze momentarily. He recoiled slightly, stammering, This. What?" You won't assist me with such a trivial matter? Do you have any idea how much a single pill of abandonment costs on the market? I generously offered it to help rescue your friend, and now you make this so difficult for me? Fairy Fuyo, very well, I shall acquiesce. However, you must first give me the pill of abandonment, Lu Tongfeng declared, gritting his teeth and stomping his foot, downing a hearty gulp of wine in acquiescence to Yun Fuyo's request. At that moment, Lu Tongfeng felt a chill of dread. Over the past 2 years, he had treated the ancient well as an open-air latrine and a repository for refuse. Not only had he discarded everyday waste into it, but he had also relieved himself there. Now, he was to climb into his own filth to assist Yun Fuyo in retrieving something important that had fallen in. He cast a glance at Yun Fuyo, inwardly scoffing. How can such a beautiful young lady take pleasure in peering into a man's privy? This peculiar penchant is rather distasteful. And furthermore, while it is permissible to gaze, how could one be so careless as to drop something significant into a cesspit? Thankfully, it is the dead of winter, and the contents below should be frozen solid. Had it been spring, summer, or autumn, I would have never agreed to help you. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Lu Tongfeng, concerned for the well-being of the bell, reached out to Yun Fuyo for the pill of abandonment. First, grant me the pill of abandonment. I shall deliver it to the bell and return before nightfall. Rest assured, having promised to assist you, I shall not retract my word. Yun Fuyo refrained from further comments. Despite Lu Tongfeng's lecherous tendencies and somewhat erratic mind, he possessed redeeming qualities. He had steadfastly remained in this dilapidated temple for 6 years out of a sense of commitment, a feat not easily accomplished by most. Thus, Yun Fuyo retrieved a small white porcelain vial from her spatial storage bag, inscribed with the words pill of abandonment. She dispensed 3 pills and handed them to Lu Tongfeng, stating, 1 pill can keep hunger at bay for half a month. These 3 should suffice. Indeed, they are more than enough. Lu Tongfeng accepted them with a beaming smile and swiftly exited the crumbling temple, his voice echoing from outside, I shall return shortly. On the snow-covered path, Lu Tongfeng soon arrived at the small town as dusk approached. The once desolate town appeared livelier than in the morning, with sporadic figures dotting the streets. Wisps of smoke curled up from various homes, and several children clad in bulky winter coats frolicked at their doorsteps. Upon reaching the bell's residence, he found the snow in the courtyard had been cleared. Within, the village chief, Lin Deming, was conversing with a gaunt elderly man not much younger than himself, accompanied by several young individuals. The emaciated old man was the sole physician in the town, sharing the surname Lin, and named Lin Deyun, a younger cousin of Lin Deming. The sight of Dr. Lin here tightened Lu Tongfeng's heart. 2 hours prior to his departure, Yu Lingdang was still in the morning hall, vigilantly honoring her mother and grandmother. Could something have gone awry? Hastening into the courtyard, he overheard Lin Deming inquire, Deyun, how is Lingdang faring now? Dr. Lin replied with a bitter smile. Lingdang has always been frail. These past few days, her profound grief has rendered her unable to eat. It is not merely the medicinal broth she cannot stomach. Even a small amount of thin porridge causes her to retch. If this continues, she may not endure the night. Lin Deming urged, we must devise another plan. Lingdang is the last of the family. You must save her life at all costs. Dr. Lin sighed and responded, I will do my utmost. At that moment, Lu Tongfeng interjected, Grandfather Ming, I have a solution. Chapter 26, The Young Master of the Lin Family. Tongfeng's refusal. Tongfeng's words immediately drew the attention of Lin Deming and the others. Beside Lin Deming stood a remarkably elegant young man, seemingly around 17 or 18 years of age, with thick brows and large eyes, quite handsome. This individual was named Lin Feng, the grandson of Lin Deming. His father had served in the military alongside Yu Lingzhang's father, Yu Qingfei, and both had perished together on the battlefield 4 years prior. The Lin family was the wealthiest in the town. The patriarch, Lin Deming, served as the village head, possessing hundreds of acres of fertile land and operating a grain shop in Yeyang City. Lin Deming placed great importance on the education of his grandson, sending him to the prestigious Bailu Academy in Xuyang. Recently, during the winter break, he had returned to the town. Yu Lingzhang was considered the most beautiful woman in the town, and the two had grown up together, leading everyone to believe that she would inevitably marry Lin Feng. Lin Feng was also quite fond of Yu Lingzhang, and now, with the turmoil in her family, he had been busily attending to matters in her courtyard. Upon hearing that it was Lu Tongfeng who spoke, Lin Feng's brow furrowed. You again, lunatic? If you're hungry, I'll have someone pack some buns for you to take back to your dilapidated temple. Don't come here causing trouble, he remarked. A young man beside him chimed in, "Exactly. What can you, a filthy beggar, do? Just get lost." Lu Tongfeng was not well received in the town. Nearly everyone looked down upon him and bullied him. Only Granny Lu and Aunt Fat would occasionally offer him assistance. He had long since grown accustomed to such treatment. "Young Master Lin, I truly have a solution. Before my master passed away, he entrusted me with some elixirs known as fasting pills, which, once consumed, can sustain a person for at least 15 days without food. If given to Ling Zhong, she will be fine even if she does not eat or drink during this period." Lu Tongfeng did not mention that the fasting pills were borrowed from Yun Fuyo, instead attributing them to his late master, who had died many years prior. Leaving no witnesses to contradict him, Lin Feng scoffed, "What are you talking about? 15 days without food? Go away. Every time I see you, it annoys me." As he spoke, he attempted to shove Lu Tongfeng out of the courtyard. "Wait," Dr. Lin intervened, saying, "Lunatic, what did you just say? Fasting pills? Are they the kind used by cultivators?" Lu Tongfeng nodded, "Indeed." Dr. Lin's expression brightened. "If it is truly a fasting pill, then Ling Zhong will be saved. Show it to me." Lu Tongfeng took out a pill roughly the size of a quail egg, covered in a thick layer of wax. Dr. Lin took it, squeezing the wax ball, revealing a small orange-yellow pill inside, from which a faint aroma of liquor wafted. Dr. Lin sniffed it and examined it closely. Then, he exclaimed with delight, "Indeed, it is a fasting pill. Third uncle, you were right. How could this filthy beggar possess a fasting pill meant for cultivators? It cannot be mistaken. It cannot be mistaken. In the 10 classics of medicine, it is recorded that there exists a wondrous elixir known as the Bigu pill. Its hue a radiant orange-yellow, gleaming like golden rays. It resembles the bountiful fruits of autumn, warm and eye-catching. This potion is crafted from the essence of heaven and earth, amalgamating the fragrances of 100 extraordinary flowers, infused with the auspiciousness of Ganoderma and a myriad of celestial herbs and trees, all harmoniously blended within the cauldron, condensing their essence. Its aroma is unique, subtly reminiscent of wine, distinctly different from the mundane flavors of the world. It is akin to the sweet scent of divine nectar, pure and ethereal, invigorating the spirit and evoking images of breezy moments in a garden of orchids. Consuming it banishes hunger instantly, allowing one to remain untroubled by cravings for a fortnight. It aids in cultivating a tranquil heart, liberating one from the burdens of earthly sustenance, making it a remarkable aid for those pursuing enlightenment, and a splendid remedy for those beset by the tribulations of life, truly a rare delicacy and a treasure for well-being. This particular elixir possessed by the eccentric, despite its size and hue, exudes the same fragrant wine-like aroma as the Bigu pill traditionally consumed by practitioners of immortality, and is worth no less than 100 taels of silver. Belle is saved. Hurry, administer it to her. Though Lin Feng held little regard for Lu Tongfeng, he could not dismiss the words of his third uncle, who affirmed the elixir's celestial nature, and thus he hastened without delay. He retrieved the Bigu pill and made his way towards Belle's chamber, with Lu Tongfeng and the others promptly following. Inside the room, Yuling Bell lay pale on the bed, already in a state of unconsciousness. Cui Cui sat beside her, wiping her tears. Upon noticing the arrival of the group, Cui Cui quickly stood up and inquired, "Brother Lin Feng, what has happened?" Without responding, Lin Feng approached the bedside and gently placed the Bigu pill into Yuling Bell's mouth. Remarkably, the pill slid swiftly into her abdomen, seemingly dissolving upon contact. In a brief moment, the formerly colorless cheeks of Yuling Bell began to regain a rosy hue, astonishing everyone present. Lin the doctor stepped forward to take her pulse, exclaiming with joy, "Indeed, it is a celestial remedy. Qi and blood are starting to surge within Bell." The news brought great delight to the crowd. Lin Deming, astonished, looked at Lu Tongfeng, who lingered at the back, and asked, "Tongfeng, how did you come by such a divine medicine?" Lu Tongfeng replied, "Grandpa Ming, I mentioned earlier in the courtyard that this was left to me by my master before his passing. I have refrained from consuming it all these years." Lin Deming nodded. The old temple priest has reached over 100 years of age. He truly is a remarkable figure. Lin Feng approached Lu Tongfeng, adopting a condescending and imperious tone. "Little madman, though I have never favored you, your pill has saved Bell today, and I shall not let you go unrewarded." My third uncle stated that this item is worth 100 taels of silver. Lin Feng produced a purse from his garments and extracted 3 notes of 50 taels each. "I shall give you 150 taels." Lu Tongfeng had never beheld such a sum of silver. It was ample enough to refurbish the dilapidated temple and construct 2 new brick houses. However, He did not reach out to accept the money. He gazed at Lin Feng, whose nose was turned up in disdain, and calmly replied, "Young Master Lin, what is your intent? Belle is your friend, and she is also my friend. Moreover, Grandmother Lu and Aunt Fat have treated me exceptionally well. My intention in presenting the Bigu pill was never to profit." As Lu Tongfeng cast a glance towards Lin Deming, he spoke, "Grandfather Ming, night is approaching. Since the bell has ceased its tolling, I shall return to the temple. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to inform me." Lin Deming nodded slowly, replying, "Indeed. The snow-laden paths are treacherous. Do exercise caution." Observing Lu Tongfeng's graceful departure, Lin Feng felt a tinge of awkwardness. He gazed at the 3 silver notes in his hand, his brow furrowing slightly. In his recollection, ever since the old temple priest passed away 6 years ago, Lu Tongfeng had led a life even less respectable than that of a beggar. He either dozed off in the temple, flirted with maidens in the town, hunted mountain chickens and wild rabbits in the company of his large black dog, or loitered at the tavern or in front of Granny Lu's breakfast stall, begging for scraps. The sum of 150 taels of silver was an immense fortune for Lu Tongfeng, capable of aiding him in acquiring land and even securing a bride. Yet, Lu Tongfeng had declined. This left Lin Feng feeling rather at a loss. Chapter 27, Fuyao at 30. The master is a skilled expert. Lu Tongfeng did not linger in the small town. Before Yu Lingdang awakened from her unconscious state, he departed, heading southward. As he exited the town, he found himself muttering incessantly, 150 taels. That is indeed 150 taels. I should have taken it. Why didn't I accept it back then? Lu Tongfeng, how much is your pride worth? You were mocked daily. Today, pretending to be a big shot. You don't even have a single copper coin to your name. Don't you realize that? Regret washed over Lu Tongfeng for not accepting the 3 silver notes that Lin Feng had offered. In frustration, he slapped himself a few times. He shouldn't let his disdain for Lin Feng impede his financial well-being. After saving for half a year, he had just enough silver to buy food and an old hen, leaving him utterly destitute. Sighing, he acknowledged that since he had already put on a show of bravado in front of Lin Feng, he might as well continue the charade. Remembering that Yun Fuyao had given him 3 pills for hunger suppression, he recalled that he had only consumed 1 and still possessed 2. Considering their value, if sold, they could yield a considerable profit, which lightened his mood somewhat. The winter sky darkened swiftly. When Lu Tongfeng left the town, it was dusk, with the sunset painting the skies in hues of red. By the time he returned to the Earth Temple, night had fully descended. Upon entering, he found Yun Fuyao seated on the ground, sipping chicken soup, while Dahei lay nearby, gnawing on a chicken bone. Noticing Lu Tongfeng's return, Yun Fuyao glanced at him and remarked, "This chicken soup is quite delicious. You should have some." Lu Tongfeng shook his head, saying, "The hen was purchased for your nourishment. I am tall and robust. I do not require any supplements. You should drink more." With that, he fetched some firewood from the corner of the northern wall and tossed a few pieces onto the fire. Then, he unfastened his rusty sword and cracked gourd, settling down before the flames, sipping absent-mindedly. After a few sips of wine, Lu Tongfeng turned his head to Yun Fuyao. Her face remained smudged, yet the exquisite contours of her visage spoke of an unparalleled beauty, albeit with a somewhat aloof disposition. "Fairy Fuyao," he began, "could you share some tales about my master from the past?" Yun Fuyao paused slightly, replying, "I know little about my granduncle. I have been a disciple of my esteemed teacher for only 23 years, while my granduncle departed from Yutian's sect over 300 years ago. I have merely heard some legends about him. As for my master, that drunken old rogue, legends? Wait, you say you have been with Yutian's sect for how many years? 23 years. How old are you this year?" Lu Tongfeng's expression turned skeptical. "I was born in the year of Guasi. How old do you think I am?" Yun Fuyao replied slowly. Lu Tongfeng began counting on his fingers, murmuring, "This year is Gui Hai. You, Wu Si Mao Cho, Hai. You were born in the year of Guasi." His eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "You are 30 years old." Yun Fuyao nodded and said, "Indeed. Is there anything to be astonished about?" A sharp intake of breath escaped Lu Tongfeng as he leaned back, gazing at Yun Fuyao in disbelief. "What is the matter? You mustn't jest. With your appearance and complexion, you look no older than 18. How could you possibly be 30? It is impossible for cultivators to accurately judge age by appearance. While mortals rarely live to 70, for us cultivators, a century is commonplace. The more profound one's cultivation, the longer one lives. My master, Yakenzi, is over 500 years old, and as for your master, Master Xianxi, who passed 6 years ago, must have been over 800 at that time. Lu Tongfeng was somewhat dazed. This situation was only complicating matters. Initially, he had clumsily transformed into Yun Fuyao's little master uncle, which had already disrupted his beautiful plan of having 13 children with her. Now, it turned out there was a 14-year age gap between them. The odds of their union had diminished significantly. Noticing Lu Tongfeng's astonished expression, Yun Fuyao felt quite perplexed. What was so strange about being 30? Achieving the Dao realm at 30 is certainly an unparalleled feat among the younger generation of the Yuntian sect. I am celebrated as the most extraordinary woman in a millennium within the sect, one of the 10 fairies of the age. No one has ever commented on my age negatively. Rather, everyone praises me for reaching such heights at a young age, a rarity throughout history. Lu Tongfeng, is that look in your eyes suggesting I am old? Yun Fuyao's tone grew slightly irritated. Lu Tongfeng immediately shook his head, insisting, No, not at all. Not old in the slightest. Cultivators are not like mortals. By age proportion, a 30-year-old cultivator is akin to a few years of a mortal child. How can that be considered old? Yun Fuyao shot him a sharp glance. Lu Tongfeng continued, Let us discuss my late master instead. Did my master truly live for 800 years? Yun Fuyao replied, Master Xuanqi's cultivation is boundless. It is said he has reached the void transformation realm, with a lifespan of 800 years. What is so strange about that? Void transformation realm? The highest realm? My master was indeed formidable. Was he renowned? Did he hold a high status within the Yuntian sect? Certainly. Although he has been wandering the mortal realm and has remained incognito for the past 300 years, there are still many legends about him, regarded as the strongest in the Yuntian sect over the past millennium. The strongest in a millennium? My master? Wait, are we speaking of the same individual? My master, that notorious drunkard who met his end by choking on a flour chicken. And he is the strongest in a millennium? He spends his days doing two things, sending me to fetch him wine or lounging beneath the big locust tree at the entrance, drinking and seeking shade. How could he possibly be so formidable? Fairy Fuyao, have we perhaps mixed things up? Lu Tongfeng felt quite embarrassed by this situation. It appeared he had mistaken identities. The two were not speaking of the same person at all. Yun Fuyao gently shook her head, saying, No, if there were a mix-up, I would not have been able to respond to the secret code. Indeed, your ability to decipher the secret signal indicates that you are the one my master instructed me to await. However, my disheveled master hardly resembles a transcendent sage. Lu Tongfeng scratched his head, wearing an expression of utter confusion. Yun Fuyu replied calmly, My granduncle is renowned as the sword god of devastation, traversing the world with the divine sword of devastation. In his lifetime, he has never faced defeat. I have previously mentioned that 3 centuries ago, his prowess was already unparalleled, consistently occupying a position within the top 3 of the celestial rankings at the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Lu Tongfeng's eyes widened in astonishment. The top 3 in the celestial rankings? If my master is truly so formidable, then why does he not impart his knowledge to me? Have I not treated him well? I ride my great black steed daily to the town to fetch him wine. Is that not akin to a filial son? I had initially forgiven him for deceiving me, but now I find it impossible to do so. That detestable old man. Infuriating indeed. Chapter 28, Lu Tongfeng's Hidden Afflictions. Yun Fuyao's intent to investigate Lu Tongfeng was engulfed in sorrow. It was one thing for the townspeople to scorn him, but to find that his master, who had been his only companion for a decade, also looked down upon him was utterly disheartening. If his master truly valued him, how could he have taken all his profound knowledge to the grave? The top 3 of the celestial ranking, perhaps not even 3rd. This was a formidable powerhouse capable of wielding the elements at will. Had his master imparted even a fraction of his skills, Lu Tongfeng pondered, he would not have endured such a wretched existence over the years. As he reflected on the hardships and tribulations of the past 6 years, tears began to well in his eyes. Yun Fuyao, savoring a delicious chicken soup, noticed Lu Tongfeng's despondent demeanor and, with a flicker of concern, inquired, Are you certain that your great-uncle did not bestow upon you any genuine techniques? Of course not. If he had taught me celestial arts, I would have long ascended to immortality. How could I be living in such abject poverty? Lu Tongfeng retorted. However, Yun Fuyao appeared to contemplate her words carefully before responding. But I have seen you meditating and practicing. You've seen me meditating? When? He asked, puzzled. Every evening, you are absorbed in your practice. Is that really practice? Lu Tongfeng was taken aback, suddenly grasping Yun Fuyao's implication. Indeed, from my observations, the techniques you are cultivating are quite extraordinary. I have been meaning to ask you what true method you are practicing, she continued. Lu Tongfeng stammered, momentarily dazed. After a while, he replied, the technique I meditate on is called the hunger resistance and cold endurance art. Hunger resistance and cold endurance art. I have never heard of such a thing. Yun Fuyao pondered, struggling to recall any similar practice from her memory. Lu Tongfeng chuckled, of course you haven't. I named it myself. As long as I practice it. I do not feel cold in winter, and I can go without food or water for 7 to 8 days without issue. This is my greatest secret. I haven't even told Lingling, only you. Yun Fuyao was enlightened. Lu Tongfeng, have you ever considered that the very heart of this technique you practice daily might be a powerful celestial art passed down from your great-uncle? Impossible. Since I was 3. My master taught me to recognize characters, meridians, and acupoints. At 6, he imparted this hunger resistance technique to me, instructing me to practice daily without interruption. I have diligently adhered to his teachings for 10 years, never missing a night, even practicing before his coffin on the day he passed. If this were indeed a formidable celestial art, after 10 years of cultivation, I would have soared through the clouds and flown with a sword like you. Yet here I am, merely stronger than others, quicker and more enduring than most, but nothing beyond that. Yun Fuyao furrowed her brow slightly. Something was amiss. Very amiss. Through her covert observations of Lu Tongfeng's training on 2 occasions, she realized that he had already reached the realm of 3 flowers gathering at the apex and 5 chi returning to origin. This level of cultivation was at least the 4th stage of the nascent soul realm, and potentially akin to her own attainment of the Tao. However, it is quite peculiar that Lu Tongfeng possesses a wealth of vital energy, yet is unable to harness it. Suddenly, Yun Fuyao spoke. Lu Tongfeng, may I examine your body? Examine my body. Does that require me to undress? He inquired, somewhat taken aback. Not at all. I merely need to place my hand upon your pulse. Allowing my spiritual sense to enter your body, she clarified. Oh, is that so? Lu Tongfeng's expression turned to one of disappointment, as he had anticipated a more revealing procedure. Well then, please, go ahead and examine me. At that moment, the large black dog, engrossed in gnawing a bone, abruptly stood up and positioned itself between Lu Tongfeng and Yun Fuyao, barking loudly at Lu Tongfeng. It was evident that this imposing canine was not in favor of Yun Fuyao inspecting Lu Tongfeng's physique. Having coexisted for many years, Lu Tongfeng could discern the dog's intentions. Do not worry, Dahe. Fairy Fuyao means me no harm. She is a practitioner, an immortal, with exceptional abilities. It would be beneficial to assess my internal health, as I have been feeling unwell lately, unable to awaken during the day and restless at night. Dahe remained silent, pondering, is this truly a malady? Your daytime lethargy stems from your laziness, and your sleepless nights are due to your desires. Dahe continued to obstruct Lu Tongfeng, persistently barking. The dog's behavior aroused Yun Fuyao's suspicion. She suspected that Lu Tongfeng's body concealed some secret, which Dahe seemed to be aware of, hence its attempts to prevent the examination. Lu Tongfeng reached out and nudged Dahe aside. Go on, gnaw your bone. Fairy Fuyao, pay no mind to this old mutt. Please, take my pulse. But Dahe appears unwilling for me to examine you. She replied hesitantly. What does it matter? If it barks again, I shall remove its hind leg and prepare a nourishing soup for you. Lu Tongfeng declared, settling beside Yun Fuyao, rolling up his sleeves and extending his arm toward her. At that moment, Dahe ceased its barking. Its deep blue eyes fixated intently on Yun Fuyao, its lips slightly curled back, revealing sharp fangs, as if to threaten her against approaching peril. Seeing the fierce glint in Dahe's gaze, Yun Fuyao felt a sudden jolt of fear. She could distinctly sense the hostility lurking within those eyes, a gaze so menacing that it made her reluctant to look directly at it. A chilling intuition washed over her. Should she dare to take Lu Tongfeng's pulse, Dahe would surely leap forth to sever her throat. A flicker of dread crossed Yun Fuyao's expression, a chilling sensation of impending doom that she had never before detected emanating from a mere dog. Confident in her instincts, she hesitated to proceed with the examination. Stop dawdling. Quickly check my pulse, Lu Tongfeng urged, noticing Yun Fuyao's inaction. Yun Fuyao steadied herself, casting her gaze downward, only to freeze again. She observed a thick layer of dark gray grime enveloping Lu Tongfeng's arm, exposed by his rolled-up sleeve. How long has it been since you last bathed? She stammered. Bathe? I just did so 3 months ago. He retorted. 3 months? Ugh. Please remove your filthy hands from my presence. Ugh. Yun Fuyao, who was notoriously fastidious, felt her stomach churn upon hearing that Lu Tongfeng had not bathed for 3 months and seeing the thick layer of grime on his arms. She was on the verge of vomiting. Cultivators are fundamentally different from mortals. When a mortal neglects bathing for 2 to 3 months, it merely results in an unpleasant odor. However, the situation with cultivators is entirely distinct. When they absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for cultivation, this energy purges the impurities within their bodies, which are expelled through the pores of their skin, forming a layer of filth on the surface. Consequently, cultivators must bathe almost daily. Yun Fuyao was certain that Lu Tongfeng was indeed a cultivator, given that he practiced diligently every day. It was unimaginable how thick the layer of grime on him must be after 3 months without a bath. Noticing Yun Fuyao's exaggerated reaction, Lu Tongfeng awkwardly rolled up his sleeves. He sheepishly remarked, "Fairy Fuyao, is such a reaction truly necessary? There are far more unkempt individuals in the town than I. Are you all right? Did you really just vomit? Stay away. Do not come near me." Lu Tongfeng felt quite disheartened. He had initially hoped to have Yun Fuyao examine him for any ailments or spiritual roots. To his surprise, he had inadvertently caused her to feel nauseated. He positioned himself at a considerable distance from her. "Could you please refrain from vomiting? I spent 3 silver coins to purchase that old hen for you. If you vomit it all up, my money will have been wasted." Chapter 29. The Snowy Night Massacre in Monjin in the Dead of Night. Over 20 spectral figures emerged from the direction of Tsuiping Mountain. Clad in garments as white as the snow, they glided swiftly across the icy ground, leaving not a single footprint in their wake. With astonishing speed, they advanced towards Fuyang Town. These individuals had been dispatched by the Yinyang Master to silence any witnesses in Fuyang. As the clock struck the 2nd hour of the night, the 20-plus white figures materialized on the southern edge of the town. Observing the darkness that enveloped the settlement, the masked leader rasped, "To dare to slay a member of our extreme sect is to court death." Turning to his brethren, he inquired, "Are we clear on our course of action?" A fellow in white chuckled beside him, "Third senior brother, fear not. We shall take the beautiful maidens, and the rest will be sent to their afterlife." The foremost disciple of the Yinyang Master had become the abbot of the Buddhist Lin Temple, known as Master Chun. Once a vessel for the Yinyang Master, she later became his disciple. The Yinyang Master's second disciple had perished over 30 years ago during a righteous siege. The third disciple, named Su Tsang, had accompanied the Yinyang Master for many years, known for his ruthless nature and a history of innumerable killings. In the realm of tormenting maidens, he surpassed even his master. Having narrowly escaped the righteous onslaught 3 decades prior, Su Tsang, a peak harmonization stage practitioner, solidified his position as the 3rd strongest within the extreme sect. He spoke slowly. The 3 from Yuhai met their demise here. Perhaps the female disciple from Yun Tian's sect still lingers. Be cautious, my comrades. Remember, it is not solely about slaughtering. We must also trace the whereabouts of the Yuhai members, alive to see them, dead to see their corpses. Understood. Su Tsang divided the group into 2 squads, one to handle the residences on the eastern side of the street, while the other focused on the western side. Unbeknownst to the townsfolk, the specter of death had descended upon them, most still lost in slumber. In the home of Yu Lingdang, the young woman had awakened. Her appearance markedly improved from the pale visage of the day. The potent spiritual energy of the fasting elixir rejuvenated her, restoring color to her cheeks. However, her spirit remained low, as though her soul had been drained. Lin Feng lingered nearby. "Lingdang, it's getting late. I must take my leave. You and Tsui should rest early. I shall return at dawn." Yu Lingdang offered no reply, while Tsui interjected, "Lin Feng, you've been through much these past few days. Worry not, I will take good care of Lingdang." Lin Feng nodded, casting one last glance at Lingdang before sighing and departing. Suddenly, the dogs of the town erupted into a cacophony of barks, their cries emanating from the southern end and swiftly echoing throughout the settlement. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Such a commotion from the dogs at this hour was unusual. Just then, a sharp clang of a gong reverberated unexpectedly, followed by a chilling human scream. A harbinger of death. Cui and Ling Dang, upon hearing the commotion, immediately exited the morning hall. Spotting Lin Feng standing in the courtyard, Cui exclaimed, "Brother Lin Feng, what is happening?" Lin Feng, bewildered, shook his head and replied, "I have no idea. There has been a murder. That band of depraved rascals has returned." "Ah!" A voice echoed from the southern direction, followed by a chilling scream that abruptly ceased. Yet, the sound of that voice traveled clearly. Lin Feng's complexion paled drastically. He shouted, "This is dire. Those ruffians have come again. Cui, Ling Dang, you must hide at once." Cui, already terrified, looked pale as a ghost, while Ling Dang's eyes gleamed with a frightening red hue. Lights began to flicker on in every household within the small town. Yet the cries of anguish and terror continued to resound, accompanied by women's shrieks. Simultaneously, flames began to engulf the houses from the south of the town. These marauders were not only slaughtering indiscriminately, but also setting fires. Being in a remote area, with heavy snowfall blocking the mountains, they felt no concern about anyone escaping or any potential rescue. They were cultivators, and to them, ordinary mortals were scarcely more than insignificant insects. They showed no intent to conceal their identities, brazenly entering the town from the south. Aside from the captivating maidens they fancied, all others were ruthlessly slain on the spot, and the flames were unleashed upon their abodes. Lame Li and Li Qiuyan stood in the courtyard. As Li Qiuyan gazed at the fiery glow rising from the south and listened to the cries of the townsfolk, her expression shifted dramatically. "This is bad. That gang is slaughtering the town." Lame Li rasped, "There are many of them. We might struggle to face them. It would be prudent to retreat for the time being." Li Qiuyan replied, "If we leave, what will happen to the townspeople?" Lame Li was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Fuyang Town housed 180 households, with nearly 600 residents. These were all defenseless mortals. Faced with a group of cultivators, their fate was tragically sealed. Li Qiuyan continued, "These assailants must be after us, along with the 3 slain rascals. Perhaps we can divert their attention." Lame Li gently shook his head. "Their numbers are vast, and their objective is clear, to annihilate the entire town. Even if we manage to divert a few, it will be of little consequence." Li Qiuyan exclaimed, "What then? Shall we merely stand by and watch as the townsfolk are slaughtered?" Lame Li's gaze suddenly shifted to the south, and he said hoarsely, "Didn't Dahei return? Perhaps this is a turning point." Li Qiuyan's eyes brightened. Indeed, Dahei is back. At the Earth Temple, Dahei, who had been dozing by the bonfire, suddenly perked up his ears and slowly raised his head. Then, with fervor, Dahei dashed out of the temple, barking wildly. The commotion immediately roused Lu Tongfeng and Yun Fuyao. Hearing Dahei's frantic barks outside the temple, Lu Tongfeng felt a jolt of alarm. Having lived alongside Dahei for many years, he could decipher the urgency and sharpness in Dahei's barks, signaling imminent danger. Lu Tongfeng quickly rose and rushed out of the temple, only to see Dahei barking furiously towards the north. Lu Tongfeng turned his head and was immediately struck with alarm. A mere 3 miles away, the flickering lights of the small town were clearly visible, accompanied by billowing clouds of smoke. Distinct cries of anguish could be faintly heard in the distance. He was not foolish. He quickly deduced that something had gone awry in Fuyang Town. Judging by the number of houses engulfed in flames, it was evident that this was no mere accident. Most likely, it was connected to the 2 white-clad scoundrels who had escaped that night. After their failed attempt, during which one of them was killed, it was clear that they had returned for vengeance. With this realization, Lu Tongfeng's expression shifted dramatically as he hurried back to the dilapidated temple. In the corner where he had been resting, he retrieved his rusted sword. Seeing Lu Tongfeng in such a state of panic, Yun Fuyao inquired, "What has happened?" "There is trouble in the town. It seems the escaped scoundrels have returned for revenge. Fuyao, you must take cover. I am going to assist in the town." With that, Lu Tongfeng grasped his rusted sword and dashed out of the crumbling temple. Chapter 30. The demonic blade shatters the universe as Yun Fuyao leaned on her bamboo staff and approached the temple's entrance. The figure of Lu Tongfeng had already vanished from sight. Accompanying his disappearance was the absence of Dahei. Yun Fuyao cast her gaze toward the north, where a crimson glow illuminated the sky, as if the entire town were engulfed in flames. The haunting echoes of wails and cries resonated from the direction of the town. A grave expression clouded her face, smeared with soot and ash from the surrounding foliage. She understood that the calamity unfolding in the town that night was but a continuation of the tragedy that had befallen the Yu family 3 days prior. Lu Tongfeng had recounted the events of that fateful evening to her in the cave. 3 lecherous bandits adorned in white had appeared, and only a disciple of the Yun Tian sect had managed to eliminate one of them. Now, the accomplices of those white-clad miscreants had returned to exact their vengeance. They were undoubtedly practitioners of the arcane arts. In the presence of such cultivators, mere mortals were as insignificant as ants. Only those of the same ilk could contend with them. Though Yun Fuyao was certain Lu Tongfeng was also a practitioner, his decade of arduous training seemed to have yielded little more than brute strength and endurance. He possessed no real capabilities. In the realm of combat, it was mastery of the craft, true techniques, artifacts, and divine powers that mattered, not mere physical prowess. Yun Fuyao's gaze shifted to a nearby ancient well. Her previously resolute demeanor now tinged with uncertainty. Her injuries had mostly healed, save for her leg, which still bore the burden of her wounds. Yet, this did not hinder her ability to fly on her sword. She could retrieve the treasure box from the well and depart immediately, returning to the Yuntian sect to report her findings. This would undoubtedly be the most prudent course of action. However, she found herself torn. If she were to leave with the treasure box now, what fate awaited Lu Tongfeng? The loss of life among the townsfolk was of little consequence to her, but Lu Tongfeng was someone she knew and regarded as her junior master. With his meager cultivation, he would stand little chance against the band of lecherous cultivators should he encounter them in the town, and his chances of survival were bleak. After a moment of contemplation, Yun Fuyao bit her silver teeth in determination. She reached behind her, grasping the air, and a sudden beam of white light erupted from the dilapidated temple. It was her celestial sword, Han Huang. Meanwhile, Lu Tongfeng and Da He sprinted through the snow. And with each step closer to the town, a heavy dread settled in Lu Tongfeng's heart. Over 20 masked figures clad in white wielded gleaming long swords. All practitioners capable of perceiving the thoughts and presence of others. Even the townsfolk hiding in cellars could be easily detected by their spiritual awareness. They commenced their bloody revelry from the southern end of the town, and soon, a significant portion of the homes in that area lay in ruin. Several young maidens of fair beauty were rendered unconscious and discarded in the streets, intended to be taken back to their lair once the slaughter ceased. The young men of the town, armed with various weapons, prepared to confront the invaders. Yet how could they possibly stand against such formidable cultivators? A throng of over a dozen men charged forth, only to have their heads severed by a long blade, their lifeless bodies collapsing onto the street. Crimson blood gushing from their neatly severed necks, staining the white ground a deep red. Lin Deming, the village chief, gathered dozens more, armed with knives, guns, and clubs, hastening southward. The lecherous villain in white, who had just slain several innocent townsfolk, regarded the new arrivals with a glimmer of bloodthirsty madness in his eyes. As he hurled a blade radiating an eerie glow toward the approaching citizens, panic ensued among the crowd as they witnessed the deadly weapon poised to claim more lives. At that moment, a fiery sword beam erupted from a nearby alley to the west. With a resounding bang, the hurtling long knife was instantly repelled. Emerging from the shadows of the alley was a young woman clad in black, her figure graceful, adorned with a conical hat and a veil. Many recognized her as the valiant heroine who had saved Lingdang and vanquished a lecher 3 nights prior, and they erupted into cheers. These individuals were cultivators. They had come to slaughter the town, quickly rally the townsfolk to retreat northward. Li Chuyan commanded sternly to Lin Deming and the others. Lin Deming understood that mortals and cultivators belonged to 2 distinct realms. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, he refrained from bravado and called out to Li Chuyan, "Heroine, be cautious." Standing several paces to the south was Su Tsang, the man in white. Su Tsang chuckled sinisterly. "I did not expect this fairy to still be here. What remarkable skill you possess to have slain 3 of my apprentices. You must be a disciple of the Yuntian sect. Since you have meddled in our affairs, we shall not be courteous. Come back with me obediently, and perhaps if you serve us well, we might spare your life." "Shameless scoundrel, face my blade," Li Chuyan retorted sharply, her black figure soaring into action. A crimson celestial sword in her grasp erupted in flame. With a swift incantation, dozens of fiery sword energies surged towards Su Tsang. He responded with a cold smile, beckoning the long knife that had been knocked away by Li Chuyan back to his hand. "Come at me." He executed a sweeping motion, unleashing a blinding arc of light from the demonic blade, shattering the incoming sword energies effortlessly. Li Chuyan's gaze sharpened. She discerned that his cultivation was exceptionally high, likely at the pinnacle of the harmonization realm, for it was impossible to so easily neutralize her sword energies otherwise. Yet, she did not falter. In a flash, she appeared before Su Tsang, thrusting her sword towards him. He parried with his knife. Aware that he recognized her as a disciple of the Yuntian sect, she revealed her true cultivation and sword techniques without reservation. She swiftly performed the Northern Dipper 7-star step of the Yuntian sect, invoking the illusory star sword technique. In an instant, her movements became ghostly, her celestial sword shifting like the stars in the sky. The speed of her strikes was akin to lightning. As she unleashed several lethal moves from the illusory star sword technique, including meteor chasing the moon and stars scattered across the sky. However, Su Tsang's cultivation surpassed hers. As he faced Li Qiuyan's relentless assault, he retreated while deftly wielding his long knife to block her strikes. In a heartbeat, they exchanged dozens of blows. With keen insight, Su Chang seized the opportunity, launching himself into the air and delivering a powerful strike reminiscent of a blade cleaving Mount Hua. The shimmering light of the blade rapidly expanded, casting a colossal shadow. Li Qiuyan was taken aback, swiftly darting to the side. Boom! The enormous blade shadow descended, obliterating several houses in its wake. Before Li Qiuyan could react, Su Chang unleashed another fierce strike from above. With no time to evade, she swiftly formed a hand seal with her left hand, conjuring a taiji diagram before her. In an instant, a dark azure yin-yang diagram materialized, appearing almost tangible. The formidable blade shadow struck the diagram with tremendous force. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed. The taiji diagram shattered, and the powerful true essence surged forth like sound waves, causing countless structures along the street to collapse under the impact of this energy. Although Li Qiuyan managed to block Su Chang's strike, she was not unscathed. As a novice at the initial stage of integration, she found herself grappling with the overwhelming power of Su Chang, who stood at the pinnacle of that stage. With the force of the impact, she stumbled backward several steps, her hat and veil swept away. Upon glimpsing her visage, Su Chang let out a wicked grin. What a stunning maiden. It seems my brothers are in for a treat. Chapter 31. Are there more masters? The long knives, akin to venomous serpents, were hurled towards Li Qiuyan from various directions. A cursory glance revealed no fewer than 7 or 8 blades. Li Qiuyan's heart sank in alarm. The individual before her was beyond her capability to confront. Faced with the combined might of 7 or 8 adversaries, she harbored no hope of victory. Summoning all her strength, she shouted, breaking sword style. With fervor, she wielded her fiery celestial sword, striving to repel the incoming onslaught of blades. Yet, Su Tsang and his companions were relentless, seizing the returning knives and swiftly channeling their true essence. The blades glimmered with an eerie cold light. They disregarded the chivalry of the martial world, launching a coordinated assault against Li Qiuyan. As their mystical techniques activated, a multitude of dazzling knife lights emitted piercing, shrill whistling sounds. Realizing the peril, Li Qiuyan retreated several paces. At that moment, the earth began to tremble. In the next instant, the street before her was suddenly upheaved by an immense force. A thick earthen wall erupted with a thunderous roar, shielding Li Qiuyan. Most of the oncoming knife lights were thwarted by this unexpected barrier, though a few managed to sail over it, aiming for Li Qiuyan concealed behind. Graceful and agile, Li Qiuyan danced with her celestial sword, neutralizing the stray knife lights. Under the relentless barrage of countless blades, the earthen wall could not withstand for long and swiftly crumbled. Composed of soil and cobblestones from the street, it emitted a faint orange-yellow glow. Originally part of the thoroughfare, it was blanketed by a thick layer of snow. By an unknown force, it was as if a plank had been flipped, violently uprooting a section of the street. The stones shattered, and earth mixed with snow flew in all directions. Su Tsang observed the scene before him, his gaze darkening as he rasped, "There are indeed more masters." As his words fell, a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe emerged from the shadows, wielding a celestial sword that radiated an orange-yellow aura. This man was none other than the Lame Li. Clearly, he was the one who had invoked the mysterious technique to raise the earthen wall in defense of Li Qiuyan against the knife lights. Suddenly, both sides found themselves in a standoff. On one side stood 8 figures clad in white, their faces obscured by white masks. Opposing them were Lame Li and Li Qiuyan. However, the tragic events unfolding in the town did not cease due to this brief confrontation in the street. Over a dozen white-masked figures continued their rampage of murder and arson. Families fled northward in desperate haste. Many witnessed the standoff on the street and recognized their defenders as the Lame Li and his daughter, the Mute Li. There was no time for astonishment. The white-masked assailants advancing from the south were systematically slaughtering households. Delaying could cost them their lives. "Qiuyan, Uncle Li." The sound of a bell rang out. Li Qiuyan turned to see Lin Feng, hurriedly wielding a shoulder pole, anxiously escorting Yu Lingdang and Cui Cui as they rushed out from a box. "Ah, these 2 young ladies are quite delightful. They would make excellent company to bring back." Su Chang beheld Lingdang and Cui Cui, one possessing exquisite and beautiful features, the other with skin as fair as snow. Instantly, a lascivious desire surged within him. Lin Feng, upon hearing this, turned pale, dragging Yu Ling Dang along, exclaiming, "Ling Dang! They are all cultivators. We must flee." Together with the equally terrified Chui Chui, they each grasped Ling Dang and hurried northward. Su Chong and the white-clad figures made no effort to pursue, for it was deemed unnecessary. The snow lay 2 feet deep, and how far could they possibly escape? At that moment, the lamely spoke slowly. "You are all cultivators. Is it not unbecoming for cultivators to unleash such cruelty upon mere mortals?" Su Chong scoffed, "Huh? You righteous cultivators are all hypocrites. Slaying a few insignificant ants has no bearing on your dignity. 3 days ago, my 3 junior brothers fell victim to your hands. Did they not?" Li replied, "Indeed, we are responsible for their deaths. If you seek vengeance, direct it towards us, and spare these innocent people." Su Chang's gaze flickered. He had received a crucial piece of information. Yu Hai and his companions had met their demise 3 days prior. This revelation eased his mind. For as long as there were no survivors, even the disciples of Yun Tian's sect would be unable to trace the matter back to Fo Lin Temple. Su Chong coldly stated, "Very well. If you two relinquish your celestial swords and seal your meridians, I shall spare this group of ants." "Why would we do such a thing? We are disciples of Yun Tian's sect. Do you not fear the repercussions?" "Of course I fear," Su Chong retorted. "But we are 1,000 miles from Yun Tian's sect, and their sword immortals cannot reach us here. By the way, does your Yun Tian sect not pride itself on being the leaders of the righteous path, the titans of celestial Tao? Are not your disciples committed to vanquishing demons and saving lives, upholding the heavenly order? This small town harbors the lives of hundreds awaiting your rescue. If you simply surrender, they shall live. Why the silence now? I say you are hypocrites, and yet you seem displeased." Bah! Su Chong's consciousness was persistently scanning the surroundings. At this juncture, he could almost ascertain that these two were the only disciples of Yun Tian's sect in this small town. If there were many sword immortals present, they would not have remained in hiding for so long. However, confronting these two would not be easy. The girl in black seemed to be a cultivator at the early stage of harmony, while the man appeared to be at the pinnacle of harmony, much like himself. In a life-and-death struggle, with over 20 of them on their side, they naturally felt unafraid. Yet, it was likely that they would also suffer casualties. Thus, Su Chong sought to test them. If these two were foolish enough to discard their celestial swords and seal their meridians, it would be exceedingly advantageous. Li Qiuyan sneered, "You demonic cultists, how could you possibly keep your word? Dream on if you think we will surrender." Su Chong glanced at the bloodied long knife in his hand, rasping, "Alas, if that is the case, let us speak with our blades." Aware of their strength, he let out a long howl, the sound reverberating through the chaotic town. The more than 10 white-clad fiends, engaged in murder and mayhem, heard the call and immediately abandoned their gruesome tasks, hastening towards him. In the blink of an eye, nearly 20 individuals emerged, encircling the limping Li and Li Qiuyan. As they beheld the overwhelming number of adversaries, a sense of despair began to envelop their hearts. Had the opposing party consisted of merely 7 or 8, the duo might have stood a chance. However, with nearly 20 foes present, and this not being their full strength, the situation grew increasingly dire. The anguished cries from the nearby residences continued to echo through the night. Among these assailants, there was a formidable expert at the pinnacle of the 5th level of the harmonization realm, while the others were at least proficient in the realms of matter manipulation and spiritual essence. This night, it appeared that the prospects for the two were grim. Su Tsong sneered, "That man shall be reduced to a mere pulp, while the lovely young lady is to be kept alive, as per our master's explicit instructions. Once our master has had his fill, she will be ours to enjoy. Now, let us begin." Chapter 32, The Transformation of Dahe. As Lu Tongfeng arrived in the small town with Dahe, the southern part of the town had nearly been engulfed in flames. At that moment, this once tranquil and remote settlement had transformed into a nightmarish inferno. There was no trace of cold, dozens of houses were ablaze, and even the air felt scorching hot. Not far ahead, he spotted a figure lying in a burning residence. He recognized it as Sister Hua's home. Lu Tongfeng rushed into the house, calling out, "Sister Hua?" Enduring the searing heat, he turned the person over, and indeed, it was the Sister Hua he knew. A gruesome wound gaped in her chest, and beneath her lay a child, blood-soaked and lifeless. The sight ignited a fury within Lu Tongfeng. Just then, the burning beams began to collapse. He exerted all his strength to drag Sister Hua and her child's bodies out of the house. Upon turning around, he saw the lifeless forms of Sister Hua's in-laws sprawled on the threshold. "These beasts! They spared neither the elderly nor the children. Lu Tongfeng had lived in this town for many years. Although most of the townsfolk referred to him as the little beggar or the little madman after his master's death, he knew the villagers were inherently kind-hearted. The people of Fuyang town had lived peacefully for centuries, never before experiencing such a tragedy as this night. Witnessing familiar faces perish before his eyes ignited a raging inferno within him. A wave of murderous intent surged forth from his being. Perhaps even he was unaware. But his skin began to flush red, and his eyes gradually turned crimson. It was as if a mysterious seal binding him was cracking under the force of his fury and bloodlust. He heard sounds of a struggle to the north and immediately seized his sword, rushing towards the commotion. The streets were littered with the bodies of the townsfolk. Lu Tongfeng knew that what he had seen was merely a fraction of the tragedy. Many more innocents, like Sister Hua and her child, must have met their demise within their homes. Having traveled less than 30 paces, he spotted a figure in white, wielding a bloody long knife. While draped over his shoulder was a young woman clad in tattered clothing, emerging from a dwelling. The young woman screamed and beat against the back of the white-clad man. But her efforts were futile. Instead, the man grew more exhilarated, laughing maniacally. "Do not fret, my dear. Once I have slain everyone in this town, I will relish your body." Lu Tongfeng recognized the woman. She was the bride of Lin Chiga, married just half a year prior, and possessed an alluring beauty. "Release her." Lu Tongfeng raised his rusty sword, pointing it defiantly at the white-clad fiend. The man turned at the sound, only to see a ragged youth, clad in a worn cotton coat, wielding a dilapidated sword. He erupted into laughter, mocking, "Boy, with a sword so rusted, can you truly kill?" Lu Tongfeng retorted fiercely. "My sword does not slay the innocent, it only punishes beasts." The white-clad villain tossed the struggling young woman to the ground. Upon seeing Lu Tongfeng, she cried out, "Little madman, run. You cannot defeat him. He cannot escape." The man in white, with a sinister grin, released his long knife, transforming it into a streak of demonic light that shot towards Lu Tongfeng. Lu Tongfeng's pupils constricted as he summoned every ounce of strength to wield his sword in defense. Bang! With a thunderous sound, Lu Tongfeng felt as though he had been struck by a speeding carriage, his body involuntarily staggering backward. The man in white seemed taken aback that his flying knife had failed to slay this young man. He formed intricate hand signs, and the long knife emitted a piercing sound as it once again hurtled towards Lu Tongfeng. Lu Tongfeng swung his sword to counter. After several assaults, he remarkably managed to fend off all the attacks with his rusted blade. "Damn it!" The man in white, cursing under his breath, leaped forward, grasping the long knife, and delivered a heavy downward slash. Lu Tongfeng sensed a formidable blade intent accompanied by a fierce gust of wind rushing towards him. His complexion changed dramatically. With both hands gripping his sword, he attempted to block. Boom! Lu Tongfeng felt as though a colossal mountain had been thrust upon him, his arms seemingly on the verge of breaking. The long knife pressed down upon the rusted sword, causing Lu Tongfeng's legs to buckle. At that moment, the man in white delivered a kick to Lu Tongfeng's chest. Lu Tongfeng felt as if his heartbeat had ceased, his body soaring backward like a kite with a severed string, rolling several times upon the snowy street before finally coming to a halt. At this moment, Lu Tongfeng was engulfed in excruciating pain, his internal energy surging tumultuously. He struggled to rise, only to spit a mouthful of vital blood, which splattered onto the rusted sword he tightly gripped. "You little brat, I thought you possessed greater prowess." The man in white, brandishing his long knife, approached Lu Tongfeng with a sinister smile. As Lu Tongfeng watched the figure draw closer, a thought crossed his mind. Am I to perish? He remained oblivious to the blood he had sprayed upon the rusted sword, which was vanishing at an alarming rate, as if being devoured by the blade itself. Suddenly, at that moment, Lu Tongfeng spotted a shadow. It was the silhouette of a dog. In the flickering light, Dahei slowly emerged from behind Lu Tongfeng, stepping forth before him, glancing back at the rusted sword that was consuming Lu Tongfeng's vital essence. Then, with a hint of mockery in its expression, it turned to face the advancing man in white. It did not crouch or bare its teeth in a defensive stance. Instead, it stood calmly before Lu Tongfeng, regarding the adversary with an expression as though gazing upon a corpse. Where did this dead dog come from? Begone! The man in white felt a jolt of unease as he beheld Dahei's tranquil gaze. Yet, he convinced himself that he had no reason to fear a mere dog. Raising his long knife, he charged forward, aiming to strike Dahei's head. "Dahei!" Lu Tongfeng shouted. However, Dahe paid the incoming strike no heed. A faint azure flame flickered in its eyes. Then, Dahe unleashed a howl that resonated through the air. Yes, a howl, not a bark. In Lu Tongfeng's incredulous gaze, Dahe's form began to swell rapidly. In an instant, the once diminutive calf-like creature transformed into a colossal beast towering above houses. Its form resembled that of a giant hound, with exposed fangs, bristly mane akin to needles, a tail extending over 10 feet, and claws sharp as daggers. Every spine like hair upon its body radiated an otherworldly azure glow. This transformation occurred in the blink of an eye. The white-clad demon, who had been poised to strike, now displayed unprecedented terror in his gaze. The long blade descended upon the massive head of the creature, yet instead of inflicting harm, it merely produced the sound of metal clashing against stone, causing the weapon to be flung from the demon's grasp. Monstrous! The white-clad figure turned to flee, but the creature, faster still, leapt forth, its gaping maw wide open, and seized the demon in its jaws. After a few savage chews, it swallowed the entire being, skin and bones alike, whole. With a resounding roar that echoed into the sky, the immense beast proclaimed its dominion, as if to assert its formidable power. Chapter 33. The transformation of the rusty sword. Lu Tongfeng was utterly astonished by the transformation of Dahe before him. After living together for 16 years, the companion who had never left his side could actually transform. Right before his eyes, it had swallowed a man whole. A sense of helplessness and fear enveloped Lu Tongfeng's heart. It felt as though the experiences of these years had been nothing but a deceptive dream. His master was a mere illusion, and Dahe was also an illusion. What, then, was the truth? Gazing at the colossal creature towering over him, exceeding 6 yards in length, Lu Tongfeng was plunged into profound terror. Dahe turned its head, casting a look at Lu Tongfeng, whose eyes were wide with fear. Its hauntingly blue eyes resembled 2 eerie lanterns, brimming with otherworldly allure. The bloodstains on its fangs only added to the horror of its enchantment. Dahe bared its teeth at Lu Tongfeng, wagging its tail, seemingly attempting to reassure him not to be afraid. Yet how could Lu Tongfeng possibly quell his fear? He collapsed onto the street, staring wide-eyed as he slowly retreated. Dahe was at a loss for how to explain itself to its young master. Suddenly, a booming sound erupted from the north. A woman's voice echoed, calling Dahe. Dahe. Dahe turned its gaze northward, hesitating for a moment, before letting out a low call to Lu Tongfeng and then darting toward the north. Despite its massive size, Dahe moved with astonishing swiftness, leaping over 10 yards in a single bound. What manner of creature was this? Be careful. Third senior brother. Help, huh? Cries of alarm rang out from the northern street. Lu Tongfeng took a moment to gather himself before approaching to check on Lin Shige's wife, whom the white-clad demon had discarded on the ground. Upon reaching her, he discovered she had lost consciousness. It was uncertain whether she had been drugged by the white-clad demon or had merely been frightened into a faint by Dahe's transformation. After checking her breath and pulse, he confirmed she was merely unconscious and not dead, which relieved him. The battle to the north intensified. He could see flashes of blades and glimmers of light from afar, with fiery swords darting through the tumult, the most dazzling of them all. Rather than fleeing, Lu Tongfeng grasped his rusty sword, crouching low as he stealthily advanced toward the north, taking cover behind the buildings lining the street. Unbeknownst to him, the rusty sword in his hand was undergoing a mysterious transformation. The rust upon its blade was gradually flaking away, all triggered by his blood that had splattered onto the sword and been absorbed. It seemed this sword sealed a slumbering demon, awakened by Lu Tongfeng's essence. As he drew closer to the fray, waves of violent energy crashed over him. He hid behind a wall, sneaking a glance. In an instant, Lu Tongfeng froze, his expression shifting dramatically. He beheld 2 battlefields. Dahe was locked in combat with 8 or 9 white-clad demons, while to the north, a man and a woman wielding celestial swords faced off against more than 10 white-clad foes. What unsettled Lu Tongfeng was not Dahe, but the pair of sword-wielding warriors confronting their enemies. If I am not mistaken, the man before me is the limping Li from the town of Dao Yexiang, and the woman is his daughter, the mute Li. The limping Li wields a celestial sword that emanates an orange-yellow glow, while Li the mute holds a sword radiating flames. They are encircled by at least 10 white-clad demons, who thwart their attempts to ascend into the air. Dahe, intent on rushing to their aid, finds himself obstructed by 7 or 8 white-clad demons, who relentlessly wield their enchanted blades against him. The air is thick with the aura of countless blades, slashing against Dahe. Yet it seems the assailants lack the prowess to pose any significant threat to him. On the ground lie the remnants of two white-clad demons, evidently slain by Dahe's jaws. Lu Tongfeng could scarcely believe that the limping Li and his daughter, who had sought refuge in the town 3 years prior, were, in fact, cultivators. Moreover, their apparent lack of strength suggested they could not withstand such a multitude of white-clad cultivators on their own. Lu Tongfeng felt his entire worldview shattering. First, Dahe had unexpectedly gained sentience, and now the father and daughter duo were revealed to be adept practitioners of the arcane arts. The events unfolding today were undeniably surreal. Subdue that beast. Let us first unite to eliminate these two from Yunshanzong. Su Tsang's furious voice resounded as he summoned all his strength into his enchanted blade, sending Li Qiuyan sprawling several feet away. He had anticipated that the night's massacre would be an effortless endeavor, and even the presence of two sword cultivators from Yunshanzong did not instill fear. Rather, he was filled with exhilaration. Little did he realize that a monstrous creature would suddenly appear, having already claimed the lives of 2 of his disciples. No, 3, as another white-clad demon was devoured by Dahe. Now, the priority was to ensnare this vile beast and collectively vanquish the 2 adversaries before them. Su Tsang called out loudly, summoning the remaining white-clad disciples still engaged in slaughter within the town, who, sensing the dire situation, swiftly descended from their perches. Upon witnessing Dahe, the newly arrived white-clad demons gasped in astonishment. Not only was Dahe swift as lightning and capable of tremendous leaps, but he could also unleash magical attacks. A barrage of enchanted blades was launched at him. In a sudden display of fury, he opened his mouth and roared, unleashing a sonic shockwave that sent the incoming blades hurtling away. The onlookers felt as if their eardrums would shatter from the sheer force of that roar. The white-clad demons surrounding Dahe were left dizzy and disoriented by the blast. With a powerful flick of his tail, Dahe sent one of the white-clad demons flying over 10 feet, crashing heavily into a nearby dwelling. Remarkably, the individual emerged unscathed, wielding a long blade as he burst through the shattered door. Lu Tongfeng locked eyes with the man brandishing the sword, the distance between them a mere 4 feet. In that moment, no sparks of romance ignited between their gazes. The white-clad demon, the first to recover, swung his sword at Lu Tongfeng. With a startled cry, Lu Tongfeng instinctively raised his sword to parry the blow. The clash of blade against blade erupted in a resounding explosion, followed by an overwhelming surge of terrifying power that emanated from his rusted sword. The figure in white, caught completely off guard, was instantly propelled away by an overwhelming force, howling as he hurtled towards the direction of the massive beast. The beast, with jaws agape, caught him and with a decisive bite, severed him into 2 halves, spilling a gruesome cascade of blood and entrails upon the ground. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, turning their gaze to behold a young man standing not far off, wielding a sword. The youth paid no heed to them. Instead, he regarded the sword in his hand with an expression that was both peculiar and intense. At that moment, the once rusty blade had undergone a remarkable transformation. The thick layer of rust had shed, revealing a celestial sword of a deep azure hue. The blade was adorned with ancient, weathered patterns, reminiscent of venerable totems worshipped by primordial ancestors, or perhaps enigmatic scripts. Each intricate line emitted a soft, gentle azure glow. The celestial sword seemed to awaken from a long slumber, unfurling its fierce fangs like a beast roused from its rest. And there are cultivators. Eliminate him. 2 figures in white shrieked as they lunged towards Lu Tongfeng. With a distance of merely 2 zhang remaining, their demonic blades were already descending. Chapter 34. Lu Tongfeng transforms into a fiery being. 2 dazzling blades of light erupted from the enchanted sword, slicing towards Lu Tongfeng. Before he could react, the celestial sword in his hand had already sprung into action. The trembling sword suddenly unleashed a mysterious force, prompting Lu Tongfeng to release the hilt. With a swift whoosh, the celestial sword vanished from his sight. Bang! Bang! The sword, having dispersed the 2 incoming blade strikes, did not cease its motion, propelling itself towards the 2 white-robed demons. Both were taken aback, simultaneously raising their weapons to strike. However, the speed of the celestial sword was astonishingly swift, quicker than lightning. As they lifted their long knives, the sword had already pierced through their chests in an instant. Ah! Ah! 2 anguished cries echoed as the white-robed demons plummeted from several feet above, crashing heavily to the ground. Each bore a gaping wound in their chests. After slaying the 2, the mysterious sword curved gracefully in the air, returning to hover before Lu Tongfeng. Anticipating a fate akin to that of the white-robed demons, he instinctively raised his arms to shield his head, bracing for the inevitable. Yet, after a prolonged moment, no harm befell him. With trepidation, he slowly opened his eyes to find the celestial sword suspended before him, emanating a gentle azure glow, seemingly devoid of malice. Tentatively, Lu Tongfeng reached out and grasped the hilt once more. The instant his fingers made contact, a surge of energy coursed through the sword into his body, as if it sought to tear him apart. Lu Tongfeng let out a heart-wrenching scream, feeling as though countless volcanoes had suddenly erupted within him. Scorching energy engulfed every part of his being. A terrifying aura of pure yang erupted from his body, causing his skin to redden like a heated iron. The dark blue celestial sword in his grasp transformed rapidly into a vibrant crimson. As flames erupted from the blade, they expanded instantly, enveloping Lu Tongfeng entirely. At that moment, he had become a being entirely consumed by flames. His anguished cries reverberated throughout the town, overwhelming even the roars of Dahe and the tumult of battle. The formidable pure yang energy radiated outward like sound waves, expanding at a terrifying pace, each wave more potent than the last. All were left in stunned silence. The battle ceased entirely. Dahe, the white-robed demons, and even the limping Li and Li Qiuyan were transfixed by the sight of Lu Tongfeng, cloaked in flames. Amidst the darkness, a pair of bright eyes observed this spectacle. It was Yun Fuyao. She had not departed, but had secretly followed Lu Tongfeng to the town. First, she witnessed Dahe's transformation, and now she beheld Lu Tongfeng's metamorphosis. However, she was not overly astonished by Dahe's change. For days prior, during their first encounter at the Land Deity Temple, she had sensed that this large black dog bore a striking resemblance to the guardian spirit dog of Yuntian's sect, the divine beast, Wantian Hound. However, the imposing figure of the great black creature before her was not the guardian spirit of the Cloud Sky sect. Rather, it appeared to be merely a recently awakened descendant of the celestial wolf bloodline, its combat prowess significantly inferior to that of the sect's protector. Although she was unaware of the circumstances surrounding Lu Tongfeng, she sensed that it was undoubtedly related to the events of this evening. When the great black creature had thwarted her attempt to examine his body, there was certainly a hidden secret within Lu Tongfeng's being. After all, as the sole heir of her esteemed master, how could he not have inherited the entirety of his teachings? As Yun Fuyao pondered, Lu Tongfeng let out another agonizing roar, his burning form slowly rising into the air. Strangely, the flames enveloping him surged to a height of over 10 feet. Yet despite their ferocity, his body remained unscathed. He seemed to be a part of the flames themselves. At that moment, all of Lu Tongfeng's suffering did not stem from the external heat of the flames, but rather from an internal turmoil. Countless forces tore at every fiber of his being, as if even his soul were being shredded into fragments. No one knew why Lu Tongfeng had suddenly transformed into a being of fire. Su Tsang and the other white-clad demons were filled with trepidation. The limping Li and Li Qiuyan exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting their astonishment. Over the past 3 years, Lu Tongfeng had often been the target of Li Qiuyan's playful scorn, and she had long since deduced that he possessed no true essence, not even a developed dantian. He was merely an ordinary man, far from being a practitioner. Yet, the sheer, overwhelming force emanating from him now was pure and potent, instilling fear even in those of the harmonization realm. What could account for this? In mere moments, the flames enveloping Lu Tongfeng underwent another transformation. All the fire seemed to be drawn into him, as if a colossal whale had absorbed water, swiftly merging into his body. Subsequently, he collapsed to the ground. Though the flames had vanished, his eyes blazed a fierce crimson, as if all the fire had fused into his very gaze. Slowly, he raised his head to regard the white-clad demons to the north. Upon witnessing the terror in Lu Tongfeng's eyes, Su Tsang trembled. As a master at the pinnacle of the harmonization realm, merely a step away from the divine transformation realm, he had killed countless foes over the years and was known for his brutality. Yet, the boy's gaze struck a chord of fear within him, causing his heart to constrict violently. An overwhelming sense of unease and dread enveloped him. Never had he felt such terror, even during the siege by the righteous sect over 30 years ago. Retreat! Retreat! We must flee. Su Tsang dared not linger for another moment, taking to the skies and soaring eastward towards the town. The other white-clad demons, witnessing their senior brother's flight, quickly followed suit, hastily taking to their swords and escaping. The great black creature lacked the ability to fly and could not impede their escape. The limping Li and Li Qiuyan remained in the building, unable to intervene. In the blink of an eye, the group that had turned Fuyang Town into a veritable hell on earth had vanished without a trace. Once they had departed, Lu Tongfeng's body appeared drained of all energy, slowly collapsing to the ground. Suddenly, he fell to the ground in a disheveled manner. Dehei swiftly leaped in front of Lu Tongfeng. The limping Li and Li Qiuyan immediately advanced, ready to assess Lu Tongfeng's condition. "Do not touch him," a cool, ethereal female voice echoed softly. Li and Li Qiuyan halted abruptly. From a narrow alley emerged a girl clad in a tattered cotton coat, her face smeared with ash from grass and wood. It was Yun Fuyao. In her hand, she held a celestial sword that emanated a gentle white light, with icy mist swirling around its blade. Li Qiuyan did not recognize the girl with the painted face at first, but she immediately identified the sword. "Han Xuan? Yun Fuyao," she murmured to herself, her brows knitting together. For days had passed, and she had not anticipated that Yun Fuyao would still be in the small town, let alone in such a dismal state. Disheveled, clad in a dust-covered cotton coat, she appeared utterly unrecognizable from the renowned immortal Fuyao. Yun Fuyao had already surmised that the two before her were the masked assailants from 4 days prior. Even before her injury, she had been no match for them, and now, still recovering, she was even less capable of confronting them. Yet, she seemed wholly unperturbed by the potential threat posed by the two, gradually drifting from the shadows toward the unconscious Lu Tongfeng. Chapter 35, Secrets Within the Body. Upon witnessing Yun Fuyao extend her hand to diagnose Lu Tongfeng, Dehei immediately bared his teeth and emitted a low growl. Yun Fuyao furrowed her brow slightly and remarked, "What is it?" As a descendant of the revered mountain spirit of the Cloud Sky sect, the Celestial Wolf, do you intend to devour me? A direct disciple of the Cloud Sky sect's leader? Dehei's enormous blue eyes whirled a few times before shifting to glance at the limping Li and Li Qiuyan a few yards away. After a moment, the ethereal blue light within his pupils gradually faded. His massive form began to shrink, and in the blink of an eye, the fearsome creature transformed back into the large black dog that customarily accompanied Lu Tongfeng. Dehei playfully wagged his tail and stuck out his tongue at Yun Fuyao, seemingly devoid of the hostility and murderous intent he had exhibited in the dilapidated temple when she attempted to diagnose Lu Tongfeng. With the divine sword acknowledging its master and the seal loosening, Dehei no longer felt the need to guard the secrets concealed within his little master. Seeing this, Yun Fuyao breathed a silent sigh of relief. She had been uncertain whether Dehei would allow her to approach Lu Tongfeng. Her previous actions were merely a test. With Dehei's animosity dissipated, she dared to reach out and touch Lu Tongfeng's wrist, disregarding the fact that he had not bathed for 3 months. Her delicate fingers rested upon Lu Tongfeng's pulse, and a thread of her spiritual consciousness entered his body. At that moment, Lu Tongfeng's interior was brimming with a fierce and scorching pure yang energy. Strangely, however, this pure yang force was rapidly dissipating. Through the tracking of energy and spiritual consciousness, Yun Fuyao quickly discerned that this force was not vanishing into thin air. Rather, it was swiftly flowing into the acupoints throughout his body. Yun Fuyao's charming face darkened slightly, her brows knitting together. Although well-versed and experienced, she had never encountered a body as peculiar as Lu Tongfeng's, or perhaps it was his method of cultivation. It seemed that his dantian had not been developed, resembling that of an ordinary mortal. Yet, the acupoints around his body appeared to harbor profound mysteries. Whether from the Buddhist, demonic, or Taoist sects, the common practice revolved around the dantian. The 8 extraordinary meridians connected to the dantian, where spiritual energy was stored. During usage, one would draw upon the energy within the dantian, traversing the meridians. The 8 extraordinary meridians flowed like rivers, connecting to the vast ocean of the dantian. However, Lu Tongfeng's dantian was nearly sealed, devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations. Conversely, his acupoints exhibited an oddity, as all the pure yang energy converged within them. As the pure yang energy within his body rapidly vanished, Lu Tongfeng's crimson skin gradually returned to normal. This bizarre phenomenon was unprecedented for Yun Fuyao. She had neither heard nor seen anything like it before. This was likely the reason Dehei had prevented her from diagnosing Lu Tongfeng in the temple. He was aware of the secrets within Lu Tongfeng's body and feared they would be uncovered. "How is Lu Tongfeng's condition?" Li Qiuyan inquired from a distance. Yun Fuyao slowly regained her composure, rising to her feet without disclosing Lu Tongfeng's state. Instead, she coolly remarked. What? Has it only been 4 days and you no longer recognize me? Li Qiuyin feigned ignorance, asking, have we met before? For days prior. During their ambush of Yun Fuyao, their faces were concealed. Even if Yun Fuyao recognized them as the assailants from that day, Li Qiuyin would not confess. Yun Fuyao let out a cold huff. To attack one's fellow disciples and commit fratricide, the punishment on the execution platform is to be struck by lightning. This is the 16th rule of the Yun Tian sect. I trust you are well aware of this. Li Qiuyin persisted. What do you mean, young lady? I fail to comprehend. Are you also a disciple of Yun Tian sect? Yun Fuyu replied, though you were masked and wore a bamboo hat at that time. I recognize the sword in your hand. Li Qiuyin glanced at the ethereal sword, emitting a faint flame, still intent on defending herself. Suddenly, the limping Li spoke up. Qiuyin, there is no need for further concealment. You are indeed the one who activated those 2 bone relics that day, correct? Yun Fuyao turned her gaze towards the limping Li. He nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it was I. Yun Fuyao scoffed. You possess remarkable audacity. As disciples of Yun Tian sect, how could you slay your comrades? The limping Li replied nonchalantly, Fairy Fuyao, had we truly intended to kill you that day, you would not be standing here now. It was only because we considered you a fellow disciple that we refrained from taking your life. You may report this matter truthfully to Master Yukenzi. We were merely following orders to safeguard the relic left by our revered ancestor, and we have done nothing wrong. Yun Fuyao furrowed her brow. Although she did not recognize these 2 individuals, she could surmise their allegiance. In recent years, as the sect leader Yukenzi grew older, several senior brothers engaged in relentless strife over the position of leadership. These 2 must certainly be in service of one of those senior brothers. Yun Fuyao understood that even if this matter were reported to Master Yukenzi, it was highly unlikely that the 2 would face justice on the execution platform. It would likely end in obscurity. Yun Fuyao wished to remain uninvolved in the internal strife of the sect. Her only desire was to cultivate her path in tranquility and pursue the art of longevity. However, how could one remain unscathed within a sect? She was a person who clearly distinguished between enmity and gratitude. The injuries she sustained from the ambush, every wound she bore, she would repay to these 2. Yet, at present, she lacked the strength to confront them one-on-one. Nevertheless, they would not dare to kill her. She was no ordinary disciple of Yun Tian sect, but a direct disciple of the sect leader. They had the audacity to ambush her and seize the treasure box, but they certainly lacked the courage to end her life. Yun Fuyao spoke slowly. You cannot possibly have followed me here, can you? Li Qiuyin laughed. Follow you? You descended the mountain over half a year ago, and it is only now that you have arrived here. Do we need to track you? We have been here far longer than you. Having discovered our revered ancestors' hidden abode 3 years ago. 3 years? Yun Fuyao raised an eyebrow, her tone laced with mockery. You 2 have been lying in wait here for 3 years? Why have you not obtained the relics left by our ancestor? Are you mocking us? The expression on Li Qiuyin's face grew slightly colder. Yun Fuyao sneered. Ah, I see. You are unaware of the secret signals left by our ancestor, which is why you dare not act recklessly. It is evident to you both that you are no match for the celestial beast, the Tian Hong. The limping Li interjected. You are quite astute. Indeed, when we discovered this place 3 years ago, we had not anticipated the necessity of a secret code. I recognize that Dehe is a descendant of our sect's guardian spirit, the Tian Hong, and has already awakened its bloodline. Dehe has been inseparable from Lu Tongfeng, and thus we have refrained from taking action out of caution. Over the past 3 years, while Dehe and Lu Tongfeng have left the dilapidated temple, we have attempted to infiltrate the land temple multiple times, yet we found no sign of that box. To our surprise, Lu Tongfeng has concealed the box left by our master beneath the gravestone. Fairy Fuyao, as far as I know, you have yet to engage in the sect's internal conflicts. The items left by our master hold no significance for you. Surrendering them to me would incur no loss on your part. Otherwise, we are unperturbed by the prospect of confronting you once more. Haha, are you jesting with me? The last time you ambushed me on the road, you left me gravely injured, and now you wish for me to relinquish the treasures left by my esteemed ancestor? Moreover, do you truly believe that I, Yun Fuyao, am a fool who would present myself carrying such items? That treasure was discreetly returned to Yun Tian sect 3 days ago. It should now be in my master's possession. If you seek it, direct your inquiries to my master. Chapter 36. The Great Black Urination. There is a saying that the more beautiful a woman is, the more adept she is at deception. Yun Fuyao was indeed strikingly beautiful, and thus, when she lied, Her complexion remained unflushed, and her heart did not race. She would never disclose to the two before her that the precious box either remained with her or was hidden in the Earth Temple. Instead, she claimed that 3 days prior, it had been secretly returned to the Yuntian sect. The crippled Li and Li Chuyin harbored no suspicions regarding her words. If the box left by their esteemed ancestor were still in Yun Fuyao's possession, she would undoubtedly not dare to appear before them. Being severely injured and unable to traverse long distances, it was a perfectly reasonable and flawless explanation that she had someone else return it to the Yuntian sect while she remained behind to recuperate. Suddenly, the Great Black began to bark vigorously. The trio sensed a presence and turned northward, faintly perceiving figures approaching from that direction. The townspeople fleeing northward had caught sight of several beams of light soaring into the sky, and with the sounds of battle having ceased, the village head, Lin Deming, dispatched a few individuals to assess the situation. Yun Fuyao picked up Lu Tongfeng's sword, its rust worn away to reveal an ancient, intricate pattern etched into the dark azure blade. "Great Black, let us depart," she said, lifting the unconscious Lu Tongfeng into her arms, stepping onto the sword, and soaring southward towards the Earth Temple. The Great Black glanced back at the crippled Li and Li Chuyin, blinked its large eyes, and then chased after Yun Fuyao. Li the cripple remarked, "Chuyin, our identities have been discovered by the townsfolk. Now, even if we wish to remain, we must take our leave." Li Chuyin furrowed her brow as she surveyed the once peaceful town, now transformed into a hellish landscape. She let out a soft sigh. While they could interact with the townspeople as ordinary individuals, their identities as cultivators had been exposed tonight in their attempt to rescue these citizens. It was no longer safe to linger here. They had to depart. Consequently, the two sheathed their swords and turned towards the small courtyard where they had previously resided. When several young men arrived, trembling with trepidation, they found only the bodies of the white-clad cultivators slain by the Great Black on the street where the others had gathered, along with the ruins of houses on either side, destroyed and collapsed by the aftermath of the battle. The casualties in Fuyang town that night were devastating. In the densely populated southern region of the town, over 200 individuals had been brutally murdered by those white-robed fiends. Half of the homes had been set ablaze, and dozens more had been obliterated due to the conflict. Upon learning that the fiends had departed, the townspeople returned to find their town littered with corpses and their homes in ruins, and cries of anguish echoed throughout every corner of the settlement. They could not fathom why those cultivators would raise the sword of slaughter against ordinary mortals like themselves. Lin Deming, witnessing the calamity befalling the town he governed, spat blood and fainted. As dawn gradually broke, the wails and cries began to subside. Most of the burning houses had extinguished their flames, leaving behind only heaps of smoldering ruins. Corpses were being carried out onto the streets, some still intact, while others had been reduced to charred remains. Even the infants in swaddling clothes were not spared by these beasts. Within the Earth Temple, Lu Tongfeng lay upon the straw, covered with tattered bedding. The Great Black Dog lay quietly beside him. As for Yun Fuyao, she sat before the fire, examining the dark blue immortal sword belonging to Lu Tongfeng. Upon bringing Lu Tongfeng back to the Land Temple, she commenced her study of his sword. She had witnessed its previous state, nestled between two worn wooden planks, the blade covered in a thick layer of rust. For several days, Yun Fuyao had not given the rusty sword any thought, presuming it to be an ordinary iron blade. After all, the swords wielded by cultivators are magical artifacts, inscribed both inside and out with countless arrays of spells. For such a blade to rust is an uncommon occurrence. Yet last night, she had beheld with her own eyes the transformation of the sword from its rusted state into the ancient, weathered immortal sword it now appeared to be. She initially believed that this sword was the personal divine weapon of her master's granduncle, known as the Burning Heaven Sword. However, this blade was not of the fire attribute, and it bore no resemblance to the legendary Burning Heaven. After studying it for half the night, Yun Fuyao reached a conclusion. This was a sword of the wind attribute. This revelation astonished her. How could it be of the wind attribute? Where had her master's granduncle's Burning Heaven Sword vanished to? Had it been buried alongside him as a funerary offering? The thought stirred within her a strong impulse to unearth her granduncle's grave with shovel and pickaxe. The Burning Heaven Sword was one of the 3 divine weapons of the Yutian sect, wielded by her granduncle for centuries. With this sword, he was invincible in battle, earning the title of the Sword God of Burning Heaven. Even a celestial being like Yun Fuyao could not help but be tempted by the allure of the Burning Heaven Sword. The Great Black Dog. Yun Fuyao glanced at the dog resting beside her young master. The dog slightly raised its head, meeting her gaze. Your bloodline of the Wantian hound must have awakened long ago. You must have accompanied my granduncle for hundreds of years, haven't you? The great black did not respond, merely blinking its deep blue eyes at her. You know where the burning heaven sword is, don't you? The dog emitted a low growl, then turned its body, presenting its rear to Yun Fuyao. She huffed, saying, How dare you turn your back on me? Do not think I fear you just because you are a Wantian hound. The dog glanced back at her with a teasing expression before closing its eyes again, completely disregarding Yun Fuyao, the proud daughter of the Yuntian sect. This left her feeling both speechless and exasperated. Had the great black not awakened its Wantian hound bloodline, she would have kicked it aside long ago. However, the current great black was certainly beyond her control. If provoked, her fate would not differ much from that of the white-clad demons that the great black had slain the previous night. If force did not yield results, she would resort to a softer approach. Yun Fuyao decided to employ her least practiced tactic, the art of seduction. She moved to sit beside the great black, reaching out to caress its mane. Behave, Dahe, tell me where the burning sky sword is. I merely wish to return it to the Yuntian sect. Dahe lifted its hind leg. Had Lu Tongfeng been present, witnessing Dahe sprawled on the ground in such a position, he would have instinctively evaded. However, Yun Fuyao was not well acquainted with Dahe. Assuming the creature was relishing her affection, she secretly rejoiced, pondering that she might indeed extract the whereabouts of her Grandmaster's burning sky sword from Dahe's mouth. To her surprise, Dahe's leg was not raised in delight, but rather for a different purpose. A stream of liquid shot forth. Upon seeing this, Yun Fuyao's expression shifted dramatically. Though she attempted to dodge, it was too late, and a considerable amount of dog urine splattered upon her, even reaching her neck. The acrid stench assaulted her senses, provoking a wave of nausea in the typically fastidious Yun Fuyao. Dahe, how dare you urinate on me? Just you wait. Observing Yun Fuyao's exasperation, Dahe bared its teeth in a grin, cackling with glee, its laughter resembling that of a duck, while incessantly pawing at the ground. Disheveled and smeared with dirt, clad in a filthy cotton coat, Yun Fuyao had already reached the limits of her tolerance. Now, with dog urine trickling down her neck and the pervasive odor enveloping her, coupled with the mockery of this wretched creature, how could she endure? She cast a glance at the unconscious Lu Tongfeng, noting his deep slumber, and surmised he would not awaken any time soon. Therefore, she retrieved a clean outfit from her storage bag, intending to change and also to examine the wounds upon her body. Chapter 37. The fairy's wardrobe. Yun Fuyao swiftly shed her dark cotton garment, revealing a layer of bandages that encircled her form. In the cave, Lu Tongfeng had dressed her wounds, wrapping her like a zongzi. Later, when he stepped out, she had re-wrapped herself. Thanks to the effects of Ling Yao from the Yuntian sect, the external injuries had scabbed over, yet this enchanting beauty bore a dozen scars upon her delicate skin. Notably, one scar on her back, over a foot long, was particularly unsightly. Soon, Yun Fuyao began to unravel the white bandages one by one. As her fingers grazed the scars on her body, they no longer pained her, though a slight itch persisted. It was no longer necessary to keep them wrapped. While she changed her attire, she remained oblivious to the slight tremor of Lu Tongfeng's eyelashes as he gradually opened his eyes. After hours of unconsciousness, Lu Tongfeng's mind was shrouded in confusion, akin to awakening from a severe hangover, with fragmented memories flooding back. His muscles ached profoundly, as his dull, lifeless eyes beheld the familiar cave ceiling. A glimmer of clarity began to return. Gradually, his memories resurfaced, recalling the events leading to his fainting. He remembered the massacre in the town by a group of white-clad figures, the numerous townsfolk who perished, and the houses engulfed in flames. Dahe had transformed into a monstrous beast, larger than any dwelling. The limping Li of the night fragrance and his daughter, the mute Li, were cultivators. His rusty sword had flown forth, slaying two of the white-clad assailants before igniting his own body. A torrent of terrifying and agonizing memories filled his mind. Lu Tongfeng then spotted Dahe, his faithful companion, sprawled beside him, peacefully asleep. Ah, not a monster, but that lazy yet beloved Dahe. It was merely a dream. How frightening. But it felt so real. Why did his entire body ache so? He muttered to himself, bracing his hands against the ground to rise. Suddenly, he froze. Not far away stood a woman, her skin pale as snow, her raven hair cascading down her back. The long scar on her back resembled a blemish on an exquisite piece of art, marring its inherent beauty and evoking a sense of horror. Yun Fuyao. Hearing a noise behind her, turned to find Lu Tongfeng, awake and propped up on the ground, his wide eyes fixed upon her in a daze. Then she noticed crimson liquid trickling from his nose. Lowering her gaze, she observed that she was fastening her bodice, the white garment barely concealing her ample bosom. Like two mischievous, playful rabbits, they seemed to escape their confines, curiously admiring the world beyond. Is this still a dream? Lu Tongfeng pondered, gazing at Yunfuyao's two charming rabbits. The reaction of being caught gazing upon a woman's form was all too familiar. A piercing scream from a woman reverberated, nearly lifting the roof off the earth deity's shrine. Dazed in his slumber, the large black dog jolted awake, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. Besides the disheveled Yunfuyao and her small master with a nosebleed, he detected no immediate threat. Lu Tongfeng, realizing the gravity of the situation, shouted internally, "This isn't a dream." However, as a notorious rogue known for his flirtations in the small town, he possessed ample experience in dealing with unexpected scenarios. Rolling his eyes and stretching his legs, he promptly feigned death, a tactic that had previously spared him from numerous beatings. Yunfuyao, one hand protecting her chest and the other clutching her clothing, concealed herself behind the clay statue of the earth deity. Moments later, a small girl dressed in white, her face smeared with ash, emerged indignantly from behind the statue. Though Yunfuyao's foot had not fully healed, it did not hinder her movements. With a swift leap, she approached the fainting Lu Tongfeng. The blood continued to trickle from his nose, evidence that he had indeed witnessed something. Summoning her frost blade with a flick of her wrist, she coldly remarked, "Feigning death, are we? I shall pluck out your eyes." Lu Tongfeng's well-practiced ruse was utterly ineffective against Yunfuyao, a cultivator of profound mastery. No, it's a misunderstanding. He quickly scrambled to his feet, retreating to a corner. "You shameless scoundrel. Miss Fuyao. It's truly a misunderstanding. I just woke up, having seen nothing." "Seen nothing? Then why is your nose bleeding?" she retorted. My nose is bleeding?" Lu Tongfeng touched his nose and found blood indeed. "What in the world? Have I really matured?" In the past, sneaking over widows' walls and skirting the edges of young maidens had not elicited such a reaction. Fuming with a mix of embarrassment and anger, Yunfuyao declared, "I shall kill you, you shameless rogue." Raising her sword to strike, suddenly, the large black dog leaped forward, blocking his young mistress and barking furiously at Yunfuyao. Lu Tongfeng protested, "This isn't my fault. Why are you changing clothes in broad daylight, especially in front of me?" Yunfuyao was aware of her own culpability. Lu Tongfeng had been unconscious for 3 hours, leading her to believe he would not awaken any time soon, prompting her to change. Little did she know he would awaken just as she was removing her clothing to tend to her bandaged wounds. The last time she had been unconscious, Lu Tongfeng had removed his own garments to bandage her, leaving an indelible psychological scar on her. After much self-convincing that his actions were merely to save her, she had quietly resolved to keep a mental note of his misdeeds for future reckoning. Yet, just days later, she found herself exposed once more before him. Overwhelmed by shame and indignation, tears streamed slowly from her eyes. Only remnants of the ash that Lu Tongfeng had applied to her cheeks remained, as tears cascaded down, leaving 2 trails reminiscent of gentle streams. Upon witnessing Yunfuyao's tears, Lu Tongfeng pushed aside the large black dog that stood in his way. "Please, do not cry. I am at fault, he implored. "If you are angry, feel free to strike me, just refrain from hitting my face. I still rely on this handsome visage to earn my keep." With that, Lu Tongfeng straightened his posture and closed his eyes, seemingly prepared to offer his body as a vessel for Yunfuyao's frustration. After a prolonged silence, the anticipated blows did not rain down upon him. When he finally opened his eyes, he found Yunfuyao glaring at him with simmering resentment. She wiped away her tears, declaring, "Lu Tongfeng, if you dare to speak of today's events, I shall end you." With that, she grasped her enchanted sword and turned, leaving the dilapidated temple with a haughty stride. Lu Tongfeng glanced at the large black dog and remarked, "Big Black, it was she who changed her clothes in front of me. Surely, you cannot hold me accountable for this. Besides, what was she changing for in broad daylight, if not to invite my gaze?" The dog, its eyes darting around, would never reveal that it was its own mishap that had precipitated this situation. Instead, it resolutely nodded, unwaveringly siding with its young master. Chapter 38. Is this not a dream? Lu Tongfeng wiped the bloodstains from his nose with his sleeve, a bittersweet smile forming within him. Ultimately, he felt that today's events bore little relevance to him. Reflecting on the scene he had just witnessed, he felt a twinge of regret. What a wonderful young woman she was. Alas, why did she bear so many scars? He had heard that cultivators possessed numerous miraculous elixirs. Perhaps there existed one capable of mending scars? If those blemishes on Yunfuyo's body could not be removed, it would indeed be a great pity. However, upon further contemplation, he questioned why he should feel such sorrow. Even if Yunfuyo were marred beyond recognition, it was not his place to lament. Shaking his head in self-mockery, he realized he was being overly anxious. It was not his grief to bear regarding the scars on Yunfuyo. Rather, it would be her future husband who should feel sorrow for her plight. At that moment, Lu Tongfeng felt an ache throughout his body, an overwhelming fatigue, as if he had engaged in 7 vigorous contests with young women the previous night. Why did he feel so sore? In the past, after dreaming of battling several maidens all night, he had never awoken feeling this wretched. He muttered softly to himself, gently moving his limbs. Hey, last night I had the most terrifying dream. I dreamt that many villains were wreaking havoc in the town, committing murder and arson. You transformed into a colossal monster, capable of swallowing a person whole and tearing another in two, with their entrails spilling forth in a gruesome spectacle. Oh, and there was that rusty sword left to me by my deceased master. The rust had fallen away to reveal a formidable divine sword. With a swift motion, it pierced the chests of 2 villains, creating gaping wounds as wide as a bowl. In my dream, I too became a handsome and extraordinary sword immortal, a master far more skilled than Yunfuyo by a magnitude of 100. Wielding the divine sword, I battled dozens, even hundreds of evildoers. From one end of the street to the other, flashing my sword light, unleashing my sword aura, with heads rolling as I fought for 3 days and nights, ultimately vanquishing all the villains. I was drenched in blood, yet the celestial sword in my hand remained untouched by a single drop. It was a sword with a deep blue blade, 3 feet and 7 inches long, adorned with ancient patterns, truly the sword of my dreams. Just like this sword, Lu Tongfeng bent down to pick up a deep blue celestial sword, covered in ancient engravings, from beside the fire pit. He gave it a shake and spoke to Dehei. Suddenly, he froze. He looked at the chilling, deep blue sword in his hand, then glanced at Dehei. How could this sword be here? Am I still dreaming? I knew it. How could the fairy Fuyao possibly change her clothes before me in broad daylight? However, Fuyo's figure is indeed remarkable. Realizing he should still be in a dream, Lu Tongfeng felt a pang of regret. Dehei stared blankly at its young master, barking a few times in confusion. At that moment, a cold voice echoed in the air. This is not a dream. Lu Tongfeng gazed upon Yunfuyo, whose delicate features had been cleansed, and after 3 days, her breathtaking visage reappeared before him. Is this not a dream? It cannot be, he exclaimed, recalling that this sword had only graced his dreams before. Yunfuyo replied coldly, last night, Fuyang Town was besieged by over 20 white-clad cultivators, resulting in many casualties. You were unconscious. I carried you back. What are you saying? Do not jest with me. Lu Tongfeng, do you believe I am jesting? Seeing the gravity etched on Yunfuyo's face, he lowered his gaze to the azure sword in his hand. He then pinched his palm sharply, the searing pain coursing through him instantly. His expression darkened, and he swiftly exited the temple, sword in hand. Upon reaching the temple's entrance, Lu Tongfeng was momentarily taken aback. A thick plume of smoke billowed from the direction of the northern town, resembling the end of days. This is not a dream, he murmured. Yunfuyo, standing before the entrance, spoke softly. Lu Tongfeng, do you now believe? Emerging from his shock, Lu Tongfeng turned his gaze to her, then noticed the imposing figure of Dehei emerging from the temple. Is Dehei a monster? He whispered. Dehei is not a monster. It is our sect's guardian spirit, the Wantian Hound, a divine beast. Wantian Hound, a divine beast? And the crippled Li and the mute Li. Are they cultivators? Indeed. Did the town truly fall victim to vile perpetrators? Yunfuyo paused briefly before nodding. Yes, thanks to you and Dehei last night. The casualties among the townsfolk could have been far worse. Impossible. No way. Absolutely not. Lu Tongfeng shouted vehemently. Just as he was about to rush toward the town, Dehei suddenly barked loudly. A golden light streaked from the south, soaring rapidly at a height of approximately 100 zhang above the ground. Lu Tongfeng and Yunfuyo clearly saw that it was a bald monk, perched atop a large wooden fish. Yunfuyo looked up and remarked, a disciple of the Buddhist sect? It seems that righteous cultivators are aware of the events here. A disciple has arrived to investigate. Typically, cultivators refrained from intervening in ordinary thefts or village massacres. However, the events in Fuyang town involved cultivators and possibly demonic practitioners. This matter would certainly attract the attention of the royal cultivators and righteous sect members. The monk's appearance indicated he had come to probe the situation. When Yunfuyo returned her gaze, she noticed that Lu Tongfeng had already vanished. Turning around, she saw him running desperately through the snow, sword in hand, accompanied by Dahei toward the northern town. Perhaps in his panic, he stumbled in the snow but quickly regained his footing and continued his frantic dash. Yunfuyo cast a glance at the ancient well and surveyed her surroundings. She sensed that the crippled Li and Li Qiuyan might be lurking in the shadows. Thus, she hesitated to leap into the well in search of the box. Though she felt a mix of shame and indignation as she glanced at her own body once more, she was not a woman devoid of reason. The primary responsibility for today's events lay with her. After all, who prompted her to change clothes in front of Lu Tongfeng? After a moment's hesitation, Yun Fuyao stepped onto the frost god's sword and swiftly pursued Lu Tongfeng and Dahei. However, she did not take Lu Tongfeng along as she soared through the skies towards the town. Instead, upon catching up to him, she chose to glide slowly in the air, following closely behind. When Lu Tongfeng arrived once again at the town and beheld the desolation that had befallen it, witnessing the lifeless bodies strewn across the streets, he finally came to accept the dreadful truth. It was not merely a nightmare, but a harrowing reality that had unfolded before him. Chapter 39. Sister Lin's Concealment. Linging in distress, Lu Tongfeng strode through the streets of Fuyang town, sword in hand. His gaze swept over the charred ruins of homes, the scorched remains of the deceased, and the anguished, numb faces of the townsfolk. His heart felt as if pierced by a blade. Awakening in a dilapidated temple, he initially felt grateful that the previous night's horrors were merely a dream. Alas, it was a grim reality. Before him sat Sister Lin, disheveled and pallid, helplessly slumped in front of two charred corpses, her in-laws. Fortunately, Lin Shiga had escaped this calamity by traveling to Tsuyang City a month prior with several young men from the town to work as carpenters. Had he been in the town last night, he too would have met the same fiery fate. Sister Lin's eyes fell upon Lu Tongfeng and the imposing figure of Dahei behind him. A glimmer of light flickered in her otherwise vacant gaze. Contrary to what others might believe, she had not been rendered unconscious by the white-clad specter. Rather, it was the transformed Dahei that had frightened her into fainting. Yet, she kept her experiences of that night to herself. She was a wise woman, aware that some matters were beyond the influence of an ordinary mortal like herself. Lu Tongfeng and Dahei had saved her life. Whether Dahei was indeed a monstrous being was of little consequence to her. Should the townspeople discover Dahei's true nature, both the madcap and Dahei would find themselves without refuge. Approaching Sister Lin, Lu Tongfeng noted her youthful beauty. No wonder the specter had spared her. Intending to take her for his own amusement, she softly spoke, "Little madman, thank you for saving me." Lu Tongfeng shook his head gently, a shadow of sorrow crossing his features as he replied, "I arrived too late. Perhaps I could have saved more." Sister Lin shook her head in return. "It is fate. How can mere mortals contend with destiny? Sister, what are your plans?" "With my in-laws gone, I intend to seek out Aki in Xuyang." "Little madman, you must hurry to check on Lingdang. You are friends, and she needs your assistance now more than ever." Lu Tongfeng's expression stiffened. "What has happened to Lingdang?" Sister Lin slowly shook her head. "The townspeople blame her for this calamity, claiming she summoned these villains and brought such disaster upon us." "What? Have they lost their minds?" "Lingdang has already lost her family. To place the blame on her is to drive her to despair." A wave of alarm surged within Lu Tongfeng as he hastened towards Lingdang's home. Yunjing Yaowu, hindered in her movements, resorted to gliding just above the ground on her celestial sword as she passed by Sister Lin. The latter seemed unfazed by the sight of the white-clad woman soaring through the air, offering a slight bow in acknowledgement. Lu Tongfeng arrived at Granny Lu's breakfast stall, where the previous night's battle had unfolded near the bun shop. The shockwaves from the conflict between the crippled Li father and daughter and their adversaries had caused the nearby structures to collapse, including Lingdang's home. The front shop and the rear dwelling had completely crumbled. Yu Lingdang was laboriously digging through the ruins alone, while a group of women hurled scornful curses at her. The bodies of the slain townsfolk had mostly been recovered, yet the coffins of Yu Lingdang's grandmother and mother lay buried beneath the debris, and no one was willing to aid her in retrieving them. Lacking the courage to confront the malevolent white-clad perpetrators, they shifted the blame entirely onto Yu Lingdang. This reflects the darker tendencies of humanity, They revel in overpowering the weak and seek a scapegoat for calamity. Before the previous night, these townspeople had expressed concern for Yu Lingdang and her family, but how many genuinely cared? Many relished the misfortune, eager to showcase their own supposed kindness and generosity. When disaster struck again, who would concern themselves with whether this frail woman was innocent? They needed an outlet for their frustrations in the solitary. Vulnerable, Yu Lingdang naturally became their target. Lu Tongfeng vocally reprimanded the women who insulted Yu Lingdang, yet who feared this eccentric madman. Thus, he commanded Dehei to drive them away. This tactic proved remarkably effective. While they were unafraid of Lu Tongfeng, they were thoroughly intimidated by the imposing Dehei. Under Dehei's relentless pursuit, the group of women fled in disarray. Lu Tongfeng approached Yu Lingdang, observing her hands, raw and stained with blood and filth from her futile digging. The biting cold had turned the blood and grime into icy shards, a sight that was painful to behold. Yet, Yu Lingdang seemed oblivious to her suffering, mechanically continuing her excavation. Lu Tongfeng urgently called out, "Lingdang! Lingdang!" After several attempts, there was little response from her. Dehei approached and barked a few times, his voice imbued with a certain enchantment. Upon hearing Dehei's calls, Yu Lingdang's expression began to shift, her previously numb gaze flickering with a hint of life. She caught sight of Lu Tongfeng's concerned visage. Suddenly, she collapsed into his embrace, weeping uncontrollably. After enduring the women's curses for so long, she had shed not a single tear. Her hands had lost all sensation, yet still no tears had fallen. Upon seeing Lu Tongfeng, however, she could no longer contain herself, bursting into heart-wrenching sobs. "It's my fault. I've caused my grandmother's death. My mother's. I've brought ruin to so many. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. Just kill me," her anguished cries, filled with an overwhelming sorrow, echoed through the desolate town. Many turned their gazes in her direction, yet not a single soul approached. "Lingdang, this is not your fault. You bear no responsibility in this. It is the wicked deeds of those villains." Lu Tongfeng gently patted her back, offering soft consolation. Lu Tongfeng's hands were severely frostbitten. If left untreated, she risked losing their functionality. At an uncertain moment, Yun Fuyao descended beside Lu Tongfeng. In a state of urgency, Lu Tongfeng grasped Yu Lingdang's hand, revealing it to be marred with congealed blood and grime, her fingers already torn and frostbite evident. "Fairy Fuyao, do you possess any healing elixirs? Lingdang is my dearest friend. Please, save her, and I shall repay your kindness." Yun Fuyao produced a vial of elixir and some pristine silk cloth, extending them to him. She spoke softly. "Fetch some warm water to cleanse the blood and dirt from her hands. Then apply the snow lotus powder externally and bandage it with the silk." "I shall do so at once." He quickly rose to procure the warm water. Yu Lingdang gazed at the ethereal Yun Fuyao, who appeared like a celestial being. Yun Fuyao introduced herself. "I am Yun Fuyao, a friend of Lu Tongfeng. Do you remember me? We met a few days ago at the breakfast stall." Yu Lingdang nodded, remaining silent. She would never forget Yun Fuyao, for she was the most exquisite woman Yu Lingdang had ever encountered in her life. Chapter 40. The Righteous Path of Cultivators. Before long, Lu Tongfeng discovered some damaged pots and pans amidst the ruins, along with some shattered wooden doors and windows, which he used to kindle a fire and boil water. Shortly after, he served some warm water to Yu Lingzhang, carefully assisting her in cleansing the mud from her hands. Despite his utmost care, a wince of pain crossed Yu Lingzhang's face. Observing her small hands, marred with injuries and swelling, Lu Tongfeng felt a pang of distress. It is said that the fingers are connected to the heart. How excruciating this must be. However, after applying the snow lotus powder from Yun Fuyao, the tightness of Yu Lingzhang's brow gradually relaxed. Truly, it was a miraculous remedy from the Yun Tian sect, as the pain in her fingers swiftly diminished. At that moment, a group of individuals approached. Dehei immediately became alert, positioning himself in front of Lu Tongfeng. There were 7 or 8 people in total, with Lin Feng, whom Lu Tongfeng recognized, leading the way. The others were unfamiliar to him. 2 middle-aged men, dressed in Confucian robes and sporting neatly trimmed beards, exuded an air of sophistication. Among them was a plump young monk, seemingly around 17 or 18 years old, clad in pale blue monk's garments. He bore a cloth bag at his waist, wore a large string of prayer beads around his neck, held a smaller set of beads in his hands, and carried an oversized wooden fish on his back. Additionally, there were 4 others, 2 men and 2 women, who appeared to be in their early 20s. The men were strikingly handsome and exuded charisma, while the women were tall and possessed enchanting beauty. Each of these four individuals wielded a celestial sword, clearly indicating their status as righteous cultivators, akin to Yun Fuyao. Their gazes fell upon Yun Fuyao, who, immaculate as a celestial maiden, held her sword with an ethereal presence that revealed her extraordinary nature. A dashing young man in a purple robe, with striking features and sharp eyebrows, clasped his fists in salute and declared, "I am Chu Yuanhong, a disciple of the Xianxu sect. These three are my junior brothers and sisters, Zhao Yijia, Nangong Mu, and Wei Shuanger. These two esteemed scholars are Li Mayan and Zhao Meijun from the Bailu Academy, and this is my fellow disciple, Jesse, from the Ku High Temple. May I inquire your esteemed name and the sect you hail from, fair maiden?" With each name mentioned, the others bowed respectfully to Yun Fuyao, while the monk named Jesse joined his palms in reverence. Yun Fuyao inclined her body slightly and responded gracefully, "I am Yun Fuyao, the seventh disciple of Yu Qinzi from the Yun Tian sect. It is a pleasure to meet you, fellow cultivators." "Yun Fuyao? You are the Fuyao fairy?" Chu Yuanhong's expression shifted, revealing his astonishment. The others mirrored his surprise, taken aback by the unexpected presence of the renowned Fuyao fairy in this remote town within the Yuzhou region. In the past 5 or 6 years, Yun Fuyao had garnered immense fame in the mortal realm, having been ranked third in the top 10 young fairies list released by the Tianji Pavilion 2 years prior. As realization dawned upon them, they all clasped their fists in acknowledgement, exclaiming, "So it is the Fuyao fairy. We have long admired your reputation." At this moment, each person silently marveled, recognizing that the legendary figure truly lived up to her esteemed reputation. Her beauty was indeed unparalleled, a sight to behold. While conversing with the cultivators, Yun Fuyao radiated an aura that captivated all present. Currently, the only cultivators who have arrived here are from the Xuanxu sect, the Ku High Temple, and the esteemed scholars of the Bailu Academy. They did not come to this place upon learning of the massacre. Rather, it was upon their arrival that they discovered the town had suffered greatly, with casualties exceeding 200. Several days prior, over 30 young maidens mysteriously vanished overnight within the borders of Yuzhou. As one of the 6 major sects of the mortal realm, the Xuanxu sect, whose primary influence lies within Yuzhou, dispatched hundreds of disciples to descend the mountain in pursuit of the whereabouts of these vile scoundrels after becoming aware of this incident. However, this band of depraved criminals moved with utmost stealth, leaving virtually no witnesses. At this critical juncture, reports from Ziyang County revealed that a similar heinous crime had occurred in Fuyang Town, where a group of nefarious individuals attempted to abduct maidens under the cover of night. Unlike previous incidents, however, in Fuyang Town, the assailants met their match. A woman clad in a conical hat managed to slay one of them. It was only at this moment that clues regarding the notorious criminals, who had been active in Yuzhou for over half a year and had committed numerous crimes, began to surface. They were not mere flower thieves, but rather a band of cultivators, and their numbers were significant enough to execute crimes simultaneously across multiple locations. The county magistrate, aware of his inability to confront these cultivators, opted not to issue a public notice immediately, but instead reported the matter to the imperial court. It was not until this morning that the magistrate finally posted a notice within the town. The Xuanxu sect's Chu Yuanhong and his companions happened to be in Ziyang City at the time, and upon seeing the magistrate's announcement, they promptly took to their swords and rushed to Fuyang Town. The 2 scholars from Bailu Academy and the monk from Ku High Temple also made their way here due to this matter. However, they did not anticipate that Fuyang Town, situated in a remote area and beset by heavy snowfall, would be so isolated. And the magistrate's notice had been delayed by a day. Upon their arrival this morning, these righteous cultivators discovered that Fuyang Town had transformed into a veritable hell on earth. After inquiring, they learned that over 20 white-clad fiends had come last night seeking vengeance, committing murder and arson, and slaughtering half the town. Fortunately, the lame man, Li, and his daughter, Li Qiuyan, managed to repel the white-clad villains. However, this father-daughter duo had vanished since last night, their dwelling reduced to ashes. From the townsfolk, it was gathered that Li Qiuyan was indeed the black-clad girl who had previously slain a white-clad miscreant while donning a conical hat. As for Da He and Lu Tafeng, by the time they reached the town last night, the townspeople had already fled northward with their families. Aside from Sister Lin Shi knowing that Lu Tongfeng had visited the previous night and witnessed Da He's transformation, the other residents of the town were unaware of their presence. Lu Tongfeng had once held a yearning for the life of a cultivator, yet after witnessing these events, He felt no admiration for those high and mighty beings endowed with great powers. He merely cast a glance at the group of cultivators before continuing to tend to Ling Zhang's wounds. Lin Feng, witnessing this scene, wished to step forward but ultimately hesitated. Now, Ling Zhang had become the target of scorn among the townsfolk. His grandfather, having suffered greatly from this ordeal, lay in a state of unconsciousness. The possibility of awakening still uncertain. The family firmly instructed Lin Feng to cease all contact with Yu Lingdang, lest the Lin family attract calamity. After treating Yu Lingdang's wounds, Lu Tongfeng assisted her to a nearby area to rest. Lingdang, please take a moment to recuperate while I unearth the coffins of Grandma Lu and Aunt Pang. Yu Lingdang remained silent, merely nodding before casting a quiet glance at the group of cultivators. In the collapsed courtyard, Lu Tongfeng found a pickaxe and began to dig. Suddenly, he overheard a conversation among the individuals present. Chu Yuanhong of the Xuanshu sect remarked, "Fairy Fuyo, I have heard that the black-clad woman who killed the white-robed cultivator 3 days ago is the same person who repelled the white-clad villains last night. They arrived in the town 3 years ago and have since made this place their residence. It appears they are disciples of your Yun Tian sect." Yun Fuyo raised an eyebrow and replied, "Is that so? I am not well informed on such matters." Chu Yuanhong's expression shifted, and he inquired, "Oh, then why is the fairy here?" Yun Fuyo explained, "I am merely wandering the mortal realm and happened to pass through, encountering this situation." Naturally, Chu Yuanhong did not find her words credible. The night the black-clad woman defeated the white-robed villain, she had been recognized for her sword techniques. And many townspeople had heard the white-clad rogue utter references to the Yun Tian sect's sword techniques before his demise. Last night further corroborated that the suddenly appearing black-clad woman was none other than the mute, Li Chuyin, who had resided in the town for 3 years. Chu Yuanhong and his companions could almost ascertain that Li Chuyin and the Limping Li were both disciples of the Yun Tian sect. However, how could disciples of the Yun Tian sect find themselves in this small town, thousands of miles from Tianyan Mountain? The presence of Yun Fuyo, a direct disciple of the Yun Tian sect's leader, only heightened their suspicions regarding the unusual occurrences involving the sect's disciples in this locale. Yuzhou was the territory of the Xuanshu sect, which would naturally not permit the Yun Tian sect to operate covertly within its domain. Yet, with Yun Fuyo firmly denying any connection, Chu Yuanhong found it difficult to press further. Not wishing to linger on the topic of Li Chuyin and her companion, Yun Fuyo inquired, "Senior Brother Chu, how is your investigation proceeding? Who exactly attacked the town?" Chu Yuanhong replied slowly, "We discovered several corpses of the white-robed villains in the town along with their artifacts. Based on their modus operandi, if I am not mistaken, they are likely the nefarious disciples of the Extremine sect." Chapter 41, Little Master Uncle? Senior Lu? Extremine sect? Upon hearing this, Yun Fuyao's brows slightly furrowed. She was aware of the notorious reputation of this malevolent sect, which had been established for only 2 to 3 centuries. It was said that the sect leader, the Yinyang Venerable, was once a rogue cultivator from the demonic sect's Joyous Union faction. After acquiring some Buddhist cultivation methods, he fused them to create the Extreme Yin sect. The Extreme Yin sect operated in a particularly sinister and brutal manner, earning disdain even from other disciples of the demonic sect. Unable to remain within the demonic sect, they stealthily infiltrated the Central Plains, abducting young women for dual cultivation and pleasure, and had been besieged by righteous forces on several occasions. The most recent assault occurred over 30 years ago. Yun Fuyao slowly inquired, "Is it the Extreme Yin sect founded by the Yinyang Venerable?" Chu Yuanhong nodded, stating yes. Over 30 years ago, they were once besieged by your Yun Tian sect, resulting in the extermination of hundreds of their demons. However, the Yinyang Venerable and a few of his disciples managed to escape. I never anticipated that after hiding for over 30 years, they would resume their atrocities against innocent civilians. In the last 6 months within Yuzhou, over 100 young women have been abducted, and they are likely responsible. I have reported this matter to the sect. By this afternoon at the latest, royal cultivators and those from the Xuanshu sect will gather here, and they will surely track down the nest of these villains and eliminate them all at once. Yu Lingdang gradually rose to her feet, having overheard the conversation among the cultivators. So it was, the ones who had slain her kin and slaughtered the townsfolk were indeed the Extreme sect? Hatred filled Yu Lingdang's gaze. Boom. At that moment, a sound interrupted the discourse of the crowd. Turning to look, they saw Lu Tongfeng tossing aside a beam from the house and laboriously dragging a coffin, caked in mud, from the rubble. Lu Tongfeng was unsure whether this coffin belonged to Grandma Lu or Aunt Fat, but he placed it in an open area. Yu Lingdang immediately knelt before the coffin, sobbing uncontrollably. Lu Tongfeng brushed off the dirt from his clothes, sensing something amiss as he noticed everyone staring at him. He remarked, "Fuyao, you all continue your discussion. Do not mind me." Liu Mo, a scholar from the White Deer Academy, inquired, "Fairy Fuyao, who is this?" Yun Fuyao paused for a moment before replying. "His name is Lu Tongfeng." Chu Yuanhong clasped his fists, acknowledging, "Ah, so it is junior brother Lu." Lu Tongfeng retorted, "Who is your junior brother?" "I am the little master uncle of Fairy Fuyao." "Aren't the righteous sects all branches of the same tree? You are of the same generation as Fairy Fuyao. Thus you ought to address me as little master uncle." "What? Little master uncle?" The crowd was momentarily taken aback. This youth appeared significantly younger than Yun Fuyao, yet he claimed to be her little master uncle? In the righteous sects, disciples from various schools addressed each other as brothers and sisters, regardless of whether they were from the Buddhist or Taoist traditions. Moreover, the righteous sects placed great emphasis on respect for teachers and the teachings. Could it be that Yun Fuyao's little master uncle was of the same generation as the current leader of the Yuntian sect? The crowd did not anticipate that this tattered youth was, in fact, a senior of the Yuntian sect, and they hurriedly approached to pay their respects. Only Lin Feng stood in bewilderment, completely lost in the wind. What was happening? He had known the little madman for over a decade. When had the little madman made the acquaintance of the enchanting fairy, Yun Fuyao? Moreover, she was the little master uncle of Fuyao. Lu Tongfeng was just preparing to dig a second coffin when he was startled by the sight of a throng approaching him. Dahe stood protectively in front of Lu Tongfeng, baring his teeth at the crowd. What are you all coming over for?" Chu Yuanhong clasped his hands and said, "I am Chu Yuanhong of the Xuanchu sect, honored to meet you, Senior Lu." Two middle-aged scholars, a plump monk, and 3 other disciples of the Xuanchu sect all bowed to Lu Tongfeng, exclaiming, "Greetings, Senior Lu." "Senior Lu? Who is Senior Lu?" Lu Tongfeng looked around in astonishment, searching for the elusive Senior Lu. Finally realizing that the reverence was directed at him, his mind struggled to comprehend. Yun Fuyao covered her forehead with her hand, her expression one of embarrassment. She had intended to conceal Lu Tongfeng's identity, but the young man had inadvertently revealed it himself. At present, the elders of the Yuntian sect's generation were all at least 200 years old, with her master, Yu Chenzi, being over 500. Who could have anticipated that another young master uncle, merely 16 years of age, would emerge from the Yuntian sect? Observing Lu Tongfeng's reaction, the crowd exchanged puzzled glances. Chu Yuanhong remarked, "Did you not just say you were the little master uncle of Fairy Fuyao Sr.?" "Ah, yes, I am indeed the little master uncle of Fairy Fuyao." "What of it? Then you are indeed a senior. How can you be so ungrateful? All of you are far older than I. Calling me a senior only makes me feel old. Just refer to me as little master uncle." Suddenly, Lin Feng stepped forward and said, "Gentlemen and esteemed fairies, do not heed his nonsensical ramblings. This person is named Lu Tongfeng. He is 16 years old, has grown up in Fuyang town as a little beggar, and we all call him the little madman. He has never stepped beyond the bounds of Fuyang town and is by no means a senior expert. It is even more impossible for him to be this fairy's little master uncle. Hey, Lin Gongzi, I have tolerated you for many years. Each time I see you, I address you as Gongzi, and I do not expect anything in return. But when you introduce me to others, could you refrain from mentioning those nicknames? Must you disclose the titles of little beggar and little madman in front of outsiders?" Lu Tongfeng expressed his dissatisfaction at Lin Feng's remarks in front of the assembled cultivators. The crowd looked at Yun Fuyao in confusion. Her fair and exquisite face bore an awkward expression, uncertain of how to explain Lu Tongfeng's identity. Observing the skeptical gazes directed at him, Lu Tongfeng seemed to have an epiphany. "I understand what is happening now. Although I may be young, my status is high. Was it not discovered that these heinous acts were committed by the fiends of the Extremine sect? You cultivators should quickly surround the Extremine sect and not delay my work here." Lu Tongfeng waved his hand impatiently at the cultivators and resumed his excavation of the ruins. The crowd, too, appeared to grasp the situation at hand. Such a situation is indeed prevalent among many prestigious sects and prominent families, since he was not a venerable elder but rather a beggar who had never left Fuyang town. The interest of the crowd waned. Lin Feng, having unmasked Lu Tongfeng's identity, felt a sense of satisfaction as he observed the disdainful expressions reflected in the eyes of the onlookers. He bowed and addressed the assembly, esteemed scholars, esteemed heroes and heroines. This scene is rather chaotic. I have arranged for the expeditious handling of the deceased remains. I kindly suggest that you all retire to my residence for a brief respite. We shall convene once the Xianshu sect and the royal cultivators arrive. Both scholars and the 4 disciples of the Xianshu sect nodded in agreement. Chu Yuanhong turned to Yun Fuyao, saying, Fairy Fuyao, it is likely that disciples from the Yuntian sect will arrive shortly. Shall we proceed to young Master Lin's residence to await them? Yun Fuyao gently shook her head, replying, You may go ahead. I have matters to attend to. Should any disciples from the Yuntian sect arrive, I will surely seek them out. Chu Yuanhong regarded Yun Fuyao with a deep gaze before nodding slowly. Lin Feng graciously led the guests to his abode. The Lin family was the wealthiest in the town, residing at its northernmost edge. The carnage of the previous night had not touched Lin Feng's household. Not only were there no casualties, but the premises remained intact. As Chu Yuanhong and the others departed with Lin Feng, the rotund little monk, however, chose to stay behind. He seemed particularly intrigued by Lu Tongfeng. Under the watchful eyes of the ominous Dahe, he approached Lu Tongfeng, who was diligently excavating the ruins. Ba, benefactor Lu, allow me to assist you, he offered. Lu Tongfeng regarded the chubby little monk and replied, Your heart may be in the right place, little monk, but I do not require your assistance. Kindly step aside and do not hinder my work. Lu Tongfeng had never held a favorable view of those from the Buddhist order, primarily due to the group of nuns from Tsuaping Mountain who had encroached upon his livelihood. Monks and nuns were of the same ilk, and his disdain for the nuns of Tsuaping Mountain inevitably extended to the monks as well. Chapter 42, Disciple of the Sword God. The monk's astonishment. The young monk, exhibiting a rather unfriendly demeanor towards Lu Tongfeng, appeared to be unperturbed. He did not depart, but instead joined his hands in prayer, silently reciting something. As Lu Tongfeng was excavating the ruins, he was suddenly enveloped by a resonating sound of Buddhist chants emanating from behind him. Turning around, he beheld a chubby little monk clad in moon-white robes, his countenance radiating a serene aura, subtly illuminated by a soft golden light. Behind his head, a halo of golden flames flickered intermittently. In the midst of Lu Tongfeng's bewildered gaze, the little monk slowly extended his hand. In the next moment, tiles, wood, earth, and snow that rested atop the coffin began to levitate gracefully under the influence of a mysterious force. The young monk gently waved his palm, and all the floating objects dispersed to either side. Lu Tongfeng stared in astonishment at the coffin emerging from the debris. Is this the power of a cultivator? Indeed. They possess the ability to move mountains and fill seas. Abandoning his iron pick, he looked at the little monk and inquired, What is your name? With his hands still joined in prayer, the little monk replied, I am Jiese, a disciple of Master Xianbei from the Kuhai Temple. What? Jiese? Lu Tongfeng was taken aback by the monk's rather peculiar name. Who would bear such a title? Nevertheless, he found the heart of this Jiese to be quite noble, unlike those nuns on Tsuaping Mountain who relished in snatching others' livelihoods. Jiese, is it? Even though I harbor a distaste for disciples of the Buddhist order, I must express my gratitude for your assistance. Ba, it was but a simple act. There is no need for you to be courteous, benefactor Lu. May I inquire about your master? My master is Xianhui Daoren, Lu Tongfeng responded casually. Xianhui Daoren? A hint of contemplation crossed the chubby cheeks of Jiese. The Taoist and Buddhist paths seldom intersect. The Xian generation is of the highest rank in the Buddhist hierarchy, presided over by the abbot of Kuhai Temple. Yet, within the Yuntian sect, it corresponds to the 36th generation of disciples. According to the hierarchy of Yuntian sect, the Xian generation is succeeded by the Yu generation, which in turn is followed by the Jing generation. Yun Fuyao is a disciple of Yu Qinzi, thus belonging to the 38th generation of the Yuntian sect. Lu Tongfeng, being a disciple from the Xian generation, places him in the same rank as Yu Qinzi. However, Jiese is aware that only a handful of the elder practitioners from the Xian generation within the Yuntian sect remain alive, the youngest of whom must be at least 500 to 600 years old. He had never heard of a predecessor named Xianhui. Noticing Jiese lost in thought, Lu Tongfeng chose not to engage further. He turned and approached the ruins of the mourning hall, securing the coffin with rope and pulling it into the open space of the courtyard, placing it alongside the other coffin he had just unearthed. Observing the two coffins, both encrusted with dirt and dust, Lu Tongfeng sighed and procured some ragged cloth, dampening it to wipe them down. Yun Fuyao remained motionless, standing a short distance away. silently gazing at the southern sky, seemingly deep in contemplation. The young monk, known for his commitment to abstinence, found himself intrigued but could not recall which esteemed elder of the Yuntian sect was named Xianhui. Thus, he retrieved a thick tome from his bag and began to peruse its pages. Meanwhile, Yu Lingdang stood silently, tears streaming down her face before the coffins of her mother and grandmother. The pill for fasting, gifted to her by Lu Tongfeng the previous day, was imbued with such potent spiritual energy that, had she encountered such calamity before, she would have surely fainted. Yet, thanks to the pill's power, she felt neither hunger nor faintness. As Lu Tongfeng meticulously cleaned the two coffins, the monk discovered the information he sought within the pages of the book. Xianhui, the 36th disciple of the Yuntian sect, had been a student of the revered Shouming Jinren, and perished in the battle at Tianlu Mountain in the western regions during the war between immortals and demons over 300 years ago. The monk read this passage repeatedly, confirming the identity of Xianhui. However, it raised an unsettling question. How could a 16-year-old disciple suddenly emerge when Xianhui had died long ago? Was it a case of resurrection or some form of trickery? The monk's face bore an expression of confusion and doubt. At that moment, Lu Tongfeng approached Yu Lingdang and suggested, "Lingdang, this place is beyond salvage. Perhaps we should first take Grandma Lu and Aunt Fat's spiritual forms to the Earth God Temple. Though dilapidated, it can at least provide shelter from the elements." Yu Lingdang looked up at Lu Tongfeng and nodded slowly, saying, "Brother Feng, thank you. We are friends, so there is no need for such formalities. Your home is gone as well. If you stick with me, I promise you shall never go hungry." A glimmer of gratitude sparkled in her eyes. Just yesterday, she believed Lin Feng to be a worthy confidant, but now he seemed to avoid her as if she were a contagion. The townsfolk had blamed her for all the misfortunes that had befallen them. If not for Lu Tongfeng's gallant intervention, she was at a loss for what to do. At this moment, Lu Tongfeng had become her pillar of strength. "Brother Feng, I can no longer remain here. I wish to wander the world with you. The silver I earned from the early years of my business, along with my father's pension, is hidden in an iron box beneath my bed. Could you assist me in retrieving it? Of course, just wait a moment while I see what else can be unearthed." Lu Tongfeng replied as he rose to fetch a pickaxe and continue digging. Suddenly, he noticed the foolish, chubby monk still lingering nearby. With a slight turn of his eyes, he approached the monk. "Jie, is it?" The young monk set aside the ancient tome and inquired, "What can I do for you, benefactor Lu?" Lu Tongfeng said, "I would appreciate your assistance with a small task. Come, he led the young monk to the now collapsed room of Yu Lingdang. "You were quite impressive with that telekinetic spell earlier. Could you help me clear this area?" The monk replied, "Certainly, but you must tell me your master's name." "I already mentioned it. My master is Xianhui," Lu Tongfeng replied. "However, as far as I know, Xianhui of the Yuntian sect perished in the battle over 3 centuries ago. Lu Shizhu is merely 16 years old. How could he possibly be a disciple of the esteemed Xianhui Taoist?" "Ah, you, little monk, though youthful in appearance, seem to possess considerable knowledge. It was only a few days ago that I learned Xianhui is merely a pseudonym for my master. My master's Dao name appears to be Xianqi." The chubby little monk trembled slightly and inquired, "Xianqi? Which Xianqi are you referring to?" Lu Tongfeng replied, perplexed. "Is there more than one person named Xianqi in Yuntian sect? Fairy Fuyao mentioned that my master is incredibly powerful, claiming him to be the greatest expert of the Yuntian sect in a millennium. Was that merely a deception?" The little monk quivered again, gulping nervously, and cautiously asked, "Is your master perhaps surnamed Mei?" "Yes. Have you heard of my master's name?" The little monk inhaled sharply, instinctively retreating a few steps and regarding Lu Tongfeng with an expression akin to that of a curious creature. Lu Tongfeng, bewildered, exclaimed, "Why do you regard me with such a revolting gaze, little monk?" The little monk murmured, "If your master is indeed surnamed Mei and holds the Dao named Xianqi, then Fairy Fuyao has not misled you. Oh, is my master truly that so-called greatest expert?" The little monk nodded vigorously in affirmation. Chapter 43. The disciple of the mysterious void Lu Tongfeng. "What are you and that gluttonous monk whispering about?" Yun Fuyao, observing from a distance, noticed Lu Tongfeng conversing with the gluttonous monk near the ruins, and she floated over like a wraith. The little monk inquired about my master, and upon hearing your name, "Fuyao, I realized you were indeed truthful. My master is the foremost expert of the Yuntian sect in a millennium, and I had thought you were deceiving me." "What? You disclosed this to him?" Yun Fuyao's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. Lu Tongfeng, taken aback, stammered, "Do I need to keep my master a secret?" Yun Fuyao found herself at a loss for words. Lu Tongfeng was utterly oblivious to the undercurrents of the cultivation world. She gritted her teeth and said, "Do you understand what it means to be a disciple of the mysterious and foolish master ancestor?" Lu Tongfeng pondered for a moment, suspiciously replying, "Does that mean I am your little junior uncle?" Yun Fuyao responded, "It is more than that." Enough of this gluttonous monk regarding Lu Tongfeng's identity. Before Yun Fuyao could finish, the gluttonous monk interjected, "I swear by the Buddha, I shall never reveal the identity of Lu Shizhu to anyone. As a monk, I speak no falsehoods." Yun Fuyao regarded the gluttonous monk with deep skepticism. "Can I trust you, you gluttonous monk?" Cough, cough. "Fuyao, in other matters, you may doubt me, but in terms of character, I assure you, there is no need for such suspicion." "You, the gluttonous monk, possessing character? Well, there is some merit, I suppose." From their exchange, Lu Tongfeng discerned that Yun Fuyao seemed acquainted with the gluttonous monk, and the monk's character appeared to be questionable. Yun Fuyao repeatedly referred to him as the gluttonous monk, while he was powerless to refute it, indicating that the little rotund monk's character was indeed open to scrutiny. Lu Tongfeng found himself increasingly puzzled. What was the situation? Was it that he himself was unworthy of notice, or was it that his master was? Why did being a disciple of his master feel like a secret that could not be divulged to outsiders? Yun Fuyao cast a glance at Lu Tongfeng and remarked, "If you wish to live a little longer, refrain from casually disclosing your status as a disciple of the mysterious and foolish master ancestor." "Ah? Why?" Lu Tongfeng asked with curiosity. The gluttonous monk leaned in, whispering, "She is correct. This is not a prestigious identity." This only deepened Lu Tongfeng's suspicion. Just as he was about to inquire further, Dehei began barking loudly. Everyone turned to see a myriad of flowing lights appearing in the northern sky. These lights resembled meteors streaking across the heavens, swiftly descending towards the town. Having interacted with cultivators in recent days, Lu Tongfeng recognized these lights as the radiant glow emitted by magical artifacts in flight. He murmured, "So many cultivators." The gluttonous monk remarked, "It should be the disciples of the mysterious void sect arriving." The mysterious void sect? So many of them. Lu Tongfeng felt a sense of astonishment. The little monk, known for his indulgent ways, remarked, "Yuzhou has always been the territory of the Xuanqu sect. Now that they have learned of the rampant activities of the extreme Yin sect within their domain, they will undoubtedly take it seriously." Yun Fuyao inquired, "Since the members of the Xuanqu sect have arrived, would you not go to meet them?" The little monk immediately shook his head, replying, "I shall not go. I still have tasks to assist my junior master." "Right, junior master?" Glancing at the little monk's chubby cheeks adorned with an unsightly grin and the obsequious glimmer in his eyes, Lu Tongfeng felt a twinge of confusion. He pondered whether all disciples of the Buddha were so shameless. "Who is your junior master? If you keep calling recklessly, do not blame me for striking you. We, the righteous path, are kin in spirit. Since you are the junior master of the fairy Fuyao, that makes you my junior master as well. Junior master, take a few steps back and witness my abilities." The chubby monk's moon-white robe suddenly billowed, and as he channeled his true power, a soft golden light emanated from him. Under the influence of his Buddhist power, debris from the ruins began to levitate gently, settling onto the ground. Lu Tongfeng had previously witnessed the little monk's prowess and was not particularly astonished this time. He approached Yun Fuyao and murmured, "Fairy Fuyao, were you acquainted with this rotund monk before?" Yun Fuyao gently shook her head. "I am not familiar with him, though I have heard of him. He is a direct disciple of Master Xianbei from the Kuhai Temple, previously known as Jielin. However, he has never adhered to the precepts of the Buddhist order. He indulges in meat and wine and, like you, possesses a rather lascivious nature. It is said he often frequents brothels, which led Master Xianbei to change his name to Jiese. 2 years ago, he was expelled from the mountain for training, and I did not expect him to arrive in Yuzhou. Ah, now it makes sense. I thought a monk who spends his days in piety and fasting could not possibly grow so corpulent. It turns out he is a debauched monk. Bah! Lu Tongfeng spat disdainfully at the little monk's back, his expression one of contempt. In the meantime, over 100 beams of light descended upon the small town. Witnessing so many righteous cultivators appear, many townsfolk erupted in cheers. The massacre from the previous night had resulted in a grave polarization. The citizens of the southern part of the town suffered greatly, as those who fell victim to the white-robed demons, barring a few attractive young women, were mercilessly slaughtered, leaving nearly no survivors. In contrast, many of the northern townsfolk managed to escape with their families intact during the chaos, resulting in a sense of relative completeness among them. Those whose families remained unharmed did not share the same sorrow as the bereaved from the south. They feared that the gang of white-robed marauders might return. However, with the arrival of a substantial number of righteous cultivators, they felt a sense of safety. Free from the anxiety of escape and the need to flee their homes in the dead of night, Lu Tongfeng observed the young disciples descending from the sky, each stepping gracefully upon their celestial swords, and he could not help but curl his lip in disdain. As the young monk, who had renounced worldly desires, had nearly cleared the remnants of the bell's chamber, he began to search for items of utility within. Before long, Lu Tongfeng unearthed a large wooden chest and an iron box that had been crushed beneath the bed. The wooden chest, of excellent quality, remained unscathed in the corner of the room, its contents neatly arranged, seasonal garments belonging to Yu Lingzheng. The iron box contained a substantial sum, approximately over 100 taels of silver, a considerable fortune for a family in a small town. This wealth would, barring unforeseen circumstances, ensure that Yu Lingzheng and her family would live comfortably for many years. Lu Tongfeng carried both the wooden chest and the iron box before Yu Lingzheng and said, "Lingzheng, I have found the items. Let us return to the land temple. I shall seek a favorable site for Granny Lu and Aunt Fat." Yu Lingzheng cast a grateful glance at Lu Tongfeng and nodded gently. Chapter 44. The Impure Little Monk. As the afternoon sun descended, Lu Tongfeng resolved to transport the coffins of Granny Lu and Aunt Fat back to the Earth God Temple, intending to find a suitable burial site behind the temple the following day. However, the challenge of transporting the two coffins posed a significant dilemma. Lu Tongfeng surveyed his surroundings and spotted a flatbed cart. Yet, a single cart proved inadequate for the task of carrying two coffins. His gaze shifted towards the monk Jie. Ever since learning that Lu Tongfeng was the disciple of the esteemed Xinqi Taoist, Jie's demeanor had undergone a remarkable transformation. With sycophantic smiles and a constant address of little master uncle, the rotund monk seemed keen to curry favor. Lu Tongfeng suspected that this little monk had mistaken him for a formidable hero, eager to ingratiate himself and cling to his coattails. With a flick of his eyes, a plan began to form in Lu Tongfeng's mind. He approached Jie, who was engaged in flattering conversation with Yun Fuyao, and inquired, "What are you discussing?" Jie shook his head and replied, "Nothing of consequence, merely simple pleasantries among cultivators." "Little master uncle, do you have any tasks for me?" A mischievous grin appeared on Lu Tongfeng's face as he responded, "Your words suggest that there indeed is a matter for you to assist with." Jie eagerly replied, "Little master uncle, whatever you require, I am at your service. I possess ample strength." Lu Tongfeng chuckled, "That is commendable. Though I harbor no particular fondness for disciples of the Buddhist sect, I consider you a friend." Jie, "Wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly." With that, Lu Tongfeng hurried off, with Dehe promptly following in his wake. At that moment, Lu Tongfeng was certain of one thing. His master indeed held great influence, and this rotund monk genuinely sought to gain his favor. Upon reaching the street, he noticed a number of young cultivators clad in purple robes, adorned with the Taiji emblem at their waists and collars, disciples of the Xiansu sect. Lu Tongfeng, having heard tales of the distant Yuntian sect, was no stranger to the Xiansu sect either. The fervor for cultivation among mortals thrived immensely, with various schools of thought, Taoism, Daimonism, Buddhism, Shamanism, and others vying for prominence. The vast cultivation system of the 9 provinces was composed of sects, independent practitioners, and esteemed families of cultivators. Among them, the 6 major righteous sects and the demonic sects, comprising 1 palace, 2 valleys, and 3 sects, wielded the greatest power. The 6 major righteous sects include the Yuntian sect in the heavenly cloud mountains of southwest 9 provinces, the Shuiyu sword sect in the heavenly domain mountains of the northwest, the Tian Nu sect in the long spirit mountains of the northeast, the Kuhai temple of the Puyuo mountains in the southwest, the Xiansu sect within the Tsang Long mountains of the central regions, and the Buddhist sect's branch, the Penglai fairyland, isolated overseas. Conversely, the demonic sects consist of the Feihua Palace, Tianin Valley, Wudu Valley, Tianimo sect, Shihun sect, and Hehuan sect. Each of these major sects maintains its own sphere of influence. The Tsang Long Mountains, where the Xiansu sect resides, predominantly lies within the borders of Yu province, establishing it as the Xiansu sect's realm of power. As one of the 6 righteous sects, reputation and face are paramount. Thus, The Xiansu sect would never permit a demonic faction to perpetrate evil within its territory. Thus, the Xuanxu sect has dispatched a multitude of disciples to decisively eradicate the nefarious individuals of the Jin sect. Newly arrived disciples of the Xuanxu sect, grouped in 3s and 5s, are diligently scouring each household for clues while simultaneously querying the survivors from last night. These cultivators possess formidable abilities, with Confucian experts among them observing the hearts and energies of those present. Given the considerable number of assailants last night and the short passage of time, it is certain that their lingering presence still permeates the air. Tracking their residual energy to uncover their lair is merely a matter of time. However, Lu Tongfeng currently harbors no favorable sentiments toward these so-called righteous cultivators. Having merely glanced at the gallant disciples of the Xuanxu sect, he proceeded southward. Before long, Lu Tongfeng stumbled upon a still-functioning flatbed cart amidst the ruins of a small courtyard that had been reduced to ashes, which he subsequently dragged back to the remains of the Bell family's abode. Upon his return, he discovered that only the monk of restraint and Bell remained, while Yun Fuyao was conspicuously absent. "Where's the little monk of restraint and fairy Fuyao?" Lu Tongfeng inquired with curiosity. The monk of restraint replied, "A few disciples from the Xuanxu sect just came by, mentioning that disciples from the Cloud Heaven sect had arrived," prompting fairy Fuyao to go over. "Little Shishu, I heard that Chu Tianyi and Wei Yurong from the Xuanxu sect are both here. Should we not go and take a look? Who are they? Why should I go see them?" The monk of restraint leaned closer to Lu Tongfeng, saying, "Chu Tianyi is not worth the trouble. He is merely a self-important pretty boy. However, Wei Yurong is indeed worth seeing. She ranks alongside fairy Fuyao among the 10 most beautiful maidens of our era, her beauty rivaling that of fairy Fuyao. Moreover, I have heard that her name is derived from her figure. Tut, tut, tut. Her name is based on her figure? What does that mean? Do you not understand this? Wei Yurong. Yurong. What a generous figure." Seeing Lu Tongfeng still puzzled, the monk of restraint gestured with both hands in front of his chest. Realization dawned on Lu Tongfeng, and his eyes brightened. A beauty rivaling fairy Fuyao, endowed with ample charms. The thought alone stirred excitement within him. "Do you understand now? Shall we go take a peek?" The monk of restraint nudged Lu Tongfeng with his arm. Lu Tongfeng shuddered, tilting his head to regard the monk of restraint, and remarked, "You truly are a gluttonous monk, indulging in wine and meat. How can you, a practitioner of the 4 empty states, remain so impure? Do not forget your Dharma name. You are the monk of restraint. It appears you have not restrained yourself at all." The monk of restraint shrugged and replied, "What harm is there in a mere glance? Wei Yurong will not lose a piece of flesh." Lu Tongfeng was left speechless. He felt as though he had become a lecherous ghost, only to discover that there existed someone even more lascivious than himself. This monk, who ought to embody purity and detachment, was even more unscrupulous. "Monk of restraint, first help me load the coffin onto the cart and take it to the local temple outside the town, and then you may go and gaze upon this Wei Yurong. You may even sit by her window at night and spy on her bathing if you wish." "Little Shishu, that seems inappropriate. If caught, will they not break my legs?" Observing the earnest yet troubled expression on the chubby face of the young monk dedicated to abstinence, Lu Tongfeng couldn't help but slap his forehead, utterly defeated by this monk who preached restraint yet remained indulgent. Had it not been for the necessity of enlisting the aid of this wayward monk, Lu Tongfeng would have long since closed the door and embraced the enveloping darkness. He assisted Yu Lingdang to her feet before placing the 2 coffins onto 2 carts, also securing a wooden box atop them, binding everything together with ropes. Once their task was complete, Lu Tongfeng declared, "Lingdang, it is time for us to depart." Yu Lingdang cast a glance at her home, now reduced to rubble, tears welling in her eyes. Yet, she did not linger long in sentiment. She could no longer remain in this place. Her sole desire was to lay her grandmother and mother to rest, and then leave forever. Chapter 45. Departing with the coffins, Lu Tongfeng and the young monk, who practiced restraint, each pulled a cart bearing 2 coffins as they made their way southward through the town. The great fire that had ravaged the town the previous night had melted nearly all the accumulated snow, making the path somewhat easier to traverse. A few townsfolk paused to observe, while several cultivators regarded the 2 carts transporting the coffins with curiosity. Among them were a youth clad in a tattered Taoist robe, a plump little monk, a young girl in mourning attire, and a large black dog, comparable in size to a calf. This unusual ensemble was bound to attract attention wherever they went. The cultivators were intrigued, while many residents of the town whispered curses under their breath. In the street lay over 200 corpses, which had begun to be collected and cleared with the assistance of the Zhunyuxuan sect's practitioners. Given the staggering number of deceased, it was impossible to provide each individual with a coffin for burial. After discussions with several venerable elders of the town, the awakened village head, Lin Dimming, decided that these individuals would be interred on a small hill to the west of the town after their identities were verified. The sight of two coffins belonging to Granny Lu's plump aunt stirred discomfort among many townsfolk. Why should their loved ones be buried wrapped in mere straw mats? While the one who brought calamity upon the town, Yu Lingzhong, had coffins for her mother and grandmother, were it not for the presence of the cultivators. It was feared that many townspeople would have escalated their grievances to the point of hurling stones and rotten eggs at Yu Lingzhong and the coffins. Cui Cui ran from the north and quickly caught up with Lu Tongfeng and the others. Her own father had perished in a military skirmish several years prior, leaving her to depend solely on her mother, Wang. She considered herself fortunate, as her home was situated in the northern part of the town, and her mother had emerged unscathed from last night's massacre. However, the rampant gossip surrounding Yu Lingzhong had caused her mother great concern for Cui Cui's safety, prompting her to strictly forbid any association between them. Upon learning that Yu Lingzhong intended to leave the town with the two coffins, Cui Cui broke free from her mother's constraints and ran to bid her farewell. Lingzhong, where are you going? Cui Cui's complexion was pale, her demeanor weary. She had spent the last 3 days by Yu Lingzhong's side, without a moment's rest. After such a tumultuous night, she had not closed her eyes since. The young girl was at her physical limit. Yu Lingzhong grasped Cui Cui's hand, her expression no longer as numb as before, as she struggled to muster a faint smile. My home has been destroyed. I must first take my grandmother and mother to the land temple to the south. Cui Cui glanced at a large chest bound to the wooden cart. Silent tears streamed down her cheeks. Lingzhong, will you come back? Yu Lingzhong surveyed the ruins of the charred and collapsed houses around her. This is my home. Of course, I will return. Cui Cui found it difficult to believe Yu Lingzhong's words. Her home lay in ruins. She had no remaining kin here, and the townspeople had turned against her. How could she possibly return after leaving today? Cui Cui did not expose Yu Lingdang's deception. Lingdang, take care of yourself and live well, do you understand? Yu Lingdang nodded slowly, saying, Cui Cui, you too must take care. Thank you for keeping me company and looking after me these past few days. We are good sisters. Why say such things? You little madcap. Cui Cui wiped her tears and called out. Alas, what is the matter, Cui Cui? Take good care of Lingdang. If you dare to bully her, I will break your legs. Understood. Lu Tongfeng, amidst his busy schedule, managed to spare a hand to wave at Cui Cui. He then resumed pulling the coffin cart. Cui Cui, I am leaving now. You should return and get some rest. With so many cultivators around, those evildoers will not dare to come back. The two sisters conversed for a while on the street before bidding farewell with tear-stained faces. Yu Lingdang hurriedly caught up with Lu Tongfeng. I forgot to ask Cui Cui earlier. Is her mother all right? Yu Lingdang gently shook her head and replied, She's fine. That's good to hear. The streets of the town were still manageable, but upon leaving the town, the thick snow on the ground posed a challenge. This coffin cart was no sled. It weighed several hundred pounds, making it worrisome to pull through the deep snow. Once they exited the small town, Lu Tongfeng was astonished to find that the accumulated snow nearly reached the wheels of the cart, yet it did not seem to impede his efforts in the slightest. He suddenly sensed that something about himself felt markedly different today. His strength appeared to have increased significantly when he had pulled the two coffins from the ruins. He had exerted little effort, dismissing it at the time. Now, however, he realized that his body had undergone a noticeable transformation. He recalled the peculiar scene from the previous night, when he had grasped the immortal sword, and his body had immediately ignited. Although his consciousness had not fully faded, he retained a vague memory of the events. Could it be that the changes within me are linked to the fire that did not consume me last night? Lu Tongfeng murmured to himself. If he could effortlessly pull the coffin cart through the snow, then the unreliable yet highly skilled monk dedicated to abstinence would certainly find it even easier. Not only could he pull the coffin cart, but even if tasked with carrying it, the rotund monk would move through the snow with remarkable agility. As Lu Tongfeng pondered the reasons behind his bodily changes while pulling the cart, the monk behind him inquired, Little Master Uncle, where are we headed? Lu Tongfeng collected his thoughts and replied, Not far. We will arrive shortly. He noticed Yu Lingdang struggling in the snow as she assisted with the coffin cart. Lu Tongfeng stopped and said, Lingdang, it's difficult to walk in the snow. You should sit in the cart. No, I can manage. Yu Lingdang gently shook her head. You can manage my foot. You haven't eaten in days. Don't you realize that? Ignoring Yulingdong's protests, Lu Tongfeng lifted her and placed her on the cart's neck to sit. He then continued pulling the cart. Observing Lu Tongfeng effortlessly maneuvering the heavy cart through the snow, Yulingdang felt a sense of astonishment. She had always been aware of Lu Tongfeng's tremendous strength, yet she never anticipated it to be this formidable. Observing Lu Tongfeng bent over as he pulled the cart with his robust silhouette, Yulingdong's eyes gradually sparkled with a glimmer of hope. It is only in times of adversity that one can discern whether those around are human or specters. Had it not been for Lu Tongfeng, she would have perished yesterday. Had it not been for him, she might have succumbed to shame and despair before her mother's coffin today. Without Lu Tongfeng, she would have been at a loss regarding the arrangements for her mother and grandmother's funerals. For years, people had referred to Lu Tongfeng as the little madman. Yet Yulingdang had always regarded him as a friend. She understood his aspirations to forge a successful path in Xiyang City, and he braved the snowstorm to bring her sustenance. Now, as the Yu family faced calamity, everyone cursed and shunned her, blaming her for the misfortunes that befell the entire town. This left her feeling an unprecedented chill. Her heart had already succumbed to despair. Yet, Lu Tongfeng gradually rekindled warmth in her frostbitten, numbed heart. Chapter 46. The Art of Transformation in Restraint in Less Than the Duration of an Incense Stick. Lu Tongfeng and his companions arrived at the entrance of the Land Deity Temple. The inscription on the massive stone at the entrance read boundary between immortals and mortals. The young monk, who was adept at restraint, raised an eyebrow. Such an audacious stone carving, daring to proclaim itself as the boundary between the celestial and the mundane? Master, what is this dilapidated temple? This is the place where I've resided over the years. So this is where my esteemed junior master and the sword deity have lived. Truly extraordinary. Only a place inhabited by the sword deity could deserve such a declaration of the boundary between realms. This place is indeed rich in spiritual energy and possesses an enchanting environment. It is only fitting that the sword deity could discover such a divine locale amidst the ordinary world. By the way, Master, is the sword deity here? The chubby young monk's expression shifted rapidly. Moments ago, he had mocked the stone carving. But upon learning that this was the residence of Lu Tongfeng and the Taoist Xian Qi, he immediately donned a more respectful demeanor. Without concern for the sanctity of the location, he began to flatter unabashedly. Lu Tongfeng gestured towards the temple, saying, "My master has always been here, never having departed." Really? Why didn't you mention it sooner? I have not prepared any offerings. Is my attire in disarray? How's my hairstyle? Is my face clean? O venerable sword deity, I, a humble lamb lost in the sea of suffering, have come to pay my respects to you. You are the one I admire most in my life. My reverence for you flows like an unceasing river, venerable one, venerable one. As the young monk continued to flatter, he pushed open the door and stepped into the dilapidated temple. However, upon entry, he was taken aback. Could this place truly be habitable? The space was cramped, riddled with holes, and the statue was modest amidst the considerable litter. If one were to liken this place to a pigsty or sheep pen, the young monk would not dispute it. He searched around the temple, but did not see the figure of the revered sword deity he so admired. Yulingdang leaped down from the coffin cart, hearing the young monk's exclamations. "What is he doing?" she inquired. Lu Tongfeng replied, "He is likely searching for my master." "Your master? The old temple guardian? Did he not pass away 6 years ago?" "Indeed, I too find it perplexing. Did I not express myself clearly?" At that moment, the young monk emerged from the temple. "Master, did you not say the sword deity was here? Why have I not seen him?" Lu Tongfeng was in the midst of untangling the ropes binding the coffin and replied, "My master is in the bamboo grove behind. Do you seek him for something? As a junior, it is only proper to pay my respects in person, otherwise it would be quite discourteous." "Wait." Seeing the chubby monk heading toward the back mountain, Lu Tongfeng hurriedly called out to him. "What is it, master?" "Ah, did I forget to mention? My master has ascended to the heavens." "What? You mean the sword deity has transcended?" The young monk's plump figure seemed struck by lightning, his expression turning instantly vacant. Lu Tongfeng remarked, "What you just mentioned about transcendence, is it akin to the concept of parinirvana in your Buddhist tradition, both signifying the end of life?" The young monk, Jiasexio, nodded mechanically. Lu Tongfeng continued, "That means my master has transcended, and it has been 6 years. What? How could this be? Such a celestial figure as he, alas." Amitabha. Jiasexio clasped his hands together, exuding an aura of solemnity and reverence. Entirely unrecognizable as the meat-eating, wine-drinking monk he truly was. His ability to alter his demeanor rivaled that of Lu Tongfeng himself. At this moment, Lu Tongfeng felt a tinge of sorrow. "Dear monk, since you hold my master in such high esteem, I shall take you to his grave later, so you may pay your respects." "Indeed, indeed." Jayasekcio slowly nodded, letting out a gentle sigh. The earth deity shrine was in disarray. The statues of the earth god and goddess, displaced by the limping Li and Li Qiuyan, had yet to be returned to their rightful places. Lu Tongfeng beckoned Jayasekcio to assist him in tidying up. Together, they first restored the statues, then dragged out the snow-covered rake, and finally commenced the cleanup of the dilapidated shrine. After toiling for the better part of half an hour, the shrine began to resemble something orderly. Subsequently, Lu Tongfeng and Jayasekcio carried the coffins of Granny Lu and Aunt Fat into the shrine, placing them against the northern wall. Once all was completed, Lu Tongfeng stroked his chin, surveying the drafty windows and doors, along with the 3 large holes in the roof. While he was indifferent to the discomfort, he worried about Ling Dang, a frail girl who might find the chill of the night unbearable. He glanced at the half-pot of chicken soup that Yun Fuyo had left uneaten the previous night. "Young monk, do you have any skills in repairing houses?" "Repair houses? You mean this shabby shrine? There is no need for repairs. I suggest tearing it down and starting anew. Young master uncle, one day I shall take you to see our Buddhist temples, with golden tiles and red walls, and a gilded Buddha. It is truly majestic. Your Buddhist sect is wealthy. The world is aware of this. There is no need to flaunt it. Never mind. If you want tea help, I shall manage the repairs myself." "I never said I wouldn't tea help. I rushed over from Tuyang City this morning and have been hungry all day. This chicken soup is nearly ready. Let me have a bowl to warm myself, and then I shall assist you with this dilapidated shrine." "Drink chicken soup? Warm yourself?" At that moment, Lu Tongfeng, who was burning joss paper in front of the coffins, and Dahe, drilling by the stove over the half-pot of chicken soup, simultaneously turned their gazes toward Jayasekcio. The notion of drinking chicken soup to warm oneself would not seem odd from anyone else. But uttered from a bald monk adorned with a large wooden fish and a string of prayer beads, it appeared exceedingly peculiar and absurd. "Please do not regard me with such expressions. Have you not heard what Fairy Fuya said? I am a monk who indulges in wine and meat, with no dietary restrictions." Jayasekcio seemed accustomed to the curious gazes of others, explaining with a composed demeanor, his face unblushing and breath steady. Lu Tongfeng inquired, "I have had little interaction with the Buddhist community. May I ask, are all disciples of the Buddha like you, or is it merely you, the black sheep, who disregards the sacred precepts of Buddhism?" The little monk, Jiase, chuckled awkwardly and replied, "Most monks do adhere strictly to the Buddhist precepts. But I have always had a penchant for meat since childhood, often facing reprimands from my master, which even led to a change in my Dharma name. However, this is not of great consequence. As they say, food may pass through the body, yet the Buddha resides in the heart. The essence of worship lies within, rather than in the consumption of food and drink. Furthermore, there are many monks who indulge in wine and meat, and a fair number who practice joyous meditation. I am indifferent to the opinions of the worldly." Lu Tongfeng, intrigued, asked, "If you enjoy meat and wine, why become a monk? Would it not be better to return to lay life?" Jiase responded, "What is wrong with being a monk? Temples and monasteries abound, allowing one to travel without the burden of lodging expenses, as one can simply find a nearby temple to stay at. Moreover, the Buddhist community offers excellent sustenance, providing opportunities to cultivate Buddhist practices, prolong life, and ward off illness. To seek entry into Buddhism, one must possess wisdom. It is not so easily attained by the average person. This chicken soup is ready and smells delightful. Bell Master Ling, as a mortal, you should eat first. Just leave a bowl of soup and a chicken leg for me." Yu Ling Dang, having recently consumed a fasting pill, noted that its spiritual power would take at least 15 days to dissipate. During this period, she would feel no hunger. Thus, she gently shook her head and said, "I am not hungry, little master. You and Brother Feng can eat. Then I shall not be polite." Chapter 47, The 10 Divine Weapons? The Fiery Heaven Sword. This lecherous little monk is truly a brazen character, and an exceedingly shameless one at that. Yesterday, Lu Tongfeng spent his entire fortune on an old hen, yet Yun Fuyo merely sipped some broth, leaving a substantial portion in the pot. Upon discovering the remnants of the hen in the earthenware pot, the little monk stealthily ignited the stove and devoured nearly the entire chicken. His voracity was astonishing. He could even crunch and swallow the bones. This spectacle left Dahe, who awaited his share of the bones, nearly aghast with disbelief. What is this? Humans consume meat, while dogs gnaw on bones. This is an immutable dietary law through the ages. If you consume the bones, what is left for this divine canine? Consequently, Dahe barked furiously at the gluttonous little monk. Faced with the ferocious dog, the monk reluctantly tossed a few small bones to him. As the saying goes, one cannot bite the hand that feeds. By dusk, having eaten his fill, the little monk joined Lu Tongfeng in mending the dilapidated temple. Given the limited resources and absence of tiles, they resorted to the most pragmatic methods to repair the gaping holes in the roof and the doors and windows. The primary goal was not to shield from rain, but to block the wind. With the assistance of the little monk, a cultivator, the task became remarkably swift and straightforward. He ascended to the rooftop, using bamboo to patch the large openings, followed by a layer of thatch and earth. The repairs to the doors and windows were even simpler. The rotund monk retrieved 2 pieces of cloth from a storage pouch he wore, sealing the openings and securing them with bamboo. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the ramshackle temple was free from drafts. However, the use of cloth to seal all openings significantly compromised the lighting and ventilation. Yet, the results were unmistakable. The temple no longer leaked wind. And the temperature began to rise, no longer resembling the earlier state where indoors and outdoors were of the same climate. As night descended completely, Lu Tongfeng stood at the entrance, gazing at the brightly lit town to the north. The cultivators within the town had not dispersed. In fact, their numbers were swelling. Not only were there practitioners from the Xuanqiu sect, but also royal cultivators dispatched by the court, along with benevolent disciples of the righteous path like the little monk, who had come to exterminate demons upon hearing of the events. It seemed that the number of cultivators in the town now exceeded that of the townsfolk. The little monk emerged from the temple and noticed Lu Tongfeng lost in thought while staring at the northern town. He inquired, "Little master uncle, what are you gazing at? Are you waiting for Fairy Fuyo? What do I need to wait for her for? Since disciples from the Yuntian sect have also arrived here. Fairy Fuyo is undoubtedly with her peers. How could she possibly come to reside in this filthy, dilapidated temple?" Lu Tongfeng replied, "By the way, why don't you head to the town and join the festivities? I wonder just how great the fame of that Wei Na, the celestial maiden of the Xuanqiu sect, truly is. Her name is Wei Yurong, not Wei Na. What should have been a refined appreciation for beauty, when uttered from your lips, sounds rather sordid." The little monk corrected him promptly. Lu Tongfeng curled his lip and said, "Lecherous? You mean me? Indeed, before I encountered you, I believed I, Lu Tongfeng, was rather lecherous. However, after meeting you, the flower monk, I feel like the most virtuous gentleman in the world." The monk, who refrained from carnal desires, replied, "A monk should only engage in philosophical debates, not quarrel over trivial matters. Speak as you wish. By the way, my little master, I forgot to inquire about your cultivation level. What stage are you at?" "Stage of cultivation? I possess none." "What do you mean none?" The monk's face displayed confusion. "I am not a cultivator at all, hence I lack any cultivation level." The monk rolled his eyes and said, "Little master, I believed we were friends. Friends should be honest with each other. I want to speak of this to anyone. Why be so guarded?" Lu Tongfeng smiled wryly and shook his head. After a day of companionship, he realized that aside from his disregard for monastic rules, this monk was not a malevolent being. He said, "I speak the truth. When my master passed away, I was still very young and learned nothing from him. I truly am not a cultivator." "Impossible." The monk shook his head. "Today, you pulled such a heavy coffin cart through thick snow, traversing at least 3 miles from the small town without rest, moving as if it were effortless. A mere mortal could never achieve that." Lu Tongfeng furrowed his brow slightly, pondering this perplexity. However, he refrained from discussing further with the monk, as they had only known each other for less than a day. He contemplated asking Yun Fuyao about the sudden changes in his body the next time they met, especially concerning the fiery incident of the previous night. After a day of reflection, Lu Tongfeng realized that the transformations within him were not merely about increased strength. For instance, now, standing in the biting cold wind, his body felt no chill. Previously, he required meditation to expel the cold from his body. Now, he sensed a warmth circulating within him, making him feel as though he were immersed in a hot spring amid the frigid winter, utterly oblivious to the cold. Noticing Lu Tongfeng's silence and furrowed brow, the monk placed an arm around his shoulder and said, "Little master, it's all right. Your cultivation level is your personal matter. I shan't pry further. However, having assisted you so much today, might I make a small request?" Lu Tongfeng shot him a sidelong glance and replied, "I am a pauper. Not a single coin to my name. Oh, we are all practitioners. Discussing money feels so mundane. What is it that you desire? Lu Tongfeng thought, filled with suspicion. The monk's gaze slowly descended, fixating on the sword at Lu Tongfeng's waist. The sword remained sheathed in its tattered scabbards, half of its blade exposed, revealing ancient inscriptions and a chilling glimmer within the lines. Seeing the monk's fixation on his sword, Lu Tongfeng forcefully pushed away this overly familiar young monk. Do you wish to acquire my sword? This is what my master left me before his passing. It is devoid of doors and even windows. The modest monk, Jesha, rubbed his hands together and said with a sycophantic expression, "It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. How could I, a humble monk, desire your sword, dear junior uncle? I merely wish to admire your remarkable blade, if it pleases you." Lu Tongfeng looked at Jesha in astonishment and replied, "Admire my sword? Surely your mind is a bit unhinged. On a night like this, rather than peeping at Wei Nai bathing, what is there to behold in my sword? Heavenly flame, the 10 divine armaments. Are they not more splendid than Wei Nai? Wei Yurong. What? Heavenly flame? You mean my sword is the heavenly flame? Surely. You must be the only disciple of the sword god, right? Since the sword god has ascended to immortality, his esteemed heavenly flame sword could only be passed on to you. Pray tell, is this sword you possess not the heavenly flame sword? Chapter 48. A moment of joy when Yun Fuyao introduced his master, the deceitful old ghost, to Lu Tongfeng. He mentioned that his master was the foremost expert of Yunshenzong in a millennium and ranked among the top 3 of the 10 strong ones of Tianjai. Armed with the legendary Burning Heaven sword, he traversed the world undefeated, earning the title of Sword God of Burning Heaven. Lu Tongfeng, having only recently familiarized himself with the affairs of the cultivation world, was nonetheless intrigued by the mere mention of Burning Heaven. At that moment, the little monk also referred to the Burning Heaven sword, which greatly astonished Lu Tongfeng. He drew forth the dark blue celestial sword from his waist and inquired, "Little monk, is my sword named Burning Heaven?" The little monk immediately leaned closer, almost eager to press his eyes against the sword's blade. "But why is it a blue sword? Is it too dark? Or is the lighting incorrect? Come, let us step inside." He tugged Lu Tongfeng into the earth deity temple. The two huddled by the fire, examining Lu Tongfeng's celestial sword. Under the bright flames, the sword still appeared blue. The little monk wore a perplexed expression, reaching out to touch the sword's body, measuring its length with his fingers, and urging Lu Tongfeng to turn the sword over to inspect every detail. Then, scratching his small bald head, he exhibited a look of utter confusion. Lu Tongfeng shook the sword and said, "I say, little monk, after all this time, you've nearly licked it. Did you discern anything? Is this sword truly the Burning Heaven sword you speak of?" The little monk slowly shook his head, replying, "No, it is not. Look again closely. Perhaps you did not see it clearly? Or should you stick out your tongue and lick it?" The little monk insisted, "That is unnecessary. The divine artifact list of Tianjai contains detailed records regarding the Burning Heaven sword." With that, he rummaged through his satchel and soon produced a book of modest thickness. He flipped through it eagerly until he exclaimed, "Found it. Take a look for yourself. It even has illustrations. The color and length of your sword are entirely different." Lu Tongfeng took the book and read the inscriptions within. The 10 great divine weapons of the mortal realm, Burning Heaven, with a flame attribute among the 5 elements, was crafted by the 19th generation leader of Yunshenzong, the true man Xian, who fortuitously obtained the Fire Dragon Essence Crystal and the Chaos Fire Spirit Stone, refining it with the fire of the earth's veins. The sword measures 3 feet and 5 inches in length, weighing 4 pounds and 5 taels, with a blade as crimson as blood. One side is engraved with the character for burning, and the other with heaven, hence the name Burning Heaven Sword. This sword is pure yang and exceedingly firm, rich in fire essence, ranking 7th among the 10 great divine swords of the current era. The page also featured an illustration of the Burning Heaven Sword, which was indeed a blade as red as fire. The little monk remarked, "Little master uncle, are you the sole disciple of the sword god elder?" "Indeed. My master never mentioned any elder brothers or sisters to me. That is peculiar. As far as I know, since the sword god elder obtained the Burning Heaven sword, it has always been his treasure and should have been returned to Yunshenzong by now. Before the sword god passed away, you were by his side, logically. He should have bequeathed the Burning Heaven divine sword to you. Little Shirshu, could it be that you failed to recognize its worth and mistakenly allowed the sword god to take it to his grave?" Lu Tongfeng shook his head and replied, "Impossible. My master was a miser. Even his burial clothes were hastily made by me in town. He had no burial items to speak of. The monk, Jesse, appeared somewhat disappointed and pressed. Little Shirshu, think again. Did the sword god gift you anything before his demise? Or perhaps he uttered something of significance. If you can locate the burning heaven divine sword, I would be willing to offer 500. No, 800 taels of gold for it. 800 taels? In gold? Is this old sword truly worth that much? We are friends, after all, so I am offering you a friendship price, Jesse chuckled. Lu Tongfeng gazed at the illustrations in the book he held, pondering slowly. Now that you mention it, I believe I saw that sword in my childhood. Really? Indeed. I recall that during winter, I would sleep cradling a red sword that felt as warm as a fire stick, quite similar to the burning heaven divine sword. Jesse's face lit up with joy. Yes, yes. The burning heaven divine sword is forged from the fire dragon origin crystal and the chaotic fire spirit stone. An exceptional weapon of the fire element. Even when dormant, it radiates intense heat. Little Shirshu, think again. I shall add another 200 taels of gold. Lu Tongfeng pondered deeply and gently shook his head. At that time, I was but a child, perhaps only 4 or 5 years old. After all these years, how could I possibly remember such details? Alas, it seems fortune has never favored me. I cannot acquire this gold. Little monk, if this sword is not the burning heaven, do you know what it might be? Seeing Lu Tongfeng struggle to recall the whereabouts of the burning heaven, Jesse appeared quite dejected. There are no inscriptions on your sword, so I truly cannot discern its origin. However, it seems to possess a decent quality and considerable age, possibly linked to the ancient witch clan of the southern wilderness. The ancient witch clan of the southern wilderness? How did you deduce that? Lu Tongfeng asked, confusion etched on his face. Jesse pointed to the ancient, weathered patterns on the blade, saying, Little Shirshu, observe the markings on both sides of the sword. These are neither mere designs nor blood grooves. They resemble the style of the ancient witch clan from the southern wilderness. Additionally, the blade is unusually wide, the sword body is thick, and its length exceeds that of the swords wielded by our cultivators in Central Land. In our Central Land, we favor a light and agile sword, while heavier blades are preferred for cutting. Rarely does one wield a sword of such length and width. Furthermore, Central Land's craftsmen would never inscribe foreign characters on their creations. Typically, righteous sword cultivators engrave the sword's name upon its body. Yet your sword bears no markings whatsoever. Hence, I surmise that this sword was not forged by a Central Land craftsman, but rather by a craftsman of the southern wilderness witch clan. Jesse's observations left Lu Tongfeng momentarily stunned. Who would have thought that this little monk possesses such extensive knowledge? I stand enlightened. Thank you for your kind words, little master. I merely indulge in a plethora of eclectic literature. Young monk, please refrain from addressing me as little master. It makes me quite bashful. You may simply call me Xiaofeng, or Feng if you prefer. The young monk, contemplating for a moment, replied, Very well. Henceforth I shall refer to you as little madman. And you shall call me young monk. Little madman? Lu Tongfeng was taken aback, his mind filled with questions. The young monk chuckled and said, Isn't that what the townsfolk call you? I have heard it myself. Lu Tongfeng was left speechless, having thought he had made a new friend and could gradually shed the moniker of Little Madman, only to find his efforts in vain. Chapter 49. The anger of the Venerable One. Lu Tongfeng engaged in a brief conversation with Jie Sei before making his way to the side of Yuling'ang. He discovered her resting her head against a coffin, peacefully asleep. Lingdang, Lingdang. Lu Tongfeng called her name softly several times. Slowly, Yulingdang awakened. Lingdang, you cannot sleep here. It is too chilly, and you might fall ill. I have prepared a resting place for you with the little monk, so please rest there. Lu Tongfeng was a man of great thoughtfulness. Previously, while repairing the temple with the little monk, he had deliberately set aside a sleeping area for Yulingdang in the corner. He dismantled the old snow plow, and the bamboo slats atop it served perfectly as a bed. He then layered it with plentiful thatch. The little monk, Jesse, also contributed 2 clean bedding sets, one for lying on and one for covering. Being mindful of the difference between genders, Lu Tongfeng and the little monk crafted a curtain from leftover cloth to create a private area for Yulingdang. Although the accommodation could not compare to the comforts of her former boudoir, it was the best arrangement Lu Tongfeng could offer her under the circumstances. Yulingdang glanced at Lu Tongfeng and nodded gently. She had not anticipated that her fate would change so dramatically within a mere few days. Her home had collapsed, and the town offered no refuge. Although the earthen temple was quite old, it provided shelter from the wind and rain. Having a place to store her mother and grandmother's coffins, as well as a roof over her head, she felt a sense of gratitude. As for the distinctions between men and women, they were no longer a concern for her. She trusted that Lu Tongfeng would never take advantage of her vulnerability. She softly replied, "Yes, you and the little monk should rest early as well." With that, she stood up, but did not head to the makeshift shelter Lu Tongfeng had prepared. Instead, she pushed open the back door of the small temple and stepped outside. After a while, she returned, her cheeks flushed. Lu Tongfeng understood that the young lady had gone to relieve herself. He slapped his forehead, realizing that he had overlooked the necessity of a toilet for Yu Lingdang. In his solitary past, he had simply used the ancient well. But how could a young lady like Yu Lingdang do the same? Uncertain of how long she would reside in the temple, Lu Tongfeng resolved to persuade Jiese in the morning to help him construct a latrine in the vacant space behind the temple. Yu Lingdang changed out of her morning attire and entered the shelter Lu Tongfeng had thoughtfully built for her. Meanwhile, Lu Tongfeng approached the fire pit and said to the little monk, "It is getting late. You should also rest early." At the same time, in Tsuaping Mountain, within a cave, the white-haired Yin-Yang Venerable One was in a fit of rage. Before him stood two figures, Master Chun, the abbot of Fulin Monastery, and Su Tsang, the third disciple responsible for the attack on the town the previous night. The young women who once inhabited the cave have now vanished, leaving only the 30 or so newly captured girls, huddled together in a stone chamber, trembling in disarray. Su Tsang knelt upon the ground and addressed his master, "Master, it is not due to my inadequacy that I report this. Last night, just as we were poised to annihilate Fuyang Town, a multitude of sword cultivators from the Yuntian sect emerged, all possessing the mastery of the Tao integration realm, and among them, at least one formidable being of the transformation god stage, along with a colossal wolf demon towering 2 zhang high. My fellow disciples and I were no match for them. In the instant of confrontation, 4 or 5 of my brothers were slain. Fortunately, I made a swift decision to break through, otherwise, we would have perished alongside our brethren in Fuyang Town." The expression of the Yin-Yang sovereign turned ashen. He had endured in silence for decades, having painstakingly established the Fuyin Monastery only to find himself thwarted by the detestable sword immortals of the Yuntian sect. His fierce gaze bore down on Su Tsang, rasping, "Has our location been compromised?" Su Tsang shook his head, replying, No. I have confirmed that several days ago. Yu Hai and the other 3 disciples were indeed slain by the Yuntian sect's disciples that very night, with no survivors. Last night, the remaining brothers also met their end at the hands of the enemy. Aware that this matter had escalated, I anticipated that the Xuanxu sect, the royal cultivators, and the learned scholars of the Bailu Academy would surely converge upon that small town to investigate. Thus, in accordance with your directives, I led my brothers to break out towards the northeast rather than returning directly to Tsuaping Mountain, stealthily traversing several hundred li currently. My brothers are near Yang City, a distance from here, and I trust they will draw the attention of the Xuanxu sect. Only I returned quietly to Tsuaping Mountain to report to you, Master." Upon hearing Su Tsang's words, the fierce glint in the Yin-Yang sovereign's eyes softened somewhat. The Fuyin Monastery on Tsuaping Mountain had been his careful plan for many years, cleverly concealed as a nunnery, making it difficult for righteous cultivators and royal practitioners to uncover its secrets. As long as our lair remains undisclosed, what does it matter if a few disciples perish? The Yin-Yang sovereign turned his gaze towards Qin and inquired slowly, "What news from that small town?" Master Qin replied, "The entire Yuzhou region is now abuzz with rumors. Over 100 disciples from the Xuanxu sect and dozens of royal cultivators, along with many righteous sect disciples and wandering cultivators, have begun to converge upon Fuyang Town. Our third disciple's retreat towards Yang City last night successfully attracted the attention of the Confucian scholars. And it is now confirmed that the disciples of the Xuanxu sect are indeed following the traces of the Confucian augury technique towards the northeast, towards Yang City." "Very well." The Yin-Yang sovereign nodded slowly. "The psychological scars from over 30 years ago still linger. The true arts of Taoism and Buddhism are not adept at tracking, but the Confucian augury technique is particularly insidious. It was with the aid of this very technique that the righteous sects, led by the Yutian sect, located the lair of our extreme Yin sect. After this incident, the Yin-Yang Venerable has grown wiser. If a disciple's attempt to gather flowers fails, they must not return directly to the nest, but instead flee in another direction to avoid being tracked by Confucian scholars through lingering traces." The Yin-Yang Venerable gazed at the kneeling Su Tsang and remarked calmly, "Third, Although your mission was unsuccessful this time, you have successfully diverted the Confucian scholars towards the northeast, keeping our location concealed. This can be considered a redemption for your failure. Rise. Thank you for your mercy, master. Sutsong stood up. Liao Chen then said, although junior brother has drawn the righteous practitioner's attention towards Yang, they have begun to suspect that this matter is connected to our extreme sect. Master, the situation in Yuzhou has become quite tense recently. It would be wise for us to remain low-key for a while. Once this turmoil subsides, we can resume our endeavors. The Yinyang Venerable nodded slowly. Indeed, Yuzhou is under the jurisdiction of the Xuanxu sect. We cannot afford to provoke the Yuntian sect, nor can we contend with the Xuanxu sect. It is prudent to exercise discretion for the time being. Liao Chen added, Master, there is something peculiar. The Yinyang Venerable furrowed his brow slightly and replied, Speak. Chapter 50, The Wrath of the Honorable One and the Cultivation of the Wind. Liao Chen spoke slowly. According to the news that has emerged today, the disciples of the Yuntian sect who appeared in Fuyang town are not mere passers-by. They have been concealed within the town for 3 years. There is one man and one woman, masquerading as a cripple and a mute, and they have been operating in the shadows of Fuyang town. After last night's events, they have both vanished. What? Is this true? The Yinyang Honorable One's gaze flickered, revealing a look of astonishment. This place is the territory of the Xiansu sect. It is somewhat reasonable for the disciples of the Yuntian sect to traverse through here during their training. However, the presence of 2 adept experts from the Yuntian sect, hiding in a remote little town, is decidedly implausible. Liao Chen nodded affirmatively. Susong remarked, Now it makes sense. No wonder many townsfolk recognized them last night. They have indeed been living in the town for 3 years. Both possess the mastery of the Tao. We could have eliminated them, but suddenly the appearance of that colossal wolf demon and a mysterious expert engulfed in flames, who swiftly dispatched our 2 junior brothers without any visible effort, thwarted our plans. The Yinyang Honorable One stroked his chin thoughtfully, sinking into contemplation. This matter seems genuinely unusual. Why would such a secluded little town harbor so many formidable experts? Does the town conceal some hidden secret? After pondering for a moment, the Yinyang Honorable One said, Lao Chun, tomorrow morning, take several disciples who have already shaved their heads, possess a clean background, and primarily cultivate Buddhist heart techniques, under the pretense of transcending the spirits of the deceased. Personally visit Fuyang town to investigate the true nature of those righteous cultivators and to discern what makes this town so extraordinary. Lao Chen appeared somewhat hesitant, responding, Master, given that the town is currently teeming with righteous experts, will our presence not raise their suspicions? It is your absence that would incite suspicion. Chuiping Mountain is merely 50 to 60 miles from Fuyang town. Knowing that such occurrences have transpired yet failing to send disciples to investigate is indeed unreasonable. Lao Chen contemplated for a moment and replied, Your words ring true, Master. I shall lead a party there first thing tomorrow. Good. Third brother, you must return to Yiyang immediately. Instruct the disciples to disperse and avoid attracting the attention of the righteous disciples. Let them scatter for the time being, and return after a while. Yes, Master. The Yinyang Honorable One waved his hand, signaling for them to withdraw. The loss of so many disciples in just a few days, coupled with the attention garnered from numerous righteous cultivators, ignited a considerable fury within him, necessitating a means to temper his anger. In a flicker, he vanished from the stone platform and reappeared outside the stone chamber where the young women were imprisoned. He tore off the iron chains from the door and strode inside. The young women displayed expressions of terror, trembling in fear, yet no one dared to scream. In recent days, several had met a brutal fate at the hands of the merciless white-haired demon for merely raising their voices. The Yinyang Honorable One casually seized a young girl, ripping away her only garment, and forcefully assaulted her before the eyes of the assembled crowd. The girl exhibited signs of anguish, but dared not resist, silently gritting her teeth and enduring the torment. The allure of a newly acquired virtuous maiden is indeed captivating. Such is the heartfelt appraisal from the esteemed Yinyang Master. In the stillness of the night, within the Earth Deity's temple, the flames have long since extinguished. Yet the warmth within the temple only intensifies, akin to the embrace of spring. The little monk, clad in the vestments of restraint, slowly opens his eyes to behold Lu Tongfeng seated in meditation, an ethereal aura coalescing above him, radiating a gentle spectrum of colors. Meanwhile, Lu Tongfeng's skin has taken on a deep crimson hue. The little monk, with keen perception, discerns that the rising warmth within the dilapidated temple emanates from Lu Tongfeng himself. However, The little monk finds no cause for astonishment. He utterly disbelieves Lu Tongfeng's prior denial of his status as a cultivator. How could the sole disciple of the illustrious sword god of heaven be merely an ordinary mortal? At that moment, a corner of the curtain is lifted, and Yu Lingzhang's head peeks through, her sleepy eyes rubbing as she surveys the surroundings, wondering if the temple is ablaze. Just as she is about to speak, the little monk places a finger to his lips, signaling her to be silent. Meanwhile, the large black dog, sprawled beside Lu Tongfeng, slowly lifts its head to regard the two. The little monk gestures towards Lu Tongfeng, softly advising, "The temperature in the temple has risen due to the madcap's cultivation. Do not disturb him, Miss Lingzhang. You should return to your slumber." Yu Lingzhang's face contorts in astonishment as she gazes at the swirling, colorful aura above Lu Tongfeng and the reddened skin of his visage. Having known Lu Tongfeng for over a decade, she is utterly shocked to discover that he, too, is a cultivator. No wonder he was able to produce the rare spiritual medicine that only cultivators possess to heal himself the other day. And no wonder he managed to pull the coffin cart effortlessly through the thick snow yesterday. So Lu Tongfeng is indeed a cultivator. Sleep eludes Yu Lingzhang now, and as she studies Lu Tongfeng's features, she suddenly perceives him to be rather handsome. The little monk turns over, propping his head on his hand as he observes Lu Tongfeng. Inwardly, he muses, such potent, pure yang energy. Could this be the supreme Taiji mystical formula of the Cloud Sky sect? How curious that it resembles our Buddhist practices in certain aspects. The little monk also recognizes the pure yang essence radiating from Lu Tongfeng. The Cloud Sky sect, a Taoist school, focuses on the heart method known as the supreme Taiji mystical formula, emphasizing the harmony of yin and yang and the interplay of the five elements. Primarily utilizing the dual energies of yin and yang during cultivation, with the true energy often appearing in a dark blue hue. In contrast, the true methods of Buddhism manifest in a golden color during practice and are predominantly of the pure yang attribute. Consequently, the magical arts of Buddhism are characterized by their grand expansiveness and formidable vigor, standing in stark contrast to the Taoist principle of Taiji. The little monk's master is the eminent Su Inbi, a monk from the Bittersea Temple, a distinguished lineage that has endowed him with a wealth of knowledge. Like Yun Fuyao, he too has sensed that the true method Lu Tongfeng is practicing appears to be quite extraordinary. Unbeknownst to Lu Tongfeng, there are those who secretly observe his nightly cultivation. His mind has now entered the meditative state described in Buddhist teachings. However, this evening's practice is markedly different from all previous ones. He could distinctly perceive a warm sensation emanating from every acupoint within his body. Upon introspection, he observed the transformations occurring within him. All the meridians inside him were now radiating a faint crimson glow, a phenomenon previously unseen during his cultivation and one that had only manifested following his body's encounter with the raging flames. This night felt peculiar, despite Lu Tongfeng's practice. No malevolent spirits congregated outside the small temple. It was already the latter part of the night, and the surroundings of the earth deity's shrine were enveloped in profound tranquility. In the biting cold of winter, even the nocturnal insects were silent. The moonlight, reflected off the snow, rendered the night far from gloomy. The small temple, the ancient well, the towering locust tree, and the massive stone inscribed with the words separation of immortals and mortals appeared as if painted on a beautiful canvas under the moon's gentle glow. As the cold wind swept through, the branches swayed, producing a soft rustling sound that seemed to add a touch of elegance to the night's serene ambience. Chapter 51. The Art of Acupuncture. Outside, the biting cold wind howled like a blade, while inside, warmth enveloped the space like the embrace of spring. Whether it was due to the ceiling of the temple's cracks and windows that afternoon, or perhaps the awakening of a certain bloodline after the previous night's inferno. Tonight, as Lu Tongfeng practiced, the temperature within the Earth Deity Temple soared to unprecedented heights. At this moment, Lu Tongfeng found himself somewhat at a loss in the face of the changes occurring within his body. From a young age, driven by his master's guidance, he had mastered the identification of acupoints and meridians, becoming intimately familiar with the 8 extraordinary vessels and the 360 major acupoints within the human body. The techniques for enduring cold and hunger imparted by his master were ingrained in his memory. Yet, as he delved deep within himself, he could not fathom why such extraordinary transformations were occurring in his acupoints. The 8 extraordinary vessels intertwined and connected, with a peculiar warm current flowing gently through the meridians like a babbling brook, providing immense comfort. His body was a constellation of acupoints, akin to stars scattered across the night sky, with the warm current traversing through each point. Even if Lu Tongfeng ceased his practice, this warmth would not dissipate. Previously, this warm energy would only flow slowly through his meridians during meditation, assisting him in enduring hunger and braving the cold. Upon halting his practice, that energy would swiftly vanish, or more accurately, converge into the various acupoints, never lingering within the body for long. Now, however, as he ceased his cultivation, the mysterious force resembling a current within his meridians did not integrate into his acupoints as it once did. Lu Tongfeng, a carefree and spirited youth, chose not to dwell on the changes within him. After all, this transformation seemed to bear no adverse effects. Rather, it appeared to confer significant benefits upon his body. He recited the principles of the mental technique imparted by his master, striving to harness this newfound power within him. As chaos began to separate, the pure yang ascended. The human body is a microcosm, with acupoints serving as the secret keys to the spirit. To cultivate the pure yang's utmost strength, one may follow this path. Drawing energy upwards, contracting the abdomen, and focusing the mind, akin to commanding a spirited steed. Passing through the perineum and over the coccyx, this place resembles a dragon gate. With a surge of energy, one breaks through into the governing vessel. The myriad acupoints along the spine allow the energy to flow as if the blazing sun envelopes the body. At the great vertebra, yang energy converges, resembling a raging furnace. The gathering point of all yang. It splits into two paths entering the shoulders, passing through the shoulder well and the crooked pool. When one clenches a fist, the energy surges forth mightily, capable of shattering stone and splitting gold. Ascending further, through the jade pillow, like breaking through ice, entering the palace of the mud pill. The 100 meetings opens wide, absorbing the universe's pure yang essence. Radiance bursts forth from the entire body, hair standing like needles, eyes shimmering with golden brilliance, spiritual perception heightened, allowing one to perceive the subtleties of the cosmos. Descending thereafter, through the front middle is the sea of qi. When the qi enters here, it dispels the fog of the heart. The origin gate conceals essence, nourished by pure yang energy, as the qi flows through the legs, entering the bubbling springs. Unbeknownst to Lu Tongfeng, the warm current that had eluded his understanding for years was, in fact, the unique, true essence of practitioners. His method of cultivation differed entirely from those of the Taoists, Buddhists, demonic sects, or ghostly traditions. Other practitioners are like rivers converging into the sea, gathering in their dantians. They cultivate qi in the early stages, refine their intentions in the middle stages, and contemplate the laws in the later stages. However, for Lu Tongfeng, his dantian is merely a decorative feature, indistinguishable from that of an ordinary mortal. True essence and spiritual energy do not converge in his dantian. Instead, they accumulate within the 360 meridians throughout his body. He does not cultivate his dantian, but rather his acupoints. Through the operation of his techniques, Lu Tongfeng soon discovered that he could effortlessly manipulate the energy within his meridians. Not only could he control the speed of this energy, but he could also direct it into various acupoints at will, causing the energy within his meridians to vanish in an instant. With a mere thought, he could summon this power from any acupoint, allowing it to flow throughout his body. It seemed as though each acupoint served as a reservoir of spiritual energy akin to a dantian. This revelation filled Lu Tongfeng with immense joy, and he spent the entire night eagerly circulating the spiritual energy through his meridians. The following morning, as the crow of the rooster echoed, Lu Tongfeng gradually concluded his practice. Slowly opening his eyes, the dilapidated temple remained shrouded in dimness, as the doors and windows were covered with coarse cloth. Through the cracks, he could still glimpse the brightness outside. How warm it was inside the temple! Had he known that blocking the hole in the roof and covering the doors and windows would create such warmth, he would have done it long ago. Lu Tongfeng, feeling the warmth, mistakenly attributed it to the repairs made the previous day, regretting his years of enduring the cold in this crumbling temple. He failed to realize that the warmth stemmed from the pure yang energy he had released during his cultivation. The little monk, dedicated to abstaining from desires, was still fast asleep on the straw mat, and it appeared that Yuling Dang had not yet awakened. Concerned about disturbing the two, Lu Tongfeng quietly pushed open the temple door and stepped outside. As he emerged, a gust of cold air greeted him, causing him to shiver. Dehei, the dog, was frolicking in the snow at the entrance, and Lu Tongfeng urged the raucous creature to be quieter, while the little monk might not mind waking Yuling Dang, who had not been sleeping well these past few days, would be undesirable. After calming Dehe, Lu Tongfeng instinctively approached the open-air ancient well for a moment of relief. Just as he was about to unfasten his belt, he paused and peered down into the well. I promised to assist the celestial maiden in retrieving her belongings. If I were to relieve myself here, would I not suffocate when I descend? With this thought in mind, Lu Tongfeng decisively walked to a nearby boulder. Suddenly, footsteps approached from behind. Turning around, he saw the little monk, clad in moon-white robes, stretching and yawning as he made his way toward Lu Tongfeng. Little madman, are you relieving yourself? Care to join? The little monk asked with a smile, to which Lu Tongfeng replied, this could work. The two youths then positioned themselves behind the boulder and relieved themselves against its surface. Feeling refreshed, they stepped out from behind the stone, only for Dehe to begin barking wildly once more. Lu Tongfeng gazed in the direction of the fierce barking from the large black dog and beheld a resplendent golden cloud swiftly approaching from the south. The young monk, akin to a mouse catching sight of a cat, promptly concealed himself behind the towering locust tree. What are you doing, young monk? You are a disciple of the Buddha. Do not let them discover my presence. Lu Tongfeng remarked, somewhat at a loss. He pondered, how can you, a disciple of the Buddha, still harbor fear upon encountering fellow disciples? The golden cloud hovered not high above the ground. As it neared the shrine, one could distinctly observe several nuns standing within it. Simultaneously, an ethereal sound of Buddhist chanting wafted through the air. Lu Tongfeng scrutinized the scene and declared, young monk, you need not hide any longer. This group of Buddhist disciples has no connection to your Kuhai temple. They are not monks, but rather the detestable nuns from the Fo Lin monastery atop Shui Ping Mountain, located several dozen miles to the south. At this moment, Lu Tongfeng felt a surge of astonishment. He had encountered the nuns from Fo Lin monastery on several occasions over the years, each time witnessing them traversing the roads. He had never anticipated that this group of nuns possessed the ability to fly, indicating their considerable cultivation prowess. Chapter 52, Stealing Chickens and Touching Dogs? A nun? I was utterly terrified. I thought it was my fellow disciples from the Bittersea Temple. After a group of nuns flew past from above the Earth God's temple, the carefree young monk emerged from behind an old locust tree. Lu Tongfeng glanced at him sideways and remarked, young monk, I fail to comprehend. As a disciple of the Bittersea Temple, are you truly afraid to encounter your fellow sect members? The young monk scratched his head awkwardly and replied, it's not so much fear. Rather, I simply do not wish to return to the Bittersea Temple. You see, while the temple is indeed wonderful, one must adhere to strict rules and precepts. It is quite difficult to indulge in even a morsel of meat or a sip of wine. Where is the freedom of the mundane world in that? To be frank, I have lived in the temple for over 20 years, and these past 2 years outside have been far more delightful. I have yet to fully enjoy the pleasures of the secular world. And should I be forced back to the temple, the prospect of descending the mountain again or savoring meat and wine would be rather bleak. Lu Tongfeng suddenly understood, while simultaneously feeling a wave of disdain for this wayward monk who disregarded the temple's precepts. Young monk, it seems a considerable number of righteous cultivators have arrived in the town. Are you not curious to take a look? If I were to go, I would be of no assistance. If they truly locate the lair of that extreme sect, it would be just as well for me to eradicate demons at a later time. Little madman, would you like to put on a show before these people? Put on a show? What sort of show? TSK, are you not going to play the fool with me? Of course, you should reveal your prowess. You are the sole true disciple of the Sword God, and if you were to make a public appearance, would it not create a sensation across the realm? Oh. Regarding that matter, I think I shall pass. I am indifferent to fame and fortune and do not care for such hollow titles. Lu Tongfeng shook his head in refusal. His words were pleasing to the ear, yet in truth, he was rather timid. His master, the so-called Sword God, was an old trickster, but he was certainly not. These cultivators were all proud individuals, their gaze as sharp as they assessed others. If they were to learn of his identity as the Sword God's disciple, there might be some audacious individuals who would challenge him publicly. To decline a challenge would bring shame upon himself and his master, while accepting it would only expose his lack of skills, resulting in disgrace and perhaps even a fatal beating. Moreover, Yun Fuyao had cautioned him just yesterday not to casually disclose his identity to others. Observing Lu Tongfeng feigning a nonchalant demeanor, the young monk could not help but give him a thumbs up, as expected of a disciple of the Sword God. Your lofty aspirations are indeed beyond the reach of us mere mortals. Lu Tongfeng chuckled and waved his hand. You flatter me, young monk. As for my identity, let us refrain from further discussion. I prefer to keep a low profile. Understood, understood. Since you do not wish to join the festivities in town, let us remain here for the time being. I have a favor to ask of you. Little madman, we are friends now. Should there be anything you need me to do, feel free to speak. I may not have much, but I possess a fair amount of strength. Today, Lu Tongfeng intended to accomplish 2 tasks. The first was to construct a simple hut behind the Earth God's temple. Secondly, he sought a piece of auspicious land to lay to rest Grandma Lu and Aunt Pang. He shared his plan with the monk who refrained from desires, who expressed no objections. When Yu Lingdang awoke from her slumber, she noticed the absence of the 2 men within the temple. However, she could hear their voices along with the barking of Da He emanating from the back of the small temple. Pushing open the small door at the rear, she discovered Lu Tongfeng and the young monk chopping bamboo. There was a grove of bamboo on the back mountain, with several stalks as thick as a bowl. The 2 had felled 7 or 8 bamboo poles and dragged them behind the small temple, where the monk, endowed with considerable strength, had dug a deep pit, arranging the cut bamboo around it. "What are you doing?" she inquired. "Lingdang, you're awake." He responded. "I thought it inconvenient for you, as a young lady, to use the lavatory here, so I collaborated with the monk to construct a simple one." A warmth enveloped Yu Lingdang's heart. She had not anticipated that Lu Tongfeng was such a thoughtful man. "Lingdang, it's quite windy outside. You should return indoors to rest." Do you wish for something to eat? I'll prepare a meal for you." Her spirits seemed brighter than the previous day, as she felt grateful for the kindness of Lu Tongfeng and the monk, taking the initiative to cook for them. The monk replied, "I'm not particularly hungry, Lingdang. Just a few roasted chickens will suffice." "Woof, woof, woof," barked Da He, in agreement. Lu Tongfeng rolled his eyes and said, "Where on earth would we find roasted chicken here? I have some." The monk then paused his work and rummaged through a cloth bag slung over his shoulder. Soon, he pulled out 2 plump roosters. However, these roosters were not alive. They were dead and lacking feathers on their legs. Lu Tongfeng was taken aback and asked, "Little monk, where did you acquire these chickens?" The monk stammered, "I found them by the roadside a few days ago. They must have frozen to death." Given the robust appearance of the 2 roosters, which were undoubtedly domestic fowl, Lu Tongfeng harbored serious doubts. "Frozen to death? Little monk, have you resorted to thievery?" "Tut! What are you saying? How could I commit such an act? I paid for them. I bought 10 chickens for 3 taels of silver." Lu Tongfeng inquired. "So you really purchased them?" "Indeed, I've consumed 8, and these 2 have remained untouched." "How generous of me. How long have these chickens been dead? Are they still edible?" "Little madman, listen to yourself. I've kept them in my storage bag. The beauty of this bag is that time does not pass within it. Whatever is placed inside remains unchanged, even for hundreds of years. Rest assured." Reassured by the monk's explanation, Lu Tongfeng felt at ease. The artifacts of cultivators were wondrous beyond comprehension, and this storage bag was a particularly practical magical tool that mere mortals could scarcely fathom. A seemingly small bag could hold the equivalent of a 3-room apartment, which was indeed remarkable. The time within the storage bag was suspended, or rather, it was devoid of time altogether, which was not surprising. As long as these 2 free-range chickens remain unspoiled, it does not matter to Lu Tongfeng whether they were pilfered by the little monk or purchased. After all, during his years in Fuyang town, he had engaged in his fair share of mischief. Lu Tongfeng approached Yu Lingdang, holding the 2 deceased chickens, and said, "Lingdang, your injury has yet to heal. Simply boil a pot of water, and I shall return shortly to pluck the feathers from these chickens." Yu Lingdang shook her head and replied, "Brother Feng, the elixir from immortal Fuyao is remarkably effective. My injury is already well on its way to recovery." With that, she took the 2 chickens and entered the Earth God Temple through a small door. Meanwhile, Lu Tongfeng continued to toil alongside the little monk in constructing a makeshift latrine. By midday, the pair had finally completed the simple structure. Suddenly, Da He began to bark incessantly at the northern sky. Lu Tongfeng and the little monk turned to see Yun Fuyao, clad in white and possessing an ethereal grace, soaring towards them on her sword from the direction of the northern town. In midair, Yun Fuyao noticed the 2 men behind the Earth God Temple and gracefully descended towards them. Chapter 53. Does Tongfeng treat others differently? Fuyao feels discontent. "Fairy Fuyao, what brings you here?" Lu Tongfeng hastily set aside his tasks and approached to greet her. Yun Fuyao's leg injury seemed to remain unhealed. She did not descend onto the snowy ground, but instead stood atop her celestial sword, which hovered approximately half a foot above the surface. What are you all doing? She inquired. Lu Tongfeng replied. Lingling is currently residing in the temple as well. Being a young lady, she faces numerous inconveniences unlike men. So we have constructed a small hut for her. Yun Fuyao found herself at a loss for words. She had been living there for 2 days. Yet this insufferable boy hadn't considered her comfort at all. With a touch of sarcasm, she remarked, "How considerate of you." Lu Tongfeng chuckled lightly. The young monk, Jesse, interjected, "Let us not linger here in this cold. The roasted chicken should be ready. Let us head inside and eat while we talk." Lu Tongfeng nodded eagerly and invited Yun Fuyao into the land temple. Upon entering, she observed that the windows and doors were covered with cloth to block the wind. The 3 large holes in the roof had been patched, and even the once disheveled interior, comparable to a pigsty, had been tidied up. In the most prominent corner, a small area had been cordoned off with cloth. Through the fabric-esque gap, one could glimpse the neatly arranged bedding within. Witnessing this scene, Yun Fuyao couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance at Lu Tongfeng. If he were to treat others differently, he shouldn't do so to this extent. In terms of beauty, figure, and complexion, she believed she surpassed that Yulingling. While she was recuperating, this boy didn't even bother to sweep the floor for her, forcing her to sleep on a straw mat, and even applying herbal ash to her face. Yulingling had only just arrived yesterday. Yet the dilapidated temple had been transformed entirely, the roof repaired, doors and windows mended, the hut fixed, and even a small bedroom separated for Yulingling. Had she received such treatment, she wouldn't have been taken advantage of by this boy while changing her clothes. Unaware of the resentment brewing within Yun Fuyao, Lu Tongfeng, somewhat boastfully, said, "Fairy Fuyao, what do you think of the little temple after tidying up?" Yun Fuyao replied indifferently, "Not just acceptable, it's practically splendid. With a few red cloths hung up, it could serve as a bridal chamber. Great minds think alike." Ha. Lu Tongfeng chuckled heartily. "Little madman, Fairy Fuyao. You two continue your conversation. I'm hungry and shall eat first," Jesse announced, tearing off a chicken leg and savoring it while praising Lingling. "Your culinary skills are impressive, delicious, truly delicious." Yulingling approached Yun Fuyao, saying, "Fairy Fuyao, you've come." Yun Fuyao nodded slowly. Yulingling continued, "Brother Feng, you must be hungry too. I noticed rice by the stove, so I cooked a pot of porridge. Quickly wash your hands and eat some." "Lingling, I've told you. Your hand injury has healed yet. Don't overexert yourself. Rest and eat something," Lu Tongfeng advised. Yulingling shook her head. "I'm not hungry at all." Lu Tongfeng responded, "That one do. Since Grandma Lu and Aunt Fat passed away, how long has it been since you've eaten?" Yun Fuyao calmly remarked. Miss Bell had consumed a fasting pill the other day, and with the pill's spiritual power, she will not experience any hunger for half a month. Lu Tongfeng recalled this and scratched his head, saying, "That is indeed true. Fairy Fuyao, do join me for a meal. I must tell you, Bell's porridge is exceptionally delightful. My porridge cooking skills were learned from her." Yun Fuyao replied, "I have already eaten. I came here to inform you that I shall be departing from this place." "Departing?" Lu Tongfeng was taken aback. Yun Fuyao continued, "Yesterday, over 10 disciples from Yunshanzong, including 2 of my elders, came. My injuries have yet to heal, and I must return with them to Yunshanzong." Lu Tongfeng nodded. "Yes, that makes sense. When do you plan to leave?" Yun Fuyao stated, "We will depart from the town this afternoon, but I must first attend to matters that have arisen here." Lu Tongfeng inquired, "By the way, I noticed many cultivators flying towards the town from various directions today. What is the situation?" Yun Fuyao replied, "It can be confirmed that the recent spate of missing women in Yuzhou over the past 6 months, as well as the massacre in Fuyang town, are the work of the remnants of the evil sect, Jianmen. The Confucian scholars, utilizing their divination techniques, have traced the white-clad individual who fled that night and have obtained leads. This afternoon, disciples from various sects will rush to the scene." The monk, who was heartily devouring chicken, interjected, "The leader of Jianmen, Master Yinyang, is not only cruel and wicked but also exceedingly cunning. Over 30 years ago, Yunshanzong quietly located their lair using Confucian divination, but Master Yinyang managed to escape. Given the uproar this time and the passage of 2 days, even if they can find their lair through divination, Master Yinyang likely has already fled. At most, they can drive Jianmen out of Yuzhou, but exterminating them seems improbable." Lu Tongfeng nodded slowly. Although he was unfamiliar with Master Yinyang's background, he had witnessed the group of white-clad individuals the previous night. They were cultivators capable of flight. With Xuanshu sect and the royal cultivators focused on them, and even numerous individuals from Yunshinzong arriving from thousands of miles away. The nefarious beings of Jianmen would hardly remain foolishly within Yuzhou, waiting for the righteous cultivators to encircle them. They must have already fled. Given a cultivator's speed of flight, they could have escaped thousands of miles away in 2 days, making it unlikely to locate them. Jiaomen, Master Yinyong. Beside them, Yu Lingdong's eyes brimmed with hatred as she repeatedly whispered these 2 names in her heart, seemingly intent on etching them deeply into her very bones, infusing them into her blood. Yun Fuyao stated softly, the people of Xuanchu sect also believe that Master Yinyong has escaped, but an investigation must still be conducted. For Xuanchu sect, even if they cannot eradicate Jianmen, driving them from their territory suffices. As long as Jianmen does not commit evil on their land, that is enough. The monk nodded, agreeing, indeed, that is true. Yun Fuyao gazed at Lu Tongfeng and inquired, Lu Tongfeng, what are your plans moving forward? Lu Tongfeng glanced at his companion, Yu Lingdang, and replied, Lingdang is a dear friend of mine. I shall first ensure her well-being before contemplating my next steps. Yun Fuyao slowly nodded and then said, Lu Tongfeng, step outside. I have some matters to discuss with you privately. Lu Tongfeng, filled with suspicion, followed Yun Fuyao to the temple entrance. She cast her gaze upon the ancient well and slowly remarked, Lu Tongfeng, do you still remember the promise you made to me? Lu Tongfeng was taken aback. Upon noticing Yun Fuyao's eyes fixated on the well, he quickly understood she intended for him to descend into the well to retrieve something. Chapter 54. I have a mountain. As Lu Tongfeng gazed at the ancient well through Yun Fuyao's eyes, he instantly surmised that she wished for him to descend into the well to retrieve something for her. After having known each other for several days, Lu Tongfeng had only promised Yun Fuyao to assist her with this task due to a previous request for a fasting pill to save Yu Lingzhong. On the day he returned the fasting pill to her, night had already fallen, and the unforeseen events in the small town had caused this matter to be postponed. At this moment, Lu Tongfeng felt a flicker of relief. Fortunately, he had recalled his promise to Yun Fuyao that morning. Otherwise, he would have continued to relieve himself, and the stench below would surely have been unbearable. Rest assured, Miss Fuyao, you lent me the fasting pill, and I vowed to assist you in retrieving your belongings from the well. I, Lu Tongfeng, am not one to break my word. I shall fetch a rope right now. As he turned to head inside for his equipment, he was unexpectedly halted by Yun Fuyao. Let it be for today? What? Let it be for today? Are you not leaving? Aren't you returning to the Yuntian sect? If we do not retrieve it today, how will I return it to you? Yun Fuyao's gaze subtly drifted around them. You can give it to me the next time we meet. Next time? Lu Tongfeng was somewhat bewildered. He believed that once Yun Fuyao departed today, they would never meet again in this lifetime. How could there possibly be a next time? Noticing his dazed expression, Yun Fuyao spoke in a hushed tone, do not trust anyone, and do not acknowledge your lineage as a descendant of the Yuntian sect. With that, she produced a cloth pouch and tossed it to Lu Tongfeng. Before he could react, she soared into the sky on her celestial sword, transforming into a beam of white light heading towards the northern town. Lu Tongfeng stood there, entranced, watching the fading light of Yun Fuyao as a sense of melancholy enveloped him. What a beautiful maiden she was. He had even envisioned names for the 13 children he would have with her, yet it had all been an impractical daydream. However, he was not overly disheartened. Despite his numerous flaws and shortcomings, he possessed a few virtues, one of which was self-awareness. He understood the vast disparity in status between himself and Yun Fuyao. She was a swan, while he was but a toad. They belonged to entirely different realms. It was enough to indulge in fleeting fantasies without becoming ensnared in the illusory depths of self-deception. At this moment, Lu Tongfeng found himself puzzled. What did Yun Fuyao's parting words mean? Why did she urge him not to trust anyone? Why should he not admit to being a descendant of the Yutian sect? Brother Feng, stop staring. Miss Fuyao has already gone far away. As Lu Tongfeng remained lost in thought, he heard Yu Lingzhang's voice. He jolted slightly and regained his composure. Brother Feng, what do you hold in your hand? Yu Lingzhang inquired, eyeing the exquisite cloth pouch in his grasp. Lu Tongfeng shook his head. I do not know. It was just given to me by Miss Fuyao. The pouch felt heavy in his hand. Curiosity piqued. He began to open it. In an instant, both Lu Tongfeng and Yu Lingdang were momentarily transfixed. The cloth bag contained 5 gold ingots, a handful of silver coins, and a silver note from the Jiuzhou Bank with a face value of 100 taels. He had previously encountered these items in the cave, nestled within Yun Fuyao's storage pouch. However, Lu Tongfeng was a man of principle. despite Yin Fuyo being in a state of unconsciousness and his own dire need for money. He refrained from taking even a single coin from her, opting instead to indulge in a jar of her fine wine. Such a bounty of gold and silver. As Lu Tongfeng and Yu Lingdang stood in a daze, the chubby little monk, known for his vow of celibacy, poked his head over, exclaiming excitedly. There were 100 taels of gold, 80 taels of silver, and a 100-tael silver note. This sum was sufficient to demolish and rebuild the land temple, along with constructing 2 additional side halls. Yu Lingdang inquired, Brother Feng, why would Fairy Fuyo bestow upon you such a fortune? Lu Tongfeng responded, is it possible that she harbors feelings for me? Absolutely not. Both the little monk and Yu Lingdang exclaimed in unison, their voices firm and resolute. Lu Tongfeng chuckled awkwardly. Then it must be because I am her little master uncle. As her junior, it is only natural for her to show filial piety towards me. Regardless of Yin Fuyo's reasons for granting him such a substantial amount, Lu Tongfeng felt entirely justified in accepting it. After all, he had saved her. Her life was worth far more than this modest sum. He tucked the cloth bag into his chest and cast a glance towards the direction of the small town. Let us hurry inside for a meal. We have matters to attend to this afternoon, he urged. By the time they finished their meal, it was already noon. Lu Tongfeng instructed Yu Lingdang to rest at the temple while he took the little monk, armed with a shovel and pickaxe, to the bamboo grove in the west, intending to find an auspicious burial site for Grandma Lu and Aunt Fat. Before long, Lu Tongfeng marked the location adjacent to his master's grave. He beckoned the little monk to assist in clearing the accumulated snow from the area. Little madman, the little monk queried, is it permissible to bury here? Does this mountain have an owner? We wouldn't want to be disturbed by the mountain's rightful owner. Fear not. Did you not see my master's grave right beside us? This entire mountain belongs to me. Yours? Indeed. Over 60 years ago, when my master first arrived, he purchased this small hill. Both the land temple and the adjacent bamboo grove are mine. The deed was issued by the court, and unless I sell it, this land shall forever belong to me, Lu Tongfeng declared with great pride. He had often professed that once he achieved success, he would return to renovate the land temple. For this sizable plot of land was rightfully his. Of course, even if he never made a name for himself in this lifetime. Possessing this land meant he could always return as a humble beggar. The little monk raised his thumb in admiration. Little madman, I never imagined you owned a mountain. I am truly impressed. Should I ever find myself expelled from the sea of suffering temple, I shall seek refuge with you. Ha ha ha. It seems we may indeed become neighbors in the future. With your penchant for meat and wine, being expelled from the sea of suffering temple is merely a matter of time. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. When that day arrives, I shall promptly return to a secular life, and together we shall construct a few houses here, take several wives, and bear numerous children. How splendid that would be. But hold on. I say, young monk, you have yet to be expelled from the monastery, and you already dream of marrying and having children? Splendid, you say? Splendid, my foot. The young monk chuckled. I am merely indulging in thoughts. Is that not permissible? He grinned mischievously. Oh, little madman. Are you so eager to assist Lingdang that you harbor intentions of marrying her? Lu Tongfeng retorted. Lingdang is the fairest maiden in Fuyang town. Who wouldn't wish to wed her? However, I, Lu Tongfeng, am a man of integrity. My assistance to Lingdang is devoid of ulterior motives. We are childhood friends, raised together, and with Granny Lu and Aunt Pang often supporting me. Now that Lingdang faces dire straits, who else would lend her aid if not I? Is that so? Is it truly the case? The monk, dedicated to abstinence, wore a face of profound skepticism. Amidst their playful banter and bantering jests, they commenced the excavation of a grave. Chapter 55. The tattered new garment. Although the earth had become frozen and was difficult to excavate, it posed no challenge for the two cultivators. They possessed ample strength. In less than an hour, 2 6-foot-deep pits had been diligently dug. At that moment, the two beheld hundreds of radiant lights slowly ascending from Fuyang town, soaring eastward. They realized these were the righteous heroes and cultivators who had come to vanquish demons and purify the town 2 days prior. The number appeared substantial, likely amounting to 300. Caked in mud, Lu Tongfeng leaned on his shovel, craning his neck to watch the dwindling streams of light with envy. Being a cultivator is truly splendid. To soar on a sword, to chase the wind and lightning, to wander freely above the clouds and traverse the realms. It is a life to aspire to. Little monk, do you not believe that if I were also a cultivator, if I could fly on a sword, my connection with Fairy Fuyao would be realized? The little monk, Jesse, rolled his eyes and replied, "Little madman, I am not trying to discourage you, but even if you were the world's foremost sword immortal, the possibility of you and Fairy Fuyao together is utterly non-existent." Furious, Lu Tongfeng retorted, "Is that not discouragement? I do not look too shabby, do I? Just a touch darker skin. A man should exude masculinity. I am no pretty boy. Am I not right, Dehei?" Dehei barked enthusiastically, supporting his little master. Jesse nodded. "I must admit, your appearance is indeed comparable to mine. We are both rare beauties in this world. Yet, the possibility of me, as a monk, being with Fairy Fuyao far exceeds yours. You monk, speaking nonsense. Just look at yourself. Coarse features, small eyes, and a build that matches mine. How dare you claim our looks are comparable, and that your chances with Fairy Fuyao are greater? Bah, shameless." Lu Tongfeng spat dismissively. Jesse chuckled, "Little madman, do not be so angry. I am not deceiving you. Do you know who Fairy Fuyao's master is? Isn't it something like Yukinzi?" "Indeed, Yukinzi. The current leader of Yutian's sect. So what of it? My master is the sword god. Am I not proud of that? Herein lies the problem. Setting aside the generational gap between you and Fairy Fuyao, the historical enmity between your master and hers ensures that you are destined to be star-crossed." Lu Tongfeng was momentarily taken aback. "My master has enmity with Yukinzi? Not merely enmity. It is a profound animosity. Amitba, as a monk, I refrain from judging the affairs of mortals. Little monk, do share with me. I shall buy you some roast chicken in town later." Jesse's eyes twinkled. "It is not merely the roast chicken that draws me, it is your persona. As the heir of the sword god, you must comprehend the events of your—" "What events? Pray tell me." "That is for after you procure the roast chicken," Jesse replied, shouldering his pickaxe and striding purposefully toward the temple in the west. Lu Tongfeng dragged a shovel behind him, chasing after the little monk, exclaiming, "Little monk, don't run away. I, Lu Tongfeng, am a man of stature. When I promise to buy you roast chicken, I shall certainly do so. I could even treat you to a large pork knuckle. Come, talk to me." The little monk, however, remained unmoved. He was astute, adhering to the adage of not letting the hawk fly until the rabbit is seen. He would not relent without a side of roast chicken or pork knuckle. The bamboo grove was not far from the earth god temple, and soon the two were playfully returning to the temple. Yu Lingdang sat in front of her mother and grandmother-esque coffins, seemingly having cried all her tears dry. Apart from a sorrowful expression, she showed no signs of weeping, merely lost in thought. Hearing the sounds of their playful bickering drawing near, she rubbed her cheeks, attempting to restore some color and vitality to her countenance. Before long, two mud-streaked figures, carrying shovels and pickaxes, entered the earth god temple. "Lingdang, the graves for Lu Grandma and Fat Aunt have been dug near my master-esque grave. It's truly a prime location. Later, the little monk and I will head to town to buy some paper money, candles, and incense. We can bury the coffins in the next couple of days." Lu Tongfeng announced. "Thank you, Brother Feng. And you too, little monk," Yu Lingyang said softly. "Oh, Lingdang, it's not that I'm criticizing you. But why are you being so polite? We are all family here. If you keep this up, I might just get angry." Lu Tongfeng feigned a serious expression. Yu Lingyang nodded and replied, "Your clothes are all dirty. Let me wash them for you." The little monk said, "That sounds good. This monk's robe hasn't been washed in months." He then removed his muddy, pale blue robe and pulled out a slightly faded one from his storage bag. Lu Tongfeng retorted, "I say, little monk, you are rather lacking in courtesy. Lingdang's hand is still injured. You should wash it yourself." Yu Lingdang took the robe the little monk had discarded and waved it in front of Lu Tongfeng, saying, "My hand is fine now. Brother Feng, you should take off your clothes too." Cough, cough. "I'll pass. Well, I only have this one set of cotton clothes. I have nothing else to change into, so let us leave it for another time." Yu Lingyang turned to his side and retrieved a patched cotton coat from a tattered bamboo basket. "Earlier, when I saw your old coat was torn, I mended it for you. I even took apart a coat I couldn't wear and added some cotton. You should put it on now." Lu Tongfeng looked at the patched coat Yu Lingdang offered. Indeed, it was his own coat, which had several large holes, now skillfully repaired and stuffed with fresh cotton. It was the first time someone had mended his clothes since his master's passing. Noticing Lu Tongfeng lost in thought, the clever little monk interjected, "Look how well Lingdang has sewn this. I've always said a home needs a woman to keep it in order. Come on, don't just stand there. Change into clean clothes so we can head to town for roast chicken and pork knuckle. Nightfall is upon us." Lu Tongfeng regained his composure and reached out to accept the clothing that Yu Lingdang had offered him, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Lingdang." Yu Lingyang beamed with a smile and replied, "Brother Feng, you just mentioned that we are like family. Besides, you have assisted me immensely. Without your help, I would be at a loss." Ahem, the day is drawing to a close. The little monk, devoted to abstinence, urged once more. Unable to tolerate the situation any longer, Dehei bit onto the hem of the little monk's garment and began to drag him away. The young master was on the verge of finding love, yet this impure monk was causing a ruckus nearby. Chapter 56. The Guardian of the 10 Celestial Maidens Dressed Anew. Lu Tongfeng and the Monk of Temperance soon arrived at Fuyang Town, having left Yu Lingdang and the large black dog behind at the Earth God's temple. The southern section of the town remained, as it had been the previous day, a desolate ruin. However, while yesterday black smoke had still spiraled from the debris, today the flames had been extinguished completely. The corpses that once lay scattered across the streets had been removed. Overnight, the town's population had dwindled by half, rendering the already forlorn settlement even more eerily quiet. In the past 2 days, a multitude of cultivators had come and gone, yet not all had departed. Upon entering the town, Lu Tongfeng was greeted by the ethereal sounds of Buddhist chants. Approaching closer, he discovered a temporary altar set up by a group of nuns clad in monk robes, not far from the ruins of Yu Lingdang's home. In a relatively clean courtyard, the nuns from the Fulin monastery were rhythmically striking wooden fish and reciting scriptures. In addition to these nuns, some disciples of the Xianyun sect had chosen to remain. Though no one anticipated the return of the fleeing disciples from the extreme Yin sect, caution still prevailed. Of course, this was merely a pretext. From the townsfolk, they learned that a limping man known as Li and a woman named Li Qiuyan, both suspected disciples of the Yutian sect, had been residing in the town for over 3 years. This was evidently illogical, and anyone would harbor doubts regarding their intentions. Consequently, the elders of the Xianyun sect had justified their presence in Fuyang town under the guise of protecting its citizens, leaving behind over 10 disciples, ostensibly for protection. Their true purpose was to investigate the hidden motives of Li and Li Qiuyan. Among the remaining disciples was the monk of temperance's object of fascination, Wei Yurong. As Lu Tongfeng and the monk neared the Buddhist altar, they noticed 3 figures emerging, 2 men and 1 woman. Lu Tongfeng recognized the 2 men. One was Lin Feng, the grandson of the village head Lin Deming, and the other was Chu Yuanhong, a disciple of the Xianyun sect whom Lu had encountered the day before. As for the woman, both Lu Tongfeng and the monk of temperance straightened in an instant. The woman possessed striking features, delicate, pearly teeth and crimson lips, with slender brows akin to willow branches, a refined nose, and skin as fair as freshly fallen snow. In terms of beauty, she appeared to rival Yun Fuyao. Most notably, her figure was enchanting, slender and curvaceous, her flowing aquamarine dress accentuating her voluptuous form, as if 2 peaks were poised to soar skyward. Beneath such grandeur, her waist was as delicate as a willow, seemingly at risk of being overwhelmed by the mountains above. With an angelic visage and a devilish physique, Lu Tongfeng and the monk of temperance, both not paragons of virtue themselves, felt their hearts racing at but a glance. As the green-dressed maiden approached, Lu Tongfeng found that the young women he had encountered over the past 16 years paled in comparison to her ethereal beauty. Even Yun Fuyao seemed to falter in the presence of this enchanting figure. It was not that Yun Fuyao was lacking in beauty. Rather, it was simply that men are often drawn to the more voluptuous. In the realm of temperament and beauty, Yun Fuyao surpasses the girl in the green dress to some extent. However, when it comes to physique, particularly in aspects of form and contour, Yun Fuyao is evidently outshone by this green-clad maiden. Initially, both Lu Tongfeng and the little monk, known for his restraint, were left slack-jawed and drooling at the sight of the girl in green. Yet, as she approached, their expressions transformed dramatically. One became a composed and elegant young gentleman, clad in a patched cotton coat, while the other morphed into a solemn and dignified young monk. It is often said that like attracts like, and indeed, these 2 newly acquainted individuals found common ground. They were of a similar ilk and possessed an uncanny ability to alter their demeanor in an instant. Just a moment ago, their expressions were lascivious, and in the next, they were utterly earnest. Chu Yuanhong remarked, "Sister Yurong, this is the brother Jisexia, a disciple under the revered monk of the Ku Hai Temple, and this gentleman is Lu Xiaoxia." Upon hearing this, Lu Tongfeng and the little monk's eyes brightened. Yurong, Wei Yurong. So, this girl, who seemed barely 18 or 19, was indeed the esteemed Wei Yurong. She was a paragon among the younger generation of the Xuanxu sect. ranking among the 10 celestial maidens of the realm, and was of equal renown to Yun Fuyao. Alongside her, Chu Tianyi represented the most outstanding disciples of the sect's youth. Wei Yurong regarded the two before her, her almond-shaped eyes gleaming with the vibrant light characteristic of youth. With her hands clasped together, the little monk intoned, Amitabha. It is an honor to meet the esteemed Yurong, whose name I have long revered. Wei Yurong responded with a melodic laughter. So you are the little monk from Kuhai Temple. Your fame in the mortal realm has far surpassed mine in recent years. Her voice was delightful and resonant, each word articulated with clarity. She and Yun Fuyao appeared to embody contrasting extremes. Yun Fuyao, with her unsmiling demeanor and frosty aura, resembled a snow lotus blooming amidst the icy peaks of Tian Shan, while Wei Yurong exuded a lively cheerfulness, her laughter and radiant smile accentuating her charm. The little monk seemed somewhat embarrassed and replied, Yurong, you flatter me. I am but a figure of empty renown, not worthy of such praise. Wei Yurong chuckled a few times, seemingly aware of the little monk's past exploits. Then, her gaze turned to Lu Tongfeng. He slightly cupped his fist and said, I am Lu Tongfeng, honored to meet you, Yurong. Lu Tongfeng? Are you friends with the little monk? Wei Yurong inquired. Lu Tongfeng nodded. Yes, we are. She continued. Then you probably aren't a very good person. Lu Tongfeng was taken aback, pondering the implications of her words. Had the little monk diminished his standing in this enchanting maiden's eyes? At that moment, Chu Yuanhong interjected, By the way, Sister Yurong, this young man, Lu Xiaoxiao, grew up in Fuyang Town and happens to be the junior uncle of Xianzi Fuyao. Upon hearing this, the smile on Wei Yurong's face suddenly froze, and she remarked, The junior uncle of Xianzi Fuyao? Grew up here? Why have you never mentioned this to me? Chu Yuanhong was taken aback. Although he was one of the few disciples of the Xianshu sect in the small town, his cultivation level was not high, and his status within the sect was also modest. He was unaware that Wei Yurong had been retained in the town by the elders for the purpose of investigating the motives behind the crippled Li and Li Chuyan, who had been concealed in the town for 3 years. Chu Yuanhong remarked, Yesterday, I heard Fairy Fuyo mention that young Master Lu is her little Shu, which astonished me. Later, young Master Lin stated that this Lu has not left the town for over a decade and is not a cultivator. So I did not pay much attention to it. Wei Yurong's gaze flickered as she appraised Lu Tongfeng before her. Fairy Fuyo's little Shu? Are you a disciple of the Yuntian sect? Lu Tongfeng felt a stir within, recalling the words Fairy Fuyo had spoken to him before her departure today. He shook his head and replied, I am neither a disciple of the Yuntian sect nor a cultivator. Young Master Lin was correct. I am merely a beggar, surviving in Fuyang Town through the charity of its residents. Lin Feng immediately interjected, Yes. We've known this little madman since childhood. He.s. just a beggar. And we all call him Little Madman. Oh, is that so? Then why does Fairy Fuyo refer to you as her little Shu? Wei Yurong's expression displayed astonishment and skepticism, seemingly unconvinced of Lu Tongfeng's identity. With the presence of the crippled Li Chuyan, who had been hiding in the town for 3 years, the sudden appearance of Fairy Fuyo, and now the addition of a little Shu, Wei Yurong was convinced that the convergence of so many disciples from the Yuntian sect in this small town was no mere coincidence. Chapter 57, Scriptural Discrepancies and Doubts in Restraint. In response to Wei Yurong's inquiry, Lu Tongfeng's mind raced with agility. He smiled and said, Not only am I the little uncle of the immortal Fuyo, but I am also her little uncle in spirit. A hint of confusion appeared on Wei Yurong's fair and handsome visage as she asked, What do you mean by that? Lu Tongfeng explained, Is it not said that the righteous path of the world is a singular family? My master was previously the abbot of the local earth temple and a Taoist priest. It seems he held a respectable standing within the Taoist community. Not only must the young disciples of your Taoist sect address me as little uncle, but also the young monks of the Buddhist order do the same. Restraint, would you not agree? The young monk, GSA, nodded fervently, affirming, Indeed, Yurong. What Luji Master says is accurate. By lineage, he is indeed a generation above us. Abbot of the Earth Temple? Is that true, young Master Lin? Wei Yurong turned her gaze toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng responded quickly, Yes, the Earth Temple has stood at the foot of the mountain, 3 miles south of the town, for at least several decades. When the old abbot was alive, the temple still had some incense offerings. However, since the passing of that venerable abbot 6 years ago, the temple has fallen into disrepair, with the adjoining structures collapsing and the little temple now abandoned. Over the years, Lu Tongfeng has lived alone in that dilapidated temple. Oh, I see. Wei Yurong nodded slowly, yet her doubts remained unresolved. The Xinshu sect had retained her not only for her attentiveness, but also for her intelligence. The phrase large bosom, no brains did not apply to her. Lu Tongfeng shifted the subject, saying, I had thought that the cultivators in town would have departed by the afternoon. I did not expect some to remain. Young Master Lin, what are the nuns of the Fulin Monastery doing? Lin Feng harbored contempt for Lu Tongfeng. Just yesterday, Lu Tongfeng had taken Yu Lingyang to the little temple, which infuriated him further. As a man himself, he understood Lu Tongfeng's ulterior motives. Since childhood, Lu Tongfeng had been infatuated with Ling Dang. And now that her family faced dire straits and she had become the target of public scorn, this rascal was seizing the opportunity. Lin Feng also held feelings for Yu Lingdang, but the current situation was delicate. The townsfolk blamed her for the recent calamity. To pacify the townspeople's emotions, his grandfather had strictly instructed him to maintain distance from her. He planned to take Lingdang to Tuyang once the turmoil in town subsided, thus avoiding the gossip of the townsfolk. Yet, he was taken aback that Lu Tongfeng, the wretched beggar, had beaten him to it. Crazy fool. Why are you not in your dilapidated temple? What business do you have in town? Go on, go away, and do not cause trouble here. Lin Feng pushed Lu Tongfeng aside and addressed Wei Yurong and the others. Yurong, let the nuns of Fulin Monastery perform the rites for the souls of the departed in the town. It is nearly dark. We should return and dine. Wei Yurong nodded. Young Master Lin, please remember to send some vegetarian dishes to these nuns. Lin Feng replied, It has all been arranged, rest assured, my lady. Wei Yurong then turned to Lu Tongfeng and GSA, saying, GSA, Lu, little uncle, you have not dined yet, come join us. Lu Tongfeng shook his head. No need. I have a friend at the temple, and I must return after purchasing some items in town. Wei Yurong turned to GSA and inquired, And you, GSA? The young monk, GSA, promptly shook his head and replied, Thank you for your kindness, Fairy Yurong. I am currently residing at the land temple to the south. Should you have any matters to discuss, you may find me there. Wei Yurong nodded in acknowledgement, saying, Indeed, I shall visit. With that, both parties clasped their fists in salute on the street. Wei Yurong and her companions proceeded north along the cobblestone path. Once they had distanced themselves, Lu Tongfeng spat disdainfully at their retreating figures. This Lin Feng is truly a petty individual. Just look at how he bows and scrapes to those two disciples of the Xuanchu sect, pretending to be a scholar from the Bailu Academy. How laughable. GSA? The young monk asked, Are you at odds with him, little madman? Indeed, a multitude of grievances exist between us. His family is the wealthiest in town and has long sought to purchase the mountain behind the land temple. Absurd. That mountain is the legacy my master left me. How could I ever sell it? Thus, during my childhood, Lin Feng often rallied a few local boys to trouble me. Only in the past couple of years, when he was sent to Bailu Academy, have my days improved somewhat. GSA's round face displayed a look of realization. Lu Tongfeng added, Enough about him. Let us move on and procure some supplies before returning to the temple. Nightfall approaches, and I worry that Ling Dang may be frightened alone in the temple. The taverns in town had been reduced to ashes by a band of marauders. However, some general stores remained to the north of the town. Lu Tongfeng was well acquainted with every household in the area and could purchase poultry or mountain goods from them. The townsfolk had never favored Lu Tongfeng, and with his recent decision to shelter Ling Dang, a harbinger of misfortune, their disdain had only intensified. Nevertheless, no one would turn away from silver. Lu Tongfeng had transformed into one of the wealthiest individuals in the small town, enabling him to procure his needs at inflated prices from the locals. After purchasing rice, flour, oil, and various mountain goods from the general store, Lu Tongfeng, knowing GSA's fondness for chicken, paid 3 times the market price to buy 4 chickens from several local poultry farmers, which he then stored in GSA's spatial pouch. As they made their way back, they passed the temporary venue established by disciples of the Fo Lin Monastery. Although Lu Tongfeng harbored a strong aversion to the nuns, he refrained from his usual tirade, recognizing that they were conducting a ritual to honor the souls of over 200 townsfolk who had perished. Suddenly, GSA halted, frowning at the temporary venue occupied by the nuns. From a distance, one could see a dozen or so nuns seated cross-legged on mats, striking wooden fish and reciting scriptures. The ethereal sound of their chanting seemed to envelop the entire town. Little monk, what are you staring at? Let us move. Lu Tongfeng, noticing GSA's pause, turned back to urge him. GSA furrowed his brow and remarked, How peculiar. What is so strange? As a disciple of the Buddha, Have you not witnessed a Buddhist gathering before? Lu Tongfeng replied. GSA, the monk, spoke with a perplexed expression. It is precisely because I am a disciple of the Buddhist order that I find this peculiar. In Buddhism, there are 5 sacred texts used for guiding departed souls: the Buddhist Rebirth Mantra, the Diamond Sutra, the Great Prajna Sutra, the Ksitigarbha Sutra, and the Heart Sutra. Currently, they are reciting the Ksitigarbha Sutra. But what does that signify? You, who are not of the Buddhist faith, cannot comprehend that these 5 scriptures serve distinct purposes in the process of guiding souls, and there exists a specific order in their recitation. The Ksitigarbha Sutra can indeed be employed to aid departed souls, yet it is meant to be recited last. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva governs the realm of the dead, and this scripture is only to be chanted after 7 days postmortem, once the soul has entered the underworld. It is intended to assist souls in escaping the paths of suffering and rebirth into realms of goodness. Given that the massacre in the town occurred but 2 days ago, the Buddhist rebirth mantra should have been recited instead of the Ksitigarbha Sutra. A look of confusion adorned the cheeks of the young monk, GSA. Chapter 58. The First Flight. Almost terrifying though the young monk, known for his indulgence, often disregarded the monastic precepts. He was nonetheless a disciple of the esteemed Khi Temple, renowned throughout the realm. Under the tutelage of the illustrious Su Nbi, a revered monk, he possessed an intimate understanding of Buddhist scriptures. The Dizang Sutra, typically recited 7 days post-mortem, was common knowledge among Buddhist disciples. However, the townsfolk had only passed 2 days since their demise. Their spirits had yet to journey to the underworld, and the domain of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva remained untouched by them. In smaller temples, where incense offerings were scarce and only a handful of monks resided, such a fundamental mistake might be excused due to their limited comprehension of the Dharma. Yet, this morning, the young monk had encountered a group of nuns, who were practitioners graced by the golden light of the Buddha. Any temple capable of hosting over 10 such practitioners could not be likened to a mere rustic shrine. Their understanding of the Dharma would surely be profound. How could they commit such a basic error? LTNGFing scoffed. You are a monk, and they are nuns. Perhaps the Buddhist regulations differ between you. Let us hurry, as LNGDing and DHI are still awaiting us at the temple. Is that so? The young monk replied, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. He had indeed had little interaction with the nuns, and he could not entirely dismiss LTNGFing's assertion. The human realm of Buddhism was intricate, encompassing temples solely for monks, convents exclusively for nuns, as well as distinctions between Zen and esoteric traditions. Khi Temple, where he resided, was part of the Zen lineage, and perhaps the practices of esoteric Buddhism or the nunnery differed in their rites for the deceased. Gradually setting aside his uncertainties, the young monk accompanied LTNGFing as they headed south. Upon exiting the small town, darkness enveloped the sky. The snowy path was treacherous, prompting the young monk to unburden himself of the large wooden fish he carried on his back. Let us fly back, he suggested. You can fly, but I cannot. Are you truly incapable? LTNGFing countered, incredulous. Of course, I cannot fly. I am not a practitioner of the mystical arts. The young monk rolled his eyes, recalling how he had witnessed LTNGFing cultivating the night before. The pure, vigorous energy emanating from him during his practice surpassed his own, suggesting that this unpredictable individual might possess superior skills, or perhaps even exceed him. Perplexed by LTNGFing's denial of being a practitioner while simultaneously showcasing his skills, the young monk concluded that he was merely testing him. Thus, he refrained from further inquiry. Since you cannot fly, my magical artifact is ample enough to carry 2. I shall take you with me. You truly have a sense of camaraderie, flower monk. I have never flown in my life. I never imagined I would experience the sensation of a practitioner soaring through the skies in my lifetime. LTNGFing exclaimed, his joy palpable. He had watched many practitioners soaring through the heavens these past few days, and his envy had grown immensely. He yearned to feel the thrill of flight himself. The young monk, dedicated to a life of restraint, clasped his hands in a sacred gesture and intoned an incantation. Suddenly, a magnificent wooden fish radiated a soft golden light. Hovering before the two, the monk seized Lu Tongfeng's wrist and, with a leap, ascended onto the floating wooden fish. Contrary to Lu Tongfeng's expectations of a swaying vessel, the fish proved remarkably stable, allowing them to stand without the slightest tremor, as if on solid ground. Under the monk's guidance, the wooden fish soared to a height of approximately 10 feet above the earth, gliding at a leisurely pace. This marked Lu Tongfeng's inaugural experience of flight, filled with novelty. Initially apprehensive that he might plummet and be crushed, he gradually realized there was little risk involved. "Hey, little monk, could you ascend a bit higher? This is hardly taller than the saplings beside us. We've barely taken off and you're already descending. What is the point of flying so low? Why not speed up a little? Your pace is slower than Dehe." The monk's chuckle, tinged with mischief, sent a chill down Lu Tongfeng's spine. "What? Are you planning? I want to get down." "Ah." A startled cry startled numerous birds from the surrounding woods. The golden wooden fish vanished in a flash. "Ah. Slow down." Dehe, at the entrance of the Earth Deity Temple, frolicked in the snow, seemingly exhilarated. Yulingdang, hearing Dehe's call, emerged from the temple just in time to see Lu Tongfeng and the young monk alight from the wooden fish, which landed with a soft thud near the small shrine. At a height of about 3 feet, the monk unceremoniously dropped Lu Tongfeng. His legs trembled as he struggled to maintain his balance. Are you trying to take my life?" The monk hopped down and hoisted the wooden fish onto his back. "You wanted to fly faster, and now you dare to complain? How does it feel, little madman, to soar through the skies?" It's just SOSO. Lu Tongfeng, though terrified, attempted to maintain his bravado. His screams echoed for 3 miles throughout their flight. "You're back. It's windy outside. Hurry inside," called Yulingdang. Lu Tongfeng, leaning against a large stone, waved dismissively. "You go in first. I need to relieve myself." The monk laughed. "Really? Just from that short distance? You're scared you might wet yourself?" You're talking nonsense. There's no way I'd be scared. I just happen to need to go. I haven't relieved myself all day." Once the young monk and Yulingdang entered the Earth Deity Temple, Lu Tongfeng quickly unbuckled his belt. That was close. So very close to an embarrassing accident. If I had wet myself in front of Yulingdang, how could I ever face her again? Finally, relief washed over him. This brief journey allowed Lu Tongfeng to witness the phenomenon of a cultivator flying through the air. The sensation was not exactly pleasant. After relieving himself, he shook out his trembling limbs and then stepped into the Earth Deity Temple. The young monk, who has renounced indulgence, was extracting various provisions from their storage pouch that they had procured in the quaint town. The assortment included a plethora of ingredients, wild delicacies, and both domestic and wild animals, sufficient to sustain the 3 of them for a fortnight. Today, these supplies cost Lu Tongfeng over 30 taels of silver. A considerable investment indeed. Yulingdang, ever diligent, commenced the task of kindling a fire and preparing a meal for the 2. Lu Tongfeng offered to assist, but Yulingdang insisted on handling it herself, expressing her capability. Uncertain of how to repay Lu Tongfeng and the young monk, she resolved that cooking and doing their laundry was the extent of her gratitude. Observing her unwavering determination, Lu Tongfeng acquiesced and moved beside the young monk, producing a gourd to share drinks and engage in conversation. Meanwhile, Dehe lounged by the makeshift stove, salivating at the various wild delicacies hung on the wall by Yulingdang. Having followed his young master for the past few years, he had endured a life marked by hunger, often facing the harsh reality of one meal not ensuring another. At long last, their days of hardship seemed to have drawn to a close. Chapter 59. The 10 Fairies of the Present Age. One not picky with food. "Ah, little madman, this wine of yours is quite exquisite." The little monk, Jiase, held the wine presented by Lu Tongfeng before his nose, inhaling its fragrant aroma, and his eyes immediately sparkled with delight. Lu Tongfeng replied, "Indeed, this is a cherished vintage carefully preserved by the fairy of Fuyao over many years. I have but a small amount left in my gourd. Had it not been for your generous offer to soar through the skies today, I would have hesitated to share it. Just this little bowl, do savor it sparingly. Fuyao's wine. I must relish it thoroughly." The little monk, Jiese, took a delicate sip and was instantly enraptured. The wine was rich and fragrant, undoubtedly a century-old brew. Like Lu Tongfeng, Jiese also had an appreciation for fine wine, and with just a small taste, he discerned that this vintage was at least 100 years old. Lu Tongfeng chuckled. "I had no idea you shared the same passions. Although I may frown upon a monk indulging in wine and meat, our mutual appreciation for the art of wine has certainly enhanced my regard for you." The 2 of them sat by the fire, toasting with their bowls, yet each time only daring to sip a small amount. Under the influence of the fine wine, the atmosphere grew increasingly vibrant. Naturally, when men gather, their conversation turns to women. Jiase laughed heartily. "Little madman, did you not notice the enchanting fairy of Yurong from the Xian Su sect this afternoon in town? Is she not breathtaking? Not merely beautiful. She is simply captivating. a true beauty that could topple nations, especially with her figure. Indeed, she lives up to her name. But tell me, between Fairy Yurong and Fairy Fuyao, who do you find more striking among the 10 fairies of our time? Ah, that is a difficult question. To be candid, in terms of appearance, grace, and leg length, Fairy Fuyao may indeed surpass Yurong. Yet, in terms of figure, Fuyao cannot compete with Yurong. It is a challenging comparison, truly challenging. If both were to propose marriage to me, I would find it an arduous decision. GSA laughed heartily. So, it seems I am not the only one burdened by indecision. Little madman, you have only met 2 of the 10 fairies. Should you encounter the other 8? I fear you may lose sleep over the dilemma. Lu Tongfeng, intrigued, asked, Little monk, what exactly do you mean by the 10 fairies? They are the 10 most outstanding young fairies recognized by the Tiangong Pavilion 2 years ago, representing the pinnacle of both righteous and demonic paths. Yun Fuyao ranks 3rd, while Wei Yurong is 7th. What? With such beauty, Fuyao only ranks 3rd, and Yurong 7th? How astonishing. I can scarcely imagine the one who occupies the top position. The astonishment was evident on Lu Tongfeng's face, his eyes wide with incredulity and yearning. Jesse took another small sip of wine and remarked, It appears you are rather uninformed about the true realm of cultivation. Allow me to enlighten you this evening. 2 years ago, the Tiangong Pavilion introduced 2 lists targeting exceptional young talents like us, named the 10 Young Masters and the 10 Fairies. Neither of us made the list of Young Masters, so we shall not discuss that. However, the 10 Fairies certainly merits our attention. Among them are the enchanting Shangguan Yuling of the Heavenly Maiden sect from Chabai Mountain, the ethereal Su Ruoshui from the East Sea's Panglai Wonderland, the enigmatic Wu Shuang, the Holy Maiden of the Flying Flower Palace, the beguiling Yun Fuyao of the Tianyan Mountains Yun Tian sect, the alluring Yu Shaoyan of the Hahuan sect, the passionate Miaosong, a witch from the southern wilderness, the composed Wei Yurong from the Xuanshu sect of Songlong Mountain, the formidable Healing Gui, daughter of the master of the Dark Valley of the Demon sect, the gentle Shinzuaer, a rogue cultivator from the righteous realm of Langya Cave, and the captivating Du Wan, another rogue from the Demon sect. These 10 celestial maidens, all under the age of 40, possess both profound cultivation and striking beauty, each exhibiting unique traits. For instance, Fuyao exudes an icy demeanor, while Miaosong radiates warmth. Shunzi embodies gentle grace, Healing Gui is ruthless, Shangguan Yuling is pure as a celestial being, Su Ruoshui is willful and domineering, and Wu Shuang is shrouded in mystery. Particularly noteworthy is Yu Shaoyan of the Hahuan sect, whose seductive charm is irresistible, her delicate allure capable of ensnaring any man with a mere glance. Most significantly, the dual cultivation method of the Hahuan sect is unparalleled, and Yu Shaoyan has mastered its secret teachings. Excelling in the art of pleasing men, every man who has encountered her has left with nothing but admiration, though her beauty is widely acknowledged. The number of suitors vying for her attention remains countless. Reliable sources suggest that her long, elegant legs have even been said to have caused the demise of a man. At this point, the little monk interrupts, questioning why the descriptions of the other maidens are brief, while Yu Shaoyan is elaborated upon in vivid detail. Noticing the monk's rather dubious expression, Lu Tongfeng inquires further. The little monk chuckles and explains, Let me clarify. Among the 10 celestial maidens, aside from Yu Shaoyan, the other 9 are untouched. It is rumored that Yu Shaoyan is not picky, and my emphasis on her is in consideration of our future. What do you mean by our future? Lu Tongfeng queries, puzzled. Before the little monk can respond, Yu Lingyang, who is cooking, interjects with a huff. What the monk means is that with the other 9 maidens, you stand no chance, but with the unpretentious Yu Shaoyan, you might have a shot. The little monk slaps his thigh in agreement. Indeed, Miss Lingdang, you are astute. Although Yu Shaoyan has many admirers, her beauty is undeniable, and she is one of the renowned 10 celestial maidens. Given our current standing, we wouldn't even be able to touch the other 9. But Yu Shaoyan seems more approachable. If we encounter her, an opportunity may arise. Lu Tongfeng is left speechless, realizing that before meeting the little monk, he believed himself to be a rather unsavory character. Now, he feels as though he embodies the virtues of a sage. Though Lu Tongfeng was quite eager to engage in a profound discussion on this esoteric academic topic with the little monk who refrains from lust, the presence of Yu Lingdang rendered him unable to showcase his true capabilities in this regard. He thus opted to shift the conversation, saying, Little monk, with a lady present, we are both virtuous gentlemen of modest means, so let us refrain from discussing that enchantress for now. We shall revisit this topic another day. May I inquire? Have you heard of the celestial being Fuyao? It seems that today, the fairy Wei Yurong has also spoken of you, suggesting that your renown has eclipsed hers in recent years. Are you quite famous among mortals? The little monk's expression suddenly turned slightly awkward. He stammered, I possess little fame among mortals. The celestial beings merely speak to embellish, not to be taken seriously. Observing the little monk's attempts to mask something behind his drinking, Lu Tongfeng was far from naive and naturally did not believe the monk's earlier words. It was likely that this rotund monk's reputation was less than favorable, which made him reluctant to admit it. Lu Tongfeng found no surprise in this at all. A monk who indulges in wine and meat, and harbors thoughts of engaging in passionate encounters with the demonic enchantress Yu Xiaoyan, could hardly be expected to maintain a good reputation. Chapter 60. The Opportunity of Restraint and the Heart of Tongfeng. Little monk, I have yet to inquire about your age this year and your cultivation level, Lu Tongfeng asked. Revealing his curiosity, the monk of restraint replied, I am 28 years old, with rather mediocre talent. Currently, I am merely at the initial stage of the 5th level of integration. Coughing slightly, Lu Tongfeng nearly lost his breath. Now he understood why this monk, lacking in physical appeal and possessing no remarkable physique, had garnered such fame in the mortal realm. It was due to his cultivation. Astonished, Lu Tongfeng exclaimed, Fairy Fuyao is 30 years old and seems to be at the same initial stage. Yet, you are only 28 and have reached this level? You are indeed more formidable than Fairy Fuyao. The monk of restraint chuckled awkwardly. It is merely luck. When opportunity arises, it cannot be resisted. But let us not dwell on this. What? Little monk, you are already 28? I thought you were only 16 or 17. Yu Lingdang turned back, gazing at the monk in disbelief. The monk scratched his bald head and said, Mistress Lingdang, as you are not a cultivator, you may not be aware that during the cultivation process, practitioners expel the impurities from their bodies, thus appearing much younger. Though I am 28, I forever maintain the heart of an 18-year-old youth. Yu Lingdang's eyes sparkled with understanding and a hint of longing. What maiden does not wish for eternal youth? Lu Tongfeng stroked his chin, observing the monk's somewhat peculiar expression. This fellow, with a plump face and ample flesh, hardly resembled a prodigy of cultivation. How could his talent be so extraordinary? To reach the realm of integration at the age of 28 is a feat surpassing even Yun Fuyao. Noticing Lu Tongfeng's scrutinizing gaze, the monk of restraint shrank his not-so-obvious neck and chuckled nervously, Little madman, could you refrain from looking at me with such odd eyes? It makes me a bit fearful. I can assure you, my inclinations are entirely normal, devoid of any peculiar predilections. Lu Tongfeng replied, do not overthink it. My inclinations are even more conventional. I merely find the old adage true. One must not judge by appearances, nor measure the sea by a single dipper. I did not expect that beneath your visage lies a legendary prodigy of cultivation. The monk of restraint seemed somewhat embarrassed as he said, what legendary prodigy am I? My current level is indeed the result of sheer luck. Luck? Can one truly rely on luck in the pursuit of cultivation? I find that hard to believe. It is indeed luck. In due time, you shall come to know. I shall not deceive you. About a year ago, shortly after I descended the mountain to seek experience, I learned that the ancient immortal abode on Julong Mountain had its seal broken and reappeared in the mortal realm. I went to join the excitement. I arrived just as the ancient immortal abode was opened, and hundreds of experts were battling to seize the potential treasures within. My skills were modest, so I merely hid to observe, when suddenly something flew out from the immortal abode and landed right before me. I truly had no intention of taking that object. This fortunate encounter is purely a matter of luck. Oh, I see now. This is precisely what brought you fame. There is indeed some truth to that, yet the item in question is hardly significant. It is merely an expired elixir, one that refines the essence and expands the dantian. That fervent group chased me down in a frenzy, eager to seize it, prompting me to swallow it whole. As a result, the reservoir of spiritual energy within my dantian has expanded 2- or 3-fold, propelling me from the 4th layer of the Yuan Shun realm directly into the 5th layer of the He Dao realm. Otherwise, with my level of comprehension, it would have taken me another 30 to 50 years to attain the He Dao realm. The little monk, with an air of mischievousness, chuckled, appearing bashful. Yet his eyes gleamed with pride. Lu Tongfeng, however, unhesitatingly raised a dismissive middle finger at him. The little monk retorted, I genuinely only went to see the commotion. I had no intention of seeking any fortune. You must believe me. Lu Tongfeng rolled his eyes and scoffed. Do not bother explaining. I am not a cultivator and have no desire for your expired trinket. The little monk protested. Oh, madman, this is rather uninteresting. I have concealed nothing from you. Yet you continue to feign ignorance. Is my probing not sufficient? Upon hearing this, Lu Tongfeng expressed surprise. Probing? What do you mean by probing? Feigning. Continue to feign. Your cultivation is not beneath mine and may even surpass it. Does that not make you a cultivator? Lu Tongfeng furrowed his brow and replied, Little monk, do not speak nonsense. What cultivation do I possess? Greater than yours? I merely have a bit more strength. Even ringing a bell is a struggle for me. The little monk rolled his eyes again, insisting, I witnessed your practice last night, and so did the bell master, right? The bell master, upon hearing this, glanced back at the two and nodded. Indeed, I saw it last night. Brother Feng, we have known each other since childhood, yet you never disclosed that you are a cultivator. Me? Cultivating? Oh, I understand now you are referring to my sitting meditation last night. That was not cultivation. It was merely a method my master imparted to me during my childhood to endure cold and hunger. Lu Tongfeng clarified, coming to a realization. Enduring cold and hunger? Just that? The little monk exclaimed, Madman, are you still pretending? Is this amusing? We are friends. What would I gain from deceiving you? The technique my master taught me only helps with enduring cold and hunger and provides a slight increase in strength and speed. It serves no other purpose. Oh, the little monk observed Lu Tongfeng's earnest expression and suddenly became intrigued. He subtly activated his Buddhist visualization, and it seemed as though golden light coalesced within the depths of his pupils. Gazing intently at Lu Tongfeng, he discerned that this fellow appeared to be speaking the truth, which astonished him greatly. Could it be that this individual is unaware of his own prowess? Or had the little monk misjudged him last night? The little monk murmured to himself, recalling how Lu Tongfeng's skin flushed red during his practice, with 3 flowers gathering atop his head and 5 energies condensing, causing the temperature of the entire temple to rise rapidly. That pure and unyielding force was unmistakable. Little madman, may I take your pulse? Would you also like to check mine? Is there anyone else who wishes to examine you? Indeed, just the other day, the celestial maiden Fuyao refused to believe that I was not a cultivator and insisted on inspecting my body. However, she soon relented when she discovered that I had not bathed for several months. Oh, I do not mind. How about I check your pulse instead? Lu Tongfeng mused that since Yun Fuyao had departed, allowing this flower monk to assess whether he possessed spiritual roots was not an unwise choice. Suddenly, Dehe, who had been drooling at the stove, lifted its head. It seemed to consider intervening as it had previously, but after its azure eyes darted about for a moment, it returned to its drooling state. The sword had recognized its master, and the seals on Lu Tongfeng had been lifted. Dehe understood that there was no longer any need to guard the secrets within Lu Tongfeng. Chapter 61. The Method of Acupoint Cultivation. The modest little monk, known for his ascetic demeanor, rested 3 fingers upon the outstretched wrist of Lu Tongfeng. Being a rather disheveled monk, he harbored no aversion to cleanliness and paid little heed to the grime upon Lu Tongfeng's wrist. A gentle golden glow emanated from the tips of the monk's fingers, seamlessly merging with Lu Tongfeng's wrist. This was a fragment of his spiritual consciousness. In this moment, the state of Lu Tongfeng's internal being lay fully exposed under the watchful gaze of the monk's consciousness, revealing every nuance without concealment. The little monk furrowed his brow slightly. Lu Tongfeng's dantian appeared shriveled, showing no signs of development. However, his meridians were remarkably expansive, with a robust flow of pure yang true essence coursing through the extraordinary channels like a river of molten lava. Yet, this fervent true essence flowed solely within the meridian pathways, meticulously avoiding the dantian. This indicated a complete disconnection between Lu Tongfeng's meridians and dantian. In the realm of cultivation, the dantian serves as a reservoir for spiritual energy, which is disseminated throughout the body via the extraordinary meridians. During a confrontation, one would harness the true essence from the vast reservoir of the dantian. However, Lu Tongfeng's extraordinary meridians bore no connection to his dantian. In the world of cultivation, this amounted to a total failure of spiritual roots, rendering any opportunity for advancement utterly impossible. The meridians, akin to rivers, continuously flow, and without the dantian sustenance, it would not be long before the true essence within them dissipated entirely. Yet, within Lu Tongfeng's meridians, an abundance of true essence and spiritual power surged with vigor, showing no signs of waning or dispersing. The little monk, witnessing this bizarre phenomenon, was nearly overwhelmed, almost losing control of his faculties. Such an anomalous condition was unheard of. Even in tales, he speculated that perhaps the esteemed sword god had employed some secret technique to seal Lu Tongfeng's dantian, concealing his true cultivation from outsiders. However, upon scrutinizing the area around Lu Tongfeng's dantian with his spiritual consciousness, he found it to be utterly desolate, devoid of the rotating energy typically present, and lacking any trace of true essence or spiritual energy fluctuations. Undeterred, the little monk directed his consciousness upward, penetrating into Lu Tongfeng's mind. Within a cultivator's body lie two seas, the sea of the dantian and the sea of the soul. The former resides in the lower abdomen, while the latter is situated within the mind. One serves as the source of spiritual energy, while the other is the wellspring of mental power. The 3 souls and 7 spirits, along with the primordial spirit, all reside within the sea of the soul. Both the soul and the primordial spirit are inherently fragile. Thus, the sea of the soul is well protected. This sea is positioned above the heavenly spirit, resembling a vast chamber with only one entrance, necessitating the traversal of 2 bridges to enter. The first is known as the heavenly spirit bridge, and the second as the earthly soul bridge. These bridges are formidable, making external access exceedingly difficult. Only upon crossing both bridges may one enter the sea of the soul. At this juncture, the monk's consciousness halted before Lu Tongfeng's heavenly spirit and earthly soul bridges, leaving him momentarily astounded. For both bridges were fractured and devoid of connection, signifying that Lu Tongfeng had never engaged in the cultivation of his soul, nor had he ever condensed his primordial spirit. Truly, it was a most bewildering sight. The young monk, who had renounced worldly desires, swiftly withdrew his hand, staring incredulously at Lu Tongfeng, observing the sudden change in the monk's expression. As he regarded him with the gaze one might reserve for a monster, Lu Tongfeng anxiously inquired, "Young monk, what is the matter? Is my body still in good condition? Are my heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys all healthy? Do I possess the spiritual roots you cultivators speak of?" The monk remained silent, his astonished eyes fixed on Lu Tongfeng, which instilled a sense of foreboding within him. He extended his hand once more towards the monk, exclaiming, "Please, show me again. Your silence terrifies me. Am I not afflicted by a terminal illness, on the brink of death? Young monk, master, as a practitioner of compassion, you must save me." With a slight shudder, the young monk seemed to finally regain his composure. He scrutinized Lu Tongfeng and said, Your internal organs are completely sound, and you bear no illness. Your strength could fell an elephant with a single punch. Ah, that is a relief. I was nearly frightened to death. When you were silent, I feared I was doomed." Lu Tongfeng patted his chest, still shaken. The monk then asked, "Little madman, may I inquire why your meridians are brimming with spiritual energy, yet your dantian is disconnected from the 8 extraordinary meridians? Moreover, why is your connection to the bridges of heaven and earth severed?" "Dantian? Bridges of heaven and earth? What are those?" Lu Tongfeng queried in astonishment. The monk tilted his head back, exclaiming, "You do not even know what a dantian and the bridges of heaven and earth are? Surely not." Lu Tongfeng shook his head gently. It was at that moment the monk understood why Lu Tongfeng had repeatedly insisted he was not a cultivator, for he genuinely did not realize he was one. The monk pointed to a spot just below Lu Tongfeng's navel, stating, "The dantian is located here. It should be a slowly rotating vortex, connecting to the 8 extraordinary meridians, serving to store true essence for cultivators. The larger the space within the sea of the dantian, the greater the stored power, and consequently, the higher the cultivation level." He then poked Lu Tongfeng's head, explaining, "The bridges of heaven and earth reside in the brain, linking to the sea of spirit, which contains the primordial spirit and soul." "Ah, you mean the Qi Sea and the Spirit Sea," Lu Tongfeng realized. Having been taught by his master to recognize acupoints and meridians since childhood, he was familiar with these regions. Indeed, the Taoist tradition speaks of such concepts. "Can you enlighten me as to why your dantian, or Qi Sea, appears so withered? There is no rotation, and it does not connect to the 8 extraordinary meridians. Why must it connect?" Lu Tongfeng asked, perplexed. "If you do not connect the dantian Qi Sea, how can you mobilize true essence? How can you store true essence?" Lu Tongfeng paused, bewildered, replying, "Mobilizing true essence, storing true essence? What does this have to do with the inner sea?" "Of course it is relevant. The surging spiritual energy within your meridians is dense and unscattered. If you do not store it in your dantian Qi Sea, where else could it be retained? In the acupoints." "Acupoints? Do you realize the nonsense you are spouting?" Lu Tongfeng expressed his astonishment, inquiring, How is it that you do not store the power within the meridians in the acupoints? To which the others replied, certainly not. As cultivators, we invariably store our true essence and spiritual energy within the dantian and qi. How could one possibly store it in the acupoints? I have never even heard of such a notion. Lu Tongfeng's expression faltered slightly in surprise. For many years, he had believed that all cultivators stored their power within the acupoints. This was the first time he learned that everyone else actually stored it within the qi. It seemed that he alone had been storing it in the acupoints. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Lu Tongfeng lamented, I told you I am not a cultivator, yet you did not believe me. Alas, I had thought the mental cultivation method passed down to me by my master was indeed a genuine practice for cultivators. It appears I was mistaken. Chapter 62. Rebirth from the Flames. Connecting the soul. Lu Tongfeng now felt a profound sense of despondency. Who does not yearn for the path of cultivation? To soar through the heavens on a sword, to laugh freely amidst the clouds, is the dream of every man. When Yun Fuyao spoke to the ascetic monk about being a cultivator, he felt a flicker of hope, pondering whether the heart techniques imparted by his master were indeed the art of cultivation, merely hindered by his tender age, which had prevented him from achieving the realm of flight. However, today that glimmer of hope had been extinguished. After the ascetic monk conducted a thorough examination of his physical state, Lu Tongfeng's small expectations and fantasies were utterly shattered. He learned that the spiritual energy of cultivators was not stored in meridians, but rather within the dantian's vital sea. Observing Lu Tongfeng's woeful demeanor, the ascetic monk furrowed his brow. He certainly did not believe Lu Tongfeng to be a cultivator devoid of potential. The young man possessed broad meridians and abundant true essence, which remained concentrated within him, indicating that the storage of spiritual energy in his meridians was indeed feasible. This was a bizarre and fantastical world. The existence of unknown cultivation methods did not imply their non-existence. Not all cultivators on Earth relied on the dantian to store spiritual energy. For instance, Confucian cultivators do not cultivate the dantian or the soul. Instead, they cultivate virtue, destiny, and their approach to cultivation is entirely distinct from that of Taoist, demonic, Buddhist, shamanic, or ghostly practitioners. Perhaps there truly exists a method of cultivation that opens the meridians into a sea. Lu Tongfeng was the sole true disciple of the venerable sword god Mei, with a mastery that transcended the mortal realm and a lifespan exceeding 8 centuries, had pioneered the method of storing spiritual energy in the meridians, making it entirely plausible. The ascetic monk's interest in Lu Tongfeng was growing. Young madman, might you share with me the heart technique you practice, which endures cold and hunger? The monk believed the issue lay within that heart technique. It could very well be a completely new system of cultivation, perhaps conceived by the sword god in his later years. Lu Tongfeng regarded the ascetic monk with a wary gaze. Do not even think about it. My master has repeatedly instructed me that this heart technique must remain a secret, known only to myself. This was within the ascetic monk's expectations. Each sect tightly guarded its cultivation methods, forbidding their dissemination. The monk responded, I am but a disciple of the Buddhist path, not one who studies Taoist sorcery. I merely wish to inquire if, when Elder Mei imparted this heart technique to you, he mentioned or advised anything in particular. Lu Tongfeng pondered for a moment before shaking his head. No, my master merely instructed me to practice according to the technique. Not only does it ward off cold, but it also allows one to endure hunger. As for the rest, wait a moment. Suddenly, Lu Tongfeng's eyes sharpened as he remarked, now that you mention it, my master did indeed speak of certain matters relating to this heart technique. I recall him cautioning me. Aside from instructing me not to share it, he also mentioned, what was it he said? The ascetic monk, filled with anticipation, inquired further. What did your master say? He said that after my rebirth from the flames, I would be able to connect with the sea of souls. Wait, rebirth from the flames? Lu Tongfeng recalled the scene from that night when his body was ignited by the celestial sword. Could that be considered a rebirth through fire? The monk, known for his modesty, frowned and questioned, rebirth through fire? What does that mean? You are neither a divine bird nor a phoenix. How could you undergo such a transformation? Lu Tongfeng regained his composure and shook his head, replying, you are a cultivator, and yet you do not know. How could I be aware of it? Enough of your chatter. The meal is ready, called Yu Lingdang, summoning the two to wash their hands and eat. She had prepared a pot of rice and stewed a mix of wild game. As they dined, the monk, aware of Lu Tongfeng's limited knowledge of the current mortal cultivation realm, continuously recounted tales of the cultivation world. Meanwhile, Yu Lingdang, having consumed a fasting elixir, was not hungry but was thoroughly intrigued by the path of cultivation, resting her chin on her hand as she listened attentively. Dinner extended until nearly the third watch of the night. By the time Lu Tongfeng had satisfied his hunger, he had gained a general understanding of the mortal cultivation realm. In this present age, the righteous path flourished, while the demonic forces receded. Approximately 300 years prior, a cataclysmic battle had transpired between the righteous and the demonic. The righteous emerged victorious, forcing the demonic sects into the wilderness. However, in the last century, the demonic sects had gradually regained their strength, and traces of their disciples began to reappear in the prosperous Middle Kingdom. The recent calamity in Yuzhou, caused by the extreme Yin sect, was merely a minor faction of the demonic sections. Though the demonic sects were numerous and scattered, their structure was relatively simple, primarily divided into three branches: the demon sect, the ghost sect, and the witch sect. In contrast, the righteous path was more diverse, with Taoism, Buddhism, and Confucianism reigning supreme. Taoism was further divided into southern and northern schools, while Buddhism branched into Zen and esoteric traditions. Additionally, there existed paths of swordsmanship, martial arts, alchemy, and magical arts. Beyond humanity, a vast array of demon and alien races inhabited this world, forming another significant branch. Yuzhou, where they resided, was located in the heart of the 9 provinces, adjacent to the Songlong Mountain, home to the Xianyan sect. As the third watch approached, Yulingdang retreated to her cozy nook to rest. While the inebriated monk sprawled on a pile of straw, clutching a leg of the large black dog, fast asleep, Lu Tongfeng, however, remained seated in meditation, diligently practicing the mental techniques imparted by his master. Although he had learned that this set of skills was not the celestial arts of cultivators for over a decade, Lu Tongfeng had grown accustomed to nightly cultivation. A brief meditation was all it took to circulate the true essence within his meridians, dispelling the fatigue and chill that clung to him. As Lu Tongfeng continued his practice, the cold little temple gradually warmed once more, reminiscent of the previous night. After circulating his energy for a cycle, he recalled his master's words. If not for the monk's mention of this matter today, he might have forgotten. After rebirth through fire, one could connect with the sea of divine souls. He believed that 3 nights ago, he had indeed undergone such a transformation. Now, he resolved to attempt to bridge the 2 realms of heaven and earth, gradually channeling his true essence and spiritual power to converge near the heavenly spiritual point. Yet, he found himself at a loss regarding how to bridge the gap between the heavens and earth, connecting the sea of souls. He harbored the persistent feeling that the cultivation method imparted by his master was merely a fragment, lacking completeness. After toiling for half the night without any breakthroughs, Lu Tongfeng was compelled to temporarily relinquish his efforts. The night passed in silence. As dawn broke the following morning, Lu Tongfeng gradually concluded his meditation. It was around the 4th watch of the Qin hour. Yulingdang had risen but was not in the temple. The small door at the back had been opened, likely indicating she had ventured out to relieve herself. Lu Tongfeng observed the monk Jiese sprawled out on the straw, sleeping soundly. And he could not help but smile wryly, shaking his head. Approaching Jiese, he called out, "Little monk, it's time to awaken. The sun is nearly at its zenith, and we have much to accomplish today." Jiese, yawning as he stirred from slumber, replied, "I was dreaming of the enchanting fairy Rong, preparing to engage in a fierce battle with her for 300 rounds. It is quite impolite of you to rouse me at this moment." Lu Tongfeng rolled his eyes and retorted, "Such words may be uttered in my presence, but you must refrain from such folly before Lingdang. Rise quickly. We have already prepared the graves yesterday, and today we must lay Granny Lu and Aunt Fat to rest." Jiese, somewhat irritable, responded, "Must we be in such a haste? Those 2 coffins resting in the corner are not in the way. They can be buried at our leisure. That is not acceptable. Lingdong's health has only just begun to improve. Being constantly surrounded by the coffins of Granny Lu and Aunt Fat will surely sadden her," Lu Tongfeng insisted. "Get up, and we shall use the cart to conduct their burial shortly." Reluctantly, Jiese stood up, suddenly sensing something amiss. Sniffing himself, he glanced down at his trousers and, with a puzzled expression, remarked, "I did not wet the bed last night, so why is there a peculiar odor of urine about me?" At that moment, Dehei, who had entered through the small door alongside Yulingdang, caught wind of Jiese's words, his deep blue eyes glinting with a hint of mischief. Chapter 63. The burial. Upon witnessing the return of Yulingdang, Lu Tongfeng seized the opportunity to discuss the burial arrangements for Grandmother Lu and Aunt Pang. Planned for that very day, Yu Lingdong's eyes were slightly reddened, her gaze cast downward in silence. Observing her distress, Lu Tongfeng gently remarked, Lingdang, I understand your reluctance. Yet it is the natural order of life for the deceased to find peace in the earth. Grandmother Lu and Aunt Pang have been gone for 5 days. It is time they were laid to rest. Do you wish for them to linger as wandering spirits? Yu Lingdang recognized Lu Tongfeng's concern for her well-being. Wishing to spare her the sorrow of mourning over her grandmother and mother's coffins each day. Lowering her head, she replied, You are right. It is indeed time for grandmother and mother to be buried. Thank you, Fenggu, for your assistance. It is but a small matter, no need for formality. I shall prepare with the little monk. The 2 carts that had transported the coffins from the town still rested at the entrance of the Earth Temple. Lu Tongfeng intended to use these carts to transport the 2 coffins to a hillside at the back. He and the little monk had spent a night behind the massive stone that marked the boundary between the mortal realm and the celestial, resolving their issue of accumulated discomfort. Subsequently, Lu Tongfeng called on the little monk to help prepare the carts for the coffins. The little monk remarked, The burial site is on the hillside behind us. These wretched wheels are in disrepair. Will they even make it up there? Moreover, the area is overgrown with bamboo, and this dilapidated cart cannot navigate through. Lu Tongfeng furrowed his brow, pondering, What shall we do then? The little monk shrugged. With just the 2 of us, lifting them is not feasible. We will have to carry 1 coffin each. Carry? But those are solid wood coffins. They weigh hundreds of pounds. Fear not, your strength surpasses your own understanding. A mere few hundred pounds of coffin is trivial for you. Lu Tongfeng, filled with doubt and disbelief, responded, Is that so? Am I truly so strong? The little monk, with a hint of exasperation, retorted, Do you hear yourself? Those are your mother-in-law and grandmother. Even I, an outsider, would willingly carry them, and yet you hesitate? You wish to stuff them into my storage bag? How absurd. Your words are music to my ears. For that declaration, I shall carry my mother-in-law's coffin. However, such sentiments must not be spoken in front of Lingdang. I fear she might become shy or upset. Lu Tongfeng pushed the 2 rickety carts aside, contemplating returning to chop them into firewood after burying grandmother Lu and Aunt Pang. The cart shafts would serve as fuel, while the flatboards, measuring over a person's length, would be repurposed as a bed. Upon returning to the temple, Yu Lingdang donned heavy mourning garments and was burning incense paper before the 2 coffins, tears streaming down her cheeks. Dahe lay beside her, seemingly mourning the 2 benevolent souls who often treated him to meat buns. Lu Tongfeng approached her gently, saying, Lingdang, it is nearly noon. Let us proceed with the burial of grandmother Lu and Aunt Pang. Yu Lingdang silently rose to her feet, her fair cheeks adorned with glistening tears. Though her beauty may not rival that of Yun Fuyao, she was certainly striking in her own right. The image of her weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom was truly heart-wrenching. Lu Tongfeng first carried 2 fire basins, burning with paper money, outside the temple, and then, alongside the young monk, they bore the 2 coffins out as well. The snow outside lay thick upon the ground, and Yu Lingdang knelt within it, weeping uncontrollably. Lu Tongfeng refrained from offering consolation. This was Yu Lingdang's final moment of such profound sorrow. Once Granny Lu and Aunt Pang were laid to rest, she would gradually return to her normal life. As Lu Tongfeng and the young monk were binding ropes around the coffins, a sudden bark from Dahe broke the silence. Lu Tongfeng turned to see a large group of figures approaching from the south. Leading the band was a familiar face, Uncle Lin Yuqing, the constable from Fuyang Town, accompanied by the constables Ergu and Sanhua. Following closely behind them was a throng clad in official attire, numbering no less than 70 or 80 individuals. Lu Tongfeng hastily set down his work and made his way towards them. 5 days prior, he had encountered Uncle Lin and his companions at the foot of Tsuping Mountain, en route to report to the governor in Xuyang City. Considering the passage of time, they should have returned by now. Uncle Lin, Ergu, Sanhua. The path at the temple's entrance was the only route leading to the town. Soon, the group arrived at the small temple. Lin Yuqing approached Lu Tongfeng and exclaimed, Little madman, you have truly returned. Lu Tongfeng nodded and replied, Indeed, I came back after encountering you that day. Uncle Lin, are you aware of the events that transpired in the town the previous night? Lin Yuqing, sorrow etched upon his face, nodded gravely, glancing at the ruins that once were the town. Yes, I learned of it the day before yesterday at the inn in Xuyang City, and I hurried back immediately. He then turned his gaze towards the northern part of the town. Ergu and Sanhua also approached, their spirits dampened. Ergu, in a state of urgency, asked, Little madman, are my family members safe? Although they were aware of the massacre in the town, the heavy snowfall had obstructed their path, leaving them in the dark about their family's fate. Lu Tongfeng lowered his head silently, shaking it gently. The assailants had stormed in from the south, leaving few survivors south of the tavern. Ergu, your family. They. Ergu's face turned ashen, as if all strength had drained from him, and he collapsed onto the snow. Father. Mother. Lin Ergu sprang back to his feet, sobbing as he staggered toward the direction of the town. Despite their past grievances, Lu Tongfeng felt a pang of compassion at the sight of Ergu's anguish. Turning to Lin Yuqin and Sanhua, Lu Tongfeng remarked, Uncle Lin, Sanhua, it seems your family has not suffered greatly. Upon hearing this, both men expressed relief, though they restrained their joy in light of Ergu's distress. Lin Yuqin gazed at the two coffins before the temple and at the weeping Lingdang, then asked, Little madman, who is this? It is Lingdang. Her home collapsed entirely that fateful night. The townsfolk, harboring resentment towards her due to that incident, have distanced themselves from her. Thus, I transported her along with the coffins of Grandma Lu and Aunt Pang to the Earth Temple, where I intend to lay them to rest today. The events that transpired in our small town cannot be blamed on Lingdang. Tom, you have done well. I must hasten back to the town now. Please offer incense on my behalf to Grandma Lu and Aunt Pang. I will do so. Lin Yuqing nodded at Lu Tongfeng, then beckoned the resting officers to continue their journey. Watching the large group pass before him, Lu Tongfeng let out a soft sigh. After they had moved on, he returned to the coffins at the temple entrance. The young monk, dressed in austere robes, had already secured both coffins. He inquired, Are they from Xuyang City? Lu Tongfeng slowly nodded and replied, Indeed. He then helped the weeping Yu Lingdang to her feet, saying, Lingdang, it is getting late. Grandma Lu and Aunt Pang are ready to depart. Chapter 64. The arrival of the great fairy Lu Tongfeng approached a coffin, grasping the bound ropes to test its weight. To his astonishment, he effortlessly lifted the several hundred-pound coffin. Ever since that fateful night when flames consumed him, he had sensed a significant increase in his strength. Yet he had not anticipated such a remarkable enhancement. Realizing he could carry the coffin, Lu Tongfeng quickly composed himself. Together with the little monk, who was also committed to renouncing desire, they hoisted the coffin and made their way toward the back of the earth deity shrine. Yu Lingdang, clad in heavy mourning attire, walked ahead, cradling two spirit tablets in her hands, while the large black dog trailed closely beside her. This was an exceedingly mournful funeral. No one was there to support the spirits, nor were there any relatives or descendants to mourn. Not even a devoted son was present. Only Yu Lingdang walked alone in front. The distance of over 100 paces was not particularly far, yet the path was arduous. Thick snow blanketed the ground, and they had to ascend a mountain densely populated with bamboo. The two men carried the coffin horizontally, often needing to turn sideways to navigate through the bamboo grove. After a considerable span of time, equivalent to the burning of an incense stick, they finally arrived at the grave they had dug the previous day. Upon placing the coffin on the ground, Yu Lingdang knelt, weeping profoundly. Due to the simplicity of the funeral and the absence of mourners, Lu Tongfeng had to attend to the burial himself, sending the large black dog to comfort Yu Lingdang, lest she faint from her sorrow. After unbinding the ropes, Lu Tongfeng and the little monk gently lowered the two coffins into the pit, taking care to do so one at a time. Lu Tongfeng scattered a generous amount of paper money and tossed several pieces of silver into each grave. With a soft sigh, he gestured for the little monk to commence covering the graves with earth. The little monk, with a push of his palms, caused the soil that had been excavated the day before to swiftly fill the grave under his force. Grandmother, mother, Yu Lingdang cried out. Watching the coffins gradually disappear beneath the earth, Lu Tongfeng quickly pulled her back a bit, fearing she might rashly leap into the grave in her despair. With the assistance of the little monk, the burial proceeded swiftly. Before long, two fresh mounds appeared in the tranquil bamboo forest. Kneeling before the graves, Lu Tongfeng burned paper and said, Grandmother Lu, Aunt Fat, you may rest in peace. I will take good care of Lingdang. I will ensure she is never bullied again, nor shall she suffer even the slightest grievance. Saying this, he bowed 3 times at each grave. Meanwhile, the little monk produced his large wooden fish, sitting in the snow, striking it and softly reciting Buddhist scriptures. Yu Lingdang lay on the grave, weeping uncontrollably. The 3 of them remained at the gravesite for quite some time, with Yu Lingdang unwilling to depart. As the afternoon wore on, Lu Tongfeng gently reassured her, Lingdang, let us return for now. This place is so close. We can come every day to pay our respects to Grandmother Lu and Aunt Fat. Gradually, Yilingyang ceased her tears and deeply bowed to Lu Tongfeng and the little monk. Brother Feng, little monk, thank you for helping lay my grandmother and mother to rest. I will repay your kindness in the future. Seeing that Yulingdang had stopped crying brought a measure of relief to Lu Tongfeng's heart. From morning until now, tears have flowed incessantly. If this continues, it is likely that Yulingdang's frail body will be unable to endure. With a sorrowful countenance and a pallid visage, she had not yet descended the mountain when her strength faltered, causing her to collapse to the ground. Lu Tongfeng was taken aback and hurriedly helped her up, asking, Lingdang, are you all right? Yulingdang gently shook her head, replying, I am fine. Look at how exhausted you are. Allow me to carry you. Although she insisted she could walk, she stumbled again after only a few steps, ultimately conceding to let Lu Tongfeng carry her down the mountain. As Yulingdang rested upon Lu Tongfeng's back, she felt a peculiar warmth emanating from him, which swiftly enveloped her cold body and warmed her heart as well. Nestling her head against his shoulder, she felt an overwhelming sense of comfort and security. Before she realized it, her eyes gradually fluttered shut. Upon reaching the Earth Deity Temple, Lu Tongfeng noticed that Yulingdang had fallen asleep on his back. Suddenly, a raucous barking from Dahe erupted like thunder, startling Yulingdang awake. Lu Tongfeng scolded, You wretched dog, why do you make such a racket? Look, you've woken Lingyang. He declared a punishment of no food for Dahe that night. Yet, Dahe continued to bark fervently. Looking up, Lu Tongfeng beheld a young woman clad in green, her beauty striking and her figure alluring, standing before the boundary stone of the earthly and celestial realms. Lu Tongfeng was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, the little monk, Jiese, dashed forward, exclaiming, Ba? It is the fairy Yurong. Has she come to seek me? Yulingdang gracefully slid down from Lu Tongfeng's back. Gazing at the enchanting figure before her, she inquired, Brother Feng, is she the fairy Yurong you spoke of with the little monk last night? Lu Tongfeng nodded slowly, affirming, Yes, it is she. Lingdang, you are quite fatigued today. Please rest inside while I find out why fairy Yurong has come here. As Yulingdang entered the temple, Lu Tongfeng stilled Dahe's incessant barking and approached Wei Yurong. Wei Yurong stood before the great stone. Tilting her head to observe Lu Tongfeng and the little monk, her gaze ultimately resting on Dahe, seemingly astonished by the sight of such a large old dog. Dahe, clearly disapproving of her presence, wagged his tail and followed them into the temple. Where have you been? You are all covered in dirt. Wei Yurong inquired curiously. The little monk explained, We assisted Lingyang in burying her two relatives and have not yet had the opportunity to change our clothes. Fairy Yurong, what brings you here? Wei Yurong replied, Oh, it's nothing. I was just wandering around and happened to arrive here. Is this the temple where little master uncle grew up? Lu Tongfeng confirmed. Indeed, though it may appear a bit dilapidated now, it once thrived with incense offerings. Wei Yurong smiled. I can see that. Indeed, last night, she had already gleaned all information about Lu Tongfeng from Lin Feng and Lin Deming. She harbored little interest in Lu Tongfeng, but rather found herself captivated by the master who had passed away 6 years prior. According to Lin Deming, the old temple priest had made his appearance in this small town over 60 years ago. At that time, the elderly priest was already white-haired and emaciated. Yet he lived on for another 60 years before his demise. This clearly indicates that the old temple priest was no ordinary man, but rather a practitioner of the mystical arts. He was likely the first such figure to grace this town. Followed by the arrival of the limping Li and Li Chuyin 3 years ago, Wei Yurong harbored suspicions that the emergence of these two individuals was somehow connected to the presence of the old temple priest. Thus, she resolved to investigate further today, hoping to uncover some hidden truths. Chapter 65. Each by their own merit. Wei Yurong arrived at the land deity temple shortly before the incense had burned down half its length. The 4 characters inscribed on the immense stone at the entrance, boundary between immortals and mortals, validated her suspicions. A commonplace land deity temple would never bear such inscriptions at its entrance. She sensed a faint yet profound aura permeating the vicinity of the temple, though she could not discern its nature or origin. Observing Lu Tongfeng and the little monk, who were exchanging foolish grins, she recognized that their seemingly innocent demeanor masked a gaze that discreetly lingered upon her ample bosom. She paid them little mind, for this body, a gift of nature, was exceptionally distinguished among the women of the cultivation world. Wherever she roamed, her remarkable figure drew attention like twin peaks captivating the eye. Lu, little master uncle, won't you invite me in for a moment? Ah, please, fairy Yurong, do come in. Lu Tongfeng, jolted from his momentary reverie of admiration, hastily gestured for her to enter. With a smile illuminating her face, Wei Yurong glided past the two, her pristine white teeth resembling the purest snow. Her delicate and alluring figure radiated an enchanting grace, while her bright, clear eyes tempered the bewitching allure, creating a perfect equilibrium between innocence and seduction. As she gracefully swayed her slender waist, her captivating rear left many a man awestruck, and a gentle fragrance wafted through the air, leaving Lu Tongfeng and the little monk momentarily entranced. "Little monk, Fairy Yurong is here to see me. You should step aside for an hour," Lu Tongfeng remarked. "You've got a belle now, yet you're still dreaming of Fairy Yurong? You're aiming for the unattainable. Besides, does she even know who you are? She is clearly here for me. When did I acquire a belle? When did it ever belong to me? Oh, can I pursue the belle instead? Get lost." Lu Tongfeng kicked at the little monk, who deftly dodged the gesture. Their playful scuffle caught Wei Yurong's attention. Turning back, she inquired, "What are you two doing?" In unison, they shook their heads, exclaiming, "Nothing." With a radiant smile, she continued her way towards the temple. Lu Tongfeng whispered, "Little monk, we each have our own merits." The little monk nodded in agreement. "Indeed, when it comes to looks, figure, and eloquence, I am not inferior to you. Who bestowed upon you such confidence? Even the most severely nearsighted could discern that our appearances are not on the same level. Yes, you are far less attractive than I. You are ugly. You are ugly." As they playfully shoved each other, they followed Wei Yurong into the land deity temple. Wei Yurong's recognition as one of the 10 fairies of the present day by the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion was not solely attributed to her striking features or her distinctly voluptuous figure. Her cultivation level surpassed that of the little monk, and her mental prowess was exceptionally formidable. The actions of the two men behind her, including their whispered conversations, did not escape her keen observation. Indeed, all men share a common disposition. Wei Yurong offered a candid and truthful assessment in her heart. There was both disdain and delight. One might ask, what woman in the world does not aspire to possess a beauty that could captivate all? Although Lu Tongfeng and the monk, who had renounced desire, displayed somewhat lascivious behavior, it merely underscored Wei Yurong's formidable allure in the presence of men. Welcomed with fervent enthusiasm by these two ardent admirers, Wei Yurong entered the dilapidated temple. Fortunately, she had come to visit today. Had it been a few days earlier, the dismal conditions of the temple might have compelled this ethereal beauty to turn away in dismay. Ever since Yulingdang moved in 2 days prior, the perpetually disheveled Lu Tongfeng began to tidy up the premises. Moreover, Yulingdang had been diligently cleaning each day, and thus, the interior was relatively tidy. Of course, this assessment was merely in comparison to the state of the temple a few days ago. No matter how much it was organized, to most, this temple appeared as a mere refuge for vagrants and beggars. Upon entering, Wei Yurong first bowed to the earthen statues of the earth god and goddess. Before surveying her surroundings, it was much as she had envisioned, dilapidated and decayed. The clay statues were severely damaged, with much of the paint flaking away to reveal the dull, brownish clay beneath. Cobwebs adorned the ceiling, and a faintly acrid scent of smoke lingered in the air. The space, not particularly large, contained a bedroom, kitchen, dining area, and perhaps even a latrine. Wei Yurong spotted Yulingdang, who had just changed from her dirt-stained morning attire into a simple cotton coat, though slightly weary in appearance. Her beauty was still striking. Wei Yurong's eyes brightened slightly, surprised to find such an exquisite maiden in this remote and impoverished locale. She was already well acquainted with the tragic events surrounding the bloodshed in Fuyang Town. Having learned from Lin Feng that the young lady responsible for the tragedy was none other than Yulingdang, who now stood before her in this temple. Upon seeing Yulingdang's countenance, Wei Yurong understood perfectly why the Xuanxu sect had deemed her a target. Yulingdang's ethereal beauty, while perhaps not rivaling her own or that of the immortal Fuyao, was indeed rare within the Xuanxu sect. Wei Yurong spoke, "You must be Miss Lingdang. Indeed a beauty of unparalleled grace, a sight for sore eyes." Yulingdang slightly inclined her head and replied, "Lingdang has heard of the esteemed Wei Yurong." Wei Yurong inquired, "You know of me?" Yulingdang glanced at Lu Tongfeng and the monk, saying, "Yesterday, Brother Feng and the little monk mentioned you." Wei Yurong cast a sidelong glance at the two, asking, "What did you say about me last night?" Lu Tongfeng replied, "Oh, it was nothing. Just heartfelt praise of your enchanting beauty and profound cultivation, which commands the admiration of the world." Giggling, Wei Yurong remarked, "You have quite the sweet tongue. I heard that you seem to know Yun Fuyao quite well, though I am not particularly acquainted. A few days ago, the celestial fairy Fuyao passed through this vicinity, and we exchanged a few words, both being disciples of the Taoist sect. Oh, is that so? I have heard that at that time, Yun Fuyao specifically sought you out. One morning, 7 days ago, she appeared in the town, inquiring among the townsfolk about the local land deity temple. Wei Yurong gazed at Lu Tongfeng with a beaming smile. Lu Tongfeng felt a stirring in his heart as understanding dawned upon him. It became evident that Wei Yurong was not merely visiting. She was here to gather intelligence. With this thought, Lu Tongfeng grew vigilant. He expressed his confusion, saying, specifically seeking me? That cannot be true. I have lived here my entire life and have never left. Fuyao, the pride of Yuntian's sect, and I are strangers. Why would she come looking for me? Chapter 66. Reluctant to depart, Lu Tongfeng's response left Wei Yurong momentarily speechless. Observing the look of confusion on Lu Tongfeng's face, she realized she had underestimated him. Prior to her arrival, she had conducted thorough research. Yun Fuyao had appeared in the small town 7 days ago, and many residents had witnessed her presence. Her beauty, her uniqueness, and her distinctiveness were such that anyone who beheld her would never forget her for a lifetime. While Wei Yurong was certain that Yun Fuyao's appearance in Fuyang town was not a mere coincidence, but a purposeful visit to the Earth God Temple, she did not believe that Lu Tongfeng was the individual Yun Fuyao sought. According to Wei Yurong's investigation, Lu Tongfeng was merely an abandoned infant adopted by the old temple priest 16 years ago. 6 years prior, the old priest, known as Xianhui, had passed away when Lu Tongfeng was only 10 years old. Lu Tongfeng's life trajectory was remarkably simple. He had never left Fuyang town during the priest's lifetime or in the 6 years since, having only ventured as far as the distant Siping Mountain, over 50 miles to the south. It was evident that Yun Fuyao and Lu Tongfeng were unfamiliar with one another. The person Yun Fuyao sought was likely the late temple priest. Wei Yurong surmised that Yun Fuyao had been unaware of the priest's passing 6 years before her arrival. Now, 5 questions plagued Wei Yurong's mind. First, the identity of the deceased priest. Second, why Yun Fuyao had traveled thousands of miles from Yuntian's sect to this place. Third, who had harmed Yun Fuyao. Fourth, why had Yun Fuyao remained in the town since her appearance 7 days ago? Fifth, the intentions of the limping man Li and his daughter Li Qiuyan, who had been hiding in the small town for 3 years. Were their motives aligned with Yun Fuyao's? Were they also seeking the late priest? If Li and his daughter had come for the priest, who had been deceased for many years, they should have left. Why had they lingered in the town? Wei Yurong initially intended to extract some information from Lu Tongfeng, but he clearly saw through her thoughts and feigned ignorance. Nevertheless, she did not relent. With a smile, she inquired, Lu Ziashishu, I have heard that your master, Taoist Xianhui, was also a practitioner, seemingly connected to Yuntian's sect. As his sole disciple, you must have inherited his teachings well. Why did you claim yesterday in town that you are not a practitioner? Lu Tongfeng shook his head, replying, I truly am not a practitioner. The little monk Jiasexio has examined my body. You can ask him. The little monk Jiasexio cleared his throat gently and stated, I have indeed examined the body of this young madman. His dantian is withered, devoid of any spiritual power. The 2 bridges of heaven and earth are also severed. A monk does not speak falsehoods. Jiasexio was indeed truthful, as Lu Tongfeng's dantian and the 2 bridges were as he described. Wei Yurong furrowed her brow slightly and asked, Oh, may I inquire, Lu Ziashishu, what is your master's real name? Last night, the village chief mentioned your master's title. Upon further investigation, I found that there was indeed a Taoist Xianhui associated with Yuntian's sect, but he perished in the righteous and demonic war over 300 years ago. Why does the enchanting fairy Yurong seem to have a keen interest in my master? Indeed, I have heard from the village chief and several elderly residents of the town that the priest of Xianhui Temple arrived here over 60 years ago to establish this earth temple. At that time, he appeared to be in his twilight years, exceedingly aged, yet he astonishingly lived for another 60 years before passing away, indicating that the priest of Xianhui Temple is certainly no ordinary individual. As a cultivator, I am naturally intrigued by such remarkable figures. May I inquire about your master's original name and lifespan? Lu Tongfeng shook his head, responding, I do not know either. His passing was sudden, and I was quite young at the time, so he never shared anything with me. Fairy Yurong interjected, Let us not dwell on that deceased old man. It is nearly dusk. Why not stay and share a meal together? Initially, Lu Tongfeng had hoped to take advantage of the presence of this exquisite fairy, but now his interest in Wei Yurong had dissipated entirely. It appeared that everyone was merely drawn by the remnants left by his master. He had thought that, given the disheveled state of the Earth Temple, such a celestial being would surely not deign to dine here. To his surprise, with a graceful glance, Wei Yurong responded, "That sounds delightful. I believe I am rather hungry." Lu Tongfeng found himself bewildered. What was happening? This woman was certainly not adhering to the expected script. How could she possibly choose to stay for dinner? Shouldn't she have exchanged a few polite words and then taken her leave? The vigilant monk, who was wary of indulgence, observed the two with keen eyes. Even Lu Tongfeng had noticed that Wei Yurong's intentions for visiting today were anything but pure. The vigilant monk, already astute and seasoned from 2 years of wandering the martial world, could not possibly overlook this. Not wanting to reveal Lu Tongfeng's secret as the heir of the sword god, he remarked, "Little madman, it is not that I speak ill of you. But this dilapidated place, lacking even a table or teapot, how can you shamelessly invite Fairy Yurong to dine here? Is that not a bit embarrassing?" Wei Yurong laughed softly. "We are all children of the martial world. It is not uncommon for us to sleep under the stars. Moreover, this place provides shelter from the wind and rain, which is far superior to dining in the open." Seeing that Wei Yurong insisted on staying, Lu Tongfeng found himself at a loss. He could not simply chase her away. At that moment, Yu Lingdang spoke up, "Since Fairy Yurong wishes to stay for dinner, I shall prepare it now." Wei Yurong replied, "There is no need for you to trouble yourself, Miss Lingdang. We are all wanderers in this world, merely seeking a place to share some wine and converse about our adventures. I have heard that GSA seems to enjoy chicken, conveniently. I brought a few plump chickens from the town before coming here, and roasting them would yield delightful flavors." Lu Tongfeng immediately agreed. Yu Lingdang was quite exhausted, having fallen asleep on his back during the descent from the mountain, and he could not allow her to exert herself further. Wei Yurong did not use a storage bag, but rather a more advanced storage bracelet. From within, she produced several freshly cleaned chickens. Initially, the hay had been quite displeased with her, remaining in its nest and ignoring her presence. However, upon seeing the abundance of chickens she had brought, the hay perked up, wagging its tail and approaching her eagerly. Wei Yurong handed the chickens to Lu Tongfeng and then retrieved a jar of wine from her storage bracelet. The wine vat, towering at nearly the height of a person, can no longer merely be referred to as a vat. It must be called a cask. The crimson characters affixed to it have grown indistinct, hinting at the passage of time. Upon closer inspection, one can discern the words bamboo leaf green. Wei Yurong evidently came well prepared. With the allure of beauty proving ineffective, she swiftly resorted to a strategy of inebriation, intending to intoxicate Lu Tongfeng in hopes of extracting some truths. With a smile, Wei Yurong remarked, "Knowing your fondness for wine, I have prepared this especially for you." "Thank you, Fairy Yurong." Jais clasped his hands in gratitude. Lu Tongfeng gathered some firewood from the stove and set it ablaze, then placed the thoroughly cleaned chicken upon it to roast. This process was one he knew well, having frequently indulged in roasted chicken at the temple over the years. Before long, a delicate aroma of meat began to waft through the temple, while outside, the daylight gradually dimmed. Chapter 67. The absurdity of restraint. Wei Yurong retrieved a long-handled ladle, drawing several bowls of wine from the large vat. Few women indulged in drinking, but Wei Yurong was an exception. From a young age, she had a penchant for fine wine and possessed an astonishing capacity. Confident that she could incapacitate both Jesse and Lu Tongfeng with drink this evening. "What a potent spirit!" Lu Tongfeng exclaimed after taking a sip, immediately sticking out his tongue like a black dog. The little monk Jesse remarked, "You little madman, this is at least decades-old bamboo leaf liquor. Of course, it's strong. Take care not to drink too much, lest you harm your health." Jesse understood that Wei Yurong aimed to intoxicate Lu Tongfeng and thus offered a word of caution. However, Lu Tongfeng, with his tongue still hanging out, smacked his lips and declared, "What exquisite wine! I adore it. A man must drink the strongest liquor and embrace the most beautiful women." As a fellow connoisseur of fine spirits, he could not let such a rare vintage pass him by. He promptly downed an entire bowl of bamboo leaf liquor in one go, feeling a fiery rush surge from his throat and spread throughout his body. Delightful. Observing Lu Tongfeng's exuberance, Wei Yurong felt slightly dazed. Was her plan to intoxicate him becoming reckless? Although he appeared youthful, his tolerance for alcohol was indeed remarkable. It seemed Lu Shaoshi was also a person of the wine way, which was splendid. Since he enjoyed it, another bowl was in order. Lu Tongfeng, unreserved, ladled himself another bowl from the vat, causing Jesse to furrow his brow in concern. As the evening progressed, and the roast chicken had yet to be ready, their conversation flowed freely after several rounds of drinks. Wei Yurong, having consumed a bowl of wine, maintained her fair complexion as if she had merely sipped cool water. Sitting on a small stool, resting her chin on her hand, she inquired, "Jesse, I heard you were in the Fuzhou area a few months ago. How did you end up here?" Jesse waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, do not mention it. An incident occurred in Fuzhou, and I was pursued by a group of wretched individuals, forcing me to retreat inland. I arrived in Yuzhou just a month ago." "Huh. What mischief have you been up to now?" Wei Yurong teased. "How could I, the humble Jesse, engage in misdeeds? It was all a misunderstanding. Come now." A year ago, the shattering of Jiolong Mountain revealed the immortal mansion, attracting numerous cultivators seeking fortune. Everyone agreed to enter together. Yet you sneakily slipped in alone and even closed the mansion's gates behind you. Lu Tongfeng sensed the discrepancy and interjected, "Hold on, little monk. That's not what you said last night. You claimed that the cultivators were battling, and that thing flew out of the mansion on its own. That incident was merely a beautiful misunderstanding. Come, let us drink." Jesse's face turned awkward. Wei Yurong laughed heartily. "Jesse, is this how you recounted the Jiolong Mountain affair to Lu Xiaoshi? A misunderstanding, indeed. I merely peeked inside, only to have the gates close unexpectedly. I swear it was not I who shut them." "Ha ha. Enough already. I have heard that numerous individuals witnessed you," arms outstretched, exerting tremendous effort akin to that of 9 oxen, 2 tigers, 8 elephants, and 7 donkeys, merely to close the Dragonstone Gate. "Pray do tell. Do you lack any sense of morality? They must have misjudged the situation. Restraining desires, you quibble. Oh, but what of the incident 6 months ago at the foot of Chabai Mountain in Linhaiqing, when you mistook the 2 charming disciples of the Celestial Maiden sect for courtesans, insisting they accompany you to bed? Ahem. Restraining desires, you have indeed committed such an act. This matter, too, was a misunderstanding. They were dressed lightly on the streets of Linhaiqing, and I assumed they were ladies of the Yihonglu." Wei Yurong interjected, "What about that time in Qizhou?" "Yurong, dear sister, I implore you to spare me. In my youth, I engaged in some rather controversial and ambiguous antics. However, I have since reformed and turned over a new leaf. Let us not revisit those past indiscretions in front of the little madman and the bellmaster." Seeing the small monk, restraining desires, plead for mercy, Wei Yurong achieved her aim. "Very well, we shall not discuss your past. Let us speak of the present. What brings you to Master Lu's side?" "As far as I know, you are a solitary monk," restraining desires replied. 3 days ago, while passing through Ziyang, I heard tales of demonic cultists abducting maidens under the cover of night, so I came to investigate and fortuitously encountered the little madman. At that time, I assisted the little madman in transporting the bellmaster's parents' coffins here. Upon seeing that I had nowhere to stay, the little madman kindly offered me temporary accommodation. "Oh, I see. The righteous disciples have gone to besiege the miscreants of the Gileman, yet you did not join them? Hee hee, with so many righteous heroes and fairies present. I thought it best not to meddle." Wei Yurong gazed deeply into restraining desire's eyes, as if attempting to pierce through his soul. Yet, her efforts proved futile. The true essence of Buddhism emphasizes the cultivation of the heart, and restraining desires is far from the dull monks of the Buddhist order. Attempting to discern his innermost thoughts through mere expression and gaze is nearly impossible. "The roast chicken is ready," the bellmaster announced. Restraining desires, as if granted a reprieve, hastily stepped forward, exclaiming, "Splendid. I have not eaten all day and am famished. Little madman, Fairy Yurong, let us dine and converse." Wei Yurong was not particularly hungry. Her primary aim was to gather information. As she savored her meal, she inquired, "Master Lu, I have heard that you had departed from this place some time ago, intending to journey to Tuyang. After residing here for 16 years, what prompted your sudden departure amidst the snowstorm?" Lu Tongfeng glanced at her, only to find this fierce girl winking at him. This nearly stole away the already wavering heart of Lu Tongfeng. He shivered slightly and replied, "There is no particular reason. I simply feel the weight of age and wish to venture out into the world. Indeed, young people ought to explore more. By the way, do you know the hunchback Li who sells night fragrance in the small town, and his daughter?" "I do know them." "Ah, speaking of the mute girl Li. She is truly remarkable. While the other girls in town curse me, she refrains, and I greatly enjoy conversing with her." Yu Lingdang rolled her eyes and remarked, "How can Xiao Yan, being mute, possibly insult you? It is precisely because she is mute that I find her admirable. As for you, Yeo Rong, just a few days prior, I heard in town that the Lame Li and the Mute Li Chio Yin seem to be cultivators. Do you know their background? Which sect do they belong to? Why are they in this small town selling night fragrance? Wei Yuyorong felt utterly speechless. Her intention tonight was merely to uncover some clues from Lu Tongfeng, yet this lad had turned the tables and began to question her instead. Observing Lu Tongfeng's expression of confusion mixed with anticipation, Wei Yuyorong could easily discern his inner thoughts. Indeed, this boy was evidently unaware of the details surrounding the Lame Li and Li Qiuyan. For an entire hour, Wei Yuyorong attempted to extract information from Lu Tongfeng, only to have her efforts thwarted by his evasive chatter. This fellow had consumed 6 or 7 bowls of bamboo leaf wine and appeared entirely unfazed. Consequently, Wei Yuyorong's plan to elicit candid confessions under the influence of alcohol was rendered futile. As the clock approached the second watch of the night, amidst the raucous cheers of the jovial Wang Wang, a slightly flushed Wei Yuyorong wobbled her way toward the small town. Chapter 68. Deceiving the little monk into the latrine the following day, at dawn, the plump little monk, GSA, was roused from his slumber by the sounds of bells and the commotion of cooking by Ling Dang and Dehe. This rotund monk was indeed a late-stage sloth. Lu Tongfeng, a monk in name only, practiced meditation for 2 to 3 hours each night, undeterred by the changing seasons, relentlessly for over a decade. In contrast, the true monk, GSA, had not been seen practicing at all in recent days. It seemed that his daily trifles amounted to merely eating, drinking, and sleeping. GSA stretched lazily, yawning as he inquired, Ling Dang, good morning. What delectable dish are you preparing? After a night's rest, Ling Dang appeared much more vibrant than the previous day. She turned and replied, you all indulged in quite a bit of wine last night, so I made some rice porridge for you. Wait, rice porridge in the morning? I prefer meat. That mountain deer has been hanging on the wall for 2 days now. I've grown weary of its presence. Let us feast on it this morning. GSA insisted. Ling Dang responded, in the early hours, it's better to consume something light. As for the deer, let us save it for dinner. GSA felt quite disgruntled. Upon exiting the earth deity's temple, he spotted Lu Tongfeng standing near an ancient well at the temple's entrance, peering curiously into its depths. Hey, you little madman. Good morning. Why not persuade Ling Dang to prepare the deer for breakfast? Lu Tongfeng regarded the rotund monk, his eyes swirling with a sudden, brilliant idea. With Grandma Lu and Aunt Fat already laid to rest, there were no pressing matters at hand. Although now wealthier, Lu Tongfeng was not inclined to squander his fortune. He desired to venture out with Ling Dang. Yet, before departing, 2 tasks beckoned his attention. The first was to erect gravestones for Grandma Lu and Aunt Fat. With the local coffin shop reduced to ashes, acquiring them from the town was no longer feasible. Hence, he would need to chisel 2 stones himself. The second task involved descending into the well to retrieve items for Yunfuyo. When she left 2 days prior, she instructed him to seek her at Tianyan Mountain and generously provided him with silver, presumably for travel expenses. Having promised to assist her, he felt compelled to honor his word. Moreover, it was a fortuitous opportunity to visit Yuntian's sect, leveraging his master's reputation. Even if he failed to become a disciple of the Yuntian sect, he could at least earn several hundred taels of silver. Upon returning with Ling Dang, they could restore the temple and lead a blissful life unburdened by shame. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that this ancient well had become a makeshift latrine over the past 2 years, filled with foul refuse. Though the frost had encased the depths, a layer of snow had accumulated. The thought of it being a cesspool made Lu Tongfeng feel queasy. As he pondered how to retrieve the items, GSA emerged from the temple. Looking at the little monk's plump, rosy face, an idea sparked in Lu Tongfeng's mind. He had only promised to help Yunfuyo retrieve the items from the well. He had not committed to doing it himself. This seemingly simple-minded GSA could easily be persuaded to descend into the depths. The little monk, come here. Lu Tongfeng quickly beckoned to the monk, GSA. The little monk approached with an unsteady gait. You crazy one, what business do you have with me? A rather lewd and sinister smile crept across Lu Tongfeng's face as he inquired, Little monk, are we friends? Your smile is quite disgusting and wicked. Just speak plainly. If you require my assistance, I must first hear what it entails before making a decision. Your cleverness is evident. You have seen through my little scheme. Lu Tongfeng confessed. In truth, it is not a significant matter. I wish to ask you to descend into the well to retrieve an item. Descend into the well to search for something? The little monk appeared somewhat taken aback, peering into the depths of the well with his round, bald head. then waving his hand in front of his nose. Do not deceive me. There is a foul stench emanating from below. It is clearly a cesspool. I refuse to fall for your trickery. What? Lu Tongfeng's expression stiffened as he leaned over the well to sniff. The excrement down there has long since frozen, and it is covered by a layer of snow. I detect no foul odor at all. Little monk, how can you smell it when I cannot? I am a master of the harmonious path. If I cannot detect such a scent, it would be a shame to squander my profound understanding of Buddhist teachings. Observing the little monk's smug expression upon unveiling his scheme, Lu Tongfeng couldn't help but smile wryly. It seemed he could not deceive this rotund monk. It was out of the question to send the pure and innocent Belle down into the cesspool to fetch something. Well then, I shall find a rope and descend myself. What important item have you lost in this cesspool? The little monk inquired curiously. Lu Tongfeng shook his head. It is not mine. I am not blind. How could I drop something in there? It is Fairy Fuyao. She stayed at the temple for a few days after her last injury and mentioned that she dropped something into the ancient well while peering inside. To borrow a pill from her to save the Belle, I promised to help her retrieve it. The other day, when she visited, she said that once I find the item, I should deliver it to Tianyun Mountain. What? It is Fairy Fuyao. It could not possibly be a personal adornment, like a hairpin, purse, embroidered shoes, or an intimate undergarment. Lu Tongfeng rolled his eyes. What do you think? The little monk replied, it is precisely because I do not know that I am asking you. What could Fairy Fuyao have dropped into this well? Lu Tongfeng shook his head. I do not know either, but since she asked me to deliver it to Tianyun Mountain, it must be quite important to her. The little monk stroked his chin, deep in thought. Then he said, you would not deceive me, would you? Why would I deceive you? Lu Tongfeng responded, if it is indeed something Fairy Fuyao lost, I would be more than willing to assist. However, next time we meet, you must tell Fairy Fuyao that it was I who helped retrieve it. Lu Tongfeng thought that his attempt to deceive GSA had come to an end. He was preparing to descend himself when unexpectedly, the rotund monk expressed a desire to descend into the well to retrieve the item. Lu Tongfeng immediately responded, rest assured. I shall bestow all the credit for this matter upon you, ensuring that you leave a favorable impression on the Fairy Fuyao. This will undoubtedly increase your chances. Enough of that, the monk retorted. I am quite aware of my own limitations. The Fairy Fuyao is as cold as ice, with her gaze seemingly placed upon her forehead. In this lifetime, the next, and even the one after, I shall have no opportunity. He continued, I have heard that the Yuntian sect boasts many beautiful fairies. If Fairy Fuyao were to forge a connection for me, haha. Lu Tongfeng was left speechless. This rotund monk truly cast a wide net, seizing every opportunity to find a romantic partner, even setting his sights on the female disciples of the Yuntian sect. Very well, as long as you venture forth to seek. I shall persuade Fairy Fuyao to introduce you to someone. Should she refuse, I shall personally take on the role of matchmaker. It's a deal, chuckled the monk, his demeanor appearing quite naive and unpretentious. At that moment, Yu Lingdang called out from the temple entrance, Brother Feng, little monk, cease your chatter. Breakfast is ready. Come and have a bite. Chapter 69. The legend of the sword god Lu Tongfeng and the abstinent young monk were drawn away from the ancient well by the call of Yu Lingdang. Upon entering the temple, they discovered that Dehei had already entered into a feeding frenzy. On a simple bamboo table, 2 bowls of rice porridge and several large flatbreads were laid out. Although the abstinent young monk claimed to be a glutton for meat, Yu Lingdang had not prepared any for him. After all, what meat could one possibly eat so early in the morning? Yet, even without meat, the plump monk slurped down the rice porridge with great satisfaction. As he nibbled on a flatbread, the young monk remarked, little madman, I truly worried for you yesterday. Lu Tongfeng chuckled. Were you concerned that I might fall victim to Wei Nida's seductive ploy, or did you doubt my capacity for drink? Both, I suppose. However, it seems my worries were unfounded. The members of Xuanshu sect have departed from the town, yet they left Wei Yurong behind. Her presence here is not merely to prevent the disciples of the extreme Yin sect from launching a surprise attack again. She must be investigating the lame Li Chuyin, and Yun Fuyo, and why they appeared here. Although you said little yesterday, it's clear that Wei Yurong has set her sights on you. What are your plans? Lu Tongfeng's expression gradually turned somber. He glanced at Yu Lingdang and replied, I intend to leave this place and venture to Tianyun Mountain. Yet I am worried about Lingdang. Then why not join us? As it stands, Lingdang is alone, and it would be fitting for her to embark on an adventure. Moreover, I observe that she possesses great potential. Perhaps upon reaching Yuntian's sect, she might catch the eye of one of the elders and be accepted as a disciple. Upon hearing this, Yulingdang's eyes sparkled with interest. Little monk, do you mean I could also become a cultivator? Certainly. Your innate talent is exceptional, likely surpassing that of most cultivators in this era. As long as your fateful encounter arrives, you can soar to great heights. However, such fateful encounters are not simply awaited. They are often earned through one's own efforts. You may choose to remain in this dilapidated temple with the little madman, but you'll forever remain an ordinary mortal. I could introduce you to the Buddhist path, yet the strict precepts of Buddhism are numerous. Should you become a nun, the little madman would surely take issue with me. Yuntian sect, however, presents a splendid opportunity for you. You must have realized by now that the little madman's master was once a formidable elder of Yuntian sect. With this connection, it would not be difficult to usher you into the celestial realm and grant you a portion of destiny. Now that the matters here have concluded, and with nowhere else to go, why not accompany us to Tianyan Mountain? Yulingdang was greatly tempted. She yearned to enter the celestial realm, not for herself, but to avenge her grandmother and mother, and to seek retribution for the more than 200 innocent lives lost in the town. With her grandmother and mother now laid to rest and their home reduced to ruins, she felt unanchored here. If she could follow Lu Tongfeng and find a path to destiny, she might fulfill her quest for vengeance. Wait, little monk, what do you mean by us? Are you planning to accompany me to Tianyan Mountain? The young monk nodded and said, Indeed, I have descended the mountain to refine my mind, and I am free to go wherever I please. It is fortuitous that I can accompany both of you, providing mutual support along the journey. Moreover, this is a request from Fairy Fuyao, and I cannot go back on my word. Request from Fairy Fuyao? How was I unaware of this? Need I elaborate? If it were not for her directive, would a renowned monk such as myself reside in this dilapidated temple? Would I assist you in carrying a coffin or excavating a grave? On the day we first met, did you not venture to the town in search of a wooden cart? At that time, a disciple from the Xinshu sect came to inform Fairy Fuyao that over a dozen disciples from the Yuntian sect had arrived. Upon hearing that fellow disciples were coming, Fairy Fuyao displayed a peculiar expression and privately entrusted me to accompany you for your protection, promising me significant rewards in the future. Thus, I have been with you these past few days. Lu Tongfeng furrowed his brow slightly. He had thought that it was his unparalleled charisma that had captivated this unruly monk, only to realize it was merely his own self-indulgent fantasy. The monk of restraint had, in fact, been sent by Yun Fuyao. Lu Tongfeng pondered, young monk. The other day you mentioned that a deep-seated enmity exists between my master and Fairy Fuyao's master. What is the story behind this? It seems you also indicated that being my master's disciple is not a favorable situation, and that I should not disclose this to outsiders. What exactly is going on? The monk of restraint set down his bowl and chopsticks, replying, This matter is quite lengthy and involves the internal strife within the Yuntian sect. What I know is not very detailed. It appears that shortly after the War of Righteousness and Demons, over 300 years ago, a civil turmoil erupted within the Yuntian sect. At that time, the sect's leader was Fairy Fuyao's grandmaster, known as Zuan Shuzi. During this internal conflict, Zuan Shuzi was slain by your master with a single thrust of his sword. Following that incident, your master departed from the Yuntian sect and has been untraceable for over 3 centuries. For many years, people believed your master had passed away, only to discover that he had been in seclusion here and passed away only 6 years ago. Lu Tongfeng was astounded. He had never imagined his master to be so formidable. Over 300 years ago, he had single-handedly slain the leader of the Yuntian sect. Then, in astonishment, he exclaimed, This, how am I supposed to go to the Yuntian sect now? The current leader, Yukinzi, is a disciple of Zuan Shuzi. If I go, will I not be walking into a trap? The monk of restraint replied, No. Yukinzi and your master are aligned. If it were not for your master slaying Zuan Shuzi back then, Yukinzi would not have ascended to the position of leader. What do you mean? The more I hear, the more confused I become, Lu Tongfeng said, his face revealing his perplexity. The monk of restraint explained, This is all about the internal struggles of major sects. Much like the royal family's princes vying for the throne, forming alliances. At that time, 3 individuals contended for the leadership of the Yuntian sect alongside Yukinzi, his senior brothers, Yu Yangzi, Yu Hengzi, and Yu Fu Daoren. The internal strife of the Yuntian sect not only involved the power struggle among these brothers, but also seemed to be connected to the events of the War of Righteousness and Demons. The reason behind your master's decision to eliminate Su Nxz is shrouded in various narratives, with the most widely circulated version suggesting that during the War of Justice and Evil, Su Nxz fell victim to the blood demon ancestor of the demonic sect, sustaining grave injuries and succumbing to the heart-devouring curse, which drastically altered his psyche, rendering him violent and bloodthirsty, ultimately leading him into the abyss of darkness. Your master, compelled by a sense of duty for the welfare of the world and the enduring legacy of YNTIN's sect, was left with no choice but to take Su Nxz's life. This incident has sparked diverse opinions. Some perceive your master as a betrayer of his teacher and ancestral lineage for slaying the sect leader, while many others view it as an act of noble sacrifice for the greater good. Prior to your master's departure, he wielded the Burning Heaven Sword to ensure the ascension of Fyo Shenzi's master, YCHNZ. Thus, in the eyes of YCHNZ, your master is undoubtedly a benefactor of immense significance, and upon your arrival at YNTIN's sect, you shall not face any repercussions from him. However, considering your master's act of taking the life of Fyo's Grandmaster, it is evident that there remains no hope for your generation. Chapter 70. Deceived by the overweight monk. Until this day, Lu Tongfeng gradually began to comprehend merely the tip of the iceberg regarding his master's extensive life. He increasingly believed that his master was indeed the most formidable figure in the history of Yuntian sect over the past millennium. Had it not been for his exceptional cultivation, how could he have effortlessly slain the previous sect leader with a single strike? Noticing Lu Tongfeng's furrowed brow and silence, the young monk, who was devoted to abstinence, continued, "Concerning your master, there are numerous rumors circulating in the mortal realm. It was wise of you not to fully disclose your identity to Wei Nida, for if someone truly wished to bring you harm, the greatest danger would likely arise from outside the Yuntian sect, rather than from within." Upon hearing these words, a wave of confusion washed over Lu Tongfeng's heart. Outside the Yuntian sect? Does my master have many enemies? Not just many. Since today is uneventful, allow me to recount the life of your master, the monk replied. Ziyun sect's Ren, Shou Xian Yujing, and Mei Jian Shun, known as Xian Qi, were disciples of the previous sect leader, Shou Minjin of Yuntian sect. According to historical records, Mei Jianshan entered Shou Minjin's tutelage at the tender age of 12, stepping into the first layer of qi refinement within a month. Within less than half a year, he successfully established his foundation, and in his second year, he attained the third layer of the air control realm. Half a year later, he ascended to the fourth layer of the primordial spirit realm. By the time he turned 16, he reached the fifth layer of the harmonization realm, earning the title of the most extraordinary prodigy in a millennium at Yuntian sect, renowned across the land. At 21, Mei Jianshun achieved the sixth layer of the transformation realm, and by 30, he had reached the pinnacle of the celestial realm. Presently, the most outstanding and rapidly advancing young disciple of Yuntian sect is Yun Fuyao. However, at the age of 30, Yun Fuyao was still at the fifth layer of the harmonization realm, while Mei Jianshun had already attained the seventh layer of the celestial realm, highlighting the extraordinary talent of Mei Jianshun in the realm of cultivation. After reaching the celestial realm, Mei Jianshun descended the mountain with the Burning Heaven Sword, challenging the masters of various sects across the mortal realm one by one. Over the subsequent century, there are definitive records indicating that Mei Jianshun challenged a total of 736 individuals, securing 730 victories, 5 draws, and 1 defeat. He was hailed as the foremost sword god of his age, the Burning Heaven Sword God. The more than 700 individuals he vanquished were elite experts from both righteous and demonic sections. Although most of them have since passed, their disciples remain in the world. Should they discover that the Burning Heaven Sword God has a successor like you, they would undoubtedly seek you out to exact vengeance for their master. Therefore, you must never let anyone know that you are a disciple of Mei Jianshan. Otherwise, you might meet a gruesome end in the streets. Lu Tongfeng shivered slightly. He finally understood why his master had changed his name and concealed his true identity until death. It turned out that this old man had accumulated so many enemies during his lifetime. Wasn't this digging a grave for himself? Wait, 730 victories, 5 draws, and 1 defeat. My master, so formidable, actually suffered a defeat? Who did he lose to? Does that person have a disciple? I must avenge my master by defeating his successor. I don't know. The young monk shook his head. How could you not know? Those who could defeat my master must have been the strongest experts of that era. The little monk, who had renounced indulgence, remarked, that battle was unseen by anyone. It was the elder Mei himself who spoke of it. He has faced defeat once, and to this day, none know who his conqueror was. Even the all-knowing Tianji Pavilion could not uncover the identity of the one who vanquished the sword god Mei. Had it not been for this defeat, the rankings would surely place him as the foremost among the top 10, rather than merely within the nebulous confines of the top 3. Lu Tongfeng nodded slowly and then turned to Ling Dang, saying, Ling Dang, you must not disclose anything regarding my master to anyone. Otherwise, I shall meet a most unfortunate end. Yu Lingyang nodded earnestly, assuring him she would keep it a secret. After finishing their breakfast, the tale from the little monk came to a close. However, he felt that Lu Tongfeng was still too unfamiliar with the world of cultivation. Thus, he retrieved a thick tome from his storage pouch and handed it to him. Little madman, since you have resolved to visit the Yuntian sect, it would be wise to immerse yourself in the knowledge of the mortal cultivation realm in the meantime. This book, which I acquired at great expense, is published by Tianji Pavilion and contains detailed accounts of various sects in the mortal realm, including secrets, names of masters, magical artifacts, demonic beasts, and other races. It will be immensely beneficial to you. Lu Tongfeng nodded, replying, Thank you. I will read it diligently. The little monk cleared his throat, adding, Gratitude should translate into action. As I mentioned, this tome is from Tianji Pavilion, and I paid a hefty sum for it. I am merely lending it to you. It is not a gift, so you owe me some silver. He continued, One cannot simply dismiss the wear and tear of borrowed books. I ask for no more than 5 taels of silver. 5 taels? You might as well rob me. Lu Tongfeng retorted, If you do not pay, then return the book to me. To acquire the knowledge of the mortal cultivation realm, Lu Tongfeng begrudgingly reached for his silver. Upon receiving the coins, the little monk gleefully exclaimed, Very well, you study it for now. Did you not say last night that you would erect a tombstone for Lingdong's parents today? I shall take care of that. I will seek the sturdiest granite from the mountain and, upon my return, assist you in retrieving the treasures of the immortal Fuyao. As the plump monk hurried out of the Earth Deity Temple, Lu Tongfeng felt a mix of surprise and suspicion, thinking that the monk's heart was indeed quite kind. However, upon opening the cover of the book, he leaped up, cursing vehemently. The first page bore the title Chronicles of the Immortals and Demons of Jiuzhou, with a smaller line beneath it stating, Published by Tianji Pavilion, priced at 1 tael. Lu Tongfeng, brandishing the book, chased after the monk outside the temple, shouting, You shameless monk, you bald donkey. This book is only worth 1 tael, and it's so worn. You dare to charge me 5 taels for wear and tear? Just wait. Previously, Lu Tongfeng had been the one to deceive others, but today, this soaring eagle found itself pecked by the chubby little monk. After cursing for a while without receiving a response, he gloomily returned to the temple. Yu Lingyang was washing pots and pans when she spoke up, Brother Feng. Once you've finished reading, could you let me take a look? I too wish to learn about these immortals. All right, once I finish reading, I shall bestow it upon you. Keep this book for yourself, and do not return it to that insufferable glutton. Throughout the morning, Lu Tongfeng perused the tome titled Records of Immortals and Demons in the 9 provinces. Previously, in the cave, he had observed that Yun Fuyao possessed several volumes published by the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, though none were as substantial as this one. This appears to be a compendium, impressively thick, measuring nearly half a foot, just as the young monk advised. This book meticulously delineates the origins and evolution of the various sects of righteousness and malevolence in the mortal realm, along with details about the current leaders, esteemed practitioners, and renowned artifacts within each sect. It even chronicles the abodes of solitary cultivators and the illustrious families of cultivation. It can be said to encompass the entirety of the present cultivation world. By the time one has finished this book, they would have acquired a comprehensive understanding of the current state of the realm of cultivation. Chapter 71. The reappearance of the wooden box and the disappearance of the monk in the latrine around the end of noon and the beginning of the afternoon. As the sun began its descent, the monk who practiced abstinence returned to the land god temple. It remains a mystery where this plump monk had gone to dig for stones, but indeed, he had managed to bring back 2 blocks of granite. Lu Tongfeng did not pursue the silver that had been deceitfully taken from him by the hefty monk that morning, considering it as remuneration for the abstinent monk's labor. The 2 of them, in front of the land god temple, chiseled and polished the granite into the shape of tombstones, and under the guidance of Yu Lingzhang, engraved the names of Grandma Lu and Aunt Fat. In the afternoon, Lu Tongfeng and the abstinent monk placed the completed tombstones at the grave on the back mountain. After all was accomplished, they returned to the temple just as dusk began to settle. Yu Lingzhang was preparing dinner for the 2, while Lu Tongfeng accompanied the monk to the ancient well. Little monk, you can descend with confidence. The ground below is frozen solid and you won't step on any remnants of the cycle of life and death, I assure you. Little madman, Do not deceive me. How could I ever deceive you? I have lived here alone for quite some time and have not contributed much to the remnants of life and death. Just leap down and gently clear the layer of snow above. You are certain to find something dropped by the celestial fairy Fuyao. That item must hold great significance for her, and if she learns that you retrieved it from the well, she will surely be immensely grateful. With your handsome appearance, should she offer to introduce you to someone, the fairies of the Yuntian sect will be at your beck and call. Indeed, that is a fair point. Very well. I shall descend. The abstinent monk nodded slowly, then leaped into the ancient well. At the entrance, Yu Lingzhong, who was pouring out the rice-washing water, noticed Lu Tongfeng peering sneakily into the well. She inquired, "Brother Feng, what are you doing there? The little monk won't he fall in, will he?" "No, no. The monk has gone down to fetch something. Lingzhong, could you please burn that mountain deer we bought in the town last time? Let us treat the little monk to a hearty meal tonight." "Oh, I understand." Yu Lingzhong entered the temple, not giving the matter much thought. Dehei squatted at the temple entrance, his blue eyes fixed on the ancient well, appearing somewhat amused. "Abstinent monk, have you found anything? It's too dark below. I can't see a thing. Plus, the snow is quite thick. Go find a torch." "All right. Wait for me." Lu Tongfeng dashed into the dilapidated temple and retrieved a torch soaked in oil from the wall. After igniting it at the stove, he hurried back to the edge of the ancient well. "Little monk, the torch is here. Be careful. I will toss it to you." The torch was thrown into the well, and the monk, who had descended deeper, reached out to catch it. At that moment, Lu Tongfeng noticed that the monk was bracing himself against the walls of the well, completely avoiding contact with the bottom. He likely feared that his rotund body would disturb the frozen remnants. Holding the torch in one hand, the monk gently began to clear the layer of snow below. In that constricted space of the well, a finely crafted wooden box, elegantly locked, soon emerged from beneath the snow. The little monk, having been taken aback, picked up the wooden box. What was happening? He initially thought that the celestial maiden Fuyao had dropped a hairpin, earrings, or some other personal ornament, which he intended to keep as a memento. Instead, he found a wooden box, and it was locked. Did she really hold such a large box above her head to peer into the well? What? A wooden box? Lu Tongfeng, who was leaning at the edge of the well, was startled by the little monk's words and quickly inquired. A locked seton wooden box indeed appeared quite exquisite. From the depths of the well, the little monk waved the wooden box in his hand and asked, "Is this what the celestial maiden Fuyao dropped?" Lu Tongfeng was bewildered. The depth of the well was merely about 3 zhang, allowing him to see clearly under the torchlight that the wooden box in the little monk's hand was the very one he had given to Yun Fuyao that day. Lu Tongfeng had always assumed that the box had been taken by those who attacked Yun Fuyao. To his astonishment, it had appeared here. Realizing the truth, Lu Tongfeng quickly understood what had transpired. The assailants had never taken the wooden box. Before he found Yun Fuyao that day, she must have returned, fearing capture, and thus discarded the box into the ancient well. No wonder she had given me such silver. No wonder she asked me to bring something to her at Yuntian's sect. In that instant, Lu Tongfeng comprehended many things. "Little madman, is this it? Speak up." Yes, it's this thing." "That's good. It's incredibly foul down here. Can you manage your business a bit better next time? The well walls are covered in filth. Step back. I'm about to ascend." Lu Tongfeng hurriedly retreated. Suddenly, a dull sound resonated from the depths of the ancient well. Then, he heard the little monk's peculiar exclamation, "What the hell? Ouch!" Huh. Before Lu Tongfeng could grasp what was happening, something flew out of the well and landed before him. It was the box. Lu Tongfeng quickly seized the box. Indeed, it was the very box he had struggled to protect for 6 long years. At that moment, it felt as though the well was on the verge of collapsing, accompanied by a resounding roar, even echoing with Buddhist chants and golden light. Once the sounds faded and the radiance ceased, Lu Tongfeng approached the well's edge to look below. The torch had extinguished, and the bottom was shrouded in darkness. The ancient well had not collapsed, yet there was no sign of the little monk. "Little monk? Little monk? What happened? Did you come out?" Seeing that the little monk was not below, Lu Tongfeng looked up and around. It was merely dusk, and it wasn't dark yet. The surroundings were quite clear. However, he could not spot the little monk. Lu Tongfeng scratched his head, carefully recalling the previous events. It seemed that only the box had flown out. Cultivators possess great abilities, perhaps when he bent down to retrieve the box. The little monk had also soared out of the ancient well. He called out several times, but the little monk did not respond. Lu Tongfeng turned to the large black dog squatting at the entrance of the temple and asked, "Dehei, did you just see the little monk ascend from the ancient well?" Today, Dehe was unusually silent, merely sitting at the door and observing the surroundings. In response to Lu Tongfeng's inquiry, Dehe simply shook his head. What about the little monk? Surely he hasn't fallen into the cesspit? Lu Tongfeng's expression shifted to one of astonishment and doubt. Without delay, he dashed into the Earth God Temple, placing the wooden box carelessly at the edge of the stove. He then seized a torch and grabbed a bundle of hemp rope before rushing out. Upon witnessing this, Yulingdang exclaimed, "Feng Ge, what is the matter? It seems the little monk has fallen into the cesspit. I must go down to rescue him. You needn't worry about it." Upon hearing Lu Tongfeng's words, Dehe extended a paw to cover his face, as if unable to bear the sight. Chapter 72. The naked ghost Lu Tongfeng secured one end of the rope to a large locust tree near the ancient well and cast the other end into the depths below. He leaned over the well's edge, calling out loudly, "Little monk, can you hear me?" There was no response. Could it be that the plump monk had overindulged down there? Lu Tongfeng furrowed his brow slightly. Unable to see anything from the well's mouth, he gritted his teeth, stamped his foot, and grasped the rope to descend. In just a few breaths, he reached the bottom of the well. Upon arriving at the bottom, Lu Tongfeng was taken aback. There was no sign of the monk dedicated to abstinence. However, he noticed a large hole on one side of the well wall. The ground was littered with fallen blue bricks, remnants of the well's structure. A foul odor permeated the air, reminiscent not of excrement, but rather of numerous decaying corpses. Holding a torch in one hand and covering his mouth and nose with the other, he gazed in astonishment at the dark opening before him. How could there be a hole here? Years ago, before the well became a cesspit, he had descended to search for coins and had noticed nothing amiss at the bottom. Now, with the absence of the monk and the emergence of a gaping hole alongside the fallen bricks, Lu Tongfeng could surmise that the monk had undoubtedly ventured into this dark abyss. "Abstain, abstain," he softly called at the mouth of the hole. The only reply was a chilling draft that surged from the darkness. Just as Lu Tongfeng sensed something was amiss, a tentacle, as swift and lethal as a viper, suddenly shot forth from the inky blackness. Startled, he attempted to evade it, but the confined space of the well left him no room to escape. In an instant, the tentacle ensnared his legs, a tremendous force pulling him inexorably towards the dark void. With a terrified scream, Lu Tongfeng dropped the torch and was dragged into the blackness. Yulingdang, clad in an apron, seemed to have heard Lu Tongfeng's panicked cry and approached the temple door. "Dehe, what has happened?" Dehe shook his head, indicating that all was well. Yulingdang glanced around, detecting nothing unusual, and turned back to prepare dinner for Lu Tongfeng and the little monk. At this moment, Dehe finally rose to his feet and ambled over to the well's edge, his eerie blue eyes peering into the depths below. He then wagged his tail and approached the large locust tree. Woof, woof, woof. Dehe barked softly. In the next moment, the once tranquil branches of the locust tree began to tremble slowly. There was no wind, making the scene all the more peculiar. Woof. Dehe barked a few more times, seemingly engaged in some form of communication with the tree. Meanwhile, Lu Tongfeng was swiftly pulled, his body rapidly losing sensation. The black tentacle that constricted his legs was barbed, seemingly infused with a toxin capable of quickly numbing one's nerves. He attempted to scream, but his mouth would not open. After what felt like a dozen breaths, he was dragged from the cramped black tunnel into a vast underground cavern, surrounded by a luminous glow tinged with green. Emanating from the ethereal spirits floating within the cavern, Lu Tongfeng found himself immobilized, though his consciousness remained intact. The sight of so many spectral entities hidden beneath the earth deity shrine drained the color from his face, replaced by sheer terror. Through the eerie green light emitted by these spirits, he discerned the tendril binding his legs was not of biological origin, but rather a vine. The little monk, Jesse, was similarly ensnared, suspended in midair. Yet, Jesse too had not succumbed to unconsciousness. His body gently swayed, and whenever he faced Lu Tongfeng, he made desperate attempts to convey some unspoken message through exaggerated facial expressions. It was unclear what the rotund monk intended to communicate with his gaze. Hundreds of spirits, both male and female, young and old, retained the visage they bore at the moment of their demise. However, they lacked corporeal forms, existing only as ephemeral souls. Moreover, these apparitions were devoid of clothing, rendering the scene quite disconcerting. With Lu Tongfeng rendered immobile, he could only watch in horror as these terrifying phantoms advanced towards him. The earth deity shrine was indeed haunted, overrun with numerous specters. It was all over for him. The dread of death loomed large. as he recalled the adage that one need not fear spirits when one has led an untroubled life. Yet, having committed many misdeeds over the years, he was paralyzed by fear of the supernatural. His mind conjured countless gruesome fates, imagining how these spectral entities might consume him. Yet, he was powerless to act. The only recourse was to close his eyes and await his essence being siphoned away by these malevolent spirits. After an eternity of darkness behind his closed eyelids, he felt no pain. Instead, a chilling, ethereal coolness brushed against his cheek like icy water. Tentatively, Lu Tongfeng opened his eyes, a mere sliver to steal a glance. The sight that met him was enough to shatter his composure, nearly rendering him unconscious. Before him floated a young, beautiful woman, suffused with green luminescence and clad in nothing but her own ethereal form. She extended her pale hand, glowing with an oily green hue, and gently caressed his cheek. This spectral beauty, with flowing hair and an appearance of perhaps 23 or 24 years, possessed delicate features and an alluring figure, though not as grand as Wei Nida. She was undeniably captivating. However, the terror had nearly paralyzed Lu Tongfeng's very essence, leaving no space in his mind for admiration of her beauty. His throat constricted, desperately yearning to plead for mercy, yet no sound escaped his lips. As the apparition continued to stroke his face, a sultry voice emerged. Lu Tongfeng, how did you find yourself in such a predicament? TSK, how careless of you. A mixture of astonishment and dread coursed through him. This ghost recognized him and even knew his name. Observing the bewildered and terrified expression on Lu Tongfeng's face, the beautiful specter erupted into a fit of laughter. Her hands tightened around his neck, and her enchanting visage morphed into something sinister. I shall consume you. I shall devour you. Having never encountered such a harrowing scenario, Lu Tongfeng's vision blurred, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. The ghostly maiden, taken aback, reached out and gently slapped Lu Tongfeng's cheeks. Lu Tongfeng? Lu Tongfeng? Little Fo Feng. Surely, has he been frightened to death? The spectral figure turned her gaze towards the suspended and slowly rotating figure of the little monk, Jesse. The young monk was visibly shaken. From his perspective, this alluring and naked ghostly woman had just suffocated Lu Tongfeng and now appeared poised to extend her malevolent grasp towards him. What are you staring at, you foul monk? Have you never encountered a beauty such as I? Keep looking, and I shall pluck out your eyeballs. The little monk hastily shut his eyes. The ghost was quite pleased with this reaction. At that moment, the vine entwining Lu Tongfeng's legs began to gradually loosen and fall away. An ancient voice resonated through the shadowy cave. Xiaoro, how is this young man faring? No worries, he is likely overwhelmed by my beauty, too exhilarated to remain conscious. Chapter 73. You are not guarding the land temple. The land temple guards you. Lu Tongfeng's unconsciousness was remarkably brief. Before long, his awareness returned. It seemed that he was stimulated by the paralyzing toxin, causing a transformation within him. The 360 meridians began to emit a faint glow, and the celestial sword hanging at his waist appeared to respond to some mysterious force, trembling slightly. A surge of intense energy erupted from the myriad acupoints throughout his body, swiftly coursing through his meridians. The paralyzing toxin within him was rapidly dispelled by this powerful and fervent spiritual energy. Suddenly, Lu Tongfeng sat upright, initially believing he had merely experienced a dream. However, upon seeing the little monk suspended upside down on a swing, along with the multitude of floating spirits surrounding him, he let out a startled cry and instinctively drew the celestial sword from his waist. A crisp sound akin to a dragon's roar resonated as the divine sword was unsheathed, releasing a terrifying aura that howled forth. The azure blade emitted a delicate radiance. He did not have the luxury to ponder why his body was suddenly able to move. With a commanding voice, he declared, "Do not approach. Do not come any closer, you wretched spirits. Do you dare to absorb the yang energy of this sword deity? Not a chance. Whoever dares to advance will meet their reincarnation." Though his limbs trembled uncontrollably, Lu Tongfeng's voice was unwaveringly resolute. He, Lu Tongfeng, do not be afraid. I was merely frightening you earlier. We mean you no harm. A bewitching, unclothed female ghost floated forth from the throng of spirits. How do you know my name? Who are you? Lu Tongfeng inquired. The female ghost replied, I am Yi Xiaoro. You may not know me, but I am familiar with you. Rest assured, having been neighbors for so many years, if I wished to harm you, I would have done so long ago. Yi Xiaoro? I have never heard of you. Release my friend at once. Otherwise, I shall not be merciful. Lu Tongfeng retorted fiercely. Do not presume that just because you are many, I fear you. You should inquire about who I, Lu Tongfeng, truly am. Summoning his composure, he spoke with fierce determination. Yi Xiaoro glided to the front of Lu Tongfeng, gently waving her hand, and all the spirits glowing with green light transformed into streaks of emerald light, soaring towards the cave's ceiling. It was then that Lu Tongfeng noticed numerous vine-like tendrils resembling tree roots above. The spirits melded into those vines, and in the blink of an eye, the cave was left with only the alluring female ghost, Yi Xiaoro. Yi Xiaoro began to twirl, the green light enveloping her gradually dissipating, replaced by a soft, white glow. Soon, her form appeared to solidify, transitioning from translucent to corporeal. Ultimately, she transformed into a young woman with flowing hair, clad in white garments. Though her skin appeared slightly paler than that of the living, Yi Xiaoro spun a few times before Lu Tongfeng, declaring, "What do you think? I have coalesced into form and donned attire. You are no longer afraid, are you?" Lu Tongfeng stared, entranced, at the white-clad female ghost before him. "Well, I am no longer afraid. However, I must admit, I preferred your previous form." Lu Tongfeng did not let down his guard, inquiring, "Where is this place?" Yi Xiaoro replied, "This is beneath Grandfather Dahuai." "Grandfather Dahuai? Greetings, little madman." The aged voice resonated once more. Subsequently, Lu Tongfeng beheld a thick vine twisting and writhing as if extending a greeting towards him. "You." Lu Tongfeng's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "You cannot possibly be that grand Dahuai tree. Indeed, I am the Dahuai tree." Lu Tongfeng felt as though his worldview was shattering. Yet, upon deeper reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. If the old dog Dahe had attained sentience, why should the Dahuai tree be any different? The spirit of the Dahuai tree said, "Fear not, little madman. We are good friends with your master." Lu Tongfeng sensed that this female ghost and the ancient tree spirit bore him no ill will. So he sheathed his divine sword. Rubbing his throbbing head, he remarked, "Dahe has become sentient. The Dahuai tree has as well, and there are hundreds of ghosts. I have guarded the land temple for so many years, yet I knew nothing of this." Yi Xiaoro chuckled, "Little Feng Feng. Did you think you were the one guarding the land temple all these years?" No, it was the land temple that was guarding you." "What? Guarding me? The land temple?" Lu Tongfeng felt somewhat bewildered. At that moment, the vine that had bound the monk was gently lowered and placed before Lu Tongfeng. However, the portly monk, aside from his eyes, appeared to be petrified. Lu Tongfeng hurriedly knelt down, calling out, Little monk, are you still alive?" Yi Xiaoro reassured him he is fine. He has merely been poisoned by the thorns released by Grandfather Dahuai's vines. With his cultivation, he will recover shortly. Seeing the monk blink at him, Lu Tongfeng felt a sense of relief. "Can someone explain to me what is happening?" Yi Xiaoro replied, "You have grown up, and it is indeed time for you to understand. This is the boundary between the celestial and the mortal realms, a convergence of yin and yang. To put it plainly, there lies a spiritual vein beneath us, which has attracted us, the spirits. As for Grandfather Dahuai, he has absorbed the essence of this spiritual vein for countless years, attaining consciousness thousands of years ago. Subsequently, an old Taoist from your Yun Tian sect discovered this spiritual vein and constructed a Yulao temple here. The Yulao temple has existed for a long time, perhaps 700 or 800 years, until it was burned down over 60 years ago. You should be aware of the events that followed. Your master rebuilt the Yulao temple, and due to a local bully who constantly caused trouble, it was eventually transformed into a land temple." Lu Tongfeng furrowed his brow, asking, "Has my master always known of your existence?" Yi Xiaoro replied, "Yes. Your master is quite formidable. He recognized that Grandfather Dahuai had attained consciousness millennia ago. However, he did not trouble us and often lent us assistance. Before his passing, he entrusted you to us, instructing us to protect you. Every evening, as you engage in meditation and cultivation, we emerge from this place, wandering around the Earth Deity Temple, absorbing the vital energy you release. I have gained the most from this, having now attained a spiritual state, free from the fear of heavenly thunder, and capable of briefly materializing my physical form. What? I cultivate every night? You all gather around me to absorb my vital energy? The townsfolk speak of hauntings at the Earth Deity Temple, and there are numerous witnesses. It turns out it is you. Since my master has tasked you with my protection, why have you never informed me? Your master instructed us not to reveal this to you. He merely commanded us to silently safeguard you, which is why we have refrained from intruding upon your ordinary life. However, we are quite familiar with the Great Black Spirit." Chapter 74. The Tree Spirit Strikes Back. The the monk's resignation through the incessant chatter of the loquacious ghost, Yi Xiao, Lu Tongfeng gradually unraveled the circumstances before him. This dilapidated earthen temple housed hundreds of spirits, a dog that had attained sentience, and a tree demon that had existed for millennia. If his master were still alive, one could also add a reclusive and unparalleled master to the mix. Had he truly been the only normal human in this land for all these years? At this moment, Lu Tongfeng's inner trepidation began to dissipate, replaced by a sense of relief. How utterly terrifying. Just the thought of meditating each night surrounded by hundreds of ethereal beings sent shivers down his spine. Fortuitously, these spirits, alongside the tree demon and his deceased master, were allies. Otherwise, he would not have survived this long. He would have either been consumed by the tree demon as fertilizer or drained of his vital energy by the ghostly entourage led by Yi Xiao, perhaps even meeting a fate of violation and death. Yet, Lu Tongfeng found himself perplexed. According to his recent insights into the world of cultivation, including the revelations gleaned that morning from the records of immortals and demons of Jiuzhou, practitioners and spirits existed on opposite ends of the spectrum. Righteous disciples descended from the mountains to hone their skills, vanquish malevolence, and uphold justice, a pivotal task being the eradication of any encountered spirits. How had his deceased master not only failed to eliminate these spirits, but instead formed a bond with them? As Lu Tongfeng pondered this enigma, the monk, who had been lying at his feet, suddenly stirred. A soft golden radiance emanated from his frame. Glancing down, Lu Tongfeng was taken aback to see the rotund monk contorting his body in a manner both eerie and unsettling, with his face upwards and limbs supporting him. It appeared as though his joints had been dislocated. Startled, Lu Tongfeng instinctively stepped back, while Yi Xiao gasped, retreating behind him in fright. The monk twisted his plump form, baring his teeth in a grotesque grimace. Yi Xiao, clutching Lu Tongfeng's garment, peered over his shoulder, exclaiming in fear, "What manner of creature is this? Is he undergoing a transformation? It's terrifying. Grandfather Huai, do smite this monster. You are the monster." The monk, with a tongue still stiff from the lingering effects of petrifying toxins, spoke with difficulty. In a moment of clarity, Lu Tongfeng deduced that the monk was likely attempting to declare that Lu Tongfeng was the true monster. After much effort, the monk transitioned from lying down to a seated posture. He formed the golden seal of the Buddha, and the radiance emanating from him grew increasingly radiant. After several breaths, the monk brought his palms together and began to chant, a gentle golden light radiating from him. A brilliant halo appeared behind his head, and ethereal Buddhist chants resonated softly within the cave. The sonorous vibrations of the sacred sound spread outward, leaving Lu Tongfeng unperturbed, while Yi Xiao's complexion turned pale, prompting her to drift further back. In the subterranean cavern, a cacophony of heart-wrenching wails erupted, emanating from the previously concealed spirits. On one side resonated the ethereal and grand chants of Buddhist hymns, while on the other, the piercing cries of tormented souls filled the air. This juxtaposition of righteousness and malevolence, of yin and yang, mirrored the extremes of existence itself. Do not recite the great Sun Buddha mantra any further, young monk. These spirits are not malevolent beings and have never harmed a soul. If you persist, they may become utterly despondent, intoned the hoarse voice of the ancient tree spirit. The sacred chant ceased, and the monk, with a demeanor far removed from his usual frivolity, slowly opened his eyes, revealing irises transformed to a resplendent golden hue. At that moment, he exuded an aura of solemnity and reverence. Amitabha, benevolence abounds. Humans have their paths, and spirits have theirs. All creatures are born into this world to follow their destined paths. These spirits do not belong to the mortal realm. They are meant for the underworld and the cycle of reincarnation. As practitioners of the Tao, it is our duty to safeguard this celestial order. With these words, the monk resumed his recitation of the great Sun Buddha mantra, and the anguished cries of the spirits surged once more. Suddenly, numerous vines, twisting and writhing like venomous serpents, lunged towards him. Yet, a radiant golden barrier of Buddhist light enveloped the monk, rendering the vines powerless against his defense. In the next moment, a peculiar sound arose from above. Lu Tongfeng looked up to see a multitude of vines of varying thickness descending. "Little monk," he called out in alarm. "Stay back, you reckless one. A mere tree spirit and a few spectral beings are no challenge for me," the monk declared confidently. "Are you certain?" Lu Tongfeng pointed to the ominous mass above them. The monk glanced upward, his previously confident expression paled. "By the Buddha!" he exclaimed, in a fit of alarm. The monk leapt into the air. The sacred chants faded, and the golden light surrounding him, along with the halo above his head, dissipated. I was merely jesting. Merely jesting. You are all esteemed friends of the sword deity, and thus, my esteemed neighbors as well. The monk had previously succumbed to a toxin, rendering him momentarily petrified, yet his consciousness remained intact. He had clearly heard the conversation between Lu Tongfeng, the playful ghost Yi Xiaoro, and the ancient tree demon. Understanding that these spirits and the great tree demon were allies of the revered sword deity, he adeptly navigated the situation. As his master had warned before descending the mountain, the world of martial arts is fraught with peril. Retreat is sometimes prudent. He could vanquish the spirits here, yet the ancient tree, having attained sentience over millennia, was beyond his capabilities. For the sake of his own survival, the monk wisely chose to concede. Upon witnessing the monk's retreat, the multitude of vine-like appendages gradually retracted to the cavern's ceiling. In a hushed tone, Lu Tongfeng inquired, "Little monk, are you unharmed?" "Unharmed, of course. With my cultivation at the harmonized realm, what could possibly be amiss? A mere trifling poison from the petrochemical realm, how could it possibly affect me? Just now, I was merely indulging in a light-hearted jest with them. You, a disciple of the Buddha, are you from the Bitter Sea Temple? Though young, your cultivation is indeed remarkable. Filled with compassion, to which venerable monk do you belong among these four holy figures?" The voice of the old locust spirit was hoarse, resembling that of an elderly man. The young monk, dedicated to abstinence, clasped his hands in greeting and said, "It is true, I am known for my restraint. I am a direct disciple of the compassionate monk. May I inquire your name?" The old locust spirit replied, "You may simply call me Grandfather Locust." "Ah, so it is the esteemed Grandfather Locust. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. This place is truly exceptional. A convergence of Earth's veins and a meeting point of yin and yang. No wonder you have attained such a form." The little madman exclaimed. "Now that our misunderstanding has been cleared, let us hasten onward. We have lingered here for quite some time, and I fear that the dinner prepared by the bell master is ready. Let us return for a meal, for tonight there will be venison." Chapter 75, Master's Message. The deceit of the female ghost, the young monk, known for his playful demeanor, was indeed quite astute. Otherwise, amidst the hundreds of cultivators gathered at Julong Mountain, why was he the one to seize the opportunity? Fearing that the great Huai spirit might silence him, he sought to make a hasty retreat. Grasping Lu Tongfeng's hand, he intended to crawl back through the black hole from whence they came. Lu Tongfeng shared this sentiment, although he had recently been in contact with numerous cultivators. Shattering the worldview he had held for 16 years, the events of today were still difficult for him to accept. Hundreds of spirits had surrounded him at the Earth Deity Temple, and the grand Huai tree he had revered for over a decade was, in reality, a tree demon. He once believed that the Earth Deity Temple was 3 miles from the town, nestled in a remote wilderness where he could unabashedly relieve himself under the bright sky. Now, the thought of having squatted at the edge of that well, even humming lewd tunes while doing so, only to have been secretly observed by the tree demon and countless spirits, filled Lu Tongfeng with an overwhelming desire to dig a hole and bury himself. Despite the fact that these spirits and the tree demon were friends of his master and harbored no malicious intent, it did not alleviate Lu Tongfeng's fear of being utterly consumed, nor did it change the potential for public humiliation he faced. "Indeed, we should take our leave now. Young lady ghost, dear grandfather Huai tree, the hour grows late. You should rest soon. I shall return home first." "Wait." The voice of the Huai spirit emerged, reminiscent of an elder watching over a wheat field, raspy, desolate, and slow. Lu Tongfeng turned back and asked, "Grandfather Huai, do you have something more to say? You are about to depart, and it is uncertain when you shall return. Your master left you a few words before his passing." "Oh, what did my master say?" Lu Tongfeng's expression sobered. His feelings towards his deceased master were complex on one hand, resentment for the years of deception on the other. Profound gratitude for the nurturing he had received. On that stormy night 6 years ago, when his master passed away, he had merely been instructed to await the arrival of the one bearing the secret sign, without further guidance for his future. He longed to know what words his master had entrusted to the Huai demon. The ancient voice of the Huai spirit resonated gently. "The 9 Yang opens the gate of heaven, igniting the winds of transformation. The soul bridge must be traversed. Do not cultivate the primordial spirit." Lu Tongfeng's forehead was adorned with a myriad of question marks. "Grandfather Huai, are these the words left for me by my master?" "Indeed. What do they mean?" "I merely convey your master's message. The interpretation is for you to discern." "Oh, Lu Tongfeng scratched his head, murmuring to himself. Yet he could not fathom the meaning of those 4 lines. Suddenly, the young monk, seeking understanding, leaned forward and asked, "Dear White Benefactor, aside from these 4 lines, did Mei Jianshan leave anything else behind? For instance, treasures such as gold and silver, precious artifacts, and the legendary Burning Heaven Divine Sword." The ancient locust tree remarked, "The Burning Heaven Divine Sword has been destroyed." What? The Burning Heaven Divine Sword? Destroyed? How could that be possible? It is one of the 10 divine weapons of this era. The cultivation of the sword god Mei is so profound. Who could possibly have shattered the Burning Heaven Divine Sword? Exclaimed the astonished monk, who had vowed to renounce desire. The ancient locust tree replied, "I cannot say." The monk murmured thoughtfully. In the second line of the 4 phrases I just heard, the burning heaven transforms into a wind chant. Could it be that the Burning Heaven Divine Sword was destroyed by the wind chant divine sword? Surely not. At that moment, a stunningly beautiful female ghost in flowing white garments, Yi Xiaoro, glided over. With fierce eyes, she glared at the monk, who had nearly frightened her soul away, before turning her gaze to Lu Tongfeng, who wore a contemplative expression. With a smile, she said, "Lu Tongfeng, your master has indeed left you a gift. What is it?" Lu Tongfeng inquired with curiosity. Yi Xiaoro extended her pale hand, revealing a soft glow in her palm that gradually coalesced into a piece of green ancient jade. The jade was inscribed with intricate patterns resembling swirling clouds and the visage of a gluttonous beast. "Here, this is the ancient jade." Lu Tongfeng reached out to grasp the jade, feeling its icy touch, though its quality appeared rather ordinary, with subpar transparency. "Is this mere broken jade? Indeed, I seldom deceive, and I would never mislead you. This jade will greatly benefit your cultivation. You must carry it on your person at all times, even while bathing. Of course, you aren't particularly fond of bathing." Thank you, I understand." Lu Tongfeng tucked the ancient jade into his bosom. After confirming that his master had left no other treasures or messages, he beckoned the monk to retrace their steps back. The ancient locust tree was a mere 3 to 4 zhang away from the old well, and the two soon climbed back inside it. The interior was pitch black, but fortunately, the rope remained. The monk soared upward, leaping out of the well with ease. Lu Tongfeng, lacking such prowess, could only ascend by grasping the rope. His abundant spiritual energy allowed him to climb with remarkable speed. In no time, he too emerged back onto the surface. Dehei, who was squatting at the temple entrance, barked a few times upon seeing the two emerge from the well before turning and entering the earth deity temple. Below, the collapsed walls of the ancient well rapidly began to restore themselves, reverting to their original state in an instant, exuding a faint glow. It was evident that this entrance was sealed with some form of restrictive formation or barrier. Within the cave, Yi Xiaoro clapped her hands, laughing giddily. "It worked. This fool is so easy to deceive." The ancient locust spirit remarked, "Xiaoro, you gave your soul crystal jade to the lunatic. Do you truly intend to leave with him?" It turned out that the ancient jade Yi Xiaoro had handed to Lu Tongfeng was not a relic left by his master, but rather a hiding place for her own soul crystal. She intended for Lu Tongfeng to carry it closely, hoping to escape with him. Indeed, while this place is a convergence of spiritual energy, for us spirits, it merely serves as a refuge from the celestial thunder, offering no enhancement to our cultivation. Thus, I have decided to accompany Lu Tongfeng in his departure. His abundant yang energy has proven far more beneficial to me than the hundreds of years spent absorbing the yin energy in this locale. If I wish to grow stronger and achieve the rebirth of my physical form, as Elder Mei has described, the most effective means at present is to absorb the nurturing warmth of Lu Tongfeng's yang energy. Fear not, dear Grandpa Dahui, for this is Lu Tongfeng's roots. After venturing out for several years, he shall return, and we will once again be neighbors. Perhaps by then, I will have already reshaped my body." Yi Xiaoro spoke with delight, her expression brimming with longing. Chapter 76. The Art of Ghostly Resurrection. A bowl of bells upside-down ghosts can die as well. When a person dies, they become a ghost. When a ghost perishes, they become a specter. A specter's death leads to a shade, which eventually results in a wisp. In the past, Yi Xiaoro believed she would be eternally trapped in this subterranean cavern until she encountered Lu Tongfeng's master. His master imparted to her the revelation that not only can ghosts perish, but they can also be reborn. However, the chances of a ghost reclaiming their human form are exceedingly slim. In the realm of human cultivation, there exists a branch known as ghost cultivation. These practitioners are not ghosts themselves. Rather, they are living beings whose spiritual essence is cultivated through the arcane arts of the underworld, thus earning the title of ghost cultivators. The origins of ghost cultivation can be traced back to the ancient shamanic tribes of the southern wilderness. Within these ancient practices, there are two methods of rebirth: the resurrection of the body, known as the soul returning technique, and the rebirth of the spirit, referred to as the art of returning to life. Yi Xiaoro finds herself in the latter situation. Her physical form had long since decayed hundreds of years ago, leaving only her 3 souls and 7 spirits. The integrity of these souls is a prerequisite for the art of returning to life. The absence of even one soul or spirit renders the process impossible. In addition, numerous stringent conditions must be met, such as the necessity for the mythical water of life to nourish her and the fabled resurrection herb as a catalyst. According to the ancient texts, the art of returning to life may only be utilized once. This implies that once a ghost successfully fulfills all the rigorous conditions and achieves rebirth, they cannot undergo the process a second time when their new life inevitably comes to an end. Although the likelihood of success is exceedingly rare, and historical records reveal no instances of successful rebirths, for Yi Xiaoro, it represents a glimmer of hope that she must seize. Since learning of the existence of the art of returning to life over 60 years ago, she has relentlessly pursued this goal. This location, while a convergence of spiritual veins, offers its energy primarily to living beings. For instance, cultivators practicing here experience heightened efficacy, and the ancient locust tree, through years of absorbing spiritual energy, can evolve into a tree spirit. However, for ethereal spirits, this energy does not nourish them. They require the malevolent aura of the underworld, typically found in places like graveyards. Additionally, there is a vital essence that spirits seek, which is the yang energy emanating from the living. Consequently, many malevolent spirits emerge to prey upon the living in order to absorb this yang energy, instilling fear among the populace. Thus, each night, as Lu Tongfeng cultivates, these spirits rise from the earth, congregating outside the land temple, greedily absorbing the pure yang energy he inadvertently releases during his practice. Yi Xiaoro entrusted her soul, Crystal Jade, to Lu Tongfeng, hoping to harness his yang energy to enhance her own strength gradually. The ancient locust spirit sighed and remarked, "Very well, since you have made your decision, I shall refrain from further counsel. However, you must not act foolishly, nor entertain the notion of enchanting that little madman. His essence is unlike any other, and your current spiritual form cannot withstand the formidable yang energy within him. You should merely remain within the soul, Crystal Jade, gradually absorbing the pure yang energy he releases." Yi Xiaoro replied with a smile, "I have no interest in that little brat. He is just a child now. But in 2 years, he will no longer be so. You must exercise restraint and not squander centuries of cultivation for the sake of a man. Rest assured, I cherish my cultivation dearly. I shall not act recklessly." Meanwhile, on the ground, Lu Tongfeng and the little monk, who practiced abstinence, busied themselves untangling the ropes that bound them to the large locust tree before entering the temple. They vanished for a little over half an hour, during which Lingzhong remained oblivious. "You're back. Dinner is ready, and I was just about to call for you. Why do you smell so foul? You're covered in dirt. Quickly, change your clothes and wash your hands. Dinner is about to be served." They took a moment to sniff each other and confirm that they indeed reeked. Hiding behind the statue of the earth god, they swiftly changed into fresh garments, discarding their stinky clothes outside. After a brief wash, they emerged looking revitalized, with the unpleasant odor all but dissipated. They planned to depart the next day, so tonight, Yu Lingzhong had prepared a sumptuous feast for the two, not only as a farewell banquet, but also to express her gratitude for their assistance in burying her mother and grandmother. Though Yu Lingzhong was not hungry and had no desire for alcohol, she raised her wine bowl and said, "Brother Feng, little monk, I wish to thank you both for your help in laying my mother and grandmother to rest. Without you, I would have been lost. I raise this bowl in your honor." Amid their bewilderment, Yu Lingzhong downed the contents of her bowl in one gulp. Her fair complexion flushed instantly, her tongue protruding, contorted in a grimace of discomfort. Lu Tongfeng exclaimed, "Lingzhong, what are you doing? You can't handle alcohol. Hurry and eat something to offset it." Yu Lingzhong nodded, grasping her chopsticks, ready to pick up a piece of meat. However, before it could reach her lips, she collapsed. The morsel fell to the ground. According to the ways of the martial world, anything that touches the ground belongs to the dogs. Dehey, swift as lightning, snatched the piece and devoured it in an instant. Holding the wine bowl, Lu Tongfeng looked at the slumbering Yu Lingzhong on the floor, torn between laughter and tears. He set down the bowl and gently carried the intoxicated Yu Lingzhong to the bed behind the curtain, tucking her under the covers. This little girl. Why must she showcase her prowess with alcohol? Drinking an entire bowl in one go. How could she not succumb to inebriation? Hee. One cannot speak ill of the little madcap. This is her way of expressing gratitude. Since she is drunk, let us indulge. Venison pairs splendidly with wine. The more we drink, the merrier. Come, let us toast in her honor. After several rounds of wine and an array of dishes, their conversation shifted back to the large locust tree and the spirits that lingered there. Jessie chuckled. Little madcap, that female ghost, Xiao Ro, is rather delightful. Especially when she is unclothed. Her curves and form, truly a great beauty. Or rather, a stunning specter. Lu Tongfeng rolled his eyes. You truly are indiscriminate in your appetites, not even sparing a female ghost? Jessie chuckled mischievously. Ah, you see, once a female ghost can solidify her spirit form, she becomes quite usable. How could there be so many scholars rushing to the capital for the examination, only to be ensnared by female specters in the depths of the forest, draining their essence? What do you think? Would you care to engage with a ghostly maiden? Perhaps not. This is my first encounter with the supernatural, and having met so many apparitions, my heart has yet to fully settle. At dawn, we shall hastily depart from this haunted place, seeking refuge in a realm devoid of phantoms, monsters, and tree demons. Lu Tongfeng shook his head while savoring the venison. The young monk, disciplined in his vows, remarked, Is there truly such a sanctuary in this world? Even in the purest grounds of our Buddhist faith, numerous spirits and malevolent entities dwell. However, it must be noted that these spirits are not particularly fearsome. The only one of genuine prowess is that Yi Xiaoro. Yet, the ancient tree demon is indeed formidable. In a confrontation, I would stand no chance of resistance. I recall hearing from the ghostly Yi Xiaoro that the great-grandpa Huai is a tree spirit who has lived for millennia. So it is entirely understandable that you cannot prevail against him. Chapter 77. More questions. Many mortals confuse the terms spirits, monsters, and demons, for they bear a semblance to one another. However, they are entirely distinct entities. According to the ancient tome Shanhai Jing, which has been passed down through generations, demons refer to anomalous phenomena or entities. It is often said that extraordinary occurrences are invariably linked to demons, and that disruptions in heaven herald calamity, while disturbances in the earth signify the presence of demons. These entities may manifest as animals, plants, or other non-human forms, having awakened their intelligence through the absorption of celestial energies or other fortuitous circumstances, thereby acquiring certain supernatural powers and abilities. Spirits, on the other hand, are typically cultivated from flora and fauna, possessing wisdom and a disinclination for violence, often exhibiting gentleness and benevolence. Monsters, however, are non-human life forms that, after their cultivation, bear little resemblance to humanity. They are often born from animals and tend to embody malevolence, exhibiting destructive and lethal tendencies. The great locust tree in front of the temple is inaccurately referred to as a tree demon. It poses no threat to humans or other beings and is quite amiable. Thus, a more fitting designation would be tree spirit. Entities like the great locust spirit are not uncommon in the human realm. In remote and seldom trodden mountains, one can frequently encounter tree spirits that have attained sentience. However, tree spirits like the great locust, which have absorbed the essence of the earth for thousands of years, are indeed rare among mankind. Most tree spirits in deep forests have been devoured by beastly demons or monsters. A millennia-old tree spirit is already considered a rarity, let alone one that has existed for several millennia. The monk Jiez, with his Taoist cultivation, is regarded as a formidable young adept among human practitioners under the age of 40. Yet, when confronted by a tree spirit that has cultivated for thousands of years, his knowledge of Buddhist doctrines pales in comparison. Despite his reluctance to accept it, Jiez could only acquiesce to the reality that he was no match for the great locust spirit. As the two conversed in the dilapidated temple, sharing wine and stories, time slipped away unnoticed, and Jiez found himself slightly intoxicated. He remarked, "Little madman, let us forego such topics. I am quite curious. Did that box truly fall from the hands of the celestial maiden Fuyao? Indeed, it is hers. I must take the box to Yuntian." As he spoke, Lu Tongfeng's expression suddenly shifted, caught up in rescuing Jiez and later encountering the Yin spirit and the tree spirit. He had momentarily forgotten the precious box left by his master amidst the flurry of changing clothes and dining. He quickly glanced towards the stove. Fortunately, the wooden box he had carelessly placed near the stove was still there, albeit slightly repositioned by a bell. Hurriedly, Lu Tongfeng dashed over to retrieve the box. It undoubtedly contained something valuable that must not be discarded. Jiez craned his neck and inquired, "Little madman, that box appears quite exquisite. Could it be a jewelry box belonging to Fuyao?" Lu Tongfeng shook his head. "Who can say? However, since Fuyao instructed me to retrieve this item and bring it to Yuntian's sect to seek her out, it stands to reason that it holds great significance for her." Lu Tongfeng refrained from disclosing the full truth to Jiez. "Fuyao is merely toying with you," Jiez replied, his demeanor indifferent. "Toying with me? What do you mean?" Lu Tongfeng asked, curiosity etched upon his face. "The ancient well is akin to your latrine, reeking to high heaven. Even I can discern its foulness. How could the celestial maiden not perceive it? Most likely, the item that fell in was a headdress or an earring, lost while peering into its depths. It seems implausible that one would inadvertently drop such a sizable wooden box. Clearly, the celestial maiden had cast it down with intent. I surmise she wishes for you to return to the Yuntian sect and reclaim your heritage, yet, given the past deeds of your master, she fears you may be reluctant to go. Thus, she cast the box down, compelling you to retrieve it and deliver it to the Yuntian sect, rendering your reluctance moot. I am renowned as the most astute little monk of the Buddhist order. My deductions are infallible." Observing the confident demeanor of the monk dedicated to chastity, Lu Tongfeng shook his head with a wry smile, thinking to himself that he had misjudged this time. Only he knew that though the wooden box had been cast into the ancient well by Yun Fuyao, he had kept it safe for the past 6 years. It must contain something of great significance, which is why Yu Qinzi discreetly sent Yun Fuyao to seek it, leading to her being attacked. However, one question eluded Lu Tongfeng's understanding. Why had Yun Fuyao not retrieved the box despite the presence of several disciples from the Yun Tian sect in Fuyang town? Did she not trust those disciples? Recalling Yun Fuyao's words to him before her departure, urging him not to trust anyone, Lu Tongfeng felt a sense of underlying conflict and currents within the Yuntian sect. What could possibly be contained within that box? He cast a glance at Dehe, who was gnawing on a bone. Perhaps only Dehe, who had accompanied his deceased master for many years, knew the secrets of its contents. Although he had witnessed Dehe transform into a celestial beast of immense size, the celestial hound could not articulate human speech, making it nearly impossible to glean information from him. Lost in thought, Lu Tongfeng found little inclination to engage in jovial conversation or drink with the chastity-committed monk. The monk had already imbibed his fill that night, and after consuming the last of the wine in his bowl, he staggered to a corner and lay down amidst the thatch. "Little madman, hurry and cultivate. The night is rather chilly." This was the last utterance of the monk dedicated to chastity that night. Lu Tongfeng shook his head with a bemused smile, pondering what the plump monk thought of himself as a hand warmer, while it mattered little if the rotund monk felt cold. The delicate and lovely bell-like figure would certainly suffer if chilled, and that would not bode well. Lu Tongfeng poured the remaining dishes from the table into Dahe's bowl before tucking the wooden box beneath the thatch and beginning to breathe deeply, settling into a meditative posture. As he practiced, the temperature within the earth temple began to rise gradually, and in less than a quarter of an hour, it was as warm as spring. After completing a full cycle of his cultivation, Lu Tongfeng slowly withdrew his energy, savoring the warmth enveloping the room. Over the years, he had not realized that during his cultivation, his body could radiate such a great deal of heat, as if several large stoves had been lit within the room. Could it be that the heart method imparted by my master is indeed extraordinary? Within Lu Tongfeng's heart, a myriad of thoughts began to stir. He recalled the 4 lines imparted to him by grandfather Dahai. The 9 yang opens the gate of heaven, setting fire to the heavens, transforming into the song of the wind. The soul traverses the second bridge, yet the primordial spirit cannot be cultivated. What could these enigmatic phrases mean? Why did master choose not to convey them directly, opting instead to have grandfather Dahai relay them? Furthermore, master had once mentioned that only after my rebirth through fire could I connect the 2 bridges of heaven and earth. Did the last time I was ignited by this sword truly constitute my rebirth through fire? Is this heart method truly the genuine path of cultivation for an immortal? Am I even an immortal? In that moment, an overwhelming surge of questions inundated Lu Tongfeng's mind. Chapter 78. Wei Yorong's doubts the following day, in the early morning. At Fuyang Town, Wei Nada, along with Chu Yuanhong and other disciples of the Xianshu sect, as well as Lin Deming and Lin Feng, arrived at the venue established by the nuns of the Fulin Monastery. At this moment, the venue had been dismantled to a considerable extent. The nuns had conducted a 3-day ritual here to guide the souls of the deceased townspeople, and today they were preparing to return to the Fulin Monastery. Thus, the disciples of the Xianshu sect and the town head Lin Deming had come to see them off. The recent calamity had deeply affected Lin Deming, and in just a few days, he seemed to have aged considerably. Whereas he could walk with the aid of a cane just days ago, he now required the support of 2 individuals to move. He expressed his gratitude repeatedly to Master Laochen, even sending his grandson Lin Feng to present several hundred taels of incense money. Master Liaochen, however, declined the offering, placing her palms together and saying, "Lin Laozhu, now that the town's tribulations have just passed, it is best to reserve these funds for the town's reconstruction. In this bitter cold, we must not let anyone suffer from hunger or freeze to death." Lin Deming was moved to tears. After exchanging a few words, Master Liaochen approached Wei Yurong and the other disciples of the Xianshu sect. "Ba, Fairy Yurong, I am but a hermit, ill-suited to remain in the secular world for long. Now that the townsfolk have been laid to rest and their souls guided, I must take my leave. If fate allows, I would be honored if you would visit my humble monastery for a cup of tea." Wei Yurong nodded with a smile, replying, "During these past few days, Master, you and your sisters have labored greatly. I have heard of the Fulin Monastery's efficacy while at Songlong Mountain. Master Liaofan's profound understanding of the Dharma and her compassion for the world is commendable. Should the opportunity arise, I will surely visit your monastery." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Master Liaochen, accompanied by more than a dozen nuns clad in pale moon-white robes, ascended upon a golden cloud of Buddha and flew southward. As Wei Yurong watched the golden cloud recede into the distance, the smile on her lips gradually faded. Her fair fingers gently twisted a strand of black hair that cascaded down her chest, her gaze becoming increasingly cold. Chu Yuanhong spoke, "Sister Yurong, since the disciples of the Fulin Monastery have departed, should we not leave as well?" Wei Yurong shook her head slightly, saying, "There is no need to rush. By the way, have there been any updates from Yang?" Chu Yuanhong replied, "In the past few days, many disciples from the Xianshu sect and various righteous sects have tracked down leads near Yiyang City using the Confucian art of divination. However, there has been no trace of the disciples from the Jin sect. They likely realized they have been exposed and have since fled in secrecy. After all, our people have only just begun their pursuit a day later. I have long asserted that Yiyang City is merely a facade. Over 30 years ago, the Jin sect committed atrocities in Yunzhou, only to be located by the Yutian sect using the Confucian art, resulting in significant losses. They will not fall into the same trap again. They are merely luring the disciples of the righteous sects towards Yiyang. Their true den of vice in Yuzhou certainly lies far from Yiyang. Then where could it be?" Chu Yuanhong furrowed his brow. Wei Yurong did not respond directly, but instead asked, "I tasked you with investigating Tsuaping Mountain and the Fulin Monastery, as well as Master Liaofan. How has your inquiry progressed?" Chu Yuanhong retrieved a booklet from his bosom, saying, "Well, I am nearly finished with the investigation." Wei Yurong took the booklet and perused its contents. She nodded slowly, remarking, "Quite intriguing." She then instructed, "Inform your elder brother to continue the pursuit of the remnants of the extreme Yin sect near Yang. I shall not be joining him for the time being." Her elder brother, Chu Tianyi, was renowned as one of the 10 young masters and was already designated as the future leader of the Xianzhu sect. This investigation into the eradication of the extreme Yin sect's remnants was under his command. With her celestial sword in hand, Wei Yurong sauntered along the streets of the small town, her pace deliberate as her gaze surveyed the charred remains of houses lining both sides of the thoroughfare. Soon, she arrived at a high slope on the southern edge of the town, where she could behold the entirety of the settlement. Why did the disciples of the extreme Yin sect commence their slaughter from the south? Yiyang City lay to the northeast. If they were indeed retaliating from that direction, the assault should have begun from the north. The Confucian master's divination technique had only detected the residual aura released by this group upon their departure, failing to trace their arrival. Thus, it could be concluded that they did not arrive via magical artifacts, but rather employed lightness techniques without invoking their spiritual energy. They must have come from the south. Wei Yurong turned her gaze back toward the southern horizon, where a mountain peak could be faintly discerned on the other side. The corners of her mouth curled upward slightly as she murmured, "How increasingly fascinating." With a flick of her toes, she soared toward the direction of the land god temple. The schemes of seduction and drunken revelations had both faltered. Yet this did not quell Wei Yorong's suspicions regarding Lu Tongfeng. At that moment, within the land god temple, Lu Tongfeng and Yu Lingzhong were busy packing their belongings. Lu Tongfeng had little to gather, merely a travel bag, while Yu Lingzhong possessed a larger wooden chest. However, with the presence of the young monk dedicated to controlling desires, the amount of luggage was inconsequential. To travel light, Lu Tongfeng wrapped the wooden box left by his master in a piece of blue cloth, securing it to his back. While all the miscellaneous items were stuffed into the young monk's storage bag, Yu Lingzhong left without even a travel bag of her own. Initially, the young monk was reluctant to allow the two youngsters to cram their belongings into his storage bag. Lu Tongfeng devised a plan to appease him, promising to cover all expenses along the journey, ensuring that if they camped in the wild, Lingzhong would handle the laundry and cooking. With this promise, the young monk reluctantly nodded in agreement. With the aid of the young monk's storage artifact, their packing proceeded swiftly. Even the firewood from the temple and the rice and oil purchased from the town days prior were hastily crammed into the young monk's bag. Lu Tongfeng nearly wished to carry away the clay effigies of the land god and his wife as well. As Lu Tongfeng stood behind the temple, contemplating the newly constructed privy for Yu Lingzhong, the young monk could no longer contain himself. Little madman, you aren't seriously considering bringing the latrine along, are you? The notion of a humble abode yet a prosperous journey. This place lies a myriad of miles from Tianyun Mountain. If we were amidst the wilderness, the two of us gentlemen could manage without concern, resolving matters as they arise. However, one must consider the presence of the bell. You little lunatic. Do you dare believe I could kick you to your demise? It is unheard of for anyone embarking on a long journey to carry a lavatory at all times. Due to the insistence of the celibate young monk, Lu Tongfeng had no choice but to concede on the matter of the toilet. He stated, "Very well. We need not bring the lavatory, but can we further negotiate concerning the clay effigies of the earth god and earth goddess?" The celibate young monk gazed at him with his watery eyes, fixated on Lu Tongfeng. Moments later, Lu Tongfeng emerged from the back entrance of the earth temple, rubbing his backside and mumbling, "If we aren't taking it, then why kick me? I've never encountered a monk with such a temper. Truly, it is quite impolite." Chapter 79. A return to the Jianghu Bell. Have you finished packing your things? Yes, almost done, Brother Feng. When shall we depart? Right now? We must set off early to reach Tuyang by tomorrow. It would make the journey easier, considering the challenging snowy roads. Lu Tongfeng initially hoped to utilize the large wooden fish of the monk, Jiase, to soar with him into Tianyun Mountain. However, this suggestion was promptly dismissed by Jiase, not out of reluctance, but because his wooden fish could accommodate a maximum of 2 individuals. Moreover, there was the considerable bulk of Dehe to consider. With no alternative, Lu Tongfeng resolved to head towards Tuyang City. Once on the official road, travel would become significantly more convenient. The heavy snowfall had ceased for 5 or 6 days, and the court, in a bid to facilitate the movement of merchants and travelers, must have dispatched laborers to clear the accumulated snow from the official roads. Dehe was barking wildly outside the temple gate. Hearing the commotion, Lu Tongfeng stepped out to investigate. Just in time, he spotted the familiar golden Buddhist clouds approaching from the direction of the town, atop which stood a dozen nuns. Realizing that the nuns of the Fulin monastery had completed their Dharma assembly and were returning to Tsuiping Mountain, he scoffed inwardly. What is so impressive about flying? Despite having forged a good friendship with Jiase, his animosity towards the nuns remained unchanged. After the nuns had flown out of sight, Lu Tongfeng approached the old locust tree. "Grandfather Locust, I know you can hear me. I am about to leave. Please tell Miss Yisharo not to come out to see me off. I will venture into the world for a few years, but I promise I will return." A breeze seemed to sweep through, causing the branches of the old locust tree to sway gently. The many red threads tied by former worshippers danced beautifully in the wind. Dehe stood beside his young master, letting out a few low barks, seemingly bidding farewell to his friends. After Lu Tongfeng finished his goodbye with Grandfather Locust and turned to head towards the land temple, a faint, ethereal light shot forth from the locust tree and swiftly entered Lu Tongfeng's body. He felt a sudden chill wash over him, causing an involuntary shudder. Fortunately, this chill was fleeting and did not draw his attention, though Dehe observed this occurrence with keen eyes. In Dehe's deep blue pupils, a subtle gleam emerged, a gaze imbued with ancient wisdom, as if it could see through all things. "Junior Uncle Lu." As Lu Tongfeng reached the temple gate, he heard a familiar, melodious voice. Turning around, he saw Wei Yurong, clad in green, swooping in from the north and landing before him. Surprised, Lu Tongfeng exclaimed, Wei Yurong, what brings you here again? With a twinkle in her eyes, Wei Yurong smiled. What? Are you displeased to see me, given my beauty? Lu Tongfeng maintained a high level of vigilance towards Wei Yurong, a disciple of the Xuanxu sect. Nevertheless, he was on the verge of departure. The saying goes, out of sight, out of mind. As long as Wei Yurong does not trouble herself, I am indifferent to her antics in Fuyang town. It appears that Yurong has misunderstood. Of course I welcome you. However, I must take my leave now. Leave? With the heavy snow blocking the roads, where do you intend to go? Wei Yurong inquired, casting a curious glance at the small bundle on Lu Tongfeng's back. Lu Tongfeng refrained from disclosing his destination of Tianyan Mountain, simply stating, Lingdang has been ostracized by the townsfolk, so I plan to accompany her to Ziyang City first. Indeed, this dilapidated temple could be toppled by a strong breeze. It is certainly not suitable for habitation. By the way, what of the monk who practices restraint? Just as Lu Tongfeng was about to respond, the voice of the little monk, Jayasexio, echoed from within the temple. Yurong, have you come specifically to seek me out? The plump monk, with his ample backside and round face, scurried out of the temple. Wei Yurong asked, Jayasexio, will you be joining Lu Shixiang on this journey? Yes. It is fortuitous to have a companion along the way. Yurong, how are matters concerning the Jin sect being handled by your Xianzhu sect? Wei Yurong shook her head. Currently, the Xianzhu sect, along with hundreds of disciples from the righteous sects, are pursuing leads in Yiyang City. But we have yet to uncover the whereabouts of the Jin sect's disciples. Jayasexio nodded. The righteous disciples arrived too late. They have already startled the snakes in the grass. Those fiends from the Jin sect have likely scattered and fled. Wei Yurong remarked, one thing has always puzzled me. Yiyang City lies to the northeast of the town. Yet the massacre that night began from the south. Moreover, the Confucian art of divination only traced their aura upon departure, failing to detect their arrival. Though Lu Tongfeng did not grasp the implication, Jayasexio seemed to comprehend. He furrowed his brow and said, Yurong, do you suspect that Yiyang City is merely a facade for the Jin sect? That they did not come from Yiyang City that night, but rather from the south of the town? Wei Yurong slowly nodded. Lu Tongfeng began to understand. The south of the town? Could it be from the direction of Ziyang City? Wei Yurong replied, it is not outside the realm of possibility. However, it is too late to speculate. The events have long since transpired. The righteous sects have gathered hundreds of miles away in Yiyang City, and even if the Jin sect stronghold is near Ziyang, those villains have likely fled by now. Both Lu Tongfeng and Jayasexio murmured in agreement. Lu Tongfeng declared, they may escape initially, but they will not evade justice forever. The Jin sect's malefactors have committed countless atrocities and slaughtered the innocent. I firmly believe that one day, the righteous cultivators will bring them to justice and avenge the innocent victims. Though Wei Yurong had intended to inquire further about that fateful night, she refrained when she saw Yu Lingdang emerge from the temple, cradling 2 spirit tablets. She chose not to press further, wishing to spare Yu Lingdang from painful memories. She nodded and said, indeed, since you are departing, make haste. In a day or two, our Xianzhu sect will also be leaving. The mountains remain unchanged, and the rivers continue to flow. If fate allows, we shall meet again. After an exchange of pleasantries, they bid farewell with clasped hands. As Wei Yurong soared towards the direction of the small town, wielding her celestial sword, Lu Tongfeng withdrew his gaze and turned to Yu Lingdang, inquiring, Lingdang, why do you still carry the spirit tablets of Aunt Fat and Grandma Lu? Yu Lingdang replied, are we not heading south? I thought that when we passed by Cuaping Mountain, I could enshrine Grandma and Mother's spirit tablets at the Guanyin Temple. Though Lu Tongfeng harbored a dislike for that group of nuns, he recognized this as Yu Lingdang's heartfelt filial piety and chose not to voice any objections. He nodded and said, that is indeed a good idea. With the flourishing incense at the Feline Monastery, the spirit tablets of Grandma Lu and Aunt Fat will surely receive blessings. Chapter 80. Bearing the beauty, Lu Tongfeng departed once more from the land of the Earth Temple, where he had spent 16 years of his life. This marked his second venture into the martial world. The previous occasion had been a mere 8 days prior, when he had traversed 50 miles, only to return amidst wind and snow 2 days later. He sensed that this time, he would not return in the near future. Unlike his last journey, which had only featured the company of the loyal Dehe, he was now accompanied by 2 companions, Yu Lingdang and the modest monk of abstinence. In just a week's time, The small town had undergone a dramatic transformation, altering not only Yu Lingdang's fate, but also the destinies of many others. As he closed the temple door and cast a final glance at the dilapidated structure, the trio and their canine companion trudged southward through the snow. The journey proved to be remarkably lighthearted, as Lu Tongfeng and the monk, both free-spirited optimists, shared amusing anecdotes along the way. Their jovial banter lifted the spirits of the sorrowful Yu Lingdang significantly. Being an ordinary woman with no martial prowess, Yu Lingdang found her pace slow, especially as, only the day before, a large contingent of officials and soldiers, including Lin Yiqing, had passed from the south, leaving their footprints in the snow. It was only around noon when they finally reached the 10-mile pavilion. Lu Tongfeng suggested they rest there for a moment, glancing back to see the Earth Temple still in the distance. This would not do. At this rate, they would never reach Suiping Mountain by the next day. He inquired of the monk if he possessed any miraculous elixirs that could bestow the ability to travel 1,000 miles by day and 800 by night. Hoping to procure a vial for Lingyang, the monk rolled his eyes and replied, "If such a remedy existed, I would have consumed it myself long ago." Yu Lingyang, looking apologetic, said, "I'm sorry, Brother Feng, I've slowed you down." Lu Tongfeng reassured her, "It's nothing to worry about. We are not in a rush, but it would be best to reach the foot of Suiping Mountain by nightfall, as there is a cave there where we can rest. If we fail to reach the mountain, we will have to camp in the wilderness." The monk remarked, "It's bitterly cold at night. Lingdang may not withstand sleeping outdoors. Little madman, you should carry Lingdang on your back when we set off. Although you insist you are not a practitioner, the true essence flowing through your meridians is remarkably vigorous. It will be no trouble at all." Lu Tongfeng clapped his hands in delight. "What a splendid idea. Lingdang, what do you think?" Though Yu Lingdang felt a twinge of embarrassment at being carried by Lu Tongfeng, she acknowledged that her own pace would greatly hinder their journey. Moreover, she recalled how comfortable she had felt when he had previously carried her back from the back mountain, his warmth providing her with great solace. After a moment of contemplation, she finally conceded, "It seems I must trouble Brother Feng." "What trouble? He carries you, and happiness is the only thing he should be concerned about," the monk quipped, his words causing both Lu Tongfeng and Yu Lingdang to blush. After a brief respite, the trio and their dog resumed their journey. With Yu Lingdang on his back, Lu Tongfeng moved with an agility that seemed effortless. Their pace significantly quickened across the snowy expanse. Yu Lingdang initially felt a twinge of shyness, yet gradually she became accustomed to her surroundings. As she nestled against Lu Tongfeng's back, a gentle warmth emanated from his body, enveloping her in a cocoon of comfort that contrasted sharply with the biting chill of winter. Meanwhile, within the cavern of Suiping Mountain, a once bustling hideout had now descended into an eerie stillness. The extreme Yin sect had suffered catastrophic losses over 30 years ago when besieged by the Yuntian sect, dwindling from a multitude of hundreds to a mere handful of survivors. In the years that followed, the sect adopted an exceedingly low profile, with its numbers stagnating at around 30 to 40, the majority being female disciples, while the male contingent barely surpassed 30. Due to the events in Fuyang Town, nearly 10 male disciples had perished. For the sake of deceiving the Xuanxu sect, Su Tsang and his companions had yet to return, leaving only a scant few male disciples, those who had not yet attained the ability to manipulate the air, and their master, the Yin Yang Elder, within the cave. The female disciples of the extreme Yin sect had since become nuns at the Fo Lin Monastery. As the official roads were recently cleared and the year-end approached, a few scattered townsfolk came to the monastery to pay their respects. The young nuns spent the majority of their days within the monastery walls, devoid of the previous revelries and debauchery that had once characterized their existence, leaving the Yin Yang Elder somewhat disheartened, as he now only indulged in the company of 3 or 4 captured maidens daily, a stark contrast to the former glory of his reign. At this moment, the nun Liao Chen, who had just returned from Fuyang Town, was reporting to the Yin Yang Elder the intelligence she had gathered regarding the recent activities in the town, particularly concerning the righteous sect's pursuit of Su Tsang and his associates. Upon hearing that Su Tsang had effectively outmaneuvered the Xuanxu sect's experts near Yang City, a faint smile graced the elder's face. Su Tsang proved to be quite capable, his prowess was commendable, and his cleverness in outwitting Chu Tianyi was impressive indeed. The Yin Yang Elder's remaining disciples were few, with Liao Chun being his eldest, a girl he had captured long ago. The other promising disciples had perished at the hands of Yun Tian sect disciples over 30 years prior. Currently, Liao Chen and Su Tsang were his most trusted allies. Nodding slightly, Liao Chen remarked on Su Tsang's abilities, noting that Chu Tianyi's reputation had soared over the past decade, even being ranked among the top 10 young masters by the Tianji Pavilion, yet there had been no trace of Su Tsang. Even she, as a senior sister, felt a sense of inadequacy. The Yin-Yang elder replied, "Let us not dwell on him. Tell me about Fuyang Town. What is the current situation?" Liao Chen responded, "The court has dispatched nearly 100 soldiers to garrison the town, and over 10 disciples from the Xuanxu sect remain, led by Wei Yorong, one of the 10 fairies. While it is claimed that they are there to protect the townsfolk, it is likely that she is covertly investigating the presence of the limping Li and Li Chuyan, who have been in hiding in Fuyang Town for 3 years. Any results?" Liao Chen gently shook her head. "None. Since the self-destruction of the town, the two have not reappeared. However, I am certain that there is a secret lurking within Fuyang Town." "Oh, how so?" 3 days ago, upon my arrival in Fuyang Town, I learned that Yun Fuyao had recently appeared in the town and had subsequently sustained injuries. Yun Fuyao? The Yin-Yang sovereign squinted slightly and inquired, "Is she the female disciple under Yu Chenzi?" "Indeed, it is her." "Is she still in Fuyang Town?" "No, 3 days ago. She departed with the other disciples of Yunshinzong and cultivators from the Xuanxu sect, heading towards Yiyang City." The Yin-Yang sovereign fell into deep contemplation. How could so many disciples from Yunshinzong, especially the renowned Yun Fuyao, be present here, given that Yunshinzong is 1,000 miles away? Who could have inflicted harm upon her? What discoveries had the disciples of Yunshinzong made in Fuyang Town? Was it a rare treasure of heaven and earth, an ancient immortal estate? Or perhaps a spirit beast or celestial herb? Chapter 81. The Regret of the Venerable One. The Venerable One of Yin and Yang pondered for quite some time, unable to discern the reason why the disciples of the Yun Tian sect had gathered in Fuyang Town. Regrettably, Chen's recent visit to Fuyang Town yielded very little information regarding this matter. With the atmosphere so tense and disciples from the Xin Su sect stationed in Fuyang Town, the Venerable One dared not reveal himself to investigate personally, opting instead to suppress his curiosity and wait until the situation calmed before venturing there. Suddenly, a knowing smile graced the Venerable One's face as he remarked, "Liao Chen, you have encountered Yun Fuyao and Wei Yorong in Fuyang Town. These 2 women rank 3rd and 7th among the 10 most beautiful maidens of our time. Are they truly as enchanting as the rumors suggest?" Liao Chen understood his master's disposition and nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, Yun Fuyao is breathtakingly beautiful, exuding an aura of icy elegance, while Wei Yorong possesses an exquisite figure and graceful demeanor, both being rare beauties of this world." The Venerable One's interest was piqued. "How do they compare to your youthful self?" Liao Chen shook his head. "There is no comparison. Before encountering them, I held a fair amount of confidence in my youthful appearance, but after seeing them, I realized that my youth was but a mere willow in their presence." "Oh." The Venerable One's fascination deepened. Being a man of considerable appetites, upon hearing Liao Chen's high praise of Yun Fuyao and Wei Yorong, his mind began to wander. However, he was also acutely aware that these 2 women were formidable and could only indulge in his thoughts. "Sigh, throughout my life, I have courted countless women and have even tasted the delights of renowned celestial maidens. Alas, they were merely of average quality. If I could savor the exquisite beauty of such enchanting women in this lifetime, I would have no regrets." Liao Chen, concerned that his master might succumb to his desires, felt a sense of urgency. Having drifted and hidden for so many years, he had finally settled down at Chuiping Mountain, and he did not wish to return to his former tumultuous life. "Master, Yun Fuyao and Wei Yorong hold significant status in the mortal realm, and their sects are not ones we can provoke. It would be wise to let go of such thoughts. You need not say more. I am aware of the gravity of the situation. You may take your leave now." With a respectful gesture, Liao Chen clasped his hands together, bowed slightly, and then departed from the cave. At this moment, the Venerable One's anger was palpable as he approached the stone chamber where the young women were imprisoned. After days of confinement, the girls no longer exhibited the same fear and avoidance as before, allowing the Venerable One's aged form to press upon them. Their faces bore hints of pleasure and enjoyment, emitting sounds reminiscent of a purring cat. This was the Venerable One's method of control. The secret potion of the He Huan sect could transform a chaste and resolute maiden into one of altered temperament within a short span of time. The female disciples of the Jiyin sect, having been captured, ultimately succumbed to the Venerable One's will, becoming puppets for his indulgence and servitude. As dusk fell, Lu Tongfeng and his companions arrived at the foot of Chuiping Mountain. Lu Tongfeng carried Yu Lingdang on his back and pointed towards the shaded area of Chui Ping Mountain, saying, "There lies a cave where I often resided with Dehe during our hunting excursions in this vicinity. Recently, I also took shelter there while traveling to Ziyang City. This evening, we shall rest in that cave. And tomorrow we will ascend the mountain to pay our respects at Fo Lin to the spirits of Grandma Lu and Aunt Ping." Yu Lingyang nodded gently and replied, "Yes, Feng Ge, you've walked many miles this afternoon and must be weary. Please, let me walk on my own." Lu Tongfeng chuckled. "Lingyang, you underestimate me once again. I possess great strength now. I could run for an entire day and night without fatigue. Dehe, little monk, cease your frolicking. Let us proceed." After a brief while, Lu Tongfeng arrived at the mouth of the cave, just as unchanged as when he last departed, save for a slight accumulation of snow at the entrance. He set Yu Lingdang down and called upon the capable little monk, who was adept at abstaining from desires, to clear the area. The Buddhist teachings are not only remarkably powerful, but also straightforward and unrefined. The little monk entered the cave and with a push of his palms, unleashed a formidable force that blew away all the accumulated snow, dust, stones, and vegetation within. The two companions and the dog outside hurriedly sought shelter from the ensuing cloud of debris. After a considerable time, the dust settled. During this journey, with the little monk's storage bag at his disposal, Lu Tongfeng managed to carry away nearly everything that could be salvaged from the dilapidated temple, including a substantial amount of firewood and thatch. He even forced the rudimentary bamboo bed he had crafted for Yu Lingdang from the harvested materials into the little monk's storage bag. Lu Tongfeng instructed the little monk to retrieve the provisions, and soon a pile of firewood was ablaze. Yu Lingdang intended to prepare dinner for the two, but Lu Tongfeng deemed it unnecessary and asked the little monk to present a few plump rabbits. These were the fruits of Dehe's labor during their trek. Having caught 4 robust rabbits, each well-fed throughout the autumn, Lu Tongfeng urged Yu Lingdang to warm herself by the fire while he invited the little monk to assist him in preparing the rabbits for roasting. However, the little monk shook his head resolutely, declaring, "As a monk, I do not partake in the act of killing. These have been slain by Dehe, which does not count as killing, does it? That is still unacceptable. As a monk, my hands must remain untainted by blood." Left with no choice, Lu Tongfeng took it upon himself to clean and skin the 4 rabbits outside. Moments later, he returned to find that Yu Lingdang had arranged their sleeping quarters for the night. Meanwhile, he and the little monk roasted the rabbits and enjoyed some wine. The wine, a remnant from Wei Yorong, was bamboo leaf liquor, enough to satisfy the 2 little drinkers for several more days. As night fell, Lu Tongfeng began to meditate and cultivate his energy, allowing Yu Lingdang and the little monk to enjoy a restful slumber in the warm, comfortable surroundings until dawn broke. The following morning, after partaking of the millet porridge prepared by Yu Lingdang, the 3 companions and their dog resumed their journey. Today's agenda begins with a visit to the Fulin Monastery in the morning, where I shall make a donation of incense money. Following this, I will place the spirit tablets of Granny Lu and Aunt Pang within the sanctuary of the monastery. In the afternoon, I shall embark on my journey, aiming to reach the much-anticipated Ziyang City before dusk, a place where Lu Tongfeng has long cherished aspirations of achieving great endeavors. Their dwelling is situated in a cave on the shaded side of Cuiping Mountain, while the Fulin Monastery rests on the sunlit slope. As was the case yesterday, Lu Tongfeng carries the bell of Yu Ling on his back, navigating the snow-covered path along the edge of Cuiping Mountain. After approximately half an hour, he arrives at the sun-drenched side of the mountain. The shaded and sunlit sides feel like 2 distinct realms. The rear slope is cold and dense with forest, often frequented by wild beasts. In contrast, the sunny slope is expansive and unobstructed, where warm, gentle sunlight cascades down, creating a most agreeable ambience. A road stretches from the south to the base of Cuiping Mountain, leading to the stone steps ascending the mountain. At this moment, the snow on the path and steps has been thoroughly cleared. At the foot of the mountain, dozens of horse-drawn carts are parked, accompanied by numerous vendors selling pastries, prayer beads, incense, and various snacks. Occasionally, one can observe pilgrims arriving from the south, driving their carts and carrying baskets filled with incense and offerings, exchanging laughter and conversation. As the year draws to a close, townsfolk from neighboring villages flock to the area to seek blessings and fulfill vows, including many affluent youths from Ziyang City. Chapter 82. The Temple of Buddha at Linen. As Lu Tongfeng beheld the bustling scene at the foot of the Temple of Buddha at Linen, where incense burned fervently, A wave of jealousy washed over him when he recalled his own desolate land deity temple, abandoned even by dogs. The young monk, with a mischievous grin, sprinkled coarse sea salt onto Lu Tongfeng's wounded heart. Look at the throngs of devotees at this temple, and then at your land deity's pitiful few. The disparity is glaring. Why not abandon the Tao and take refuge in Buddha, transforming your land deity temple into a bustling monastery? You shall have an abundance of incense offerings and never want for anything. Little monk, on this warm and pleasant day, do not provoke me. Lu Tongfeng retorted. The monk, sensing the tension, hastily scampered away. Observing the continuous stream of worshippers, Lu Tongfeng scoffed, muttering to himself, what significance do these few devotees hold? Once I am prosperous, I shall renovate and expand the land deity temple, and then we shall see whose incense offerings flourish. Bah, Brother Feng, the snow on the path to the mountain has been cleared. Please let me down, said Yu Lingdang, who had been perched on Lu Tongfeng's back, overhearing his murmurs. Lu Tongfeng gently set her down. Lingdang, there's candy hawthorn over there. Would you like some? Yu Lingdang shook her head. I don't wish to eat anything right now. Let us ascend the mountain promptly. The temple of Buddha at Linen was indeed grand and opulent, with wide stone steps leading up from the foot of the mountain. At intervals, pavilions had been constructed for the devotees to rest. Along the stone steps, numerous plum trees were in full bloom, their vibrant petals creating a stunning sight. Young scholars, adorned in scholarly attire, accompanied by their female companions, engaged in poetic exchanges, showcasing their talents. Such superficiality. It's all mere facade. The heart is the true temple of Buddha. What significance do these ostentatious displays hold? They are but polished excrement. As they ascended, Lu Tongfeng critiqued the surroundings of Tsuaping Mountain, offering nothing but disparaging reviews. This left the young monk, a disciple of the Buddhist faith, feeling quite displeased. Little madman, why do your words reek of bitterness? Is it that witnessing the flourishing of the Buddha's temple has left you unable to bear it? Am I such a petty person? I speak only the truth. Your sect revels in superficial displays. Buddha adorned in gold. People clad in finery, is it only the gilded Buddha that is worthy? Is a clay statue not a Buddha? Furthermore, your sect's usury is the greatest in the world. While collecting offerings from good women and faithful believers, you send disciples down the mountain to beg for alms, leaving nothing for others. Once we reach the Guanyin Hall, witness how I shall engage these nuns in debate, leaving them utterly humiliated. Watching Lu Tongfeng storm up the mountain, exuding an air of displeasure, the young monk scratched his head and pondered, Lingdang, did I say something wrong to anger him? Yu Lingdang gently shook her head. It has nothing to do with you. This is a private grudge between Brother Feng and the Guanyin Temple. Yu Lingdang, a friend of Lu Tongfeng, was well aware of his deep-seated animosity towards the nuns who had usurped his livelihood. Concerned that a confrontation might ensue between Lu Tongfeng and the young nuns at the temple, she hastened her pace to catch up with him. Was it a personal vendetta? Had the little madman caught a glimpse of the nuns bathing? Or was it the other way around? The monk, who had vowed to abstain from lust, wore a puzzled expression. Tsuaping Mountain, the tallest peak within dozens of miles, cradled the Fulin Monastery at an elevation of approximately 200 to 300 feet above the ground. Once a humble retreat for a few elderly nuns, it had transformed into a bustling monastery accommodating nearly 100 individuals within a mere 4 or 5 years following a devastating fire, a testament to its rapid development. The primary factor behind this flourishing growth was undoubtedly financial abundance, coupled with the divine favor it had received in the past. Before long, Lu Tongfeng arrived at the entrance of Fulin Monastery. Before him lay a sprawling array of temples adorned with red walls and golden roofs, their hexagonal eaves catching the sunlight and seemingly radiating a gentle halo. Lu Tongfeng's mouth fell slightly agape. His own modest shrine, he mused, was likely smaller than even a single restroom here. The stark disparity in wealth struck him for the first time, instilling a sense of inferiority within him. At the temple's entrance stood a 9-tiered tower, meticulously cast in pure bronze, where numerous devout worshippers tossed coins in hopes of wishes being granted. Lu Tongfeng gazed at the countless coins adorning the wishing tower, a sudden impulse to reach into his own pocket and pilfer some overtaking him. Nevertheless, he ultimately restrained that urge. Turning to a young boy nearby, Lu Tongfeng inquired, "What are you doing, young man?" The boy replied, "Making a wish. If the coins don't fall, then Guanyin will fulfill my desires." Lu Tongfeng understood, thinking that this was akin to the wishing well he had transformed into an outdoor toilet. At that moment, the boy began rummaging through his clothes for coins. When the monk, who had vowed to abstain from lust, and Yu Lingdang arrived, They found Lu Tongfeng immersed in the whimsical game of tossing coins into the wishing tower. Oh no, it fell again. I don't want 10 beautiful fairies as wives anymore. Let us make it 9. That should suffice. He picked up the fallen coin and tossed it once more. The entire wishing tower was crafted from pure bronze. Its surface remarkably smooth, requiring precise placement to keep the coins from tumbling down. Not 9. How about 8? That is my absolute minimum. Brother Feng, what are you doing? Making a wish. I've heard it's quite effective. Lingdang, you should give it a try too. Yu Lingdang stood in astonishment. What was happening? Just moments ago, Lu Tongfeng had been grumbling and fiercely intent on confronting the nuns within the temple to engage in a battle of wits. How had the atmosphere shifted so dramatically? The monk stepped forward, urging, "Stop playing this coin-tossing game. Time is of the essence. We must attend to serious matters. I still hope to indulge in a grand feast at Tuyang City tonight and stay at a luxurious inn. If we delay any longer, we won't make it to Tuyang City tonight." Reluctantly, under the monk's persuasion, Lu Tongfeng departed from the wishing tower, only to dash back moments later. 3. I require only 3 wives. With that, he cast the copper coin from his hand, yet alas, it fell short. What a farce. All eyes. Bah. Lu Tongfeng picked up the coin, seething with indignation as he departed. The Fulin Temple boasts 3 primary halls. The foremost hall, grandly named the Manjushri Hall, is dedicated to Manjushri Bodhisattva, who primarily bestows blessings of safety. Families often come here to pray for health when a loved one falls ill. Ascending further, one encounters the second hall, known as the Samantabhadra Hall, which venerates Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, the guardian of wisdom and fortune. It is frequented by scholars, officials, and those aspiring for wealth. The last and most opulent hall is the Avalokiteshvara Hall, renowned for the benevolent Guanyin who grants offspring. It is the sanctuary for young men and women seeking partners or newlyweds yearning for progeny. As Lu Tongfeng approached the Manjushri Hall, he was halted at the entrance by a young novice nun clad in monastic robes and a headpiece. This young lady, possessing an admirable countenance, appeared to be around 18 or 19 years of age. Beneath her cloth hat, her ebony locks remained unshorn, marking her as a novice in training. She wielded a broom, diligently sweeping the fallen leaves and dust outside the temple. Noticing Lu Tongfeng entering with a large black dog, she stepped forward, placing her hands together before her chest, and proclaimed, "Amit Ba, this is a sacred place of the Buddha. To prevent harm, the black dog must not enter." Chapter 83. Doubts arise from restraint. Dahe, feeling indignant at being obstructed by the unappreciative little nun, seethed with anger. What was this? It was often said that a dog's vision was limited, yet here he was, encountering someone who regarded him with disdain. Immediately, he bared his teeth and barked ferociously at the blocking bhikkhuni. Dahe was no ordinary dog. He was a celestial canine, a dog among dogs. His bark sent the lovely little nun's countenance paling as she retreated in fright. Nearby, several devotees were equally alarmed, startled by the imposing Dahe. Lu Tongfeng had intended to clarify to the little nun that Dahe was a good dog, harmless and gentle. However, witnessing the panic he incited, and recalling the fateful night when Dahe had devoured a man in 3 bites and mutilated several white-clad demons, a shiver coursed through Lu Tongfeng. The terrifying images momentarily rendered him speechless. He found himself unable to utter even a single word in defense of Dahe. Finally, he settled on saying, "Dahe, cease your barking and find a corner to lie down until we return." As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Presently, he was on the premises of the Buddha's temple, not in his own territory, thus Lu Tongfeng opted for discretion. He refrained from advocating for Dahe or asking the similarly ordained novice monk, Jesse, to plead on his behalf for leniency. Dahe cast an unsatisfied glance at his young master, yet ultimately complied with his command. Wagging his tail as he ambled to a corner by the side of the Wishu Hall, where he settled down to await his master's return. Pleased with Dahe's obedience, Lu Tongfeng turned to the little nun with the broom and asked, "May we enter now?" The little nun, astonished by Dahe's intelligence, replied, "You may enter, esteemed patrons." Lu Tongfeng and Yu Lingdang passed by the little nun, stepping over the substantial threshold of the hall, which towered nearly a foot high. Behind them, Jesse joined his palms in greeting. The little nun, somewhat taken aback, inquired, "And who might this venerable master be?" Jesse, with utmost seriousness, declared, "I am Jesse, a disciple of the Shinbei sect from the Kuhai Temple, merely passing through and accompanying friends to observe your esteemed temple." Kuhai Temple? The little nun's expression shifted to one of surprise. She was well aware that it was one of the 6 eminent sects. Renowned as the foremost Zen temple in the mortal realm, boasting over 30,000 monks, an establishment far beyond the humble confines of their little Buddhist temple. After a brief moment of astonishment, the little nun exclaimed, "Ba, it is an honor to meet you, Brother Jie from Kuhai Temple." Jie nodded in acknowledgement before stepping into the Wenshu Hall. After his entrance, the little nun leaned her broom against the wall and hastened up a stone path leading to the mountainside. This was Lu Tongfeng's first departure from Fuyang Town, his inaugural visit to a Buddhist temple, and he was filled with curiosity about everything in this sacred place. The Wenshu Hall, dedicated to the Bodhisattva Manjushri, dazzled with its opulence, adorned with vibrant murals gracing the walls and the lofty ceiling. The imposing statue of Manjushri Bodhisattva sits gracefully on a lotus pedestal, adorned in hues of purple and gold. Crowned with 5 top knots, he holds the gesture of meditation, embodying the essence of universal salvation. Flanking him are 16 statues that appear to be crafted from pure gold, each radiating a distinct expression and seemingly emanating a gentle, ethereal light. Could these statues truly be made of solid gold? At this moment, Lu Tongfeng transformed into the foremost rustic figure within an 800-li radius. Gazing at the resplendent hall, nearly drooling at the thought. If only he could carry away a solid gold statue and sell it, the funds for reconstructing the land temple would surely be secured. However, the monk, who had vowed to abstain from lust, furrowed his brow upon observing the hall's decor. He took a few steps back, standing outside the Manjushri Hall, scrutinizing the plaque above. Indeed, it was the Manjushri Hall. The monk gazed at the 3 gleaming characters Manjushri Hall illuminated by the dawn's glow, a frown forming on his face. He then re-entered the hall, surveying his surroundings. What a peculiar nunnery. Could it be a venue for esoteric Buddhism? No, that style does not align with esoteric traditions. As a disciple of the eminent Kuhai Temple, the monk immediately sensed an oddity upon entering the Manjushri Hall. No, to be precise, it felt uncanny. First, the statue of Manjushri appeared somewhat amiss. In Buddhist iconography, Manjushri is typically depicted alongside a lion, holding a blue lotus in his left hand and a sword in his right. Furthermore, Buddhist texts describe Manjushri possessing 32 distinct features, and it is customary to display 32 different representations of these features beside him. However, the 32 golden statues beside Manjushri were entirely out of order, and each representation bore a significant divergence from the traditional 32 manifestations. Moreover, the murals adorning the walls depicted stories from the K-Itagarbha Sutra, suggesting a lack of expertise in the decoration. The monk's expression gradually turned grave. He recalled a day in Fuyang Town when he heard the nuns of the Falun Monastery reciting incorrect scriptures while performing rites for the souls of the deceased townsfolk. This sparked immediate suspicion within him. If this were an ordinary small temple, the monk would not have been concerned. Yet, Falun Monastery was no ordinary establishment. It housed a number of nuns of considerable cultivation, whose understanding of Buddhist doctrine should not be so superficial. Having spent nearly 2 years away from the mountain, during which he frequently visited other temples, he had never encountered such absurdity in a Buddhist venue. Within the Manjushri Hall, many devotees knelt in prayer for blessings, and in a corner stood a wooden table draped in yellow fabric, behind which sat a middle-aged nun clad in dark yellow robes. This was the nun responsible for interpreting the offerings. After a young gentleman completed his divination and happily presented his incense money, Lu Tongfeng approached her. "Dear nun, may I inquire how much incense money is required to dedicate a longevity tablet in your temple?" The middle-aged nun, possessing a rather unremarkable appearance, slowly remarked. "A longevity tablet costs 30 taels of silver per year." "What? So much? Wouldn't 2 longevity tablets amount to 60 taels? Are you extorting money?" Ba. The Buddhist teachings emphasize emptiness, free from the taint of greed. These funds are solely for the restoration of the temple and to provide aid to the common folk. "I believe you not." Lu Tongfeng shot the nun a disdainful glance before proceeding towards the young monk, who was devoted to abstinence. "Young monk, why are you lost in thought?" The abstinent young monk gradually returned to his senses. "What about Lingdang?" Lu Tongfeng addressed Yu Lingdang, who was prostrating on the meditation mat. "Lingdang is currently praying for blessings for Grandma Lu and Aunt Fat. I just inquired with that wretched nun. To enshrine a longevity tablet here requires 30 taels of silver annually. Therefore, 2 would demand 60 taels. Since you are also a disciple of the Buddha, why not negotiate a more favorable price with her?" The abstinent young monk followed Lu Tongfeng's, his gaze landing upon the middle-aged nun seated at a table draped in yellow cloth not far off. The nun seemed to notice his gaze and promptly lowered her head. In a hushed tone, the abstinent young monk cautioned, "Little madman, this place feels rather peculiar. It appears to be a wild fox Zen temple. We should advise Lingdang not to enshrine her elder's spirit tablet here." Chapter 84. Escape. Upon hearing the words of the young monk on abstinence, Lu Tongfeng was momentarily taken aback. Just as he was about to inquire further into the matter, a resonant chant echoed through the air. "Amitabha, esteemed guests have arrived, and I have failed to offer a proper welcome. My sincerest apologies." Lu Tongfeng and the young monk turned in the direction of the voice, where they beheld a middle-aged nun clad in pale blue robes, accompanied by two young novice nuns who approached from behind. One of the novices was familiar to Lu Tongfeng. She was the young bhikkhuni he had encountered earlier outside the Wenshu Hall, who had obstructed the entrance to the temple for Dehe. The middle-aged nun possessed fair skin, and although her cheeks bore the marks of time, it was evident that in her youth, she must have been a renowned beauty in the region. This was none other than Liao Chun, the abbess of the Fo Lin Monastery. The young girl who had circumvented the Wenshu Hall had gone to inform Liao Chun of the arrival of the monk on abstinence, a disciple of Master Xianbei from the Kuwai Temple. Liao Chun, having heard that the disciple of Xianbei had come to this place, did not dare to take it lightly and promptly came forth to greet him. Over the past year, she had heard the name of the monk on abstinence on several occasions. During her recent time in Fuyang Town, she had also learned that the monk on abstinence had once visited. Initially believing he had left the area, she was surprised to find him at Fo Lin Monastery today. Approaching Lu Tongfeng and the young monk, Liao Chun regarded the plump monk on abstinence, clasping her hands in greeting. "I am Liao Chun, the abbess of this humble monastery. I presume you are the disciple of Master Xianbei, the monk on abstinence?" The young monk on abstinence also joined his hands in reverence and replied, "This humble monk on abstinence greets Abbess Liao Chun." Liao Chun smiled warmly and said, "We are all disciples of the Buddha. There is no need for excessive formality. May I inquire if you have come here for a respite or if there is another purpose for your visit?" The young monk shook his head and replied, "A tragic event recently transpired in Fuyang Town, prompting me to visit and meet two friends. We are journeying southward and happen to pass by Tsuaping Mountain. I have heard there is a Buddhist sanctuary atop the mountain and hope you will pardon any disturbance we may cause. I returned from Fuyang Town just yesterday." "It is truly a tragic affair," she lamented. "Since you have come to this monastery, allow me to show you around." The monk on abstinence again declined, saying, "Thank you for your kind offer, Abbess, but we must continue our journey and cannot impose further. Since you are here, how can you not explore the surroundings? Though the scenery may not rival that of the Kuwai Temple, the snow-laden landscape possesses its own charm," Liao Chen insisted. The young monk, however, continued to shake his head in refusal. Lu Tongfeng silently observed the exchange. His thoughts were not consumed by how Liao Chun had managed to elevate Fo Lin Monastery in just 4 to 5 short years, but rather by the young monk's whispered words to him moments ago. Having navigated the complexities of Fuyang Town alone for many years, Lu Tongfeng had become quite astute. From the young monk's remarks and his persistent refusal of Abbess Liao Chen's hospitality, it became evident to him that this place was not one of safety. Thus, he chose to remain by the sidelines, watching the unfolding events with keen interest. It was undeniable that Abbess Liao Chun held a tremendous reputation. She was greatly esteemed by the local populace, and many pilgrims who caught sight of her prostrated themselves in reverence, fervently bowing their heads. These simple-minded men and women regarded her as a bodhisattva worthy of their worship. The scene within the Manjushri Hall suddenly became chaotic. Master Liao Chun could only step forward to pacify the throngs of worshippers. However, when she turned around, she discovered that the young monk, GSA, had vanished from the hall. With a slight furrow in her brow and a hint of concern upon her visage, she instructed two young nuns to comfort the assembled devotees while she ventured outside in search of GSA. As she approached the entrance, a woman's voice drifted in from outside. "Young monk, I have yet to offer the spirit tablets of my grandmother and mother here. Why are you sending us away now?" "Indeed, young monk, what is going on?" "Little madman, Ling Dang, this is not a place for idle chatter. If you trust me, follow me quickly." Seeing the serious expression on GSA's face, Lu Tongfeng did not hesitate and called out, "Big Black, let us go." Although Ling Dang was reluctant, she ultimately chose to trust GSA. Upon hearing the conversation among the three outside, Master Liao Chen's eyes glimmered with wariness. rather than stepping outside to persuade them to stay. She approached a middle-aged nun who was deciphering a divination slip and inquired, "What did that GSA monk say to you? Did he ask anything?" The middle-aged nun gently shook her head and replied, "He entered the hall, observed for a moment, then exited. Shortly thereafter, he returned, merely surveying the surroundings without speaking to me." However, the youth accompanying him inquired about the incense offering required for 2 longevity tablets in the monastery. Upon hearing this, Liaochen's expression shifted slightly. She suddenly realized that GSA must have discerned something amiss through the hall's environment and arrangement. The Yin-Yang Venerable had merely acquired some Buddhist scriptures in the past. He was not a genuine practitioner of the Buddhist path. Liaochen had only been a nun for 4 or 5 years, although she had diligently studied several renowned Buddhist texts during this time. She had never visited a Buddhist temple and was unaware of many of the sect's rules. The various furnishings, statues, and murals of the Fo Lin Monastery could deceive the foolish and the simple-minded, and even momentarily mislead disciples of the Taoist sect. Yet, they would never fool a true disciple of Buddhism, especially not one as discerning as GSA. Others might not perceive the discrepancies, but for a young monk hailing from the foremost Buddhist sect, it was entirely plausible that he could detect flaws and inconsistencies. Given that Yuzhou fell under the domain of the Taoist sect, Xuanxu, the influence of Buddhism was not robust in this region, and there were few monasteries. Throughout the vicinity of Tsuaping Mountain, there existed only the Fo Lin Monastery, which had not seen any genuine Buddhist practitioners in recent years. Thus, Liaochen was unaware that the very monastery she had established, along with the order of prayers for the deceased, contained numerous errors. A profound sense of foreboding surged within her. She hastily hurried outside. At that moment, Lu Tongfeng, the 3 companions, and the dog had already arrived near the wishing tower. He called out loudly, "GSA, please halt." The 3 turned around. Big Black fixed its gaze upon Liaochen, and its deep blue eyes suddenly shimmered with a faint glow as it slowly bared its teeth at her. The young monk, GSA, inquired, "Is there anything else you wish to discuss, Master?" Master Liaochen replied, "I have just heard that your friend intends to offer a longevity tablet at the small temple, yet it appears that the tablet has not yet been secured. Why then the hasty departure?" GSA cast a glance at Yu Lingdang and Lu Tongfeng. Having grown familiar and established a rapport with GSA, Lu Tongfeng chuckled. "You see, this longevity tablet costs 30 taels of silver a year, which is rather exorbitant. We simply cannot afford such a tribute. Come now, young monk, let us depart." With that, Lu Tongfeng took hold of Yu Lingdang, and they made their exit. GSA, bowing respectfully with his palms pressed together, offered a slight bow to Master Liaochen before turning to descend the stone steps. Lastly, Dehe, with eyes of deep indigo, seemed to harbor 2 flickering flames within. Fixating his fierce gaze on Master Liaochen for a moment before retracting his menacing stare and hastening to catch up with the trio. Chapter 85. The exposure of the false monastery and the intervention of the respected one as she observed the retreating figures of the 3 individuals and the dog descending the mountain. The serene and benevolent expression of Master Liaochen was momentarily marred by a flicker of ferocity. She was nearly certain that the young monk, who had taken a vow of celibacy, had discerned something amiss. Without delay, she turned to dispatch someone to discreetly follow the trio while she hurried back to report this matter to the Yin-Yang respected one. Once they had distanced themselves, Lu Tongfeng inquired, "Little monk, what on earth is happening? Why has the bell suddenly ceased to be offered at the Longxing tablet here?" The celibate monk glanced back, relieved to see that no nun was in pursuit, and replied softly, "This Fo Lin Monastery is not as simple as it appears. It is a fade. Those nuns, including the esteemed Master Liaochen, are impostors." Lu Tongfeng's eyes widened in astonishment. "I knew it. I was convinced that this Fo Lin Monastery was a den of iniquity. Bell, do you remember? I have mentioned this more than once." He continued, "Previously, the Guanyin Temple here was home to only a few unattractive old nuns. However, ever since the catastrophic fire 5 years ago, which destroyed the Guanyin Temple, a mysterious benefactor funded the construction of this Fo Lin Monastery. Just look at the nuns now. Each one is more beautiful and alluring than the last. They bear no semblance to what Buddhist disciples should embody. I suspect that it is merely a front for the affluent individuals of Ziyang City to indulge in debauchery under the guise of a nunnery, while, in truth, it is likely a haven for illicit activities." Upon hearing this, the celibate monk suddenly halted, as if struck by a profound realization, his previously jovial countenance shifting dramatically. Lu Tongfeng asked, Little monk, what troubles you now? With a slow turn, the celibate monk cast his gaze towards the temple on the mountainside. He spoke gravely, little madman. You are carrying Bell. Yu Lingdang, taken aback, asked, what is going on? Do not ask, the monk insisted. Carry Bell, and let us make haste. Having known the celibate monk for several days, Lu Tongfeng had never witnessed such a serious expression on his face. Not daring to delay, he urged, Bell, come. I shall carry you. Moments later, many pilgrims ascending the mountain witnessed a peculiar scene. A youth clad in tattered cotton garments, carrying a beautiful young girl, accompanied by a plump monk and a large black dog, hurriedly descending the rocky steps as if fleeing from some unseen threat. Initially, the celibate monk had merely perceived the nunnery and its inhabitants as fraudulent, without delving deeper. Yet, Lu Tongfeng's words had illuminated a troubling possibility. Indeed, there were numerous affluent individuals who engaged in clandestine activities within such nunnery facades. However, these counterfeit nunneries were typically situated close to major cities or within them, facilitating access for the wealthy to indulge in their pleasures. The nunnery on Suiping Mountain, however, was located at least 50 to 60 miles from Ziyang City. The affluent were not fools. They would not undertake a 2-day journey merely for the sake of a fleeting encounter. The celibate monk, favored by Master Xianbei, was not simply cherished for his resemblance to Maitreya Buddha. His intelligence was equally remarkable. He immediately considered the possibility that this might be connected to the massacre in Fuyang Town. Yesterday morning, upon departure, Wei Yurong remarked that the Confucian scholar had only detected the lingering presence of a group of individuals who had fled after the massacre, without uncovering their arrival through the art of divining breaths. They had escaped toward the northern direction of Yiyang City, however. The slaughter that night had commenced from the southern outskirts of the town. The absence of any residual presence could only indicate one thing. The disciples of the extreme Yin sect had not utilized aerial flight when they journeyed to Fuyang Town, thus rendering the divination ineffective in detecting the ethereal traces of spiritual energy lingering in the air. Their method of travel must have involved the application of lightness skills. The massacre in the small town had begun shortly before the third watch of the night. Calculating the distance, if they had set out at dusk and employed their skills, they could have traversed several dozen miles in roughly 2 hours. Several dozen miles south of the town lay Suiping Mountain. This realization dawned upon the young monk, GSA, who promptly understood that this location was most likely the stronghold of the extreme Yin sect, internally chastising himself for his previous ignorance. He recalled how he had not considered this possibility while at the Wishu Hall. At that time, he merely perceived the place as unclean, a den of filth. And as a disciple of the orthodox Buddhist path, he was reluctant to linger or engage with it. Thus, he had hurriedly departed with Lu Tongfeng and Yu Lingdang. His unusual behavior had undoubtedly aroused the suspicions of the nun, Liaochan, who might strike at any moment to eliminate them. Now, his sole intention was to swiftly escort Lu Tongfeng and Yu Lingdang to safety before he mobilized forces to encircle and eradicate the threat. As they hastened down the mountain, the two nuns trailing behind could only employ their lightness skills, which GSA swiftly detected. Alarmed, GSA realized the gravity of the situation. Inside the cave, Yao Chan hurriedly entered. At that moment, the Yin-Yang Venerable was engaged with a young woman. Master, Liao Chan exclaimed, unfazed by the intimate circumstances. She had long since become accustomed to such matters. In her youth, she too had partaken in similar encounters, either with her master or with the male disciples. The Yin-Yang Venerable, displeased at being interrupted, inquired, "Why have you come again?" "Master, trouble has arisen. Our location may have been compromised." "What?" The Yin-Yang Venerable, startled, finally rose. "What transpired? This place is so secluded. How could it be discovered?" Liao Chan then succinctly relayed the events that had unfolded at the Wenshu Hall. "I do not know why that GSA monk appeared at the Buddhist retreat, although his reputation has waned in recent years. He is a true disciple of the Xianbei divine monk and must have sensed the unusual nature of the retreat, for he left in haste with his two companions." "GSA? Xianbei divine monk? Kuhai Temple." The eyes of the Yin-Yang Venerable glinted with menace. "Where are they now? I have already dispatched someone to follow them." At that moment, a middle-aged nun rushed in from the corridor. Upon witnessing the Yin-Yang Venerable in a state of undress, she paid it no heed. With a respectful gesture, he addressed, "Master, senior sister, it seems that the portly monk has become aware of our presence. He has hastily descended the mountain with his companions, moving at great speed. To keep pace with them, Senior sister and I had no choice but to employ our skills, thus revealing our whereabouts. Liao Chen's expression shifted dramatically as he inquired, "Where are they now?" After descending, they headed northward. "They are likely bound for Fuyang Town," came the response. Upon hearing this, Liao Chen remarked, "Master, there are disciples of the Xuanxu sect in Fuyang Town. The monk must be seeking them." The gaze of the Yangyin sovereign darkened with murderous intent as he rasped, "Fuyang Town lies several dozen miles from here. I shall not permit them to reach it." With that, the Yangyin sovereign began to don his garments with haste. "Master, will you take action personally?" came the question. "Do you not see?" The Yangyin sovereign replied coldly. Chapter 86. The Divine Palm of the Tathagata. Upon witnessing the Yingyang elder prepare to take action personally, Master Liaochen immediately interjected, "Master, please quell your anger. It is merely a young monk and 2 youths from Fuyang Town. How could they warrant your intervention? We are a good 50 or 60 miles from Fuyang Town, and I shall ensure they do not reach there alive to inform the disciples of the Xuanxu sect." As the Yingyang elder donned his robes, he cast a sidelong glance at Liaochen and remarked, "Oh, you have never been one to willingly undertake such tasks, let alone resort to killing. What has prompted this change today?" Master Liaochen replied slowly, "After wandering for a century, living in constant trepidation, I have finally found a semblance of stability at the Fo Lin Monastery in recent years. It is the fruit of my labor, and I do not wish to relinquish it nor to return to a life of evasion. Rest assured, my skills are more than sufficient to deal with a mere monk in his 20s. The Yingyang elder gazed at Liaochen for a moment before nodding slowly. "Since you wish to alleviate my burdens, I am greatly pleased. Remember, the quieter you are, the better. Do not attract attention and leave no survivors." Master Liaochen assured him, "Do not worry, master. I know how to proceed." With a respectful gesture towards the Yingyang elder, Master Liaochen and the other nun strode out of the cavern. Emerging from the rocky passage, they pushed open a stone door, revealing a secluded hall behind the Avalokitesvara pavilion at the Fo Lin Monastery. Once outside the hall, Master Liaochen gazed up at the azure sky. The middle-aged nun beside her inquired, "Senior sister, should we call upon more sisters?" Master Liaochen shook her head. "There is no need for a grand display to handle a young monk from the Kuhuai Temple, especially since time is of the essence. The 2 of us will suffice." At the foot of Tsuaping Mountain, little monk, why are you running so fast? Did you encounter an ex-girlfriend at the temple, or perhaps a past companion? Lu Tongfeng, burdened by a bell, sprinted across the snowy ground, striving to keep pace with the calling out loudly. The combined weight of himself and the bell barely left a trace in the snow, the footprints nearly imperceptible. Such a skill of walking on snow without leaving a mark is challenging even for seasoned martial artists, especially given that Lu Tongfeng was currently carrying someone. He exclaimed, "If my intuition serves me right, that Fo Lin Monastery is likely the stronghold of the Jiyin sect." "What?" Lu Tongfeng's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this, abruptly halting in his tracks. Yu Ling's face turned pale as well. They darted ahead, noticing that Lu Tongfeng had not followed. He turned back and called, "Crazy boy. Why are you dawdling?" Move quickly. Before he could finish speaking, the gaze sharpened as he looked back towards Lu Tongfeng. They had already descended the mountain and were now at the edge of a forest on the northern side of Tsuaping Mountain. When he had turned back, he noticed a middle-aged nun clad in light blue robes swiftly hiding behind a tree. Lu Tongfeng remained oblivious to the presence trailing them from not far behind. He exclaimed in disbelief, "Little monk, surely you jest? I have already exercised considerable imagination by suggesting that the Buddhist temple of Fo Lin is a den of male thieves and female courtesans. Yet you audaciously claim it to be the stronghold of the extreme sect? What jest is this? The mountain hosts a congregation of nuns, all of whom are women. How could they possibly corrupt their own kind? Moreover, the white-robed individuals who perished in the town were all men." The little monk, known for his vow of chastity, leapt forward and whispered to Lu Tongfeng, "There is no time for explanations." Just as Lu Tongfeng began to utter a couple of words, he noticed a faint glow of Buddhist flame emanating from the little monk's body. The monk possessed 2 strings of prayer beads, one, a small set that he habitually turned over in his hand, now polished with age, and the other, a large string that hung around his neck. At that moment, he held a small bead between his palms, and as he recited his incantation, he swung his hands. The 12 beads, now aligned, transformed into 12 beams of golden light that shot towards a great tree situated several yards behind Lu Tongfeng. A sharp sound sliced through the air, discordant amidst the chants of the Buddhist scriptures. Lu Tongfeng turned to see the 12 beams of light striking the tree with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, the entire tree shattered. Immediately, a white figure darted upward. Upon closer inspection, it was a nun clad in a pale blue monk's robe, her head adorned with a cloth cap. The nun, acutely aware of the vast disparity in cultivation between herself and the little monk, gasped in alarm and prepared to flee up Mount Suaping. "Do you think you can escape?" the little monk thundered. The great compassionate Tathagata's divine palm. As he struck with his palm, the heavens swirled with golden clouds, and a massive hand descended through them, rapidly enlarging from an initial size of 10 feet to a colossal golden palm exceeding 15 or 16 feet in length. The intricate patterns upon the palm were vividly discernible, and enveloped in a radiant Buddhist light, it ignited with a fiery aura, resembling a meteor plummeting from the night sky. A fierce wind surged, and a terrifying pressure descended like a monstrous tsunami. The nun, poised to escape in midair, was caught off guard by this descending technique. The palm was so immense that evasion was futile. The middle-aged nun summoned her inner energy, shouting defiantly as she struck both hands skyward in a desperate attempt to counter. In the next moment, the colossal palm loomed above her. In comparison to such a gigantic force, humanity appeared as feeble as ants. The nun had scarcely any means of resistance. With a piercing scream, she was forcefully struck down from the sky. The earth trembled violently beneath her. The ferocious shockwaves swept over Lu Tongfeng, throwing him to the ground. When he and Yu Lingzhang managed to rise, they were utterly astonished by the scene before them. A deep crater, measuring several yards across, marked the spot where the giant palm had fallen, and all the trees within the vicinity lay shattered. "Well, little monk, this is astonishing. You haven't killed that nun, have you? Do you still care for the nun's fate? You too, hurry and hide. I shall divert those demon nuns from Fo Linen." The little monk urged Lu Tongfeng with a shove. The situation had become perilously dire. The little monk, having attained a profound level of cultivation, possesses the ability to escape into the sky, even if he cannot emerge victorious in battle. After 2 years of wandering the mortal realm without meeting a fatal end, it is evident how formidable the fat monk's means of self-preservation truly are. However, Lu Tongfeng and Yu Lingyang find themselves unable to soar through the skies, with the urgency of returning to Fuyang Town, situated several dozen miles away. In search of disciples from the Xuanxu sect, time is certainly not on their side. Thus, they must allow Lu Tongfeng and Yu Lingdang to depart first, while he himself distracts the demonists from the Buddha's retreat. "We will conceal ourselves. What is your plan?" Lu Tongfeng, now convinced of Jisexi's words, regards him as a brother and is unwilling to let his good companion face danger alone. "Rest assured, I will lead you towards Fuyang Town. The disciples of the Xuanxu sect should not have departed yet. As long as you are safe, I assure you, I shall remain unharmed." Chapter 87. The Wilderness Duel. As the young monk, Jie, urged Lu Tongfeng and the others to hastily depart with Dahe, a radiant cloud suddenly descended from the heavens. Jie's chubby face transformed with alarm. He realized time was of the essence. "Amiba, what is my dear disciple of the Buddhist path doing? As fellow disciples of the Buddha, why do you harm those of our temple? Was it my negligence that invited this trouble?" The voice of Master Liao Chun echoed gently from above. The 3 individuals and the dog looked up to see Master Liao Chun standing amidst the clouds alongside a middle-aged nun clad in pale blue monk robes. Jie quickly steadied his thoughts, speaking slowly. "Wicked nun, do not feign innocence with me. I am a true disciple of the esteemed Xianxin from the Kuhai Temple. Your deceit may fool others, but it cannot deceive my enlightened sight. If I am not mistaken, you are remnants of the evil sect, the Extreme School. The numerous disappearances of women in Yuzhou over the past 6 months, as well as the recent massacre in Fuyang Town, are your doing, are they not?" Master Liao Chun, hovering gracefully on the cloud, remained as calm as still water. Gazing down at Jie, she replied coolly, "I have meticulously managed my affairs for years without a single misstep. I am quite curious as to how you discern the flaw with just a single step into the Manjushri Hall." Her words effectively confirmed their identities as remnants of the Extreme School. Yu Lingdang, her eyes ablaze with fury, exclaimed, "So you truly are wicked nuns. I will slay you in vengeance for my grandmother and mother, for all the innocent victims in our town." Seeing Yu Lingdang's agitation, Lu Tongfeng quickly reached out to grasp her. Jie, in a low voice, urged, "I will engage them. You find an opportunity to escape." Understanding that loyalty to his comrades would only hinder Jie, Lu Tongfeng nodded and said, "Little monk, take care. Do not perish. He then hoisted Yu Lingdang onto his shoulders, declaring, "Lingdang, we must flee. These wicked nuns are cultivators. Remaining here would only lead to our demise." At that moment, Dahe remained remarkably composed. It glanced at its departing young master, who was quickly carrying Yu Lingdang away, then looked up at Liao Chun. After barking a few times, Dahe sprinted after its master. Seeing Lu Tongfeng and Yu Lingdang attempt to escape, Master Liao Chun instructed the middle-aged nun beside her, "Liao Yin, those two are yours." The middle-aged nun nodded and, wielding a wicked blade, soared from the cloud. Jiese's expression shifted slightly as he sprang into action. 12 prayer beads materialized once more, shooting toward the nun named Liao Yin. Just as she was about to evade, a beam of golden light shot forth. A series of thunderous impacts resounded. It was Master Liao Chen making her move. Her cultivation surpassed that of Jiese, and with a single strike, she shattered Jiese's 12 prayer beads. Liao Yin glanced at Liao Chun without uttering a word and immediately accelerated in pursuit of the fleeing Lu Tongfeng. Jiese reached out, grasping the air, and with a rhythmic strike of the wooden fish mallet, summoned his formidable magical artifact from the mouth of the enormous wooden fish behind him as he prepared to duel his adversaries. As the young monk Jiasexio was about to launch another attack against Mistress Yin, a voice suddenly pierced the air. It was Mistress Chun. "Jiasexio, there is a nun present, and you cannot save your friend. If you can reveal how you discern the flaws in the Wenshu Hall, perhaps I might spare your life." Jiasexio retorted fiercely, "Want to know? In your next life." With that, his rotund form spun wildly, and the surrounding snow was swept into the air by the whirlwind of his motion. Rather than targeting Mistress Chin, he surged towards Mistress Yin with great speed. Mistress Chin's gaze sharpened, and in an instant, she vanished atop the auspicious clouds. When she reappeared, she had positioned herself in the space between Jiasexio and Mistress Yin. Without hesitation, Mistress Chun unleashed a palm strike. The blow, seeming both slow and swift, sent a resonating imprint hurtling toward the spinning monk. Boom! Jiasexio's wooden fish baton, radiating a brilliant golden light, struck forcefully against the colossal palm imprint, akin to a hammer striking a massive boulder. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, Jiasexio was sent reeling backwards. As he retreated, his skin shimmered with a golden glow, and a blazing golden halo ignited behind his head. Mistress Chin squinted her eyes slightly, taken aback. The Vajra form of the Buddhist realm? I did not expect one so young to have attained such a formidable state. It seems the opportunity you encountered at Jiolong Mountain over a year ago was indeed significant. Alas, alas, had you reached the 6th level of the transformation realm, I would truly find it challenging to contend with you today. At that moment, Jiasexio's skin turned a resplendent gold, reminiscent of a descending Vajra Arhat. His gaze was piercing, and he emanated a powerful Buddhist energy. Even without reaching the transformation realm, I can still vanquish you, Demonis. Understanding that he must act swiftly to rescue Lu Tongfeng and Yu Lingdang, Jiasexio resolved to eliminate the present threat without hesitation. His body transformed into a blazing sphere of Buddhist flames, charging once more at Mistress Chin. Simultaneously, a solemn Buddhist chant resonated from the heavens. This chant possessed remarkable penetrating power, echoing far and wide. Even the devotees several miles away on the front mountain could faintly hear its ethereal tones. Many foolish men and women, upon hearing the celestial sounds, believed the Bodhisattva had manifested and knelt in fervent homage, their expressions a mix of excitement and reverence. Faced with Jiasexio, who had attained the Vajra fruit and reached the harmonious realm, Mistress Chin dared not be complacent. As the massive sphere of Buddhist flames surged toward her, she conjured a long knife in her hand. This blade, broad and thick, was the favored weapon of demonic practitioners, the ghostly, wicked knife, with her true essence fueling it. The knife emitted a faint, eerie glow. "Break!" Mistress Chin cried, as the long knife cleaved through the air. The sharp edge sliced through the atmosphere with such velocity that it produced a thunderous sonic boom, akin to the roar of celestial thunder. The knife's shadow, colossal and tangible, carried with it a terrifying intent. Bang! The knife's shadow struck down upon the sphere of Buddhist flames that Jiasexio had transformed into. Like a long sword striking iron and stone, a piercing clash resounded. The radiant aura surrounding the small monk dissipated considerably, yet his form re-emerged, unharmed, as he wielded his wooden fish staff and brought it down with force. The golden shadow of the staff expanded with the wind, resembling the Rui Jingu Bang of Sun Wukong. Simultaneously, the 12 golden Buddhist beads, previously sent flying by Liao Chun, emitted a sharp sound as they hurtled toward him from all directions. Liao Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. As the longsword twirled, over 20 identical figures of Liao Chen materialized around him. Each manifestation bore an exact likeness, including the demonic blade they wielded. The small monk, taken aback, exclaimed, "The doppelganger illusion technique of the demonic sect, the Huan sect?" Dispersing the illusion was not an arduous task. One merely needed to probe with spiritual awareness to swiftly discern which of the 20 or so Liaochen figures were mere illusions and which housed the true essence. However, this required time, an element that the small monk was, unfortunately, lacking. Chapter 88, The Awakening of the Divine Sword. Am I a master? As the young monk focused on his intense duel with the formidable nun, Master Liao Chun, Lu Tongfeng, and Yu Lingdang found themselves swiftly pursued by the relentless Liao Yin. They scarcely managed to escape a short distance before being overtaken. It is only natural, after all. Two legs cannot possibly match the speed of someone who can soar through the air. With a malevolent dagger in hand, Liao Yin decisively launched a strike from above Lu Tongfeng. In her eyes, these two were merely unremarkable mortals devoid of any cultivation. The sight of the beautiful young girl being carried by the boy prompted her to believe that a single blow would suffice to pierce them both. The lack of challenge rendered the encounter utterly tedious for Liao Yin. Suddenly, Dehei let out an urgent bark. Lu Tongfeng sensed the chilling presence closing in behind him. In a moment of peril, he instinctively dodged to the side, and the shimmering blade, radiating a soft, ethereal glow, zipped past him with a whisper. Had he hesitated even slightly, he and Yu Lingdang would now be nothing more than victims of Liao Yin's deadly strike. The blade whistled through the air, embedding itself into a large tree ahead, which promptly shattered under the force. Lu Tongfeng's heart raced. The sounds of chanting and the booming echoes of a profound Buddhist aura resonated in the distance, indicating that the young monk was locked in a fierce battle with the demoness Liao Chun, leaving no opportunity for rescue. He realized that with Yu Lingdang in tow, they could never outrun the nun. Without a moment's hesitation, he gently set Yu Lingdang down and drew his sword. "Lingdang, take Dehei and go," he urged. "Wind brother, I'm not leaving. If we are to die, let us perish together," Yu Lingdang insisted. Dehei, bewildered, was taken aback by the situation. Why was this audacious boy asking Yu Lingdang to flee? Shouldn't he be commanding Dehei to attack the wicked nun instead? Had he forgotten the time he transformed into a fearsome beast and vanquished numerous adversaries in town? Dehei approached Yu Lingdang slowly, neither retreating nor barking. His deep blue eyes fixed intently on the descending Liao Yin. With a simple gesture, Liao Yin summoned her dagger back to her hand. What a pair of ill-fated lovers. Bound by life and death, she intoned softly, "In the compassion of the Buddha, I shall send you both on your journey together." As she spoke, the dagger in her grasp began to shimmer with ominous light. With a swift, downward arc, Liao Yin unleashed a terrifying blade of energy. Lu Tongfeng could evade the strike. Yet Yu Lingdang stood mere feet away, unable to escape its wrath. At that fateful moment, a woman's voice resonated unexpectedly within his mind. "Infuse the divine sword with true essence." Taken aback, Lu Tongfeng wondered if it was indeed possible to channel true essence into the divine sword. There was no time for contemplation. Instinctively, he summoned the surging pure yang energy from within his meridians and directed it into the sword he held. Just as Dehei prepared to leap into action to save them, he abruptly halted. In Lu Tongfeng's grasp, the deep azure sword, etched with ancient patterns, appeared to awaken under an unseen force. A brilliant azure light erupted instantaneously. Dehei realized that there was no need for him to intervene. Lu Tongfeng instinctively raised his sword to fend off the encroaching shadow of the blade, closing his eyes in the process. A resounding crash echoed, the sound of metal clashing, as a force of recoil surged from the celestial sword in his hand. Suddenly, the acupoints within Lu Tongfeng's body ignited, releasing a torrent of pure yang energy that roared forth like a flood breaking free from its dam. He remained rooted in place, feeling only a slight numbness in his arm from the earlier shockwave. Meanwhile, the nun Liao Yin, standing 3 zhang away, found herself unsteady under the impact, stumbling back 5 or 6 steps before regaining her footing. When Lu Tongfeng opened his eyes, he found himself alive, the celestial sword in his grasp emanating a soft azure glow. Across from him, the demoness pursuing him stared in astonishment at the trembling blade in her hand. As Lu Tongfeng was momentarily dazed, Liao Yin's voice rang out sharply, "You little brat, are you a cultivator?" Lu Tongfeng immediately shook his head in denial, exclaiming, "No, no, no." It's a misunderstanding. I am not a cultivator. I am just an ordinary mortal, deceiving even a monk. Die, Liao Yin retorted, forming a spell with her hands, causing the long blade to slip from her grasp and dart towards Lu Tongfeng with lightning speed. Be careful, brother Feng, cried Yu Lingjing, her eyes widening as she noticed the blade's rapid approach. To Lu Tongfeng, however, the knife's speed did not seem particularly alarming. He channeled his true essence once more into the celestial sword and struck forcefully. The azure sword light transformed into a vivid crimson flame, roaring upward like a fire dragon. Not only did it repel the incoming blade, but the massive fire dragon surged forth unimpeded towards Liao Yin. The monk Jie and the nun Liao Chun, engaged in a battle in the southern sky, heard the resounding explosion and witnessed the towering flames erupting from the northern woods. Little madman, Lingjing, Jie lamented, assuming that Lu Tongfeng and Yu Lingzhang had met their demise. However, he quickly silenced himself as he beheld the figure of Liao Yin, engulfed in flames, seemingly propelled by an immense force, crashing through several trees before landing near the two of them. She lay in the snow, emitting wisps of black smoke. Not the little madman, nor Lingzhang. What is happening? Has a powerful figure arrived? Jie pondered in astonishment, realizing that the one emerging from the woods was not his friends, but Liao Yin. Liao Chen's expression turned grave as she swiftly distanced herself from Jie, alert and on guard. Yet, the northern thicket remained eerily silent, devoid of any formidable presence. In that moment, the forest was shrouded in silence. Yu Lingzhang stared blankly at Lu Tongfeng, who in turn was transfixed by the flaming divine sword in his hand. Brother Feng, Yu Lingzhang called gently. Startled, Lu Tongfeng quickly discarded the burning sword, only to find it strange that his hands bore no signs of burns or injuries. Once again, he turned his gaze towards the sword, only to find the ethereal blade lying in the snow nearby, its flames having dissipated, leaving behind a faint azure glow. Brother Feng, you are truly remarkable. Am I? Absolutely. Just now, you sent that demon nun flying several dozen yards with a single strike. What on earth is happening? Lu Tongfeng scratched his head, a look of perplexity on his face. Memories of that fateful night when the town was slaughtered flooded his mind, particularly the image of the two white-clad demons swiftly dispatched by this very sword. He muttered in a daze, I have no idea. Perhaps it is due to this sword bestowed upon me by my master. He stepped forward, intent on picking up the long sword from the snow. As he bent down to reach for it, the sword suddenly shuddered and began to glide slowly towards Lu Tongfeng. Startled, he instinctively recoiled, fearing that the peculiar sword might turn against him. An eerie spectacle unfolded. As he waved his hand, the azure longsword mirrored his movements, dancing gracefully in the air. Lu Tongfeng soon realized that there seemed to be a profound connection between himself and the sword. It felt as though the ethereal blade was an extension of his own being, a visceral bond that transcended mere physicality. Chapter 89, Sword Control, The Shattering Flight. With a subtle motion of Lu Tongfeng's hand, the ethereal sword emanating a mysterious azure glow soared into the air. As he directed his hand westward, the sword followed suit. And when he gestured east, it obediently veered in that direction. This extraordinary sensation of connection, akin to an extension of his own arm, left Lu Tongfeng utterly astonished. It seemed as though he could wield this sword not merely with his hand, but with his very thoughts. With his hand poised before him and a mere flicker of intent, the azure sword began to whirl and dart with astonishing speed. Under his mental command, the divine blade whistled through the air, slicing through trees as if they were mere reeds. Sword control? Lu Tongfeng now firmly believed he was indeed commanding this sword. He formed his right hand into a point, and with a swift beckoning motion, the sword surged towards him with incredible velocity, halting perfectly before him. Suspended in midair, the sword radiated its azure light and emitted a low, humming resonance, reminiscent of a spirit released from a millennia-long seal, rejoicing in newfound freedom. Slowly, Lu Tongfeng extended his hand to grasp the hilt. The moment he made contact, an enigmatic force coursed through him, as fine as a stream and as cool as ice, causing his meridians to unfurl in a sensation of unparalleled comfort. At that moment, Yu Lingzhang approached him, her eyes wide with trepidation. Brother Feng, you still claim you are not a cultivator. Gradually, Lu Tongfeng emerged from his state of astonishment, offering a wry smile. Lingzhang, I truly do not comprehend how this is happening. Do you believe me? Yu Lingzhang, observing the bewildered expression on Lu Tongfeng's face, one that mirrored her own, asked. You genuinely do not know? Lu Tongfeng slowly shook his head, The events that had just transpired were far too abrupt. It was only now that he began to ponder why he could control this sword from a distance. Was it due to his own prowess, or the legacy of this mysterious ancient sword bestowed upon him by his master? Furthermore, who was the woman whose voice had echoed in his mind moments ago? As Lu Tongfeng wrestled with these perplexities, a thunderous roar erupted from the heavens, instantly capturing the attention of the trio. They looked up to behold a battle between the little monk and Master Liao Chun in the southern sky, the outcome of which had now been determined. The plump little monk came hurtling towards Lu Tongfeng and Yu Lingzhong, seemingly propelled by Master Liao Chun's forceful kick, radiating golden Buddhist light. The monk's figure resembled a golden cannonball, descending at a sharp angle. Several towering trees crumpled beneath his collision, and upon reaching the ground, he tumbled forward for several yards before coming to a halt right before Lu Tongfeng and Yu Lingzhong. "Little monk, are you all right?" Lu Tongfeng exclaimed, taken aback. As I was about to approach and check if my dear brother had perished, unexpectedly, the monk shook off the snow and dirt from his body and stood up. He muttered irritably, "Damn it, if we are to fight, then let us fight. Why employ so many clones? Fortunately, I have achieved the Vajra fruit position, impervious to blades and spears. Otherwise, this blow would have left me gravely wounded if not dead." It seemed he had just noticed Lu Tongfeng and Yu Lingdang. The monk suddenly exclaimed, "Little madman, what just transpired? Who sent that demoness flying?" Lu Tongfeng awkwardly replied, "It seems it was I." "You?" The monk tilted his head to scrutinize Lu Tongfeng. Then his gaze fell upon the celestial sword in Lu's hand, shimmering with a deep azure light. Understanding dawned upon him. At that moment, Master Liaochen, wielding the ghostly-headed demon blade, descended rapidly from the sky. However, she did not approach the trio. Instead, she landed before Master Liaoyin, who had just been cleaved away by Lu Tongfeng's strike. At this moment, Master Liaoyin was engulfed in flames and blue smoke, her form resembling charred remains, devoid of life. Master Liaochen's expression fluctuated between dark and light. Master Liaoyin was no ordinary opponent, and even she might not be able to slay her in one blow. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she glanced towards the three nearby. The corner of Master Liaochen's mouth twitched slightly as her body suddenly surged towards them at an astonishing speed. A potent aura stirred a violent wind. The ghostly-headed demon blade swept across, emitting a dazzling flash of light accompanied by a piercing shriek. The formidable intent of the blade transformed the howling wind into lethal edges. As the blade passed, the accumulated snow on the ground was swept up, dragging along the trees in its wake. Lu Tongfeng and his companions were momentarily startled by Master Liaochen's fierce maneuver. Now, the monk had no time to inquire how Lu Tongfeng had managed to slay the nun with a single stroke. With hands clasped together, his robes billowed instantly, and the fiery halo behind his head expanded dramatically. The overwhelming aura forced Lu Tongfeng and Yu Lingdang to stagger back, while only the great black beast remained steadfast. The resonant chants of Buddhist verses began to rise. In the next instant, a rapidly expanding golden Buddha statue manifested atop its form. The colossal figure towered several meters high, almost tangible. Master Liaochen's full force strike collided fiercely against the golden Buddha form. A thunderous sound erupted as the Buddha's body trembled. The clash of two formidable energies unleashed a powerful shockwave that radiated outward. Trees within a radius of 20 to 30 meters around collapsed and splintered in an instant. Lu Tongfeng and Yu Lingdang were once again hurled to the ground by the overwhelming force of the shockwave. Master Liaochen declared sharply, "Let us see if your Vajra form can withstand a few of my strikes." Her figure appeared like a wraith above the immense golden Buddha. With immense power, she brought her blade down fiercely. This time, the ghostly-headed demon blade did not merely strike the Buddha form, but rather, it landed heavily upon the golden body of the statue. Another resounding crash echoed as the once mighty golden Buddha form shattered into pieces. The young monk, who had renounced desires, let out a muffled groan, as if struck by an overwhelming force, propelling him several yards away. Master Liaochen, the foremost disciple of the Yin-Yang sect and a practitioner of a century, is the second most formidable force within the extreme Yin sect. As a powerful being at the pinnacle of the sixth layer of the transformation stage, she stands but a mere breath away from the seventh layer, the celestial realm. Her combat prowess far surpasses that of Su Tsang. Despite the young monk's fortuitous encounter in the Nine Dragons Mountain Immortal Manor last year, his cultivation remains at the fifth layer of the harmonization stage, rendering him utterly incapable of contending with Master Liaochen at her peak. she would undoubtedly grant him no respite. In the very moment he was flung away, his body yet to touch the ground, Master Liaochen surged forth, her blade descending once more. The young monk was seized by dread. However, at that moment, his internal energies surged chaotically, rendering his body akin to a kite severed from its string, beyond his control, leaving him helplessly watching as the demonic blade of Master Liaochen approached. Just as the situation grew dire, a shadow of deep azure shot forth from behind him, striking directly against Master Liaochen's long sword. Chapter 90. Lu Tongfeng's Pretentiousness. Liaochen's betrayal of the sect, a resounding crash reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Liaochen's long blade was deflected by the impact of a mysterious azure light, allowing the little monk Jiese to narrowly escape disaster. Liaochen swiftly retreated, landing on the ground and staggering back several steps before regaining her balance. She looked in astonishment at the trembling long blade in her hand. The azure light just now was immensely powerful, leaving her arm numb and sore from the collision. Gathering her energy to suppress the blood and qi in her right arm, she lifted her gaze. Before her, a celestial sword radiating azure brilliance darted through the air with remarkable speed. It was evident that this very sword had just saved Jiese. To her surprise, the one controlling the sword was none other than the young lad clad in a tattered cotton coat. Lu Tongfeng called out, "Little monk, little monk." Jiese struggled to rise from the snow, muttering, "I won't die yet." Despite his bravado, his body betrayed him. The connection to his Vajra Dharma body was severely disrupted by Liaochen's earlier strike, resulting in a violent backlash within him. At that moment, Jiese swayed unsteadily, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Liaochen's gaze darkened as she stared intently at Lu Tongfeng. "I never anticipated that a mere novice like you could be so formidable. You foul nun, you wicked nun. I usually refrain from acting. But if you dare take another step forward, I shall pierce your body with 17 or 18 blood holes." As she spoke, she maneuvered her sword, the azure celestial sword racing through the air with swift precision. The malicious glint in Liaochen's eyes intensified, her spiritual awareness firmly fixed on the flying sword. She discerned that not only was its speed astonishing, but it also seemed to harbor an overwhelming reservoir of spiritual power. The little monk Jiese had reached the Tao integration realm and achieved the Vajra fruit position, which had already astonished her. Yet, the boy controlling the celestial sword appeared even younger than Jiese, yet seemingly possessed a higher level of cultivation. Such remarkable skill at such a tender age provoked Liaochen's curiosity about his identity. Could he possibly be a disciple of one of the top 10 young masters of the era? For a moment, hesitation clouded Liaochen's resolve, rendering her reluctant to advance. In truth, she had been intimidated by Lu Tongfeng. Having just discovered his own abilities, Lu's deceased master had imparted to him only a singular technique, leaving him without any sword arts or supernatural abilities. Currently, he could only rely on the remote manipulation of the flying sword to intimidate Liaochen. "Little madman, I knew you were skilled," Jiese exclaimed, clutching his chest as he wobbled toward Lu Tongfeng, then declared with audacity, "Wicked nun, today is your end. I may not be able to defeat you alone, but can you withstand the combined might of the two of us?" Liaochen remained silent, seemingly lost in contemplation. From the current circumstances, the situation is exceedingly unfavorable for her. If there were only one practitioner on the opposing side, she could easily handle it. However, with two practitioners present, even if her cultivation surpasses theirs, she can only pursue one if they attempt to flee. The other would undoubtedly take to the skies towards Fuyang town to alert others. Even if she manages to eliminate one of them, what difference would it make? The sanctuary she has painstakingly nurtured for many years, the Buddhist Lin monastery, would inevitably be exposed. With a gentle sigh, Master Liaochen reflected on her past. She was once a girl abducted by the Inyang patriarch and later became his disciple. Over the years, she had grown weary of the life within the Extremine sect. Yet she remained under the patriarch's control, unable to escape. She had once hoped to use the Buddhist Lin monastery as a stronghold, no longer needing to hide. Little did she know that this seemingly simple aspiration would prove elusive. Suddenly, a new possibility dawned upon her. Given that the exposure of the Buddhist Lin monastery had become an irrevocable reality, why not seize this opportunity to free herself from the patriarch's grasp entirely? As long as the Inyang patriarch lived, she would merely serve as a tool for him to seek out beautiful women. Only with his demise could she attain true freedom. This notion had crossed her mind before. However, the patriarch was a master of the celestial realm, and she was incapable of killing him. The inability to end his life did not preclude others from doing so. The righteous masters were numerous, and many were more formidable than the Inyang Patriarch. This time, the Xuanqiu sect had also dispatched many experts to encircle the Extreme sect, since the exposure of the Buddhist Lin monastery could not be averted. How splendid it would be if she could rely on the hands of righteousness to eliminate the Patriarch. With this thought, Master Liaoqin's gaze flickered. She slowly spoke. Indeed, since time immemorial, heroes have emerged from youth. This young benefactor possesses remarkable skills. May I inquire your name and the esteemed lineage you hail from? Lu Tongfeng was unaware of Master Liaoqin's intent to use him as a pawn. Seeing that the old nun was intimidated by him, he chuckled and said, I am Lu Tongfeng, a disciple of the Yuntian sect. In terms of generations, the current sect leader, Yu Qinzi, is my senior brother. As for my master, you, foul nun, are not worthy to know his name. The Yuntian sect? Of the Yu lineage? Master Liaoqin's expression subtly shifted. Disciples of the righteous path place great importance on seniority and respect. They would not jest about lineage. This meant that the youth named Lu Tongfeng must be a disciple of an esteemed elder from the Xian character generation of the Yuntian sect. Master Liaoqin slowly sheathed her long sword and remarked, So, you are the sword immortal of the Xiantian sect. No wonder your swordsmanship is so exquisite. Now that you are aware that Suaping Mountain is the lair of the Extreme sect, I shall no longer conceal the truth. I have long grown weary of the incessant strife within the cultivation world, yearning only for the companionship of the ancient Buddha and a flickering lamp. Alas, I have been unable to extricate myself for many years. You must depart swiftly. The Inyang Patriarch is on the mountain. If he arrives, you shall find no escape. With that, Master Liaoqin turned to ascend towards Suaping Mountain. The scene left the three in a state of astonishment. Has she truly departed just like that? Lu Tongfeng muttered in disbelief. Even the little monk, who had roamed the martial world alone for 2 years and possessed a certain degree of experience, found himself perplexed at this moment. Was this a call for reinforcements, or did they genuinely wish to allow the three of them to depart? Just as the three were engulfed in uncertainty, an unforeseen calamity struck. A terrifying pressure descended from the heavens. Rebellious disciple, dare you betray me? You shall perish. A crimson beam of blood surged from above, aimed at Master Liaoqin, who was suspended in midair. Master Liaoqin, taken aback, swiftly raised her long blade, striking fiercely at the bloodlight. The clash of blade and blood resulted in a harrowing cry from her. As she plummeted from the sky into the dense forest on the back mountain of Suaping, her fate uncertain, the little monk's countenance shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, It is the Inyang old monster. We must flee. Chapter 91. The transformation of the Great Black into the Celestial Hound thinking of leaving? Haha, it won't be that easy. The chilling voice erupted in the ears of the three, leaving them utterly bewildered as to its source. Above them, a dense blood cloud swiftly gathered, accompanied by howling winds and the wailing of lost souls, as a nauseating stench of blood permeated the atmosphere, transforming the surroundings into a veritable realm of hell. If the spells conjured by the venerable Master Liao Chun bore some semblance of righteousness, the powers wielded by the Inyang sovereign were undoubtedly the very essence of demonic sorcery. The three gazed in horror at the colossal blood cloud above, plagued by the unsettling illusion that a torrential rain of thick blood might soon descend upon them. The mingling sense of decay and blood elicited a wave of nausea, and the mournful cries of spirits nearly shattered the composure of Lu Tongfeng and Yu Lingzhang. Only the young monk, intent on maintaining his purity, seemed capable of withstanding the haunting cacophony. Before their terrified eyes, countless skulls began to swirl within the blood cloud. A gaunt middle-aged man dressed in white robes, with snow-white hair and prominent cheekbones, emerged slowly amidst the swirling gloom, standing atop 2 enormous skulls. This was none other than the master of the Extreme sect, the Inyang sovereign. Having navigated the treacherous waters of the demonic sect for years, and having evaded the numerous purges led by righteous sects, he was no ordinary foe. He possessed an intimate understanding of Master Liao Chun, who had never taken a life in her pursuit of justice. Yet today, she had chosen to confront these 3 individuals directly, raising his suspicions. However, he could not be entirely certain of her betrayal. Thus, shortly after Liao Chun had departed the cave, he began to feel increasingly uneasy and discreetly left the soul-devouring cave. While the young monk and Lu Tongfeng struggled to comprehend Liao Chen's sudden departure, the Inyang sovereign was no stranger to the intricacies of human nature. Having lived for centuries and witnessed countless tribulations, he recognized that her abrupt cessation of action and return to Chui Ping Mountain was a deliberate ploy to delay him, allowing the three to seek assistance. Once the Xuanxu sect learned that Chui Ping Mountain was the stronghold of the Extremine sect, they would undoubtedly dispatch experts to encircle them. Enraged, the Yin Yang sovereign disregarded his longtime companion, unleashing his wrath. "Fear not, my dear little lady. Once I have dealt with these two insignificant pests, you shall experience the utmost ecstasy of the mortal realm." True to his reputation as a glutton for lust, upon beholding the exquisite beauty of Yuling Zhang, his desires surged uncontrollably. "Little monk, this fellow appears formidable. What should we do?" The Yin Yang sovereign was a master of the celestial realm. A desperate fight seemed inevitable. The young monk might have been able to escape Liao Chen's grasp, but he was no match for the formidable Yin Yang sovereign before them. The disparity in their realms was insurmountable. The Yin Yang sovereign, seemingly eager to indulge in Yuling Zhang's form, rapidly gathered a sphere of green ethereal light in his palm. With a flick of his sleeve, a swarm of blood-colored skulls shot forth from the blood cloud behind him. The multitude of skulls was staggering, numbering at least in the tens of thousands. Countless blood-red skulls coalesced into a massive crimson serpent, surging towards the two figures below, even before the skeletal formation reached them. An eerie and terrifying aura of malevolence enveloped the air. The young monk, filled with resolve, pushed Lu Tongfeng aside and commanded, "You must flee. I shall hold them off." He swiftly removed the large prayer beads from around his neck, preparing to cast a spell. Suddenly, a shadow leapt forth from behind, positioning itself before the trio. It was Dahe, striding forward with an air of nonchalance, raising its gaze to the approaching tide of blood-red skulls. A flame-like brilliance ignited within its deep azure eyes, seemingly disdainful of the celestial Yin-Yang elder hovering above. With a deep inhalation, Dahe unleashed a thunderous roar. The resounding cry, imbued with mysterious power, transformed into a sonic wave that ascended into the heavens. Under the force of this profound and potent sound, the descending blood-red skulls were instantaneously shattered. Each terrifying skull appeared to harbor a spirit of the underworld, their anguished wails echoing, yet their forms remained unseen. The chilling cries of thousands of anguished spirits intertwined, sending shivers down one's spine. Dahe's roar not only dismantled the descending skeletal blood formation, but also dispersed the dense blood clouds above, revealing a clear sky once more to the trio. The Yin-Yang elder's pale, gaunt visage reflected disbelief as he hovered mid-air, astonished by the sight of the enormous black dog, reminiscent of a calf, beneath him. What manner of creature is this? In that moment of bewilderment, Dahe's limbs curled, and it leapt into the air, launching itself towards the airborne Yin-Yang elder. As it ascended, Dahe underwent a dramatic transformation. Its body tore apart, flesh swelling and writhing in a frenzy, rapidly expanding. In the blink of an eye, it morphed into a colossal beast towering over 2 yards in height, its wolf-like form emanating an eerie blue flame. With each bristle standing erect like a spear, the Yin-Yang elder's eyes widened in realization, recalling the report from Sutsong regarding the massacre in the small town when an enormous black wolf demon had suddenly appeared. Sutsong, lacking sufficient experience, had been oblivious to the true nature of Dahe. Yet, with centuries of existence, the Yin-Yang elder could not be mistaken. He exclaimed in astonishment, "Wang Tian Hound. How can this be?" The Wang Tian Hound, an ancient spiritual beast, was believed to exist only in legend, having been subdued by the first patriarch of the Yun Tian sect millennia ago, serving as its guardian spirit ever since. It was said that no other Wang Tian Hound existed in the mortal realm. Yet, the Yin-Yang elder could not be mistaken. The great wolf-like demon, with its gaping maw, was undoubtedly the fabled Wang Tian Hound. Only a creature of such ancient lineage could shatter the skeletal blood formation he had conjured with a single roar. The Yin-Yang sovereign swiftly steadied his mind, extending his hand to grasp the air, revealing a skeletal artifact within his palm. He certainly did not intend to toss the bone towards the great black creature merely to capture its attention. With a thunderous roar, the Yin-Yang sovereign unleashed the skeletal treasure, which emanated an eerie luminescence, and forcefully hurled it towards the creature's head. Although the great black beast was suspended in midair, its movements were remarkably agile. It twisted its massive form, evading the onslaught of the skeletal artifact while its tail lashed out, shedding dozens of sharp, spine-like bristles that soared towards the Yin-Yang sovereign. The sovereign swiftly retreated, wielding the skeletal artifact once more to deflect the incoming barrage of razor-sharp bristles. Unlike a bird, the great black creature lacked the ability to fly. Its enormous frame plummeted to the ground with haste. It let out a deafening roar that reverberated across the vast expanse. The surrounding wildlife in the forest, startled by the beast's furious cry, scattered in disarray. Chapter 92. The greed of the Inyang sovereign. A colossal figure, resembling a mountain, stood amidst the ruins of a devastated forest. Behind it, the trio of Lu Tongfeng appeared diminutive in comparison. For Lu Tongfeng, this was the second occasion he beheld Dehei transform into a gigantic wolf demon. However, for the ascetic monk Jie and Yu Lingdang, it was their inaugural encounter with Dehei's metamorphosis. Though the Wang Tian hound was a divine beast, its appearance was undeniably fearsome. Its bristling mane stood erect like elongated steel spikes, while its elongated fangs protruded, rendering its visage grotesquely twisted. The eerie azure glow emanating from its body, coupled with its haunting blue eyes, rendered Dehei's form exceedingly strange. With a thunderous roar, the Wang Tian hound reverberated across the wilderness. As a revered divine beast, the primal essence inherited from its ancient ancestors exuded an aura that sent the woodland creatures trembling in terror. Yu Lingdang gazed at the transformed Dehei in horror, her face drained of color. It appeared that her fear of Dehei surpassed her apprehension of the Inyang sovereign above. Jie, a disciple of the esteemed master Xian Bei, quickly regained his composure after a brief moment of shock. Upon hearing the Inyang sovereign exclaim the name Wang Tian hound, Jie could not help but pinch his own chubby cheek. He murmured, "I truly am a foolish donkey, after spending days with Dehei. I fail to realize he is the divine beast Wang Tian hound." Trembling, Yu Lingdang inquired, "Brother Feng, what manner of creature is Dehei?" Seeing her distress, Lu Tongfeng reassured her, "Do not fear, Lingdang. I have heard from immortal Fuyao that Dehei is indeed the Wang Tian hound, a divine beast that poses no threat to us. Moreover, he is formidable. During the massacre in the small town, Dehei slew many of those vile white-clad bandits." Upon hearing Lu Tongfeng's words, Yu Lingdang's fear began to wane slightly. Her trepidation was a natural response. Having grown up in a small town, her knowledge of the outside world was limited, with only a few encounters with powerful practitioners in recent days. Given the hideous, menacing form of Dehei, the fact that she did not faint on the spot illustrated her remarkable mental fortitude. Dehei bared its long fangs at the Inyang sovereign, who hovered in the air wielding a bone artifact radiating an otherworldly glow. The sovereign's gaze was fixed intently upon the massive Wang Tian hound beneath him, his lips twitching slightly. Soon, he regained his senses from the initial shock. While the Wang Tian hound was